Chapter 1. The first 10 pull. Sue E., a recently transported individual, just arrived from a dump truck. Terminal brain cancer was diagnosed last week. Online loans were signed after the diagnosis. The money was spent yesterday. The person committed suicide today. Sue E. just crossed over. Yes, that last sentence is the key point. One could say he enjoyed none of the fortune, but took on all the disasters. Sue E. looked at himself in the mirror, devoid of any color, and the cut on his wrist. Puff. It turned out that when a person is utterly speechless, they can indeed laugh. If only he had crossed over a few days earlier, Sue E. wouldn't have been so speechless. However, when Sue E. raised his head, he saw that the reflection in the mirror was not laughing with him. 6. Sue E. stopped laughing. But the person in the mirror smiled with a grin so eerie it sent chills down his spine. The corners of its mouth seemed to be torn, stretching all the way to its cheekbones, revealing a jagged, toothless jaw inside. Meanwhile, blood began to ooze from the walls of the room, as if the walls were bleeding. The blood flowed slowly down the walls, forming streaks. Drip, drip. Each drop sounded like it was hitting a person's heart, evoking fear. Even more terrifying, a hissing sound occasionally echoed in the room, as if something was being scorched. The sound was intermittent, making it impossible to determine its source. Even the light bulb was affected, flickering erratically, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, resonating with the eerie atmosphere. Watching all this, Sue Yi's mouth involuntarily twitched. He had just crossed over, and the merging of memories had already made him feel like the sky was falling. Now this happened again. Forget it, let it all be destroyed. Sue E thought, what's the point of living like this? Just as Sue E laid down to accept his fate, he accidentally bumped into the table. A hammer fell from the table, nearly hitting him. At that moment, the reflection in the mirror had already opened its mouth, revealing its eerie white teeth. The head had become nothing but a large mouth full of sharp teeth, as if it would pounce at any moment to devour him. Seeing the hammer, Sue E was momentarily stunned, then thought for a moment, his gaze hardened, and he grabbed the hammer and charged forward. Screw you. Since he was bound to die anyway, why wait to die? Since he couldn't live, he had no desire to continue living. Even if he couldn't defeat this eerie thing, he should at least try to take a bite out of it. Sue E rushed to the mirror, raised the hammer, and struck down hard. Crack! The blow shattered the mirror extensively, and the evil spirit inside was clearly stunned. It seemed somewhat confused as to why Sue E would attack. But Sue E didn't stop. He continued to smash with all his strength. Crack! The mirror instantly shattered into pieces. Kill the evil spirit in the mirror. Gain green materials. Evil spirit mirror fragment X1. Mirror mimicry X1. Energy points 1000. Sue E didn't have time to think about why the monster died so quickly. He was just staring at the line of text in front of him, breathing heavily and laughing excitedly a few times. This reaction seemed a bit strange. Once he regained his composure, Sue E immediately inquired about the system, but received no response. He asked several more times, but still nothing. Sue E realized that this was just a system without intelligence. After studying for a while, Sue E silently recited several activation methods in his mind, and finally found the answer. Just silently say open. Closing it was also simple. Just say close. Upon activation, the system displayed two panels, a fusion panel and a lottery panel. The fusion panel's function was straightforward. It could combine various materials to create items or monsters. The lottery panel required energy points for draws, and currently only had a normal lottery option. More advanced options had yet to be unlocked and might require certain conditions to use. However, a normal draw cost 100 energy points per attempt. The normal lottery displayed white, green, blue, and purple. White was the lowest, and purple the highest, with a very low probability of drawing purple. Looking at his 1000 energy points, Sue E made no hesitation and directly chose to do a 10 pull. Ding! Congratulations, host! Gained white materials, sharp wolf claw, blind fish slime, asphalt beetle shell, fly compound eye, thorn vine spike. Gained green materials, gargoyle membrane wing, static spider silk, storm bear bone. Gained blue material, misty mask. Gained purple material, cloth fragment of the king in yellow. Sue E calculated that, with this lottery and that mirror, he had a total of 12 materials. According to the introduction above, 3 materials could be fused to create one item. This meant he could fuse 4 times. Of course, it wasn't as simple as that because besides the materials above, he could also choose a living creature for fusion. This living creature would also occupy a slot, meaning if he chose all living creatures for fusion, he could fuse 6 times. There wasn't much introduction regarding living creature fusion. It simply stated that it had to be alive, movable, and without resistance to be put in for fusion. Sui looked at the materials above and thought about experimenting first. Thorn Vine Spike White, a toxic thorn from a mutated plant that can pierce flesh and inject paralyzing poison, with a weak regeneration ability. Asphalt Beetle Shell White, hardened exoskeleton of a mutated beetle, coated with a viscous layer of asphalt, resistant to physical impact and capable of corroding organic matter it touches. Blind Fish Slime White, a transparent gel secreted by abyssal blind fish, can be applied to the body to obscure breath and weaken energy fluctuations. After selecting these 3, Sui pressed the fusion button without any hesitation. With a flash of white light, a set of form-fitting soft armor with an asphalt texture appeared before him, with thorn-like toxic spikes extending from the joints and surface. Flowing with a transparent, slime membrane, toxic gland armor. 1. Corrosive concealment. The slime layer allows the wearer to blend with the environment, moving silently and can temporarily liquefy to infiltrate swamp sewage. 2. Reflective parasitism. When attacked, the toxic spikes automatically counterattack, injecting paralyzing poison. The spike segments embedded in the enemy will draw blood and grow into small thorn vines, continuously causing harm. 3. Venom spray. Aim at a target to spray venom. This venom can turn a living person into a puddle within 3 seconds. Sui looked at these descriptions, blinked, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Hiss, is this a bit too awesome? Sui thought to himself. Just 3 white materials could fuse into such a powerful item. What kind of divine artifact will be born from combining purple and blue materials? However, how was he supposed to wear this armor? There were no seams, and it emitted toxicity, looking like it couldn't be worn at all. Just as Sui was pondering this, the toxic gland armor suddenly transformed into a stream of light, enveloping him entirely and instantly fitting snugly against his body. Sui looked down at the armor on his body, recalling the information that had just come in, and immediately understood that he had absolute priority over the items created through fusion and could use or remove them at will. With this thought, Sui focused his mind, and the armor disassembled once again, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Sui no longer hesitated and decided to try another combination. Cloth fragment of the king in yellow-purple, a fabric stained with the essence of the old one, capable of distorting reality perception, releasing mental pollution, and summoning unspeakable whispers. Misty Mask Blue, a mask engraved with memory corridor patterns, capable of altering others' cognition and weaving temporary illusions, but will confuse the wearer's own memories. Static Spider Silk Green, a product of spider silk sacs evolved in thunderstorm environments, each strand wrapped with unstable electrical charges, causing nerve paralysis and device short circuits upon contact. After confirming there were no errors, Sui pressed the fusion button. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a strange yet magnificent piece of clothing slowly took shape. The garment was a deep yellow overall, with intricate golden patterns covering the surface. Those patterns resembled unknown runes, or perhaps the tentacles of some unknown creature, pulsating slightly while emitting a faint glow. Chapter 2. Gargoyle Wolf. Robe of the Old God. Puppet Theater. The user can use mental power to create a theater around them. This theater can manipulate the crowd, enacting the plot that the user has in mind, that if confronted by someone who does not wish to be controlled, they may also apply a high-voltage shock. Memory Maze. Any person who witnesses or observes you will have their memories distorted or even altered. Additionally, this skill can modify others' memories of you. Sacrifice of the Old God. By scattering any fabric, you can summon the subordinates of the Old God to fight for you. However, be cautious when the fabric is reduced to less than 1/3. There is a chance of attracting the Old God's attention, and if all the fabric is torn, it will definitely attract the Old God's gaze. Sui looked at these descriptions, feeling a sense of awe without fully understanding. Why did it seem not as powerful as he had imagined? But the last point, did that mean he had to protect the clothing during fights? Otherwise, if the clothing was gone, it might lead to a world catastrophe. Sui was contemplating whether to test out this piece of clothing when suddenly His head felt like it had been electrocuted, and he instinctively hugged his head. After catching his breath, Su-yi came to his senses. It then struck him that he was a terminal brain cancer patient. The critical illness notice from last week said he had less than a month left, and now it was probably only about half a month. Thinking of this, Su-yi glanced at the materials on the panel, wondering if he should fuse himself. Would fusing heal his terminal brain cancer? However, he was also a bit worried about what changes might occur after the fusion. Was it possible that merging green and white would cure his cancer? After pondering for a moment, Su-yi decided to find someone to experiment on first, ensuring safety before making a decision. After all, he still had 6 materials available. He might as well look for other monsters like the Mirror Demon. Of course, he was also unsure whether only demons could obtain energy points from kills, or if humans could too. If he still didn't have enough energy points to extract materials in the end, then well, there was still one more thing to consider. Could the old god subordinates be used? But then Su-yi shook his head, deciding not to think too much. He would consider that as a last resort. After thinking this, Su-yi focused his thoughts, and the robe of the old god automatically draped over him. In that instant, Su-yi could distinctly feel a powerful mental force enveloping his entire body. With just a thought, he could perceive everything within a 10-mile radius. More importantly, he could sense that the previous sharp pain had diminished significantly. The only discomfort was the feeling of some unknown energy or object in his head. But he figured that must be the tumor, so he shook his head. Then, wearing the robe, Su-yi leaped out the window, and in the night, spider silk silently wove a path. In the blink of an eye, Su-yi had arrived at the edge of the Abyss River Bridge, and Chanyang stood on the bridge, gazing at the surging Abyss River on one side. The water shimmered with a cold glow in the night, resembling a giant dragon silently roaring. The streetlights on the bridge emitted a dim halo, casting shadows that made his pale face look even more haggard. His gaze was dazed and hollow, like a traveler lost in endless darkness, unable to find an exit. Jumping down will set you free," and Chanyang murmured, his voice so weak it was almost swallowed by the night wind, leaving only a faint echo in the air. His fingers gripped the cold bridge railing tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. However, in this quiet night, memories surged into his mind like a tide. Familiar scenes surfaced one by one, his sister excitedly pulling him, shouting about wanting to get first place to go to the amusement park, his mother's worried gaze, always, asking if he was eating while his father patting his shoulder, advising him not to always wear a stern face and to learn to smile. And that voice, deep and indifferent, it's just 3 lives, right? That's 3 million. Money you could never earn in your lifetime. These memories cut into his heart like a blade. When the image of Bai Xiao's arrogant and disdainful face flashed in his mind again, anger instantly ignited his long-suppressed despair. Bang! A fist struck the iron railing hard, blood splattering and staining the cold metal surface. And Chen Jiang's fist had sustained a slight fracture, but at that moment he felt no pain. His eyes reopened, staring directly at the roaring Abyss River before him. "Dad, Mom," Xiao excited him coming to us. Soon as he finished speaking and was about to take the final step, a sudden voice interrupted him. "Do you want the power of revenge?" This unexpected words startled in Chanyang, causing him to slip and nearly fall into the river. By instinct, he clung tightly to a nearby iron post to steady himself. Damn, and Chanyang was about to curse when he looked up and saw an extremely strange person standing in front of him. The person was wearing a peculiar yellow robe covered in intricate golden patterns, resembling countless tentacles slowly writhing. What was even more unsettling was that the person's face was completely shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern any details. It was important to note that this was the edge of a suspended bridge, with no support beneath him. Yet he could stand so casually in midair. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice an extremely thin spider silk beneath the person's feet, almost invisible to the naked eye. Chanyang was stunned, filled with confusion. Could this be a legendary, extraordinary being, or some kind of inexplicable, mysterious existence? Regardless of what it was, as long as it could help him get revenge, he was willing to pay any price. With this thought, a spark of hope ignited in Chanyang's eyes. His body trembled slightly, but it was not out of fear. It was because he saw a glimmer of revenge on the horizon. As long as I can get my revenge, it'll spare no cost. And Chanyang gritted his teeth, and said. After hearing this, Su-yi smiled faintly. He felt lucky to have encountered such a suitable target right after stepping out. Since you have such determination, then no matter what happens next, don't resist. After saying this, Su-yi opened the fusion panel in front of him and quickly selected Changyang's name. In the next second, Changyang felt as if his entire being was being drawn away, but upon closer inspection, he realized he felt nothing. Meanwhile, Su-yi didn't spare him another glance and quickly selected two special materials. Sharp wolf claw white, the razor-sharp forelimb teeth of a mutated wolf beast, with blade parts having crystallized into metal, capable of easily tearing through 3 layers of steel armor, gargoyle wing membrane green, a petrified wing of a guardian-type golem creature, with bones embedded with magical rune stones, allowing free flight as long as its energy is not exhausted, and possessing the ability to shatter and reassemble in Changyang white. An ordinary person yearning for revenge. Once the last option was selected, Su-yi pressed the fusion button without hesitation. In an instant, Changyang's entire body was enveloped in a dazzling green light. After a while, as the green light gradually dissipated, the Changyang before him had undergone a complete transformation, his body now covered in thick wolf fur and a pair of wings that looked as hard as stone had sprouted from his back. Changyang lowered his head to examine his new appearance, especially those enormous claws, and couldn't help but curiously try to move his fingers. With a soft swoosh, he inadvertently touched a nearby iron pillar marked with his fist print, only to find that the sturdy pillar was effortlessly sliced open like tofu, without any resistance. Looking at the stone wings behind him, he initially felt a bit unaccustomed, but after infusing a bit of energy, the wings instantly became soft and agile, and he quickly adapted to this brand new sensation. Gargoyle wolf and Changyang steel claw, a metallized wolf claw that can extend and retract freely up to 30 centimeters long, with a tear effect during attacks, making wounds difficult to heal and capable of 3 high-frequency vibrations per second for cutting. Stone wing protection utilizes the wing membrane to wrap around itself, forming a cocoon-like stone shield that can absorb damage and convert it into defense, releasing it in an explosive manner. Stone statue form. Upon activation, the entire body transforms into a rock state, greatly enhancing defense and rapidly healing injuries. Su-yi glanced at the skill introduction and found it quite satisfactory. After all, this ability was formed by combining white materials, green materials, and an ordinary person, so achieving this effect was already quite impressive. Changyang felt the newfound power within him, and looking at the mysterious figure in the yellow robe before him, he was filled with awe. With a thud, he directly knelt on the ground, knocking 3 loud bows, leaving a noticeable dent in the bridge. My lord, I don't know who you are, but since you have granted me the power of revenge. Changyang raised his head, his tone resolute. Once I complete my revenge, I will do whatever you ask of me. Hearing this, Su-yi merely replied to him, all right, then you can commit suicide. Huh? Changyang was stunned, his brain unable to comprehend why this lord, who had just saved him, was now asking him to take his own life. However, before he could regain his senses, an invisible force enveloped his entire body, instantly erasing that recent memory. Watching this scene, Su-yi pondered silently. Logically, this person's thinking was still relatively normal and had not turned into a completely irrational monster after the fusion. Moreover, Changyang did not immediately execute the order upon hearing it, which indicated that his consciousness after fusion was not entirely controlled and still retained independent thinking ability. Chapter 3. Slaughter. At this moment, Changyang was still kneeling on the ground, looking bewildered. He felt as if he had overlooked something important just now, but he couldn't recall what it was. Moreover, that lord hadn't spoken a word yet. Could it be that something was wrong with what he had said? Changyang felt uncertain and didn't dare to get up rashly. The streets were bustling with traffic, pedestrians, and vehicles coming and going. As if no one noticed the oddity of this scene, everyone seemed to tacitly avoid this area, as if gently guided by some invisible force, steering clear of any possible disturbance. Not far away, in a tall building, a young man was peering through binoculars, secretly observing the situation here. He was stunned into silence after just one glance, but as he turned his head, his memory instantly blurred, and he forgot everything he had just seen. Thus, He repeatedly picked up the binoculars, both shocked and confused, mechanically repeating the same action. "What you think in your heart is what I want you to do," came Su Yi's voice, breaking the silence. And Chanyang was taken aback, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Did the Lord mean for him to do what he had been contemplating? At this moment, he had only one thought: to find Bai Xiao, the enemy who had caused his family to be destroyed, and take revenge for his family. Was the Lord hinting for him to kill? No. Perhaps the Lord wanted him to eradicate evil from the world. After all, someone like Bai Xiao couldn't even be considered human. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chanyang's eyes, as if he had grasped some deeper meaning. He raised his head, ready to ask, but found that the Lord's figure had already vanished. In fact, Su Yi had not left at all. He had merely used his second ability to erase the memories of those who saw him, and Chanyang, not realizing Su Yi was still there, mistakenly thought he had already departed. In reality, Su Yi was quietly observing nearby, and Chanyang first displayed a puzzled expression, then solemnly bowed a few times in the direction of where Su Yi had been, before taking off into the distance. However, it was clear he was still not very skilled, occasionally stumbling during his flight. Watching Chanyang leave in a staggered manner, Su Yi fell into deep thought. Does this world really have extraordinary beings? After all, he had just begun to explore this new world and had encountered a so-called mirror demon. But that guy was surprisingly easy to deal with, and the reward of energy points was exactly 1,000, not more, not less, just enough for 10 draws. This made Su Yi feel as if it were a starter pack prepared by the system for newcomers. But the problem was, didn't the system have intelligence? Or did it simply not want to acknowledge him? After all, this was a monster that could allow him to draw 10 times. How could it be resolved with just a few strikes? That was too easy. However, Su Yi soon shook his head, deciding not to think too much. Overthinking wouldn't change anything. It was better to enjoy this cheat. That said, aside from wanting to see what changes the fusion would bring, Su Yi also wanted to test whether there were truly extraordinary powers in this world and how powerful they really were. Of course, there was one more important question. Su Yi wanted to know if the people he fused with besides himself would count towards his achievements when they killed demons or humans. Meanwhile, Chanyang was struggling to familiarize himself with the operation of the stone wings in the night sky. Images of Bai Xiao's arrogant face kept surfacing in his mind, along with the last moments of parting with his family. And of course, there was that Lord. Suddenly, Chanyang froze, a sense of inexplicable confusion washing over him. In the next second, he actually fell directly from the sky. Fortunately, he quickly regained his balance and flew back up. But at that moment, Chanyang realized something strange. He could not remember the Lord's appearance at all. Although he still recalled their conversation and experiences, he couldn't remember the specific details of the Lord's appearance, as if that memory had been deliberately erased. Of course, if he didn't think too hard about it, he could recall it, but once he tried to think deeply, it would suddenly disappear. The problem was, he had to think about it to know, yet thinking about it made it vanish. So did he want to think or not? Just as Chanyang was caught in this dilemma, a blinding light suddenly shone down on him. "Mom, look, there's a flying monster in the sky," a little girl exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky. The girl's mother looked up and immediately turned pale, hurriedly picking up her child and running away. The surrounding pedestrians also began to panic and fled in all directions, with only a few bold individuals or attention-seeking influencers remaining, frantically filming with their phones. And Chanyang frowned, quickly ascending to a higher altitude to ensure he was no longer seen, then flew straight toward a hotel. On the other side, in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, at the other end of the city, ding ding ding, the phone rang urgently. "Okay, I understand," said a woman in a black uniform as she hung up the phone and turned to a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard. "Director, an unidentified creature has appeared in the air over Linyuan City," she said, handing over a photo. The director took the photo and studied it closely, his frown deepening. "Wings. Wolf claws? Is this a winged werewolf? Has there been any casualties?" The woman shook her head. "We haven't received any related reports yet, but witnesses say it seems to be moving toward the city center." After hearing the report, the director immediately issued a command. "Notify the nearest team to head over immediately. We must eliminate it before it causes more damage." "Understood." The female subordinate responded and left. The director leaned back in his chair, gently rubbing his temples, murmuring, "Why are there so many extraordinary events lately? Is the threshold in Linyuan City becoming unstable as well?" And Chanyang hovered over the hotel, his gaze sharp as he looked down at everything below. In the lobby, Bai Xiao was laughing heartily while hugging a woman. the red wine in his glass creating crimson ripples. This shade of red instantly reminded Chanyang of the horrific scene on the day of the car accident, when his sister lay in a pool of blood, so similar to the scene before him. And the culprit behind it all was still there, indulging in pleasure. Anger surged like a tide in Chanyang's heart, his eyes turning crimson as he could no longer contain his emotions. He spread his wings and dove down like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao continued to savor his red wine, a stunning beauty in his arms. A few sycophants surrounded him, continually flattering him. After the incident a few days ago, when he drunkenly hit and killed a family of 3, Bai Xiao had long forgotten about such trivial matters. I won first place in today's race. I'm in a good mood, so drink and eat as you please, Bai Xiao said proudly. Wow, young Master Bai is truly amazing. Exactly, with this level, even professional race car drivers can't compare to you. Everyone flattered him, and Bai Xiao was all smiles, filled with joy. He raised his glass of red wine, ready to toast. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire villa, the walls shattered, and a dark shadow rushed in like lightning. Before Bai Xiao could react, he realized that his raised arm had been severed at the wrist. The glass of red wine fell from his hand, shattering and splattering wine everywhere. The sycophant standing in front of him was directly turned into a pulp. Bai Xiao stared blankly for a second, then let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed from his severed arm, his face turning as pale as paper, and he frantically retreated, desperately pressing down on the wound. At that moment, the bodyguards at the door rushed in after hearing the noise. As soon as they entered, everyone was startled by Changyang's terrifying appearance. He had a body as strong as a wolf and wings as hard as stone. Gulp! Several bodyguards unconsciously swallowed hard, their throats making audible sounds. Quick, get rid of this monster! Bai Xiao screamed hysterically, his voice sharp enough to pierce everyone's eardrums. However, before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind swept by. Oh! Bai Xiao screamed again, as he realized that one of his arms was already gone. Blood gushed out. An intense pain swept over him instantly. Before he could regain his composure, and Chanyang had quietly appeared in front of him. Without any warning, he raised his hand and struck down with lightning speed. As the wolf claw pierced through his thigh, and Chanyang's mind flashed back to the time when his parents cold. Stiff hands had gently stroked his head. This claw is for my mom. He roared softly, his tone filled with hatred and sorrow. With a spin, Bai Xiao's thigh was completely turned into a bloody mess. Chapter 4. I want to ask if you know about the extraordinary, but Chanyang showed no mercy and struck again, this time piercing into another thigh of Bai Xiao. This claw is for my dad. The bodyguard beside them hesitated for a moment as they witnessed the bloody scene, then turned and ran away. This terrifying monster was clearly beyond what these ordinary bodyguards could handle. And Chanyang caught a glimpse of the fleeing bodyguard from the corner of his eye, and his eyes turned even more crimson. How could he let these scum escape? And Chanyang still remembered how arrogant and mocking these bodyguards had been before. So when he saw them running away, he had no intention of letting them go, and he leaped in front of them. In just a moment, all the bodyguards' bodies were sliced into pieces like cutting watermelons. Warm droplets of blood splattered onto Chanyang's cheek, sliding down his fangs. He licked the bloody corner of his mouth, his claws scraping the ground with a harsh sound. He turned again towards the terrified Bai Xiao. At this moment, Team 79, who had just arrived outside the hotel, could clearly see the scene inside through the large hole in the hotel's outer wall, where blood mist filled the air. The captain of Team 79, Yang Kaishan, also had a grim expression, knowing that a tragedy had occurred. Without any hesitation, he drew a long knife from his back. The knife sparkled with points of light like stars. He then turned to his team members and said, "Activate the starlight barrier." After speaking, he charged in alone. As Yang Kaishan rushed in, a barrier that shone like stars lit up outside. Yang Kaishan's figure, like a hurricane, charged into the villa. Under the shattered lights, the place was filled with various pieces of limbs. In the center, a winged monster was constantly dismembering a mass of flesh that was so bloody it was impossible to tell if it was human. A few women had already fainted from fear. Yang Kaishan's pupils constricted sharply. The scene before him made his heart sink. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the scattered limbs and flesh on the ground made him instantly realize that they were too late. Yang Kaishan shouted loudly at the monster in front of him. The long knife in his hand erupted with dazzling starlight, its blade aimed directly at Chanyang. Yang Kaishan had no intention of talking to the monster. To him, any monster had to die. And Chanyang heard the shout from behind and turned sharply, his eyes flashing with crimson light. His face and body were covered in blood, with Bai Xiao's blood still dripping from his claws. Yang Kaishan's long knife, glowing with starlight, swung down towards Chanyang. Before the blade reached him, a fierce blade aura rushed towards him, and Chanyang did not dodge. Instead, he spread his wings and charged towards the blade. Clang! The wolf claw collided with the long knife, producing a metallic clash. And Chanyang's wolf claw surprisingly blocked Yang Kaishan's blade, sending sparks flying. He even directly knocked Yang Kaishan away. However, Yang Kaishan plunged the knife into the ground, forcing himself to stop. When he stopped, the hand holding the knife was still slightly trembling. Yang Kaishan was very surprised. He hadn't expected the monster to be so powerful. More importantly, there was a strong recoil when they collided. "Captain, we are here to assist you." At that moment, the members of Team 79, who had activated the barrier, charged in. And Chanyang saw this scene and realized they were likely an official organization. But he had no intention of explaining himself, knowing that it would be useless given his current appearance and the blood covering him. And Chanyang also didn't want to clash with the official organization, so without hesitation, he flapped his wings and broke through the roof, intending to escape. And Chanyang's wings suddenly spread wide, and with a powerful flap, his body shot up like an arrow into the sky. The shattered roof fragments flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. However, not long after, and Chanyang returned. As soon as he flew up, he discovered there was a massive barrier on the roof. He couldn't break through it. At this time, the members of Team 79, already prepared, drew their knives and charged in together. Meanwhile, on the opposite high-rise building, Su Yi's figure quietly appeared. He looked up at Chanyang inside the hotel, who was fighting back against a group from the official organization. Su Yi realized that this world had extraordinary beings and that their strength was not weak. After all, the barrier outside looked very solid. Even though he hadn't T-tested it, he also understood that killing granted energy points. Even if it wasn't his own hands, but rather the hands of his modified fusion object, he still gained some points, albeit fewer. Killing an ordinary person granted 10 energy points, and no materials dropped. He wondered if it was because it was his fusion object doing the killing, so he got less, or if that was just the amount for ordinary people. But at that moment, He noticed a shadow outside the barrier, as if something was shifting. After putting on the old days robe, his spiritual power could see everything clearly within a 10-kilometer radius. Naturally, he could see that there was a person in that shadow, slowly moving towards the barrier, who should not be from the official organization. Since they were not from the official side, it should be okay to ask them some questions. At this time, Yupa was in a corner, watching the ongoing battle inside the barrier. He licked his lips. Fight! Fight! It would be best if both sides get severely injured. Then I can take advantage of it, and maybe even break through the candlelight. Yupa thought happily. As for the barrier, he wasn't worried, having dealt with official organizations multiple times and still being alive. Yupa knew very well that this barrier could last at most 10 minutes before it would automatically dissolve. You look so happy. Is there something good to share? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Yupa. Reacting quickly, Yupa drew a dagger and turned to attack. However, just as the dagger was a centimeter away from Su-Yi, Yupa felt as if his entire body was entangled and could not move forward any further. Yupa's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt an invisible force binding his body, rendering him immobile. The dagger was only a centimeter away from Su-Yi, but could no longer advance. At this moment, Yupa saw the person in front of him clearly, a figure wearing a yellow robe adorned with various strange runes that seemed to shift. Yupa even felt a sensation of mental pollution the more he looked at it. The words he was about to say were abruptly halted. You still haven't said why you're so happy? Forget it, I won't ask that. I want to ask about the extraordinary. At this time, Su-Yi shook his head and did not pursue the question further, but changed the topic. Chapter 5. Are you the awakened one? Upon hearing Su-Yi's question and feeling the irresistible power coursing through him, Yupa knew he was powerless to resist. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and decided to cooperate for now to see what Su-Yi was really after. What do you want to know? Yupa tried to keep his voice steady. Su-Yi similed silaiti. The runes on his robe flickering with an eerie glow in the dim light as he slowly spoke. Tell me everything about the extraordinary beings. Where does your strength come from? What is the extraordinary system of this world? And what about that barrier? Yupa frowned, thinking that Su-Yi's questions were basic knowledge. With such strength, how could he not know? Was he merely toying with him? But he understood the principle of having to bow his head when under someone else's roof. So he answered, there are many sources of power for extraordinary beings. Some are born awakened. Some awaken after encountering evil spirits. Some gain abilities through consuming the flesh and blood of monsters, and others awaken through certain rituals. The methods vary widely. As for the extraordinary system, it ranges from low to high levels: glow, candlelight, bright moon, and dawn. The yellow robe on Su-E moved slightly, seemingly expressing satisfaction and signaling Yupa to continue. Yupa glanced towards the hotel and continued. That barrier is a common method used by official organizations, called the Starlight Barrier. It can seal off an area to prevent monsters from escaping and can also isolate external interference, but its duration is limited, usually only about 10 minutes. Su-E appeared thoughtful and continued to ask, when did the extraordinary beings come into existence? Have they always been here, or did they suddenly appear one day? Yupa furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why someone with such power was unaware of this. But he didn't dare ask more questions and could only respond. Extraordinary beings did not always exist. 10 years ago, a large number of abnormal events suddenly appeared around the world. Since then, more and more people began to awaken extraordinary abilities. Some awakened directly, while others gained abilities through rituals or unexpected events. The authorities gradually recognized the existence of extraordinary beings and established special organizations to manage and respond to supernatural phenomena. Later, the authorities discovered that all extraordinary powers originated from a certain energy critical point, although they could not decipher the nature of the critical point. Once a critical point appeared in a location, monsters would grow rampantly there. If the critical point reached a certain level, it would become a spatial node, continuously producing various monsters and evil spirits. Upon hearing the term evil spirit, Su-E suddenly recalled the mirror evil spirit he had dealt with initially and directly asked, "What are evil spirits? And what are monsters?" Yupa didn't hesitate and replied directly. Monsters are equivalent to the werewolf monsters that the authorities are currently fighting, strange and varied, with strengths that differ. But the most troublesome are the evil spirits. They have no physical form and are more like ghosts, yet far more terrifying. They usually only appear near critical points and are scarier than monsters. Once they appear, they adhere to certain rules. If those rules are followed, they can coexist peacefully. But if the rules are violated, even a bright moon level expert could die. However, if one knows their rules, even an ordinary person has a chance of surviving. After hearing this, Su-E understood why defeating that mirror evil spirit yielded so many energy points. He then thought about what Yupa said regarding evil spirits usually appearing near critical points and couldn't help but wonder, could there be a critical point near his home? It couldn't possibly be right at his doorstep, could it? However, knowing the rules only grants an ordinary person a chance of survival, not a chance to kill. With his thought, Su-E asked again, can ordinary people kill evil spirits? Yupa was taken aback by this question, looking at the yellow-robed figure. How could an ordinary person possibly kill an evil spirit? The lowest kill record for such beings since their appearance had been at the candlelight level. For an ordinary person to survive was already a great honor, let alone to kill one. So he quickly shook his head. Ordinary people cannot kill evil spirits. No matter how weak an evil spirit is, it is still extraordinary, just like an ant cannot kill an elephant. Su-E frowned. If ordinary people couldn't kill them, then how had he managed to do it? He couldn't figure it out and then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He would just consider it part of the system's beginner's gift. At the same time, the battle between Chanyang and Team 79 was becoming increasingly intense. Yang Kaishan swung his long knife, and the starlight on the blade poured down like a galaxy, pressing toward Chanyang. And Chanyang unfurled his stone wings, easily blocking the attack. When the blade struck the stone wings, it emitted a crisp sound. Yang Kaishan, using the force to retreat, did not advance further. He understood that the stone wings could not be engaged directly, or it would result in an explosion. After stepping back a few paces, Yang Kaishan felt anxious. The starlight barrier had less than a minute left. If he delayed any longer, once the barrier disappeared, it would be difficult to stop this flying guy. Worse still, apart from himself, the other team members were all severely injured. If they did not receive timely treatment, someone might die. However, Yang Kaishan felt helpless. The opponent was just too strong. Not only was the defense incredible, but he could also turn to stone midway, making it impossible to cut through. Moreover, this guy's recovery speed was particularly fast. On the other side, and Chanyang, hiding behind his stone wings, also appeared quite distressed. He clearly felt that his energy was running low. If this continued, once his energy was exhausted, he would be finished. Of course, there was another way, to directly kill the official personnel in front of him. But Chanyang knew that he had not yet developed the intent to kill. If he truly hardened his heart, he was confident he could deal with everyone except for the strongest one in the middle. However, if he continued to drag this out until his energy was exhausted, he would be the one to die. And Chanyang took a deep breath, a crimson light flashing in his eyes, and then retracted his stone wings. Don't push me any further. I really don't want to be your enemy. And Chanyang growled softly. Yang Kaishan was about to take the opportunity to attack when he suddenly stopped upon hearing this. He raised his hand to signal his teammates to cease their actions and then stared at Chanyang, asking, "Are you the Awakened One?" Although Chanyang felt puzzled and didn't quite understand what an Awakened One was, he guessed it was someone with special abilities. However, his power was given by an adult, so he wasn't sure if it counted. Despite thinking this, he still nodded slightly. Yang Kaishan frowned, lowering his long knife slightly, but his body remained in a state of alert. He stared intently at Chanyang. As the captain of Team 7-9, he was quite familiar with the abilities of the Awakened Ones, including skills that could transform into monsters. As for whether the other person was a monster in disguise, this question was easy to answer. He had never heard of any monster possessing intelligence, let alone evil spirits. If it were an evil spirit, they would have been dead long ago. If you're truly an Awakened One, then stop resisting and come back with us for investigation. Yang Kaishan said in a low, serious tone. Chapter 6. Spirit-breaking tracking missile. Will I still be able to live if I go back with you? And Chanyang said with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Yang Kaishan remained silent, understanding in his heart that given the crimes committed by the other party, even if he were to live, he would probably only spend the rest of his life in prison. Although we don't know the hardships behind your actions, as an Awakened One, you shouldn't commit such heinous killings, even if you do not serve the country. Don't you feel guilty towards your homeland and your parents? After a moment of silence, Yang Kaishan said sincerely. He knew that continuing to fight would not allow him to kill the opponent before the barrier disappeared. These words were merely to stabilize the other party while waiting for the support from Team 73. However, after hearing these words, Chanyang did not respond. He just stared at Yang Kaishan with blood-red eyes, his aura growing more and more violent, like a beast driven into a corner, ready to unleash a final counterattack at any moment. Guilty towards the homeland? Guilty towards my parents? Ha! Ha ha ha! And Chanyang's laughter echoed in the hotel, carrying an indescribable sense of desolation and madness. Yang Kaishan did not understand why the other party suddenly became so uncontrollable, but he tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand, and the teammates behind him became wary. Crack! At that moment, the time for the starlight barrier was up, and the barrier shattered instantly. As the barrier broke, Chanyang paused slightly, then deeply glanced at Yang Kaishan before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky like an arrow shot from a bow, shooting towards the clouds. Seeing this, Yang Kaishan's long knife erupted with dazzling starlight again, the blade pointing directly at Chanyang's figure. Don't even think about escaping, Yang Kaishan shouted, his form like lightning as he instantly pursued. However, Chanyang's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the hotel's range. Although Yang Kaishan chased relentlessly, the distance was gradually widening. At that moment, a series of urgent sounds of breaking air came from afar, and several figures quickly approached. Yang Kaishan's heart leaped with joy, knowing that Team 73 had arrived. Block him. Yang Kaishan showed that loudly. The members of Team 73 quickly dispersed, forming a surrounding circle, trying to trap Chanyang. However, Chanyang's wings suddenly flapped, and his body drew a strange arc in the air, easily evading Team 73's interception. Damn it! Yang Kaishan cursed inwardly, knowing that if this continued, the other party might very well escape. Yang Kaishan quickly turned to the captain of Team 73, Zhou Zhan, and said, "Quickly use your starlight barrier. We can't let him get away." Zhou Zhan was about to pursue when suddenly the intercom beside him crackled to life. After listening to a few sentences, Zhou Zhan nodded and helplessly said to Yang Kaishan, "No need, he can't escape." Yang Kaishan was taken aback, still not comprehending. Swish! In the distance, a black dot with a crimson tail flame was rapidly approaching Chanyang. Upon seeing this, Yang Kaishan was first stunned, then grabbed Zhou Zhan's collar, angrily questioning, "Spirit-breaking tracking missile? Are you crazy? This thing is being launched in the city? If he disregards everything and charges into the crowd, do you know what kind of casualties it would cause?" Zhou Zhan slowly removed Yang Kaishan's hand, shaking his head. "Old Yang, we've known each other for so long. You know my capabilities. I can't get something like this." Zhou Zhan straightened his wrinkled collar and pointed to the black dot dragging a crimson tail in the sky. The younger brother of Bai Yingyu, captain of the 3rd team of the Gonggong department, died in the hotel. It's been so long, and this monster hasn't been dealt with. The director hasn't advised against it either. Yang Kaishan clenched his fists upon hearing this, understanding that the situation was beyond saving. The Gongong Department is one of the two mysterious departments of Longhua that fight against monsters, the other being the Zhurong Department. The Gongong Department focuses on technological resistance to extraordinary powers, researching how to close critical points and combat evil spirits and monsters. The spirit-breaking tracking missile is one of their research outcomes, capable of sealing extraordinary powers at the moment of explosion. If hit, there is no doubt of death beneath the bright moon. Yang Kaishan's only hope was that the werewolf would not charge into the crowd, but would choose to fly into the high sky. But is that possible? An awakened, one who has already gone mad, may often choose to drag more people down with them when facing death. At this moment, and Chanyang, flying in the sky, suddenly felt a deadly threat surge in his heart. And Chanyang glanced and saw a missile with a crimson tail flame rapidly approaching him. His pupils contracted suddenly. Has the government gone mad? This was Chanyang's first reaction upon seeing the missile. Although he did not know the specific power of this missile, he could clearly feel that he was locked onto. If he charged into the crowd at this moment, the casualties would be incalculable. And Chanyang never expected that the government would go to such extremes. And Chanyang's mind raced, but no matter how he thought, there seemed to be no glimmer of hope for survival. Sigh. And Chanyang sighed, mobilizing the last of his energy to rush towards the clouds at the fastest speed. On the ground, Yang Kaishan and Zhou Zhan were slightly taken aback upon seeing the scene. They did not expect that Chanyang would not charge into the crowd, but would instead choose to fly into the high sky. Zhou Zhan did not think too much about it, only feeling somewhat relieved. After all, in Zhou Zhan's understanding, most monsters lack intelligence. Perhaps this monster simply thought flying into the high sky would give it a better chance of survival. But Yang Kaishan fell into deep thought, recalling in Chanyang's previous behaviors, that sense of desolation and madness, and the words he had said. Yang Kaishan vaguely felt that there might be more to this matter than meets the eye. Yang Kaishan decided that once this matter was over, he would investigate it further. And Chanyang's figure rapidly ascended in the night sky, like a retrograde meteor, dragging his gradually petrifying wings, shooting straight into the clouds. And Chanyang's speed was extremely fast, but the spirit-breaking tracking missile followed closely behind. The crimson tail flame drawing a dazzling trajectory in the night sky, like the scythe of death, tightly gripping his figure. At this moment, and Chanyang's body was gradually petrifying. And in the end, only his head retained the features of a werewolf, while the rest had completely turned to stone. This was a sign of energy depletion. When Chanyang flew to the high sky, he looked up at the starry sky, gazing at the sea of stars, and couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. But just then, Chanyang vaguely saw some blurred threads. However, before he could think too much, his head also began to petrify, leaving only a pair of eyes that could still see. And Chanyang's perspective shifted from the starry sky to the approaching spirit-breaking tracking missile below. In the moment before facing death, Chanyang felt no reluctance in his heart, because he had already done what he needed to do. The only thing that made Chanyang feel regret was that he had not yet been able to repay the adult who had given him power. He was about to end his life in this way. Boom! Chapter 7. Electronic Evil Spirits. The missile exploded the moment it approached Chanyang, releasing a special energy wave that instantly engulfed Chanyang in a blaze of fire. The shockwave from the explosion formed a visible ripple in the air, spreading outward. The night sky over Lingyuan City was illuminated by this sudden explosion, resembling daylight. The flames burst in the air like a giant firework, brief yet dazzling. The aftershocks of the explosion reverberated in the air, causing the buildings below to tremble slightly, with the glass windows emitting a buzzing vibration. At this moment, Zhou Zhan witnessed the scene and, after a slight sigh of relief, felt somewhat emotional. If it had exploded in the city, not only would we have been lost, but many innocent people would have suffered too. Fortunately, that monster flew up into the sky. Right, Lao Yang? Seeing no response from the other side, Zhou Zhan nudged Yang Kaishan with his elbow. Hey, what are you thinking about, Lao Yang? Yang Kaishan had been staring at the explosion in the sky. Upon hearing Zhou Zhan's words, he came back to his senses and nodded. Since the matter is resolved, I'll take my team back now. After saying this, Yang Kaishan left without any hesitation. Zhou Zhan felt somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Yang Kaishan didn't show any reaction. It's known that the monster's level was classified as a high-tier fluorescent level. Moreover, with this incident, the achievement would definitely be regarded at the candlelight level. They were both just a step away from advancing to candlelight level, and this achievement would likely allow Lao Yang to step directly into that tier. Yet there was not a hint of excitement. However, Zhou Zhen looked at the teammates beside Yang Kaishan, each one injured, and thought that he must be worried about his team. With this in mind, Zhou Zhen couldn't help but admire Yang Kaishan's composure. To be so unfazed by such a significant achievement. Then he began to clean up the scene with his team. Meanwhile, in a corner, Su Yi looked at the werewolf statue before him and thought to himself, "It's a pity that my first experiment ended like this." However, through this incident and the questioning of that guy, Su Yi gained some understanding of the official strength. Of course, it wouldn't be accurate to say he understood completely, especially regarding that missile just now. Even while saving, it consumed quite a bit of his energy. For instance, one of the runes on his yellow robe dimmed. At this moment, Yu Pa, who was pinned in the corner, widened his eyes. What did he just see? Someone could actually rescue a person from the explosion of the breaking spirit tracking missile. Although Yu Pa had never seen its terror, he had heard of it. Just one detonation could clear a wide area of various monsters, and even firing a few weaker evil spirits would result in their elimination. Yet, despite such a terrifying thing, someone managed to save a person from it. Most importantly, Yu Pa could clearly see that after saving the person, the dense runes on that individual had only dimmed by one. By this logic, how terrifying was the strength of the person in front of him? A full moon? No, definitely more terrifying than that. At that moment, after roughly understanding the strength of this world, Su Yi, preparing to return, glanced at Yu Pa beside him. With a slight movement of his fingers, the spider silk on Yu Pa began to retract rapidly. Upon feeling the force on his body, Yu Pa immediately widened his eyes and pleaded, "Master, spare me." Su Yi glanced at him. "Sorry, you know too much. I can't let you live." After saying this, Yu Pa's body gradually twisted under the retraction of the spider silk, his eyes bulging wide. Crack! Yu Pa was torn into a pile of mush. Kill. Fluorescent high-tier Yu Pa gained white material black shadow. Energy points 180. Listening to the system's prompt, Su Yi pondered in secret, realizing that only killing those who had awakened extraordinary abilities could yield good rewards. Back home, Su Yi casually tossed the now stone statue of Changyang aside. Then he took a deep breath and fully utilized his mental power to conduct a deep reconnaissance around him. Sure enough, after a while, he discovered a location with strange energy fluctuations. This place was none other than his own rooftop. Without hesitation, Su Yi swiftly climbed to the rooftop using spider silk. After arriving, Su Yi discovered a spot with strange fluctuations that the naked eye couldn't perceive. It could only be sensed through mental power, revealing layers of ripples that were continuously expanding, as if something inside was trying to break free and was clearing this location. It seemed to have already breached a bit, and at this point, a bizarre energy was surging toward a computer in his room. Seeing this, Su Yi immediately scanned that computer with his mental power, checking it up and down, left and right. After finishing, he also inspected the evil spirit lens in the system space. Ultimately, he found that they were of the same origin. This meant that his computer was slowly transforming into a new evil spirit. Judging by the input speed, it would likely be filled in about an hour. According to the previous evil spirit, providing 2 materials and 1,000 energy points. In about an hour, he would receive 10 consecutive draws and 2 new materials. Chapter 8. 10 consecutive draws. Paranormal Investigation Bureau. In the director's office. Buying you. Are you crazy? The director slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at a young man in front of him. Bai Yin stood in the center of the office, his face pale and gloomy, staring at the screen on his tablet, with an uncontrollable rage burning in his eyes. Hearing the director's words, he turned to look back, his voice low and slightly manic. "Director, my brother is dead. He died at the hands of that monster. The footage shows he was tortured to death." The director's brow was tightly furrowed, his tone still angry, but with a hint of restraint. "I understand your feelings, but I have already sent people there. Even if you don't launch the spirit-breaking tracking missile, that monster won't survive. But your rash action, if the missile explodes in the city, the consequences are unimaginable. If that monster rushes into the crowd or towards my team, do you know how many people would die? There are only 4 teams in Linyuan City, and I would lose 2 of them in one go." After hearing this, Bai Yin looked at the director and said gloomily, "Director, do you think I care? My brother is dead. That monster must die. As for the others, whether they live or die is none of my business." The director's face instantly turned ashen, and after taking a breath, he said, "Even if you want to launch it, at least tell me, so we can make some preparations." Bai Yin, seeing this, scoffed. "It's just a small city. Do you think you can stop me? Also, Director, I advise you to agree soon. Otherwise, who will seal the S-Class critical point in Linyuan City for you. You should know that there are many critical points in the entire Dragon Country. If it weren't for my family being here, do you think someone with my abilities would come to your little Linyuan City? The director clenched his fists, visibly straining with anger. After taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he spoke in a low and restrained voice. All right, in Linyuan City, I will give you all command authority. But there is one condition. You must resolve the critical point in Linyuan City. Bai Inyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Even the anger over his brother's death dissipated. He smiled at the director. I will naturally resolve the critical point in Linyuan City. However, before that, there's one more thing. The director frowned, his tone slightly impatient. What is it? Bai Inyu raised his hand and pointed to a photo on the wall, coldly saying, this person is the captain of this operation, right? I don't require him to commit suicide or anything. Just one request. Cancel all his past achievements and remove him from his position. The director's brow furrowed even tighter, calmly saying, Bai Inyu, Yang Kaishan is a key member of the Linyuan City Paranormal Investigation Bureau. His speed of action and decision-making have no issues. We all regret your brother's death. But that cannot be a reason for you to vent your anger on others. Bai Inyu sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Director, I'm not negotiating with you. Either he goes or I go. The director fell silent, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he finally nodded, his voice sounding somewhat weary. All right, I agree. Hearing this agreement, Bai Inyu took one last look at the director, scoffed dismissively, and turned to leave. Am I dead? And Chanyang's consciousness gradually returned, and his body's petrified state was slowly dissipating. Roar! Before he could fully wake up, a zombie lunged at him with claws bared. Bang! A large green piece suddenly smashed into the zombie's forehead, instantly blowing its head off. And Chanyang instinctively turned around and saw a creature with 3 green hairs on its head, entirely green, round-headed, and with a mouth like a cannon, standing behind him. This. Isn't that the pea shooter? And Chanyang's eyes widened as he looked at the fallen zombie, then at the green plant. Did I cross over to the world of plants versus zombies? Stop dawdling, come help quickly. A familiar voice called out from the side. And Chanyang turned to see a person in a yellow robe operating something on a tablet. Sir? When Chanyang saw Su-yi, some lost memories began to resurface in his mind. He instinctively asked, Can you play? Sui did not look up and asked, Are you good at it? And Chanyang glanced at the surrounding plants and zombies. Although confused and unsure about what was happening, he nodded without much hesitation, realizing that playing a game like Plants vs. Zombies was manageable. Seeing this, Su-yi directly tossed the tablet over, and Chanyang instinctively reached out to catch it, but suddenly remembered that his wolf claws might damage the tablet. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he found that his hand had already returned to human form. Thud! The tablet hit his forehead, causing Chanyang to wince in pain, but still managed to catch it with his other hand. Right, this place suppresses extraordinary powers, so you've turned back into a human. Sui explained lightly. Although Chanyang still had many questions in his mind, the flashing red text on the screen interrupted his thoughts. The next wave of zombies is about to attack, and Chanyang immediately got into the zone and quickly started operating on the tablet. A row of pea shooters was neatly arranged on the lawn, while several walnut walls were placed in the front row to block the zombies' advance. Sui nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the constantly jumping prompts on the screen. Kill the electronic evil spirit derivative, gain 1 energy point. Although one zombie is only worth 1 energy point, there are dozens of zombies in each wave, and one wave can be cleared in 10 minutes. Calculating this way, in 2 or 3 hours, he could gather enough energy points for a 10 consecutive draw. With 24 hours in a day, if luck is good, he might even gather enough for 100 consecutive draws. Sui felt delighted. It was this discovery that prevented him from immediately dealing with the electronic evil spirit. After all, instead of directly taking out the electronic evil spirit for a single 10 consecutive draw, it was better to keep it around for continuous energy point acquisition. Sui glanced back at Chanyang, who was focused on operating, then tore open a passage in front of him and stepped through. The surrounding scenery changed instantly, and Sui returned to his original room. In the room, the computer screen displayed Chanyang arranging plants on the lawn. Sui didn't interfere, but continued to use his mental power to probe the state of the electronic evil spirit. He found that the critical point was still continuously transmitting that strange energy to the electronic evil spirit. Seeing this, Sui felt relieved. As long as it can hold on, I can continue to farm energy points. Sui thought. As for whether it might go wrong, he was not worried. At worst, he could start over in a different place, but the opportunity for 100 or even several hundred consecutive draws could not be missed. Now that the energy points had exceeded 1,000, it was just enough for a 10 consecutive draw. However, he didn't rush to draw. Instead, he penetrated his mental power into the core of the electronic evil spirit. The core of the electronic evil spirit was filled with chaotic and violent energy, instinctively resisting Su Yi's intrusion. But this resistance was ineffective against Su Yi. Su Yi did not intend to eliminate the electronic evil spirit just yet, but decided to slightly modify the data. With only 3 plants, it could handle the early stages, but in the later stages, it would definitely not hold up against the increasing number of zombies. Suitot. So, he gave Chanyang a small cheat, a 10 times increase in sunlight acquisition speed, and unlocked all plants. After the modification was complete, Su Yi looked at the somewhat wilted electronic evil spirit and nodded in satisfaction. Now, it was time to test his luck. Su Yi silently chanted in his heart, "Activate the 10 consecutive draws." Chapter 9. Am I an evil spirit? White materials: Haze dragonfly needle, ghoul's teeth, mutated corpse, mighty bull horn, transparent cloud, electric eel gland. Green materials: Een soldier armor fragment, Fission flesh, spirit foxtail. Purple material: Photon jellyfish. Su Yi's gaze was immediately captivated by the newly drawn purple material, the Photon jellyfish. Last time, he successfully fused the impressive yellow robe using the purple material cloth of the king in yellow. So, what amazing thing would this new purple material fuse into? However, this time, Su Yi was determined to fuse the material into himself. After all, he was already in the late stage of brain cancer, and the situation was urgent, although the old robe allowed him to temporarily avoid the pain caused by late-stage brain cancer. It was ultimately only a temporary solution and could not truly eradicate the brain cancer. This brain cancer was like a thorn embedded in his brain. If he didn't remove it, he would be restless. It was more like a bomb that could explode at any moment, constantly threatening his life. Now that he had a system to cheat with, how could he leave this deadly hidden danger? It had to be resolved quickly. Moreover, the previous fusion with Chanyang went very smoothly. Apart from a slight change in appearance, there were no other defects. Thinking of this, Su Yi let out a long breath, looking at the materials in front of him, lost in thought. After careful consideration, Su Yi made his choice. Mirror mimicry: green prism of the evil spirit in the mirror, can transform into any object within 5 meters after activation and can be freely modified. Een soldier armor fragment: green fragments of protective armor gathered from the souls of ancient battlefields may summon ancient souls to fight for you when powered by energy. Fission flesh: green active tissue from an escaped laboratory sample, capable of endless flesh fission. Each can serve as a clone of oneself, but note that with each fission, one's own strength will weaken by fraction. Photon jellyfish: purple and energy life, form nurtured in the quantum ocean. Its umbrella-shaped body is constructed of light beams, capable of converting any attack into energy beams and absorbing them. Any object touched by its tentacles will turn into energy beams and be absorbed. The reason for choosing these 4 materials was that Su Yi discovered that after fusion, he could add more materials for fusion again. This discovery was a conclusion he just reached from the experiment with Chanyang. White and green materials could be added again for fusion. The blue material was unclear, as he didn't have it now. As for the purple material, Su Yi curiously placed it into the fusion panel for a try. Though he didn't intend to truly fuse, he just wanted to see what the result would be, but found that the panel displayed that fusion was not possible. Although Su Yi didn't know the reason, he speculated that it might be due to some conditions not being met or Chanyang's strength not being sufficient. Upon realizing this, Su Yi couldn't help but ponder, how many materials could he carry? As a traveler and a system owner, Su Yi believed he could definitely fuse more. However, when Su Yi chose to place himself into the fusion panel, he was stunned by the information displayed. Su Yi blew a person who has already died and turned into an evil spirit, yet is occupied by an unknown soul. All evil spirits are gathered in the brain tumor, a person who is dead but still alive. Seeing this information about himself, Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He instinctively swallowed. What does this mean? He was already dead and had turned into an evil spirit? No, that is not right. Looking at the information above, it should be that the original owner died and became an evil spirit, and he later occupied this body. So, does that mean he is also an evil spirit now? No, still not right. According to the information, all evil spirits are gathered in the brain tumor. So in essence, he is still a person, not an evil spirit. There is also one point that is unclear. If he is not an evil spirit, How did he kill that evil spirit in the mirror? Right at this moment, he suddenly recalled how he killed the evil spirit in the mirror. The confused state of that evil spirit in the mirror and his own relaxed appearance. He immediately understood this was not a beginner's gift pack, but the strength of the evil spirit in his mind. Could it be this is his rule, or the rule of the evil spirit in his head? He was unsure, but no matter what, as long as he fused himself, then everything might become clear. Because in the current situation, it seemed that this was the only path to take. He already knew that the tumor was an evil spirit. It was likely that the tumor had noticed he had discovered it. After confirming this, he directly placed the purple material in, finding no prompts. Then, he decisively pressed the fusion button. In an instant, a burst of purple light flashed, and he could distinctly feel subtle changes occurring in his body. However, he didn't T-check immediately, but chose to fuse the green material once again. When the light dissipated, he found himself hanging upside down from the ceiling. His body seemed to have transformed into an energy entity. But at this moment, he had no time to care about his own situation. Instead, he immediately focused his mind to probe the tumor in his brain. After careful observation, he clearly saw that the tumor-like thing was still in his mind. However, unlike before, it was now flowing with strange, wispy energies. If it weren't for his enhanced strength, he wouldn't have been able to perceive this detail at all, as this tumor had already completely merged with him. But then, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this tumor seemed to have also transformed into some kind of energy form, just like him. Seeing this, he thought for a moment and then unhesitatingly inserted his hand into his head, intending to directly pull the tumor out. Since he now knew he had become an energy entity, he understood that as long as he had energy, his body could return to its original state. Even if he removed his head, as long as the body remained, he could be revived. However, just to be safe, he first used the old robe to completely isolate the area below his neck from his head, to prevent the evil spirit in the tumor from spreading downwards along with his head. After preparing, he gripped the tumor tightly with both hands and pulled hard. However, the tumor was exceptionally hard, and he couldn't move it with just one hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately inserted his other hand into his head, exerting force with both hands, pulling at this energy-shaped tumor. During the pulling process, he felt as if his brain was being torn apart. But since he was now an energy entity, he didn't feel much of a significant impact. He just felt as if his brain was being pulled out. But this discomfort didn't last long. A few seconds later, the tumor finally couldn't withstand it and was completely pulled out by him. At the moment the tumor was pulled out, Yi's brain suddenly jolted, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Although there was some discomfort, it was more of a sense of relief. At the same time, he understood one of the rules of this evil spirit was similar to that of the electronic evil spirit, but also different. In other words, this rule ignored the rule of the mirror evil spirit, allowing him to achieve a single strike kill. Of course, there was also the reason that the mirror evil spirit did not resist. After understanding this, he hurriedly observed the situation in his head, only to see the vacant spot slowly filling with normal brain tissue, and no new tumor was growing. Seeing this scene, Yi's heart, which was hanging in suspense, finally settled, and he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, no new tumor grew, otherwise he would truly be cursing. Immediately afterward, he did not hesitate to activate the old robe, and countless threads instantly wrapped tightly around the tumor. Then, strong electric currents flickered on the threads. Until this thing was eliminated, Yi could never feel at ease. As the current surged into the tumor, it trembled violently in the web, emitting piercing shrieks. Yi was taken aback by the sound, initially thinking he was hearing things. However, after listening carefully for a while, he confirmed that the shrill noise was real, realizing that the tumor was still alive. Nevertheless, after just a moment of hesitation, Yi did not stop his actions. Instead, he increased the output of the current. About half an hour later, the deafening shrieks finally ceased, and the tumor was reduced to ashes under the continuous effect of the high-voltage electricity. Even so, Yi remained uneasy. After a brief contemplation, he directed a beam of energy from his newly acquired ability at the pile of ashes. He formed an energy circle to surround it and released the energy for a full hour. Kill. Brain tumor contaminated by evil energy. Obtain blue material undying brain tumor cancer. Energy points 500. Seeing he only gained 500 energy points, Yi did not mind. After all, this was just one of the rules, extracted as material. The other one was still within him. But in any case, the deadly brain tumor had finally been resolved, and that was the most important thing. Chapter 10. Let's do something big. Confirming that he was safe, Su-Yi finally calmed down and began to carefully check his condition. He first conducted a comprehensive self-examination from multiple angles, then utilized the ability of the old robe to scan his entire body repeatedly dozens of times. Only after confirming that there were no abnormalities did he finally relax. Next, Su-Yi slowly lowered his head, fixing his gaze on his fingers. Due to his body transforming into an energy form, he could clearly see a strand of stray light weaving along the veins beneath his skin. Seeing this, Su-Yi did not hesitate and reached out with his other hand, firmly grasping the base of his little finger before suddenly pulling with force. Crack! Instead of the expected pain, he felt a strange sensation akin to ice crystals shattering. The instant the broken joint fell to the ground, it instantly transformed into a pool of silver liquid, rapidly multiplying at a visible speed. The outlines of bones and muscles twisted and reshaped in the interplay of light and shadow, and within just a few moments, another version of him slowly stood up from the floor. The doppelganger looked up at Su-Yi with great respect, slightly nodding. Main body. After carefully examining this doppelganger, Su-Yi found that its appearance was quite similar to his own. This was one of the 4 skills he obtained after the fusion. Energy split. This skill was extremely useful, allowing him to indefinitely create doppelgangers, each capable of independent mimicry and sharing consciousness with the main body. Looking at the doppelganger before him, Su-Yi's eyes were filled with satisfaction. After a moment of thought, he took off the yellow robe and handed it to the doppelganger, saying solemnly, "From now on, this old robe belongs to you." The reason for this decision was because after the fusion, Su-Yi decided to retreat behind the scenes, leaving all dangerous matters to the doppelgangers. The doppelganger accepted the yellow robe with both hands and quickly dressed. Watching the doppelganger's movements, Su-Yi pondered for a moment before starting to manipulate his fingers, continuously converting the surrounding matter into doppelgangers. In an instant, with flickering lights and shadows, dozens of doppelgangers appeared in the room. Su-Yi allowed these doppelgangers to change their appearances at will and move freely. Even so, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he continued to split until the entire room was filled with doppelgangers. Although creating so many doppelgangers weakened Su-Yi's power, he believed it was worth it. After all, each doppelganger was equivalent to an extra life. As long as he had at least one doppelganger remaining, he could be resurrected within its body even if he died. Moreover, since he had confirmed his intention to retreat behind the scenes, he needed enough manpower. Having too few doppelgangers was indeed not suitable. With this in mind, Su-Yi turned to the first doppelganger he created, his expression serious as he issued an order. "Now, I assign you a task to find out the current progress of the official actions." The doppelganger nodded heavily in acknowledgement, then flashed away, instantly disappearing from the room. Su-Yi walked to the window, casting his gaze to the street outside. He saw some people walking with normal expressions, unhurried, but more people were rushing away, looking panicked. This scene immediately raised doubts in Su-Yi's mind. If it were in the past, he might not have thought much about it, but now he had just done something significant. Even though he and T directly acted, it was still related to him. Su-Yi immediately released his mental power and scanned the surrounding area multiple times. Upon investigation, he found that the flow of people was rapidly decreasing in other neighborhoods, except for his own. A bit farther away, official personnel were methodically dispersing the crowds, taking strong measures against those who refused to cooperate, knocking them unconscious and forcibly taking them away. It was clear that the officials were conducting a clearing operation. Su-Yi understood that the critical point had likely been discovered by the officials. As for whether he had been exposed, after careful consideration, he felt that the possibility was not high. Since donning the old robe, he had kept the passive effect of the second skill activated and had never turned it off. With this layer of protection, it wouldn't be easy for the officials to discover him. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that the critical point had been noticed. Of course, even so, he could not ignore the possibility of being discovered. Su-Yi gently shook his head, deciding that it didn't matter what the officials did. It was none of his business. After all, he had already decided to retreat behind the scenes, leaving most of the remaining matters to the doppelgangers. However, despite planning to hand everything over to the doppelgangers, Su-Yi had no intention of leaving. Although he knew staying was not a necessary choice, he had absolute confidence in his ability to survive. Not to mention, the commands he had just given were either for some doppelgangers to burrow underground or to randomly choose a direction to flee as quickly as possible. One could say that as long as the officials didn't directly drop a nuclear bomb, everything would be fine. After all, the doppelgangers inherited his energy body ability, which meant they could also be immune to physical damage. Given this situation, how could he die? Since there was no worry about survival, Sui began to make long-term plans for his future. Moreover, he had now gained a new life and powerful abilities. Sui decided to throw off all restraints and enjoy this brand new life to the fullest. Main body, is there anything fun to do? Yes. Main body, we finally came out. We must do something big. At that moment, the surrounding doppelgangers were excitedly chattering back and forth. Sui looked at these lively doppelgangers and shook his head helplessly. He knew exactly what they were thinking. They were part of him, sharing the same thoughts and memories. Without the threat to their lives, they naturally yearned to enjoy themselves freely. Since that was the case, Sui's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He then gathered the consciousness of all the doppelgangers together and said in his mind, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's do something big." At the moment all the doppelgangers' consciousness converged, the scene instantly became incredibly noisy, especially when they learned that the main body intended to do something grand. The doppelgangers became even more excited and unable to contain themselves. Hee. How big are we going to play? Are we going to confront the officials head-on? Confronting the officials is too risky. It's better to look for some evil spirits or monsters. I say, we seem too weak right now. We need to find a way to strengthen our power. As long as the main body gives the order, we could directly massacre the city. One person can provide 10 points of energy. There are at least 1 million people in Linyuan City. Hearing the doppelgangers' discussion, Sui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How did the conversation shift towards city slaughter? Is my thinking so dark? As a new era youth who grew up under the red flag and received 9 years of compulsory education, my thoughts surely wouldn't be so evil. It definitely isn't my problem. It must be that there were still some remnants left over from clearing the evil spirits that affected my doppelgangers. Thinking of this, Sui immediately used his powerful mental power to silence all the doppelgangers, then shouted, "All of you, align with me." The doppelgangers, who had just been enthusiastically discussing, immediately closed their mouths obediently and focused all their attention on the main body. Sui cleared his throat and continued, "Don't be so extreme and evil in your thoughts. You are all my avatars, and we should all strive to be good people." Hearing this, the avatars began to chatter excitedly. What can we do if we don't destroy cities? There aren't any monsters around here, right? We can't even find targets to level up against. There are only 1 or 2 evil spirits, which aren't enough to fight. If we don't get stronger, we won't feel secure. Sui shook his head helplessly and patiently said, "What do you mean destroy cities? If we do that, we'll become the villains everyone wants to take down. Besides, who says there are no monsters? Don't we have a critical point right above us? If we open that thing, won't we have plenty of monsters and evil spirits to deal with? Once there are enough energy points, each of you will get a supernatural item." As soon as Sui finished speaking, the avatars were taken aback for a moment, then erupted into a deafening buzz of excitement. "That's amazing. Master, this idea is simply brilliant. How come we didn't think of it? You're so impressive to come up with such a good plan." When the monsters burst out to threaten the city, we could pretend to be the saviors and gain both fame and fortune, right? Listening to the avatar's discussion, the smile on Sui's face grew more pronounced. He had long since planned this out. Since he had confirmed he had sufficient strength to protect himself, it was only natural to aim for something big. After this operation, although he couldn't guarantee freedom with energy points in the future, as long as he had enough energy points, he wouldn't be afraid of not drawing more powerful materials. As long as the materials were strong enough, he could ensure his stable survival in this world. Indeed, Sui's simplest desire was just to live steadily in this world. Finding joy would come later, once he grew stronger. After giving detailed tasks to some of the avatars, Sui stood alone once again in front of the critical point. He looked up at the mysterious and dangerous critical point before him and slowly reached out his hand. In an instant, a strange and powerful energy surged from his body, quickly spreading around the entire critical point. This critical point, at its essence, could be understood as a bizarre energy from the other side attempting to open a passage to his world. To open this critical point, one only needed to use sufficiently powerful strength to forcefully tear a rift. With Sui's current strength, achieving this was not impossible. It just required some time. Quantum return collapses a 30-meter radius field into a two-dimensional mirror, deconstructing all matter into primitive light quanta. The user transforms into an unobservable state during this time. And after use, the user will be in a quantum state for 24 hours. During this period, the user cannot affect reality, nor can reality attack you. Is this move strong? The answer is undoubtedly yes, of course it's strong. However, its greatest strength lies not in the ability to deconstruct all matter into a two-dimensional mirror, but in the quantum state one enters after using it. In this miraculous state, Su E is almost in an invincible position where he cannot be targeted or attacked. Although he cannot affect the real world during these 24 hours, he can observe the external situation the entire time, much like being a spectator in a game, unable to participate in the battle, but absolutely safe. Chapter 11 passed at this moment. On the Linyuan Bridge, the cold wind cut like a knife, tugging at Yang Kaishan's windbreaker. In the dusk, he looked at the dismissal notice on his phone screen, a mixture of emotions flooding him. His phone vibrated continuously, red messages popping up one after another. Filled with concern from his teammates, Yang Kaishan remained silent, his fingers gently sliding across the screen, revealing the numerous crimes committed by the White Owl. One by one, they appeared, so many that it was hard to believe, and what angered him more was how easily he had uncovered these crimes. What did this mean? It meant that the White Owl had not taken them seriously at all, being utterly reckless. Yang Kaishan's hand slowly clenched around the starlight knife, its blade shimmering with a chilling light even in the dim night. Below the bridge, the Linyuan River roared with tumultuous waves, the muddy waters surging, bringing with it a briny breeze. It was far less than the bone-chilling coldness in his heart. Yang Kaishan suddenly threw back his head and laughed. His laughter filled with self-mockery and confusion. This was the first time in nearly a decade that he felt so powerless. Old Yang, don't think too much. Let go. The director had no choice, Zhou Jun said, appearing at his side, his broad palm resting on his shoulder, his tone full of comfort. Yang Kaishan stopped laughing, turned to Zhou Jun, and shook his head gently. I don't blame the director. I only blame myself for being too weak. Zhou Jun took out a cigarette case, lit one, took a deep drag, and then offered one to Yang Kaishan. Want one? No, I've quit, Yang Kaishan replied flatly. Zhou Jun sighed softly, exhaling circles of white smoke. I really envy you. I've tried quitting several times, but I still can't. Yang Kaishan didn't respond, his thoughts drifting back a few years. Back then, he was still a rookie in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, the extraordinary, the mysterious, the unknown world. And those monsters that existed only in legends filled this once ordinary person with excitement and anticipation. However, fate had other plans. During what seemed to be a routine mission, a major intelligence error occurred. What was supposed to be a training operation turned into a nightmare. He watched helplessly as the captain and teammates were brutally slaughtered by monsters. That deep sense of powerlessness clung to him like a festering sore, and he could never erase it from his heart. From that day on, he quit smoking, gave up all entertainment and leisure, and was left with only one obsession: to kill all the monsters. Zhou Jun noticed his dazed expression and patted his shoulder again. Let the past be the past. None of us can change it. Yang Kaishan remained silent for a long time, his gaze directed at the surging Linyuan River, then towards the faintly visible critical point in the distance. Yes, the past cannot be changed, but this time I want to try again. Zhou Jun's brows furrowed, taking another deep drag of his cigarette, his tone heavy. The reason we gave up there is that it's the place where the critical point opens, and we detected the presence of evil spirits. And according to calculations, there may be more than one. To close the critical point, we had no choice but to abandon it. You've been in the Bureau for nearly 10 years. You should know the terror of evil spirits. The director has already ordered you to go back. Yang Kaishan turned to Zhou Jun, a carefree smile tugging at his lips. If I were still in the Bureau, I would naturally obey the orders. But now, I've been dismissed, right? So, I don't have to listen to the director's orders anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's cigarette but fell to the ground with a thud. Old Yang, don't be impulsive. Zhou Jun urgently shouted. You can't deal with evil spirits. Even if you fight to the death, it's just throwing your life away. Yang Kaishan did not respond, only gently patted Zhou Jun's shoulder and turned to walk toward the other end of the bridge. The starlight knife trembled slightly in his hand, its cold light becoming increasingly dazzling in the dusk. Old Yang, Zhou Jun's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. Do you think you can change anything alone? Do you think you're a hero? The terror of evil spirits means you will just die if you go. Yang Kaishan's steps faltered slightly, but he did not turn back. His deep, calm voice carried on the wind. I'm not a hero, nor have I ever thought of being one. I just don't want to stand by knowing someone will die and not try to save them. After saying this, he quickened his pace, his figure gradually disappearing into the thickening dusk. Zhoujin stood in place, the cigarette in his hand long extinguished. He clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white from the pressure, but ultimately he released them weakly. Damn it, Zhoujin muttered under his breath, pulling out his phone and quickly dialing the director's number. On the other end of the line, the director's calm voice came through. Zhoujin, what's the situation? Zhoujin took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Director, Old Yang, has gone to the critical point. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a heavy sigh. I understand. Come back. Director. Zhoujin's voice was filled with reluctance. Is there really no way? No. The director's tone was firm, and I order you. Come back immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Zhoujin stood there, the phone screen gradually dimming. He looked up in the direction Yang Kaishan had left. The Linyuan Bridge in the dusk resembling a giant shadow, as if it would swallow all light. Sighing, Zhoujin finally turned around and left helplessly. No one noticed that in the high sky, a figure in a yellow robe was excitedly watching everything unfold. This seems so much fun, I want to follow along. The figure in the yellow robe shook his head, but unfortunately, his main body had assigned him the task of monitoring the official progress, so he could only follow that smoking guy. Nevertheless, he quickly relayed what was happening here to his other avatars. In an instant, the group of avatars became lively. Chapter 12. The acting is discovered. Tap. Tap. Yang Kaishan's footsteps sounded particularly clear on the silent street. As he walked deeper, the dark clouds in the sky became denser, looming as if they were about to engulf him. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The more he walked, the more his brow furrowed. After walking for so long, he hadn't seen a single living person. Could it be that they all met with misfortune? Moreover, at the moment he stepped in, Yang Kaishan could distinctly feel countless gazes directed toward him. Normally, he would dismiss it as a psychological effect, but after entering this place, he realized it couldn't be just in his head. There were indeed eyes watching him. This meant he had been discovered. It was even very likely that the evil spirits inside had noticed him the moment he entered. Yang Kaishan slowed his pace, gripping the starlight knife more tightly. The sound of his shoes scraping against the ground seemed to echo infinitely in the dead silence. Help! At that moment, a cry for help came from a distance. Yang Kaishan halted abruptly, his gaze shifting toward the source of the sound. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, rushing toward the plea for help. Turning the corner, the sight before him made Yang Kaishan's pupils constrict sharply. At the end of the street, a figure shrouded in black mist was slowly closing in on a girl lying on the ground. The girl's clothes were tattered, her body stained with blood, and her hands clutched the ground tightly as she desperately tried to crawl backward, but she was already too weak to move. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair, tears streaming down her face like broken beads. Help! Help me! Someone please save me! The figure in the black mist let out a chilling laugh. Save you? Everyone here has been captured. Who can save you? You will all become sacrifices for my master's arrival. Hee hee. Yang Kaishan's eyes widened with fury, and the starlight knife erupted with brilliant starlight. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed toward the black mist, shouting, "Stop!" With this roar, a sharp blade of light cut through the darkness. The figure in the black mist seemed to have anticipated this. A strange smile curling at the corners of its mouth, its blood-red eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Seeking death, the black mist instantly coalesced into a gigantic claw, roaring toward Yang Kaishan's blade. Swish! With a crisp sound, the starlight knife effortlessly sliced through the claw. The figure in the black mist let out a shriek, but Yang Kaishan did not stop. The light of the starlight knife grew even more radiant, slicing through the body of the black mist like a flash of lightning. Swish! The figure was cut in half, and the black mist began to dissipate, revealing its true form. A twisted humanoid creature with skin as pale as paper, blood-red eyes, and a strange smile still hanging at the corners of its mouth. You think killing me will stop the arrival of the master? It struggled to speak, its voice hoarse and eerie. The power of the master is beyond your imagination. All of you will become sacrifices. Before the words fell, it vanished like starlight. Yang Kaishan furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. Who exactly was this master the monster spoke of? Was there another evil cult besides the evil spirits causing trouble here? He shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts aside, and turned to the girl lying on the ground. The girl had her head lowered, curled up on the ground, her body trembling slightly, as if she had been frightened by the earlier battle. Yang Kaishan stepped forward and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The girl didn't raise her head, still maintaining her curled position. Yang Kaishan squatted down and gently patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, it's all right now. Only then did the girl timidly reply, thank you. Yang Kaishan nodded lightly, but felt a strange sensation in his heart. He suppressed his confusion and asked, where did the others go besides you? The girl didn't answer immediately. Her mind was currently a cacophony. I said I would use my method. First, pretend to be a cute, innocent girl to capture that guy's heart. Then at the crucial moment, take a stab. Imagine the look of despair on his face. Isn't that creative? Why can't we do it? What creativity? First of all, this thing is so glitch. Let's not even talk about how it's all big men here. Pretending a couple of times is fine, but pretending too much will expose us. I say we just go for a backstab. Isn't that better? Stop arguing. Mine is better. We should just reveal our strength and directly fool him into joining our newly made organization. What is that? Mine is way cooler. The girl felt her head spinning. After so long, they still hadn't thought of a plan? At this moment, one of the clones hurriedly said, don't worry, it'll be ready soon. Just let me win this argument, and it'll be fine. The clone that had just died spoke again. How about I resurrect and go fight again by some time? Seeing Yang Kaishan seemingly about to make a move, the girl stopped paying attention to the quarrel in her mind and exited the mental space. Pretending to be timid, she said, I don't know. Those guys captured my parents as soon as they appeared, saying they wanted sacrifices. I really don't know anything else. Yang Kaishan furrowed his brows tightly, pondering for a moment before asking, do you know where they were taken? The girl hesitated for a moment and pointed toward the largest mall in the area. That way. Yang Kaishan nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, all right, since that's the case, I'm going to rescue them. You stay here for now. Upon hearing this, the girl hurriedly said, I'm worried about my parents being there. Can I go with you? After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to meet Yang Kaishan's eyes. At that moment, a chilling sensation crawled up the girl's neck. She slightly turned her head to see Yang Kaishan's knife resting against her throat. With a cold glare, Yang Kaishan spoke ominously. Your acting was decent, but unfortunately, since you insist on following, I can't let you live. The girl was stunned, and the clones in her mind erupted in chaos. What's going on? How did our great acting get discovered? Then what should we do since we've been found out? Just go for it. But we are clones, right? The energy from the main body isn't much. Aren't you stupid? With so many of us, let's just go all out. What is there to be afraid of? The girl pouted, a helpless smile appearing on her face. Looking at Yang Kaishan with innocent eyes, I didn't expect my meticulous disguise to be discovered. So, big brother, what do I want to do? Are you going to kill me? Chapter 13 Tian Hong. Yang Kaishan listened to this and glanced at the girl again. She had an innocent and naive expression. Yang Kaishan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly swung his knife. Whoosh! Bang! The wall behind the girl collapsed with a loud crash. Yang Kaishan looked at the girl, who showed no reaction, sighed, and put away his knife. If I were still in the investigation bureau, I would have killed you long ago. And now? The girl blinked her eyes, asking curiously. Yang Kaishan glanced at her and casually replied, anyway, I'm not sure if I can survive now, so I can't be bothered. But if you follow me, there won't be a second chance. After saying that, Yang Kaishan turned and left. The girl watched his departing figure, her mind buzzing with thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she transformed into a mass of energy and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, He was standing on the rooftop, observing the movements of the clones, but he was completely unconcerned. Sui's attention was entirely on the yellow-robed clone. This was his first clone, dressed in yellow robes, with a name as simple as that. At this moment, the yellow-robed clone had followed Zhou Jun to a secret underground chamber, which was clearly the location of the authorities. Meanwhile, in one of the bases of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, the director watched as the third team of the Gong department busily operated high-tech instruments. However, the team leader, Bai Yin, was lounging leisurely off to the side. The director furrowed his brows and said, the people inside the Yuehai community have not evacuated due to the presence of evil spirits, but the perimeter has mostly been cleared. When will the Tiangong seal be activated? Bai Yin glanced at the director and said nonchalantly, no hurry. The director's frown deepened. If we delay any longer, it will be troublesome if more evil spirits or monsters appear at the critical point. Bai Yin did not respond, merely staring at a certain spot and saying, since you're here, why not sit for a while? Upon hearing this, the director's brow furrowed tightly as he followed Bai Yin's gaze, only to see an empty wall. Confused, he looked back at Bai Yin, who was sitting there with a slight smile, waiting. Time passed slowly, and there was still no movement. The director's gaze turned back to Bai Yin, filled with suspicion. Bai Inyu's expression gradually darkened as he spoke. "Friend, it's quite impolite of you." However, there was still no response. Bai Inyu's expression was nearly impossible to maintain. The director frowned and said to him, "Captain Bai, if you want to buy time, you don't need to make it so complicated. I have already given you all the permissions. If you want to delay, a single word is enough." After hearing this, Bai Inyu's expression darkened even further as he turned towards the door and said, "All right, since you want to play, then I'll accompany you to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire base lit up with beams of light, and a semi-transparent barrier quickly unfolded around them. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed figure standing behind Bai Inyu was filled with confusion. He was unsure if the statement was directed at him. If it was, why was the other party still staring at the door instead of at him? If it wasn't aimed at him, then after so long, that person had yet to appear, and he hadn't sensed the presence of anyone else. Could there be someone who could evade his perception without him noticing? After thinking it over, the yellow-robed figure decided to withdraw the memory influence. But before revealing himself, he gently tore off 3 threads from the corner of his clothing and tossed them into the distance, just in case. The yellow-robed figure's silhouette gradually became visible. His appearance stunned the director, who clearly did not expect someone to infiltrate to such an extent silently. Bai Inyu, however, fixed his gaze on the person who had suddenly appeared behind him and then revealed a slight smile. "That flying werewolf monster was created by you, wasn't it?" He had already entered the clone's consciousness. Hearing this, he did not deny it, but instead retorted, "Compared to that, I want to know how you discovered me." Bai Inyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a high-tech electronic eye on his glasses. "Your lack of denial indicates that it was indeed you. As for how I discovered it, it's quite simple. My Ishinyue can automatically monitor my status. When you appeared, it began to alert me. Memory deviation detected. The last time this happened was when I was investigating that werewolf. At that time, I accessed all surveillance, and finally discovered at the Linyuan Bridge that my memory had always been problematic. This confirmed to me that the one who created that werewolf monster was you." Upon hearing this, He secretly nodded, surprised that he could be uncovered in such a manner. He also realized that one should never underestimate the authorities, as their capabilities had quietly risen to a new level. The director, standing not far away, furrowed his brows tightly. According to Bai Inyu's statement, the murderer who killed his younger brother should be this person in front of him. Yet, previously, Bai Inyu had released the Broken Spirit tracking missile to avenge his brother, and now he showed no intention of taking action, instead engaging in casual conversation. It all fell off. Just as the director was about to speak, a cold voice rang out. "The captain thinks you're a bit of a nuisance. Please step outside." This was Lung Yu, the deputy captain of the 3rd team of the Gongon department. After speaking, she turned and left. The director glanced at Bai Inyu and then followed her out. Other team members also exited one after another. Only Bai Inyu and He remained in the base. He looked at the departing crowd, then turned to the person in front of him, who wore a faint smile, and directly asked, "So what do you want?" Bai Inyu did not answer, but instead said, "Bai Xiao is my younger brother. He died yesterday at the hands of that werewolf you created." Upon hearing this, He showed no reaction, merely replying lightly, "So what? Do you want revenge?" Bai Inyu shook his head, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He looked at and said, "No, I do not seek revenge. On the contrary, I want to thank you. If it weren't for this incident, I would never have been able to apply for a one-time use of Tianhong." Chapter 14. The Backup Plan. When Bai Inyu mentioned Tianhong, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze fell directly on He looked up at him, though he didn't understand his intentions. He could tell that the name Tianhong seemed quite powerful, but his first reaction after his younger brother's death wasn't revenge. Instead, he wanted to apply for the usage rights of Tianhong. What kind of bizarre rule is this? Does the official not fear that those who have lost loved ones might go mad and unleash chaos in the city? Just like yesterday, when they indiscriminately launched a missile into the city. If Chanyang hadn't flown directly into the sky, who knows how many people would have died? Could it be that the higher-ups' brains have been invaded by evil spirits as well? He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him, but he was somewhat curious about Tianhong. "What is Tianhong?" He asked directly. Bai Inyu was taken aback and looked at the man in the yellow robe in disbelief. "You don't know what Tianhong is? Why do you think I would know?" He countered, as if it were obvious. Bai Inyu was momentarily frozen, as if he had prepared to show off something impressive, only to find that the other party didn't even recognize it, leading to an awkward and uncomfortable moment. Bai Inyu took a deep breath and said, "Fine, it's okay that you don't know. But once you open the critical point, you'll find out. Su-yi was slightly surprised. He had only thought about opening the critical point not long ago. How did the other party know? How do you know I'm going to open the critical point? Bai-Yin glanced at him disdainfully. Humph. A person who can casually create such monsters, someone of this level coming to a small city and appearing near the critical point, is obviously not here for a stroll. Su-yi fell silent. Although the other party's reasoning process was flawed, the conclusion seemed correct. What could Su-yi do? After all, the critical point just happened to be opening up in his home. Although I don't know what Tianhong is, since you speak so highly of it. I would like to see it for myself, Su-yi said. Just as Bai-Yin was about to mock him, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the base, and red warning lights flashed incessantly. Warning, warning, warning. Massive energy fluctuations detected in Luhai community. Energy intensity has reached the limit of a Yao star level. Bai-Yin's expression changed drastically, especially when he saw the red text on the screen. He looked at Su-yi in horror. Bai-Yin had considered that the other party might use various means to open the critical point, but he never expected it would be forcibly opened with sheer strength. Warning, warning. Abnormal energy detected in Luhai community. The critical point has been opened. Please prepare. Listening to the continuous alarms, Bai-Yin looked up at Su-yi, his eyes flickering. I underestimated you. The energy fluctuations at the Yao star level, whether it's a one-time use or you truly possess such strength, are enough to prove that you cannot remain inconspicuous. But I can't find any information related to you. Either you are hiding your identity, or you're not human at all. Su-yi nodded slightly. At this moment, a faint vibration coursed through the base, and the barrier around them began to change dramatically. Su-yi made no move and turned to look at the barrier that was flashing with light. Looking through the barrier, the outside had turned into a wasteland. They were not blocked, but had been transported to another location. You delayed for so long, just to transport me away? I didn't expect the officials to have something like a teleportation array. Su-yi said calmly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Ziz, you don't even know this? It seems you really aren't human, but an intelligent evil spirit? Or have you devoured or replaced someone? Bai-Yin's voice crackled like a mechanical electric leak, and he appeared stiff. Su-yi didn't care. He had already scanned earlier and knew that Bai-Yin was merely a robot. Upon arriving here, he sensed a power similar to the electronic evil spirits at his home, suppressing the extraordinary power. Clearly, this robot was created using extraordinary power and was now gradually being suppressed, about to become scrap metal. Where's this place? Su-yi asked again. Ziz. Bai-Yin did not answer, and the sounds of electricity from his body grew louder. You can't possibly come here. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai-Yin turned into a pile of scrap metal. Su-yi frowned. He detested riddlers and especially disliked those who left their sentences unfinished. Without hesitation, Su-yi activated the backup plan he had left in the base. After all, this person was just a riddle maker. Meanwhile, within the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, 3 hair-thin strands suddenly underwent a chaotic transformation. One sprouted countless eyeballs, densely packed together, the initial eyeballs bursting. Another grew various strange tissues like flesh. The last transformed into black mist, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 15, 100 Consecutive Draws. Next, the scene shifted to Su-yi. He looked around and discovered that aside from the devastated ruins, there was nothing particularly special about this place. However, he quickly realized that since stepping into this area, countless gazes had locked onto him. Following those gazes, Su-yi noticed a tiny camera peeking out from a concealed corner not far away. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that this seemingly desolate ruin was actually filled with numerous similar surveillance devices. This discovery made Su-yi furrow his brows. Was this place not just some ruins or an extremely dangerous area? Could it actually be a cultivation or testing site set up by some official organization? If it were the latter, he needed to be more cautious about what happened next. Although Su-yi could feel a certain degree of suppression from the environment here, it wasn't severe for him, who was clad in a yellow robe. However, what troubled Su-yi even more was that he was completely unable to absorb energy from the outside world, even though the sun was clearly hanging in the sky. And not even a trace of light energy could be utilized. It was as if he was completely cut off from all energy sources. Based on the remaining energy of his current clone, it could last at most 3 days. Once the energy was depleted, the clone would dissipate on its own. Just as Su-yi was pondering, a faint sound caught his attention. He turned alertly and saw a vine, entirely blood-red and adorned with sharp barbs, quietly approaching him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of this ruin, an invisible barrier isolated the entire area from the outside world. Deep within the ruins, there was a place resembling a laboratory. At that moment, the people inside were gathered in front of a screen, intently watching the newly appeared Su-E. How long do you think this new evil spirit can maintain its extraordinary power? Someone asked, curiosity lacing their tone. It's hard to say. Another person shook their head. After all, this is just an experimental site within the divine forbidden land, not a true forbidden area. But based on past experiences, there are indeed very few evil spirits that can maintain their extraordinary power for more than 3 days in the divine forbidden land. A bespectacled researcher pushed up his glasses, excitement and anticipation evident in his voice. Moreover, this evil spirit seems to possess a high level of intelligence. Hearing this, another researcher suddenly lifted his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Wait, did you all notice something? We've been staring at it for so long. But does anyone remember the color of its clothes? As soon as this was said, the surrounding researchers were all taken aback, just as a few were about to respond. They suddenly turned their heads and found themselves at a loss. They tried to recall the color of the evil spirit's clothing, but when they attempted to describe it, they discovered that their memories seemed to be interfered with by some kind of force. They opened their mouths, but found themselves unable to accurately state what the color actually was. Only when they looked back at the direction of the evil spirit did they finally remember the hues of Su-E. This revelation made the other researchers realize something. Hiss! Someone gasped. This evil spirit could actually influence the outside world from the divine forbidden land? It seems its ability is at least rated S level. Wait, another researcher suddenly spoke, confusion in his tone. Look, the A-level bloodthirsty thorn appearing on the screen seems to have locked onto this evil spirit. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention, and the atmosphere in the laboratory became lively. Although everyone knew that the bloodthirsty thorn couldn't possibly be a match for the evil spirit, not only due to the vast level difference between them, but also because the bloodthirsty thorn had already been here for half a day and could barely exert 1/10 of its strength. However, the strong resistance the bloodthirsty thorn had shown earlier still left a deep impression. Oh my, just as everyone was discussing, a burst of expletives suddenly erupted in the laboratory. It turned out that just as the bloodthirsty thorn was about to approach the evil spirit, it was directly torn apart by an invisible force, the entire process happening so quickly it was hard to follow. It seems this evil spirit's strength needs to be rated higher, a researcher said softly, his gaze complex as he looked at the screen. But was this an active attack from it, or just a passive reaction? No, wait. Look, that evil spirit seems to be looking over here. Someone exclaimed. The others looked over and indeed saw Su-E slowly turning, staring directly at them outside the screen. At the same time, the old robe on Su-E began to undergo strange changes. The previously motionless runes seemed to come alive, like a swarm of wriggling little insects, crawling and flashing on the surface of the robe, exuding a disturbing aura. Quick, turn off the screen, someone shouted in panic. However, it was too late. For all the researchers watching the screen, the scene before them suddenly twisted and became bizarre. The familiar laboratory transformed into a blood-red world, their colleagues morphed into grotesque monsters, and the walls and screens turned into writhing flesh. Screams erupted, fear sweeping over the entire room like a tidal wave. At that moment, a researcher suddenly screamed, his expression as if he had witnessed something extremely terrifying. He yelled hysterically while frantically backing away, but clearly didn't know where to escape, his entire being filled with confusion and helplessness. Amid this chaos, a group of people suddenly surged into the laboratory from outside. They quickly took action, shutting off the screen and restraining the researchers who were operating it. At this moment, Su-E slowly withdrew his gaze. He had never liked the feeling of being monitored, so he decided to give those peeping observers a little lesson, of course excluding taking lives. After all, Su-E didn't want to make too much noise, and what truly concerned him was if things escalated, it would involve his robe, which was the real headache. With this thought in mind, Su-Yi's gaze swept over the thorny plants he had casually killed earlier. Kill bloodthirsty thorn, gain green blood thorn, blue rapid regeneration vine. Energy points 3,000. An inconspicuous thorn actually provided such generous rewards, equivalent to 30 consecutive draws. Su-E couldn't help but begin to wonder, was this thorn particularly valuable? Or did all the monsters in this area possess similar high rewards? If it were the latter, then this place was undoubtedly an excellent monster farming paradise. Meanwhile, Su-E also recalled that previously, when he opened the critical point and used quantum return, He had cleared out several evil spirits charging ahead. The only regret was that although that move was powerful, it was fleeting. Otherwise, it could have been used to block the monster spawn point. Furthermore, during the monster tide, his clone had actively participated in battle, slaying numerous monsters. Summing up these gains, the total energy points had already exceeded 10,000, meaning Su Yi was now ready for 100 consecutive draws. Thinking of this, Su Yi's mood instantly became excited. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and calmly gave instructions to the yellow-robed clone within him. You stay here for now, don't worry about other things. But do make sure to protect the robe you're wearing. Also, take this opportunity to farm some monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi's consciousness swiftly returned to reality. Linyuan City, the headquarters of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, has been reduced to ruins. The once tidy and orderly buildings are now a scene of devastation, and the air is filled with the scent of blood. Captain, Wang Xian is dead. A one-armed man grits his teeth in pain as he reports to Bai Yin that, apart from Lung Yu and himself, everyone else has been severely injured and is no longer able to continue fighting. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinyu's eyes instantly filled with blood, his jaw clenched tightly, and his voice leaked suppressed anger. Damn it. At this moment, Bai Yinyu is consumed with rage. He never expected that after sending that person away, such a bizarre creature would remain. Recalling the 3 terrifying monsters, even Bai Yinyu, with his experience, couldn't help but shudder. These monsters not only possess astonishing vitality, but also, if the battle drags on, they can severely impact one's mental state, even driving people to madness. It was this terrifying torment that led to Wang Xian's complete breakdown, ultimately resulting in his death from madness. Bai Yinyu glanced back at Lung Yu, who was sitting on the ground gasping for breath, and said, "You need to contact the director immediately and have him come back." Upon hearing this, Lung Yu nodded and quickly picked up the functioning communication device beside her to dial the number. Meanwhile, the director had already set off to stop the monster invasion upon learning that the critical point had been activated, narrowly avoiding this wave of crisis. However, at this moment, Bai Yinyu was filled with unwillingness. Despite his earlier vows that if the critical point opened, he would use the power of Tianhong, it was merely a casual remark. Bai Yinyu had never truly considered using Tianhong, as it was just an S-level critical point. The thought of easily consuming such a precious Tianhong authority made Bai Yinyu feel quite regretful. Yet this humiliating feeling lodged in his throat, making it hard to swallow. More importantly, by observing the 3 monsters before him, Bai Yinyu realized he had underestimated the opponent's strength. Clearly, they were not relying on external objects. They genuinely possessed this strength. To combat the threats at the level of the Bright Star, it seems that only by relying on Tianhong could they cope. Otherwise, they would be unable to respond. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yinyu took out a specially made phone and dialed the dedicated line for the Gonggong Department headquarters. After reporting a complicated password, he solemnly stated Gonggong Department 3rd Squad, codenamed Baiyu Squad, applying to initiate the Tianhong plan. Meanwhile, Su Yi's consciousness fully returned. He raised his head, fixing his gaze on the gigantic teleportation door in front of him, towering over 10 meters. A flood of monsters continuously poured out from the door, accompanied by a chorus of roars, creating an incredibly frightening scene. However, when these monsters first charged out, they did not inflict any substantial harm on Su. They passed directly through his body, scattering in all directions. Watching the monsters frantically fleeing, Su Yi felt a ripple of excitement in his heart. How many energy points would he gain if he could kill them all? Unfortunately, he was completely unable to take action himself at that moment. His doppelganger was merely a portion of his separated energy, although it could resist physical attacks in energy form. Its efficiency in killing was far too low, insignificant compared to the speed at which the monsters appeared. However, this situation was only temporary. After a moment of thought, Su Yi no longer hesitated and decisively summoned the system interface. System, 100 consecutive draws. Chapter 16, The Court of Calamity Ding. Congratulations, host. White materials, Ant Queen's egg, puppet limbs, bloodstained coins, swamp lizard skin, painted skin oil, chameleon robe. Green materials, curse crow tongue, banshee blood, human face, tree's face, vengeful spirit crystal, starving ghost stomach, shadow, demon shadow. Blue materials, nano steel core, blood moon shard, magma tear crystal, golden soul stone. 7-element energy stone, flesh worm nest. Purple materials, calamity crown, 12 illusions. Su Yi stared at the materials drawn this time, first sighed and shook his head, then nodded. According to the typical system trope in novels, Once one has money, luck tends to decline. It seems he is now in that situation. However, getting 2 purple materials this time, Su-yi thought, is better than getting none at all. Looking at the materials in front of him, combined with the previous ones, there were over 130 in total. With so many materials, how should he use them? Just as he was pondering, an intense sense of crisis suddenly surged. Following this sense of crisis, Su-yi looked up and saw in the depths of space, an unsettling energy was quietly gathering. At that moment, a weapon with a strong, futuristic technological feel suddenly came into view. It resembled an inverted giant bowl, emanating a cold metallic sheen, surrounded by layers of rings that seemed alive, flickering with faint light in rhythm with breathing. This weapon was the national treasure of the great Xiaozgonggong department, Tianhong. As the rings around Tianhong gradually lit up, the initially faint light became increasingly dazzling, ultimately converging into piercing beams of light that cut through the dark universe like lightning. At the center of the beams, a terrifying energy was crazily gathering, like an enraged giant beast poised to strike. Just as this energy was about to reach its peak, the rings around Tianhong suddenly came alive, swiftly detaching from the main body of Tianhong and racing toward the Yuehai community below. These rings, like an inverted giant bowl, swiftly enveloped the entire Yuehai community at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the Yuehai community was covered by this mysterious ring, as if it were completely isolated from the outside world. Upon sensing this energy, Su-yi's expression became serious. He could clearly sense that the power of this energy was not inferior to the move he made when he previously broke through the critical point, and the coverage area was even greater. Is this Tianhong? Su-yi pondered it, although he couldn't tell how long it would take for Tianhong to complete its release. Judging from the speed of energy gathering, it was estimated that it would take less than an hour to take shape. Looking at the coverage area, it was evident that the entire community had been completely abandoned. While the foot traffic here was not too much, it still housed tens of thousands of residents. Has the official simply given up on these people? However, Su-yi soon smiled slightly. Since you want to be the villains, let me be the good guy. As for who brought this calamity, it doesn't matter. I just want to ask one question. Are they saved? Roar. A gigantic creature, entirely black and resembling a tumor, roared, only to be torn apart by sharp claws, blood and flesh splattering like raindrops. And Chanyang stared at this hideous monster, his eyes filled with confusion. Just a moment ago, he was playing a game on the verge of defeating the zombie king. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an unexpected explosion occurred, and he was thrown out by a strange force. Before he could react, he saw the place where the house once stood transform into a bizarre two-dimensional image. Following that, a huge gash appeared, and countless monsters surged out. And Chanyang did not immediately flee, but instead searched around for an adult's figure. However, he found nothing, and with so many monsters, he realized he would be too late if he didn't leave soon. And Chanyang thought that in his current state, he was also a monster. He planned to blend in, but found that although he was not human, the monsters treated him as one and chased him, with no other choice. And Chanyang quickly chose a direction to escape. However, having delayed for some time, many monsters began to pursue him. With just himself, it was too difficult to escape from the overwhelming number of monsters. At that moment, a group of people suddenly rushed in from who knows where, engaging in a chaotic battle with the monsters. And Chanyang then noticed that these people seemed quite abnormal. What normal person could be torn to pieces and still reassemble to continue fighting? At that moment, the clones charged into the monster horde like sheep entering a wolf pack, only to be torn apart. Yet, due to their sheer numbers, even when shredded, they could still take down 1 or 2 monsters with them. As for the clones that were torn apart, they would soon reassemble and charge forward again. This was mainly because when Su-yi split off clones, he allocated limited overall energy to each clone to avoid wasting too much energy. Insufficient energy meant limited lethality, and the only advantage was that they could become energy forms immune to physical damage. If they could attack physically after becoming energy forms, these clones would be like an unkillable group of phantoms, even more monstrous than the monsters themselves. However, the current situation was not much different, as those seemingly ugly but mortal monsters appeared somewhat fragile against this group of unkillable monsters. Damn it, I can't find my lower half. Can someone help me look for it? What about me? I don't even know where my eyeballs got hit to. I can only swing wildly. Damn it, I hit the wrong person. I'm one of you. If it were me, I would rather be energy formed like you, directly burrowing into the opponent's head to scoop out their brains, convenient and quick, without worrying about losing body parts. Oh, come on, this thing doesn't have any brains. One clone, after becoming energy formed, drilled into a monster's head and began digging around, only to find dead muscle inside and nothing else, cursing loudly. And Chanyang witnessed this scene and fell silent. Although he was unclear about the origins of these abnormal people, he felt they might be associated with adults or perhaps their subordinates, so he intended to approach and inquire. Moments later, and Chanyang awkwardly retreated, having spoken for a long time with the other party completely ignoring him. In fact, and Chanyang misunderstood the clones. In the clones' perception, and Chanyang was the main body's experiment, and they were worried that interacting with him at this time would bring blame from the main body, so they chose to remain silent. Oof. At that moment, all the clones suddenly became excited, and Chanyang was puzzled and instinctively took a few steps back, worried that these beings more monstrous than the monsters would suddenly go crazy and take him down as well. The clones were excited because the main body had begun to exert its power. Previously, the clone speed in killing enemies was slow due to insufficient lethality. But now, after the main body had fused with dozens of extraordinary items, this problem no longer existed. Oh ho, I snagged a spot in the Star Gathering Association. What are you talking about, Star Gathering Association? That name sounds so unimpressive. Look at our Court of Calamity. That's what you call domineering. Exactly, the name, Court of Calamity, is so impressive. TCH, what good is a nice name? Your Court of Calamity randomly obtained extraordinary items, with less than 10 blue ones and most being white. Unlike our Star Gathering Association, which starts with purple quality. Chapter 17. You still haven't told me why the monsters don't have brains? The other avatars were still processing this question when they suddenly recalled the message transmitted by the main body, and they were all stunned. At that moment, due to overwhelming excitement, the avatars had only clearly heard two things. One was that there were extraordinary items to be obtained, and the other was that they could choose to join one of two organizations. The acquisition of extraordinary items was randomly assigned based on the chosen organization. However, looking back now, those avatars who chose the Pestilence King Court were all bewildered. It turned out that this time, the main body had fused many materials, including purple materials such as the 12 Dream Illusions. Due to the unique properties of this material, after the fusion was completed, it could be divided into 12 parts. Moreover, the power that was divided could be transformed into corresponding special abilities based on the holder's imagination. The main body allocated one part of this divided power to this starry society. As for the name, Pestilence King Court, it was inspired by the fusion of another purple material, the Pestilence Crown. However, since there was only one Pestilence Crown, it could not be divided, so the main body did not release it. It is worth noting that this time, the main body drew two purple materials. Thus, the avatars who chose to join the Pestilence King Court naturally would not receive any purple items. As for why the materials were not directly used to fuse with the avatars, the reason is simple. Avatars are not true life forms and cannot fuse with materials. After fully understanding the information transmitted by the main body, many avatars couldn't help but look at the one who chose the Starry Society, their eyes almost overflowing with jealousy. Wow, why do you get something so good? Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. The avatar who obtained the spot in the Starry Society, upon learning about the item assigned to him, opened his palm and found a circular rune emerging in the center of his hand. After discussing with other members who chose the Starry Society, they unanimously agreed that the 12 parts could perfectly form the 12 zodiac signs. After receiving this rune, the avatar quickly understood its use. Although the rune itself appeared unremarkable, to activate its power, one must rely on their imagination. In other words, as long as your thoughts are clear enough, the rune will transform according to your wishes. For this mechanism, after clearly identifying it as the Ox rune, the avatar immediately outlined a goal in his mind. Absolute power, unmatched power. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, the Ox character in his hand seemed to come to life, flooding into the avatar's body in an instant. In a moment, the avatar's body expanded rapidly like a detonated bomb. His muscles bulged as if inflated, and his bones creaked and stretched. In just an instant, his height skyrocketed from an ordinary size to an astonishing 3 meters. Not only that, a pair of strong bull horns sprouted from his head. These horns were sharp and sturdy, glimmering with a cold light, seemingly capable of easily tearing through steel. As his body transformed, a suffocating sense of power erupted from this avatar. This pressure felt like Mount Tai pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Even the air around him felt as if infinite gravity had been applied, pressing down heavily. Roar! The surrounding monsters instinctively emitted low growls as they sensed this powerful force. Wow! Is this the feeling of power? I feel full of strength. I want to fight everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, this avatar looked at the monsters before him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He clenched his fist lightly, and the sound of explosions resonated through the air. At this moment, even those brainless monsters seemed to sense some kind of terrifying power fluctuation. Instinctively, they wanted to flee. However, the avatar had already swung his fist. Boom! The force of this punch was unstoppable, stirring up a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, the buildings and monsters in front of him were shattered by this punch, turning the area into a space 100 meters wide. Gulp! And Chanyang, standing behind, was completely stunned. He was somewhat confused. At first, these strange beings were oppressed by the monsters. Then, for some unknown reason, they began to shout excitedly. As for whether these were human beings, and Chanyang chose to ignore it. After all, they weren't behaving like good people, and their dialogue seemed crazy. As for the other avatars, seeing this scene, although they regretted not choosing the Starry Society, they couldn't wait to rush forward one by one. And Chanyang looked at everything before him, filled with confusion. Just now, they were at a disadvantage. Yet not only had they turned the situation around, but they had also gained many peculiar abilities. And Chanyang couldn't help but begin to doubt. Had he really left that game world? Could it be that this was just another phase of the game? And the surrounding environment was so similar to Lin Yuan City that it made him mistakenly believe he had returned to reality? Brother, can I ask a question? Just then, an avatar suddenly approached, speaking with a hint of sorrow. Normally, avatars wouldn't talk to Chanyang, but according to the message sent by the main body earlier, there was a message for Chanyang. Thus, this avatar walked over without hesitation, and Chanyang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice, looked around, and found he was the only one present. So he tentatively pointed at himself and asked, "Are you talking to me?" The avatar rolled his eyes in response. Who else would I be talking to? This statement made Chanyang's heart surge with excitement. He had been asking questions without getting any responses before, even starting to doubt if he was still in the game world. Now, someone had taken the initiative to talk to him, which was definitely a good thing. And Chanyang quickly asked, "What do you want to ask?" The avatar raised his head, gazing at the endless stream of monsters appearing in the distance, his tone carrying a hint of frustration. "Do you know why these monsters don't have brains?" Huh? And Chanyang was completely bewildered upon hearing this question. What kind of question is this? Hey, what are you thinking? You still haven't told me why the monsters don't have brains? Chapter 18, Embracing New Evolution Ahem. Hearing this, and Chanyang coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment and said, "Sorry about that. I was lost in thought. However, I really don't know much about what you're talking about. Perhaps these monsters, like octopuses, have nerves all over their bodies, which is why they don't have brains." The clone, after pondering for a moment, asked again, "So how can I give these monsters brains?" And Chanyang twitched his mouth. It's not that he looked like a monster, but why did he keep getting asked these strange questions? After a moment, and Chanyang sarcastically replied, "If the monster doesn't have a brain, are you going to create one for it?" Upon hearing this, the clone muttered to itself, "If the monster doesn't have a brain, can't I just make one?" Yes, if the monster doesn't have one, I can create it. The more the clone thought about it, the more excited it became. It directly grabbed Chanyang's hand and exclaimed, "Brother, thank you so much. I didn't expect it to be done this way." And Chanyang was completely dumbfounded. "No, big brother," he was just saying it casually. "You can't be serious about doing this." Just as Chanyang was about to complain about creating a brain for a brainless monster, he saw the creature in front of him wave its hand, and suddenly, a monster quickly appeared before them. Before Chanyang could react, the clone directly slapped it, and the monster turned into a pile of dust. Then the clone lifted one hand, and a strange energy surged, causing the dust in front of them to start coalescing. The first thing to form was a pink, jelly-like substance that looked like a brain. Then the nearby dust reformed into the body of the monster. After experiencing death and rebirth, the monster was completely dazed, even showing a human-like confusion on its face. That's right, with a brain now, it felt like its intelligence had significantly increased, giving it a new sensation. The monster could clearly sense that everything was done by the clone in front of it. But before the monster could react, the clone's body turned into energy, and its hand reached into the monster's head, pulling out a brain. At the moment the brain was extracted, the monster instantly suffered brain death. I told you, my idea was correct. This method can indeed quickly deal with monsters. But at this moment, and Chanyang was completely stunned, even unable to help but complain in his heart. "No, big brother. You created a brain for the monster just to pull it out and prove that this method can quickly deal with monsters? But the question is, why didn't you just smack it dead earlier?" And Chanyang didn't understand, but expressed his respect. At this time, the clone came over and wanted to put its hand on Chanyang's shoulder, but found that the transformed Chanyang seemed a bit taller. It couldn't reach. So, the clone directly patted Chanyang's belly and said, "Brother, since you helped me so much from now on, you are my brother. I will take care of you in the future." Hearing this, Chanyang was taken aback for a moment. But once he reacted, he immediately nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, from now on, you're my big brother." And Chanyang did not refuse, but was very excited. Of course, a big brother who could grow a new brain on a monster that didn't even have one was powerful. No need to say more. It was worth recognizing such a strong big brother. Then, Chanyang curiously asked, "I don't know what your name is, big brother, and what is going on? Who are you?" The clone, after pondering for a moment, said, "Do you know the true situation of this world?" And Chanyang shook his head. He was just an ordinary person. Until the day before yesterday, he thought this world was just an ordinary world. How could he possibly know? The clone looked at Chanyang, then glanced at the other clones, revealing a heavy expression, and said, "A long time ago, this world was still very ordinary. But at some point, an unknown creature invaded our world. While they brought danger, they also brought opportunities, just like our current extraordinary powers. But even so, we have been retreating continuously. And to this day, our world has become riddled with holes. I am a member of the Star Constellation Society, specifically the zodiac sign, Horse. You can also call me Wu Ma, which is the codename of the zodiac sign and my name." And Chanyang, after hearing this, pondered for a moment and pointed at the other clones, saying, "Are they also from the Star Constellation Society?" Wu Ma shook his head, "No. In fact, among the people present, only I and that tall one with a bull's head belong to the Star Constellation Society. The others are from the Calamity Court." After hearing this, Chanyang's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked directly at the person with the bull horns, then gasped. Although Big Brother didn't say who the horn one was, with those unique bull horns, it was obvious that it was the ox from the zodiac. Moreover, compared to Big Brother, what impressed Chanyang the most was undoubtedly this horned person. The power of that punch was still fresh in his memory. Given this, if both the ox and horse from the Star Constellation Society are this strong, then what about the remaining 10 zodiac signs? But then, Chanyang seemed to think of something and directly asked, "What do the Star Constellation Society and the Calamity Court do?" Wu Ma smiled and said, "You're right to ask this. We all have a common goal, which is to save the world." At this time, Chanyang was a bit puzzled. He could understand that the Star Constellation Society was about saving the world. But the Calamity Court, are you sure that name was chosen for saving the world? Does that name even relate to saving the world? We indeed all aim to save the world, but our ideologies are different. Wu Ma seemed to have noticed Chanyang's thoughts and added. Then Wu Ma continued, "We, Star Constellation Society, want to restore this world to its original appearance. But the ideology of the Calamity Court is different from ours. They think that since the world has become like this, why not embrace it as a new evolution? Celebrating this new evolutionary frenzy, they want to open all critical points, allowing the world to embark on a new path of evolution. As for the invading monsters, when all of humanity embarks on this new evolutionary journey, it will be hard to say who is invading who." Chapter 19. Your knife quality is not that great, and Chanyang was slightly stunned after hearing this. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled what his elder brother had said. The idea of the Disaster Royal Court was to open the critical point, allowing all of humanity to become new humans. So in this form, am I considered a new human or a transcendent being? After all, I don't look like a transcendent being at all. It seems I was directly granted power by the Master. If we follow this line of reasoning, I might very well be an experimental subject created by the Master, transformed into a new human. Extending this logic, the force to which the Master belongs should be the Disaster Royal Court, and I have already promised to serve the Master, which means I'm also a member of the Disaster Royal Court. But now I have acknowledged an elder brother from the Star Association. Doesn't that make me a traitor? Thinking this way, after a moment, Chanyang asked elder brother, "What is the relationship between your Star Association and the Disaster Royal Court?" He asked this mainly to first ascertain whether the relationship between the two parties had eased. If the relationship seemed somewhat friendly, he planned to proactively confess his identity and inquire about the whereabouts of the Master. After all, although the newly acknowledged elder brother was powerful, in this chaotic world, he felt that staying by the Master's side provided a greater sense of security. Upon hearing this, Wu Ma stared at Chanyang, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Relationship? Our relationship is not very friendly. Different ideologies lead to different thoughts. Since our paths diverge, only one of us can survive. We want to save the world, so we must stop the disaster royal court from opening the critical point. However, if the critical point has already been opened, we will have a common enemy, those monsters. At that time, we will prioritize killing the monsters. And once the monsters are dealt with, it will be the time for our two forces to fight to the death. Uma paused, his eyes suddenly sharp. But brother, why do you ask this? Could it be that you are from the disaster royal court? It seems to make sense. You don't look like a transcendent being, but more like a new human created by the disaster royal court. Swish! With a flash of cold blade light, a dog-like monster's corpse fell to the ground, severed. 28. Yang Kaishan said, feeling somewhat dazed. He then looked up again at a two-headed wolf-like monster charging towards him. Feeling the little energy left in his body, he turned to glance at the civilians behind him. Gritting his teeth, he wielded his knife with his last strength once more. Clang! The sharp blade clashed with the monster's claws, producing a metallic sound. But this time, in just an instant, Yang Kaishan was sent flying, crashing hard against a pillar in the mall. Bang! Poof! Poof! Yang Kaishan directly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, taking a few breaths in the heavily blood-scented air. He touched his chest, clearly having broken 2 ribs. Yang Kaishan struggled to get up from the ground, his grip on the knife becoming unsteady. His vision began to blur, and the sounds of civilians' gasps and the monster's roars filled his ears. Yang Kaishan knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Uncle, do you need help? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Yang Kaishan instinctively looked up and saw a girl in white sitting quietly on a stone wall. Her small, pure white feet swung in the air, and a smile graced her lips. Yang Kaishan glanced at her and then shifted his gaze back to the two-headed wolf. Without any hesitation, he charged forward again. However, he was sent flying back even faster this time. Bang! Yang Kaishan crashed into the mall's wall, sitting on the ground and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood again. The blood sprayed out as if it cost nothing. Of course, the two-headed wolf was not much better off. At that moment, it had only one head left. Yang Kaishan knew he was close to death, so he chose a life-for-a-life fighting style. Although he knew that what he was doing was merely futile, he couldn't bear to witness the deaths of the people of Dacia with his own eyes. Grr! At that moment, the two-headed wolf, now with only one head, let out a growl and charged at him. Yang Kaishan shakily stood up, watching as the wolf's claws locked onto his chest. But Yang Kaishan showed no signs of dodging. Instead, he raised his knife and swung at the remaining head of the two-headed wolf. Just as the wolf's claws were about to pierce his chest, suddenly its claws veered off target, missing entirely. Swish! Yang Kaishan struck down the last head of the two-headed wolf with one blow. After doing all this, Yang Kaishan closed his eyes and fell backward. However, at that moment, a person in white clothing caught him steadily. It was a doctor in a white coat. This doctor was one of the civilians in the mall, and upon seeing Yang Kaishan about to fall, he did not hesitate, ignoring the danger outside, and pushed open the door to rush out. Following closely behind were 2 young men. Just as the doctor was about to provide aid, a hand suddenly grabbed him. When Yang Kaishan grasped the doctor's hand, he slightly shook his head. Just as the doctor was about to say something, suddenly the ground trembled with a loud noise. Everyone looked up to see a massive horde of monsters approaching not far away. The doctor and the 2 young men, seeing this, did not hesitate and planned to drag Yang Kaishan back into the mall. But at that moment, Yang Kaishan broke free from the 3 of them. He wobbled to his feet, still tightly gripping the knife in his hand, though it was no longer steady. It was his last reliance. Yang Kaishan Fission bread, breathing heavily, each breath carrying a metallic taste of blood. The sharp pain in his chest made it nearly impossible for him to stand. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the densely packed horde of monsters in the distance, showing no sign of retreat. You can't fight anymore. You'll die. One of the young men shouted anxiously, trying to grab him again. Yang Kaishan gently pushed the young man's hand away, his voice hoarse. That wall won't stop the monsters. The only thing that can stop them now is me. If I retreat, there will be no hope left. Yang Kaishan's words shattered the last shred of hope in the hearts of the doctor, the 3 young men, and the civilians behind them in the mall. Say, uncle, you're in this state and still want to be a hero? Just then, the girl in white jumped lightly off the stone wall and landed gracefully beside Yang Kaishan. This scene also attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kaishan was about to say something when he suddenly felt his hand go empty. Looking down, he saw that his knife had disappeared without him noticing. Uncle, can I borrow this knife for a moment? As soon as the words fell, the girl's eyes turned as brilliant as rubies. Her entire demeanor suddenly changed as she turned to face the horde of monsters, which resembled a black ocean. The girl could also be referred to as Mount Tuesday. At that moment, looking at the monstrous army before her, the corners of her mouth slightly curled upward. As the knife gently touched the ground, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. No, it wasn't stillness. It was the effect of speed reaching its peak. At extreme speed, the entire world appeared to be frozen in Mao Tu's eyes, making no significant difference. This was the ability Mao Tu had chosen. Just like her chosen zodiac sign, she had chosen the ultimate speed. In an instant, Mao Tu's figure vanished from his spot. In just a moment, the figure of the rabbit returned once again. Accompanying this was the world returning to its original state. Yang Kaishan had not yet figured out what had happened when his pupils suddenly constricted. This was because all the monsters in front of him had their throats instantly severed, like cutting rice, and bright red blood stained the ground. Hiss! Everyone collectively gasped. After doing all this, the rabbit slightly turned around and tossed aside the knife in his hand. Uncle, this knife isn't very good. Chapter 20. Revenue Yang Kaishan took the thrown star light blade, his gaze landing on the few jagged cracks on the blade. This weapon, which had accompanied him for nearly 10 years, had clearly been unable to withstand the previous rapid impact and ultimately developed cracks. Just as he was about to speak, his vision suddenly darkened, and he fainted. The only doctor present immediately realized that it was due to excessive blood loss causing the fainting. He hurriedly called 2 young men to carry Yang Kaishan away. At that moment, 2 nurses rushed out from the mall, carrying a stretcher and signaling the young men to assist in placing the injured on the stretcher to stop the bleeding. Mao Tu silently followed behind the group. As for why so many people had gathered in the mall, in addition to the customers who were originally stranded, most were others from a U-High community whom the main body had earlier instructed the Avatar to gather under the guise of an official. When Yang Kaishan was carried into the temporary medical area, the crowd instinctively made way. Moments later, all eyes turned to Mao Tuesday. The crowd exchanged glances, and finally, the 2 young men who had helped carry him stepped forward, kneeling without hesitation. I know my strength is weak, but I want to protect everyone. This request may put you in a difficult position, but no matter the cost, I want to have extraordinary power like you and that uncle to guard everyone. The young man beside him followed up. Me too. Witnessing this scene, the crowd began to imitate them, kneeling en masse and repeating the same plea in unison. Among these people, some had the same thoughts as the young men, while others simply followed along because they saw so many kneeling. Mao Tu remained silent, and at that moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Are you sure you want to awaken extraordinary power? The crowd looked up and saw a figure in a blue robe, wearing a dragon horn mask, standing in midair, looking down at them with hands behind his back. Lord Qinglong, you have come, Mao Tu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Qinglong slightly nodded, and with a light tap of his toes, he appeared in front of Mao Tu in an instant. Only then did everyone realize that even the girl who could instantly annihilate monsters referred to him as Lord, indicating that this person's power must be even more unfathomable. Especially upon hearing the words awaken extraordinary, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervent light as they spoke in unison. Lord, we are absolutely sure. Qinglong's gaze swept through the crowd, and he spoke again. Choosing to become an extraordinary means joining our Starry Association, entrusting your life to the organization. Can you confirm? Among the crowd, the older individuals showed hesitation, but the younger generation responded loudly without much thought, as facing the temptation of extraordinary power. Even a moment of hesitation would be a betrayal of the extraordinary. After all, they had just seen the monsters being killed in an instant. Even if they couldn't be like the girl, following that uncle wouldn't be bad either. Under the firm responses of the majority, the others nodded in confirmation as well. Seeing this scene, Qinglong's lips slightly curled up, and he raised his hand with a wave. A pattern filled with endless stars lit up behind him, instantly transforming the surroundings into a vast starry sky. In this starry sky, some stars transformed into tiny lights, directly merging into the chests or foreheads of the crowd. Moments later, the starry sky disappeared, but everyone now held a weapon formed from condensed starlight. Just as they showed confusion, Qinglong spoke. At this moment, you have become provisional members of the Starry Association. The starlight you just received can help you awaken extraordinary power. He added, these weapons are made from stars, indestructible, and their form can change freely according to your thoughts. The crowd looked down at the starlight in their hands, disbelief etched on their faces. Some tried to imagine their weapon transforming into a long sword, and as the light flowed, it indeed turned into a gleaming blade. Others envisioned it becoming a bow, and the starlight immediately condensed into a long bow, arrows appearing automatically on the string. Wow, awesome! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Qinglong, seeing this, spoke again. Since you now have weapons, it's time to start awakening. He turned and pointed towards the distant oncoming horde of monsters, his tone calm, but carrying a hint of pressure. The method to awaken is simple. The moment of life and death is the best opportunity. Now, you not only have weapons, but have also sown the seeds of the extraordinary, and the monsters have arrived. This is your moment to prove yourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had just been excited about obtaining weapons and extraordinary seeds, suddenly froze. They instinctively looked up at the monstrous horde surging like a tide in the distance, and the majority swallowed nervously, their expressions revealing hesitation. After all, they had only received a seed of extraordinary power and had not truly grasped extraordinary strength. Their only reliance was that indestructible weapon in hand. Just then, the first young man who had rushed out stepped forward, snorting coldly, and said, "Since we chose to accept, what is there to hesitate about? Becoming an extraordinary is a dream opportunity for many. We have a chance now. If we don't fight, will we wait until the monsters kill our loved ones and then regret it? People cannot always rely on others." After speaking, the young man wasted no time as the light in his hand transformed directly into a large knife. He pushed the door open and charged out. Seeing this, many young men felt their blood surge and shouted as they followed suit, rushing out in a crowd, leaving behind some older individuals and a few young children. Hearing these words, they too wanted to rush out, but were held back by their parents. Some middle-aged individuals also wished to follow, but instinctively looked back at their families, their wives and children, and basically stopped in their tracks. At this moment, a few people stepped forward and hesitantly spoke to Qinglong. Before they could finish, they were interrupted by Qinglong. "I know what you are hesitating about. I will not retract the extraordinary seeds, but let me remind you, since you have chosen the Starry Association, even if you do not awaken any extraordinary power, you will still need to work for us, and of course, we will still pay you." At this time, a composed young man stepped forward. He wore glasses and looked to be in his early 20s, asking, "Lord Qinglong, I would like to ask, besides life and death, is there any other way to awaken extraordinary abilities?" Bang! As soon as the glasses-wearing young man finished speaking, he was struck by a tremendous force and was sent flying against the wall, unconscious. The attacker was naturally not Qinglong. At this moment, 7 figures appeared out of nowhere. They wore clothes of 7 different colors, and their garments occasionally revealed distorted, changing ghostly faces, obscuring their appearance. One could vaguely hear some piercing and unpleasant wails. Among the 7 figures, one wearing wind-colored robes, surrounded by a fierce wind, stepped forward. He spoke with a hint of mockery. TSK, I must say, you Starry Association are too merciful. For someone who talks so much nonsense, just kill him directly. Why waste so many words?" Chapter 21. Only 9 left to die upon hearing this. The rabbit named Meow immediately responded, "At least we from the Star Constellation Society are still human, unlike you from the Calamity Royal Court, who have lost all semblance of humanity." The person in the azure robe only smiled faintly and did not reply. At that moment, a figure dressed in white slowly stepped forward, surrounded by pale lightning. He ignored Meow and looked directly at the crowd, taking a deep breath before speaking in a voice that rumbled like thunder. "Among you, who is willing to join our Calamity Royal Court and become a new human? As long as you join us, we can make you extraordinary without the trials of life and death. You will receive at least 2 extraordinary abilities, and if you're lucky, even 3. The most important thing is, once you choose to join us, even if you betray or leave after gaining power, we won't take care." The crowd was shocked by these conditions, some even finding it hard to believe, although they did not fully understand what extraordinary abilities meant. The temptation of receiving at least 2, or even possibly 3, was immense, not to mention that they wouldn't have to fight for it. They could gain power for free upon joining. Moreover, they could leave any time they wanted, and it wouldn't matter to the Calamity Royal Court. This, while the Calamity Royal Court seemed to be bad news based on previous interactions, these conditions were too enticing. No, it was practically charity. "Oomph." Meow snorted coldly and said, "New humans? Sounds nice, but isn't that just turning into some inhuman monsters?" "Monsters?" The man in white sneered, and the thunderous power around him roared. "In this crumbling world, who knows how many people die quietly in a corner, giving up powerful strength for the sake of a little persistence? So why not embrace the new world and become a new human? Become the new masters of this world and even fight back against the enemies invading our world?" His words struck like thunder in the ears of the crowd, and many who were previously hesitant began to show signs of wavering. After a long silence, someone suddenly rushed forward and knelt in front of the man in white with a thud. Sir, your words have opened my eyes, he exclaimed excitedly. I suddenly realized that my lifelong wish is to join the Calamity Royal Court. The man in white looked down at the devout kneeler and smiled slightly. Very good. Your choice is wise. After speaking, he gently raised his hand, and a white light circle instantly entered the kneeler's body. At this moment, the silent Azure Dragon, who was actually Sue E using a clone's body, quietly opened the fusion panel. Sue E glanced at the system space, which contained at least 1,000 white materials. He casually selected 2 and then chose Song Wu, clicking on fusion. While doing this, Sue E deliberately avoided the crowd's gaze. Once the fusion was completed, Song Wu, enveloped by the white light circle, began to swell, scales growing all over his body, his eyes becoming vertical, his hands rapidly enlarging, ultimately growing 3 enormous claws, and his height surged to 3 meters. Power! He shouted excitedly. Powerful power! Ha! Ha ha! Transformed into a monster, Song Wu clenched his fists and swung them a few times, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. He stood there, laughing heartily. Many witnesses lowered their heads, their expressions shifting. Meanwhile, some also approached the man in white and knelt down. Their reasoning was simple. Although they didn't understand the changes in the world, survival was certainly the most important thing. Even if it meant becoming a monster, it was far better than dying. They had not chosen this Star Constellation Society before because it meant giving their lives to the organization. However, the Calamity Royal Court was different. As long as they joined, they could gain power for free, with no additional conditions. Even if they immediately exited after obtaining power, no one would care. The only issue was that this seemed a bit like a villainous style, but was that really a downside? Since they were turning into monsters, could they still expect everything to be perfect? Clearly unrealistic. As more and more people joined, those who were still hesitating seemed to have made up their minds and moved forward. Of course, some remained rooted in place. Some had already chosen the Star Constellation Society and did not step forward. Others could not accept the idea of becoming monsters and preferred to maintain the status quo. Naturally, there were also those who upheld justice and were unwilling to have any ties to such an obviously evil organization. As time passed, more people transformed into monsters. Those who had yet to make a choice or had already joined the Star Constellation Society began to feel fear and took a few steps back. At that moment, Song Wu, who had joined the Calamity Royal Court first, saw this scene and sneered, stepping forward. Hee, we from the Calamity Royal Court are really stealing your people right in front of you from the Star Constellation Society. What is wrong? You have no reaction at all? Are you scared? Ha ha. Song Wu's intention was clear. Since he had already sided with the Calamity Royal Court, and the Star Constellation Society was clearly their enemy, he needed to make a good show of it to let the others know his stance. As soon as he finished speaking, with a bang, the bespectacled man who had been thrown into a wall suddenly appeared in front of Song Wu, throwing a punch at his face. Caught off guard, Song Wu was knocked back several dozen meters. He steadied himself, touched his sunken cheek, and a flicker of rage crossed his eyes. Seeking death, he roared, leaping into the air with his 3-meter-tall body, his giant claws tearing through the air as they came crashing down towards the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. Cloud hands, alternating his hands in circular motions. A transparent barrier with clear yin and yang appeared in front of him, blocking Song Wu's attack perfectly. Using the impact of the blow, the bespectacled man turned and kicked at Song Wu's face while hooking his neck, slamming him harshly to the ground. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. They remembered that the bespectacled man had been sent flying earlier. How was he now standing there unscathed? In just a few seconds, the battle ended. The bespectacled man emerged victorious, while Song Wu lay unconscious on the ground. The bespectacled man turned around and deeply bowed to Azure Dragon. Yi Fei thanks you, Lord Azure Dragon. If it weren't for your help, I might have died under that strike and would not have awakened my extraordinary power. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Azure Dragon, especially those who had already transformed into monsters, suddenly recalling the scene of the girl effortlessly defeating the monster earlier. However, before they could think further, a deafening scream echoed from a distance. Everyone looked up to find that the people who had rushed out to fight the monsters were already in a desperate struggle. From the scene, they had almost no ability to fight back, being slaughtered mercilessly by the monsters. Previously, everyone had forgotten about those who had rushed forward due to the chaos. Now, seeing the blood-red scene outside, they suddenly remembered. In a short time, these people had almost all been wiped out, leaving only 9. These 9 had awakened their extraordinary powers at the brink of death, but even so, they could not hold out much longer. facing dozens of monsters each. Moreover, there are endless monsters rushing in from behind. Death is just a matter of time. Chapter 22, Golden Items. However, the 9 people still alive have proven their talents. Oh my God! A woman in the crowd collapsed and cried out upon seeing the scene, as one of the deceased was her son. Besides this woman, others also appeared dazed, staring blankly at everything before them. After all, these people were from the same community, many of whom were relatives or kin. Sui, however, looked at this scene and stroked his chin, feeling that it was about time. The moment he raised his hand, the star map behind him suddenly radiated a brilliant light, directly enveloping the area where the monsters were rampaging. A miracle occurred. There, all the deceased seemed to have time reversed, their bodies gradually solidifying, then flying back, restoring to their original forms. Even those who were still crazily hacking away returned to them all in the blink of an eye. Seeing the scene, many people were completely stunned, especially those who had just come back to life, staring at their unscathed bodies with bewilderment. Only 72 people awakened the extraordinary? Although it's a bit lacking, it's already not bad, Sui said. Those who have awakened the extraordinary abilities can exit the line, while the rest continue charging forward until awakening. Don't worry about death. By today, death will no longer be a problem. No matter how many times you die, I can bring you back to life. At this moment, Su Yi's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. The resurrected individuals, having regained their senses from their initial confusion, gradually ignited with excitement in their eyes. They were originally a group of passionate youths, and now learning that they could resurrect infinitely, their fear of death dissipated significantly. Moreover, they could awaken extraordinary abilities. Thinking of this, those who hadn't awakened yet rushed forward without hesitation again. Unlike last time, when they charged forward in a frenzy but were unable to unleash their true strength due to fear of facing death, this time, understanding that they could resurrect infinitely, they completely let go of their inhibitions. Since they wouldn't really die, what was there to hesitate about? Not far away, those who had already chosen to become monsters, upon learning that the Star Association possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, felt a faint urge to betray. After all, the Catastrophe Court had previously made it clear that once they became new humans, they would no longer care for them. But the problem arose. These two organizations were clearly adversaries. Could they still betray and switch sides now? Although they were calculating this in their minds, no one dared to be the first to step forward. Just then, the man in white seemed to sense the crowd's concerns and spoke up. Don't envy the Star Association for their ability to resurrect. The benefits of our Catastrophe Court are no less impressive. Upon hearing this, those who were initially wavering immediately brightened their eyes and reignited their interest. The man in white wasted no time, stating directly, the Star Association has the ability to resurrect infinitely, while our Catastrophe Court has infinite evolution. As long as you can eliminate 100 monsters, you can gain 1 evolution. And there is no upper limit to this. Each evolution not only significantly enhances your strength, but, more importantly, you will also gain 2 brand new extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, if you can defeat 3 evil spirits, you will also receive a sublimation. Upon hearing this, those who joined the Catastrophe Court widened their eyes. This mechanism of continuous evolution was simply unbelievable, and it astonishingly had no upper limit. The most attractive part was that you only needed to kill 100 monsters to trigger an evolution. Although this task sounded challenging, the man in white did not mention that the subsequent evolution requirements might gradually increase. In other words, during their 3rd or 4th evolution, they might still only need to complete the goal of 100 monsters. By then, would 100 monsters really be considered a lot? Moreover, there's also that unknown sublimation, although they didn't know how powerful it was. Experiencing evolution and this ability to evolve further after evolution suggested that it might be even more impressive than evolution itself. After hearing these conditions, those who were initially wavering and considering withdrawing immediately dismissed the thought. Such enticing rewards, who would be willing to give them up? Meanwhile, Su-Yi fell in a deep thought. He understood in his heart that such conditions were actually unreasonable. From the beginning, only needing to kill 100 monsters and maintaining the same number for subsequent evolutions was clearly a carefully designed plan. The reason Su-Yi arranged it this way was solely to determine whether this fusion truly had an upper limit. Initially, Su-Yi had conducted an experiment using Enchanyang and found that purple materials could not be fused at all. He then tried blue materials, which could be used. At that time, he thought it was a matter of Enchanyang's insufficient talent, but after using this on several individuals, Su-Yi discovered that almost everyone faced the same limitation. Was it due to the limitations of human physiology, or because they had not yet met some hidden requirement? However, since every monster dropped white materials, and his clone had already cleared a large number of monsters using previous extraordinary items, he decided to randomly select a lucky candidate to test. Thus, he found a test subject and performed 10 consecutive fusions on them. However, the results still failed to reach the so-called upper limit. Ultimately, he chose to temporarily stop the experiment and no longer proceed. He pondered in his heart whether this fusion truly had an upper limit. If there were really no restrictions, then wouldn't it be a waste of materials? Even if he was only using the most basic white materials to fuse, he had already consumed 20 units. And this was merely a preliminary attempt. To obtain more accurate results, he certainly couldn't rely on just one person's data. Repeated experiments were necessary. But the problem was that each time it required such a large amount of materials, if he continued, his own stock would eventually be depleted. After all, these materials did not fall from the sky. Yet if he didn't conduct experiments, he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. More importantly, he himself needed to fuse as well. Although his situation might be different from others, referencing other people's data would still be helpful. Moreover, besides exploring the upper limit of fusion, he was also curious about what effects different types of materials would have when combined. At that moment, he had a sudden realization. Why should he spend his own resources? Why not let others willingly volunteer as test subjects? After all, his fusion ability could directly allow someone to step into the extraordinary realm. Thus, he decided to let the Catastrophe Court recruit new humans and propose a condition. Anyone who joined could gain powerful abilities through evolution. In a sense, as long as the other party was willing to accept fusion, even if they just casually went out to kill a couple of monsters, he would already be making a profit. Moreover, he also set it up so that for every 100 monsters killed, one could gain an opportunity for evolution. This way, not only could these people willingly work for him, but they would also be eager to become his test subjects, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. As for the Star Association, calculated inwardly. Since the Catastrophe Court had already begun recruiting, shouldn't the opposing faction, the Star Association, also take some action? Of course. There is an even more important reason that drives him to do this, which is the only golden item he currently possesses, the galaxy map. That's right, it's a golden item. However, the material for this thing did not come from the system's lottery. You should know that the highest reward the system currently offers is only purple, and golden has yet to be unlocked. So, how did this galaxy map come into existence? The answer goes back to not long ago. At that time, he had just distributed all the materials. He then fused them to create a purple item, the Crown of Calamity. When he entered the body of one of his clones and put on the crown, he felt a very special energy fluctuation. It felt like there was a powerful energy hidden at that critical point, pulsating continuously. He had a vague feeling that there was definitely something good inside. After pondering for a while, he decided to send a clone to where the Crown of Calamity and retrieve the items inside. Sure enough, with the help of the Crown of Calamity, the clone successfully managed it in no time. However, there was a price to pay. The space crack that was originally only about 10 meters wide instantly expanded to several hundred meters. Although the crack had widened, he didn't care at all. It was just that the number of monsters that emerged increased by dozens of times, and some evil spirits appeared. But he was completely unconcerned, as these posed no threat to him anyway. Chapter 23. Star Map. The most striking feature was the golden object in the hands of the clone, thin as a hair. Fantasy Divine Fragment. Gold. This is a fragment forcibly separated from the divine essence of a deity governing illusion and dreams, just before its impending fall. When Sui saw this divine fragment for the first time, his heart was not filled with excitement, but rather a sense of unease surged within him. Such a small fragment was already a golden material. How powerful must the complete divine essence be? The fact that even such a powerful existence could only fall means that this world might be more dangerous and complex than he had imagined. Realizing this, he quickly suppressed the slightly inflated ego he had developed from his recent gains. He gazed at the golden fragment before him, lost in thought. Ultimately, he decided to merge it as an item rather than directly into himself. As for whether he could collect enough fragments to restore the entire divine essence, he felt he could only go with the flow. If luck was on his side and he could gather them all, that would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. After all, what if he really pieced together a complete divine essence? What if that deity resurrected? If the other party turned out to be an enemy, wouldn't that create trouble for him? Wasting it was definitely not an option. He pondered to himself. Since it was material, he might as well use it for merging. However, no matter how impressive this material was, he would never integrate it into his own body. After all, this fragment was neither dropped from battle nor obtained from the system lottery as a safe material. In a way, it could still be considered something he picked up. Moreover, with the critical point opening right at his doorstep, such a thing appeared. What if this thing had a conspiracy? And if he rashly merged it into himself? Once that deity suddenly resurrected one day and wanted to reclaim their divine fragment, the consequences would be unpredictable. If he couldn't defeat that being at that time, wouldn't that be the end of him? Since he couldn't risk merging it into himself, he had to choose other avenues. At this moment, the clone had already killed quite a few enemies, and Su Yi's energy points had successfully broken through the 100,000 mark. At such a moment, of course, he had to treat himself with a wave of 1,000 consecutive draws, with flashes of light. It was no surprise that this time the system's lottery probability seemed to have been quietly lowered again. Even with 1,000 consecutive draws, he only obtained 10 purple quality materials. However, he did not mind too much and carefully selected 2 purple materials that looked decent. Monument of Civilization in the Star River, purple in the depths of a distant star sea, a highly developed civilization left behind an eternal monument for its race. Heavenly River Soul Map, purple at the moment when the distant star river dissipated, a mysterious and peculiar treasure was born. Whenever someone gazes at it, they can always gain unexpected inspiration and rewards from it. After merging, it became Star Map, Starfire Everlasting. This is a star chart that carries the seeds of civilization. Protected by the authority of illusion. By consuming energy, it can achieve group resurrection and grant a unique mark called Star Scar. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can resurrect almost infinitely. Dream Faith. When you use the Star Scar mark on someone, they do not need to actively believe in you. As long as they harbor dreams, fantasies, or even daydreams, faith power can be automatically generated. This power is extremely versatile and can be used to enhance realms, restore states, or for other purposes. Heavenly River Diagram. This ability can implant a special seed inside the body of the marked Star Scar individual. This seed will activate under extreme emotions, and once opened, it can summon starlight from the starry sky to condense a heavenly river diagram within the body. Subsequently, the cultivator can practice according to the operational rules of the heavenly river diagram, equivalent to awakening a super ability and gaining a set of matching techniques. This is the Star Map, fused from the golden material. Despite the Star Map possessing such incredible abilities, he did not go on a spree to expand his influence. He understood that while these abilities were very powerful, they were not necessities for him. After drawing so many items this time, he could manage most things. However, a trace of worry remained in Su Yi's heart. If he accumulated a large amount of faith power, would he accidentally resurrect a certain deity? Although he firmly believed in the reliability of the system, it's better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, he decided to treat the Star Map as a trump card or auxiliary tool rather than fully investing in it. As for the last ability to plant a seed in the body and activate extraordinary potential, he also found it quite practical. But he wouldn't use it on himself. After all, using this thing was not better than merging it himself once. So there was no need to take that risk. Returning to the present timeline, after multiple deaths and resurrections, everyone had basically awakened, each possessing their own extraordinary path. Most people on site had made their choices, with only a few remaining neutral, having neither chosen Disaster Royal Court nor Starry Society. Among these were mostly babbling children or elderly individuals in frail condition. The majority, however, chose to join one of the 2 forces. At this moment, the man in white saw that no one else hesitated to join and coldly snorted, preparing to turn and leave. Wanted to grab people and then just leave? There is no such easy thing in the world. A slightly aged voice came from outside. The man in white stopped, looked up, and saw an elderly figure appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, leaning on a cane not far away. He spoke disdainfully. The rooster of the Starry Society, the Azure Dragon hasn't made a move to stop us. What do you think you are? The rooster smiled slightly at this and gently tapped the air with his cane. An invisible ripple quickly spread outwards, instantly enveloping everyone present in a powerful psychic force. Except for Su Yi's clone, everyone found themselves unable to move. Even the distant monsters were frozen in place, and those flying in the air seemed to have hit the pause button, becoming motionless. After doing all this, the rooster turned to the man in white and slowly said, "The reason why Lord Azure Dragon hasn't acted is simply because he despises bullying the weak. If you continue with this attitude, even if Lord Azure Dragon kills you, your master won't say a word for you. Upon hearing this, the man in white and others felt as if they had suffered a tremendous insult, and various elemental powers began to fluctuate violently around them. The man in white directly broke free from the restraints, charging towards the rooster with the might of thunder. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're older? However, his thunderous punch abruptly stopped just 3 inches from the rooster's face. At the same time, a figure in blue who had stealthily approached behind the rooster was also immobilized, just as the remaining 5 were preparing to assist. A girl wielding a long knife suddenly blocked their way. Mautu looked at the 5 people in front of her and softly said, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? It seems it's time to settle the score." The corners of Mautu's mouth lifted slightly, and before her words fell, her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The 5 did not delay for half a second, directly channeling their respective elemental powers. Each of them controlled the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they began their movements, all natural elements within a radius of several miles were summoned, converging into a massive force. These elements quickly coalesced into a giant towering over 100 meters, radiating a violent aura and continuously releasing suffocating waves around them. On the other side, the rooster showed no signs of weakness either. Under the overwhelming power of the white-clothed and green-clothed individuals, the spectacle was no less magnificent than that on the rabbit side. The visual impact generated by the collision of the 2 forces was breathtaking, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. Soon after, the battle erupted in full force, with a violent energy storm sweeping in all directions. The aftermath of this battle was astonishingly powerful, even tearing nearby monsters into pieces. The crowd inside the shopping mall was protected by a layer of light blue shield cast by the Azure Dragon, preventing them from being affected. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, their eyes wide with disbelief, especially those who had just gained extraordinary abilities and were still somewhat complacent. Upon witnessing such terrifying power, they couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly setting aside any trace of arrogance they had after obtaining their powers. Chapter 24. The Scarlet Master at this moment. Far in the space of Blue Star, Heavenly Flood has completed its energy accumulation. Across from the Linyuan Bridge, the director stands in front of a high-rise window, his gaze fixed on the Yuehai community shrouded in a barrier. He clenches his fists and slowly relaxes them. "Director, there's nothing we can do about this. The critical point has already been opened, unless you can stop it. You know the consequences of failure, sacrificing 10,000 lives for 100,000. Is there even a choice?" Bainyu speaks up again. "Yes, this is reality." The director remains silent, not responding. The 3 team leaders behind him have different expressions, with Zhou Zhen's expression particularly complex. Zhou Zhen steps forward and whispers to the director, "Director, I request a leave first." The director looks up toward the Yuehai community. Understanding Zhou Zhen's intention, he doesn't want to witness Yang Kaishan die for such a reason. He gently nods. After receiving permission, Zhou Zhen turns and leaves. Walking on the empty street, his mood is incredibly heavy. 10 years ago, he joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau with Yang Kaishan, and they have fought side by side for nearly a decade, sharing a brotherly bond. Yet at this moment, he secretly hopes that old Yang has already died at the hands of evil spirits. Dying in battle against monsters or evil spirits is glorious. But if one dies at the hands of their own, thinking of this, Zhou Zhen sighs. Just then, he suddenly stops. The surroundings are eerily quiet. Even though nearby residents have evacuated, it shouldn't be this silent. Talp? He didn't expect that a mere fluorescent-level individual could detect abnormalities so quickly. It seems he hasn't fought in a long time, and his skills have indeed become quite rusty. Soon, a man in a suit slowly walks out of the shadows. He wears a pair of blood-red gloves, and his eyes are sharp like an eagle's. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Spirit Shadow Sect, Blood Sky Eagle," the man says calmly. Upon hearing the words Spirit Shadow Sect, Zhou Zhen's frown deepens, and his expression becomes serious. However, when he hears the name Blood Sky Eagle, his pupils suddenly constrict. He stares at the man and says gravely, "You are the Blood Sky Eagle who slaughtered thousands in Tianyue City 3 years ago to break through to the Haoyue level?" Blood Sky Eagle is momentarily taken aback. Then a smile appears on his lips. "I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would still remember me." Zhou Zhen feels a wave of despair. He knows that after that massacre, the Daxiao Empire issued a wanted notice for Blood Sky Eagle, and even the Zhu Rong department dispatched 2 teams to hunt him down. But ultimately he escaped. How much stronger has this guy become in the past 3 years? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhan can only manage a bitter smile. Alas. Old Yang, just a moment ago, I was still regretting your death, but now it seems I have to die with you. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhou Zhan slowly draws the knife from his waist. As for the distress signal, it had long been sent out, but it shows no signal. Clearly, the other party was already prepared. Ha! Blood Sky Eagle laughs at the sight. You don't actually think you can kill me, do you? A fluorescent level challenging a Haoyue level? Isn't that like a moth to a flame? Zhou Zhan does not respond and charges forward. The blade flashes like lightning, instantly slashing toward Blood Sky Eagle's neck. However, Blood Sky Eagle's movements are even faster. Just as the blade is about to touch him, he raises his hand and strikes Zhou Zhan's forehead. Boom! A tremendous force erupts, and Zhou Zhan flies back like a cannonball, crashing through 2 buildings before finally smashing into a wall. Bang! Zhou Zhan falls to the ground. At least half of his ribs broken, his internal organs misaligned, and his consciousness gradually blurring. Humph! An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. Blood Sky Eagle approaches with a cold laugh. Zhou Zhan struggles to lift his head, and he sees Blood Sky Eagle's hateful face. Taking a deep breath, he intends to spit out a mouthful of blood onto Blood Sky Eagle's face, but Blood Sky Eagle directly steps on his face, forcing his head into the ground. You still want to spit blood on me before you die? I've seen plenty of scum like you, Blood Sky Eagle mocks. Zhou Zhan is filled with anger and hatred, but there is nothing he can do. At this moment, Blood Sky Eagle lifts him up. Not long ago, someone from our Spirit Shadow sect came here. Seems to be named Yupa, right? Where is he? Did you guys take care of him? Zhou Zhan remains silent, only glaring at Blood Sky Eagle with fiery eyes. Just as Blood Sky Eagle is about to make a move to finish him off, a giant beam of light suddenly appears in the sky, pouring down like a flood. The dazzling light instantly envelopes the entire Lingyuan city, turning everything into a snowy white. Heavenly flood? Blood Sky Eagle exclaims in shock. As someone who has been hunted for 3 years, Blood Sky Eagle has certainly heard of this terrifying weapon from the authorities. However, he has only heard about it in rumors and never thought he would see it with his own eyes one day. Moreover, the target location is actually a nearby community. Blood Sky Eagle immediately understands. No wonder this small city has such a powerful barrier. It is to trap some terrifying entities. It seems that the critical point there has already been opened. Otherwise, the authorities would not have deployed Heavenly Flood. Unlike nuclear weapons, Heavenly Flood does not win through area destruction, but washes away all material like a flood, even completely erasing extraordinary powers and open critical points. Realizing this, a sense of retreat rises in Blood Sky Eagle's heart. If this place has prompted the authorities to use Heavenly Flood, it means this area is under high surveillance. If he stays here any longer and gets discovered, death is not far away. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkens, and the entire world seems to be stained blood red. The once high-hanging sun has unknowingly turned into a blood moon. Boom! The world instantly falls into a terrifying silence. Even the sound of Heavenly Flood pouring down is swallowed by some force. At the moment the blood moon hangs, the sky collapses like shattered glass, revealing a rolling scarlet abyss behind it. This is not ordinary darkness. Countless scarlet tendrils writhe in the void, like skinned blood vessels, entwining a slowly descending skeletal throne. After sleeping for 1,000 years, the world has actually fallen to this point. A whisper emanates from the throne, as if the murmurs of millions of people overlap. Just as the words fall, the buildings beneath them turn to blood-colored dust. At this moment, the existence on the skeletal throne finally reveals its true form. Its body is composed of shattered stars, with viscous moonlight flowing through the cracks. The left eye resembles a collapsing black hole, while the right eye burns with a scarlet blood moon. He raises his hand, and the world falls into silence. I am the Scarlet Master of the Court of Calamity. From now on, this place belongs entirely to the Court of Calamity. He lightly points at the void, and the entire city begins to tremble violently. The shattered buildings reassemble, and under the illumination of the bloodlight, countless bizarre blood-colored creatures surge forth, directly attacking the monsters. Chapter 25. The early run. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Even the distant Blood Skyhawk couldn't help but swallow hard, unconsciously loosening his grip on Zhou Zhan. His knees trembled slightly. This instinctive fear was irresistible in the face of an absolute power disparity. Even a full moon level transcendent was nothing more than an insignificant ant. The Crimson Lord. Blood Skyhawk murmured softly, his eyes filled with shock. On the other side of the tall building, The director also looked at the being who called himself the Crimson Lord with an incredulous expression. Was it really something a human could do to so easily neutralize the attack of Heavenly Flood? Standing next to the director, Bainu was equally shocked and speechless. Bainu instinctively touched his broken lens, a special tool he used to detect transcendent energy. However, the moment the other party appeared, the lens exploded. What confused Bainu even more was that the names Disaster Royal Court and Crimson Lord were completely unfamiliar to him. How could such a powerful organization remain in obscurity? Had they truly been dormant for 1,000 years as claimed? But the problem was, weren't monsters and transcendent beings only appearing 10 years ago? Before that, there had never been any records of transcendent powers in the world. So could this so-called 1,000 years of dormancy be credible? As everyone fell into thought, the director suddenly broke the silence. Prepare yourselves. I intend to personally communicate with the other party. Director. Hearing this, the other two team leaders immediately voiced their objections. But the director shook his head, his gaze unusually firm. He understood very well that the arrival of such a mysterious and powerful being in Lingyuan City was equivalent to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Moreover, with the recent launch of the official weapon, Heavenly Flood, although the target was not the other party, misunderstandings could lead to unimaginable consequences. If someone took the opportunity to contact the other party and distorted the truth, it would be a devastating disaster for Lingyuan City and even the entire Great Xia. Therefore, action must be taken quickly to prevent the situation from worsening. Furthermore, a being of such strength had suddenly appeared in Lingyuan City. As the head of this city, the director felt he had to talk to the other party regardless. After all, in such circumstances, one couldn't just pretend not to see, could they? In fact, the director had many questions in his mind. If given the chance, he would really like to know if there were any survivors from that place, and was even more concerned about whether Yang Kaishan was still alive. With this in mind, the director quickly reported a situation to his superiors and received permission to act. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Yuehai community. However, standing aside by Inu, although unaware of who this so-called Crimson Lord was, looked at him with great resentment. Soon, Bai Inu realized that continuing to stare might draw suspicion, so he forced himself to look away. Nevertheless, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. All his hard work had gone to waste, and he had even wasted a use of Heavenly Flood. For a brief moment, a thought of revenge flashed through Bai Inu's mind, but he quickly extinguished it himself. With such a being, seeking revenge would be tantamount to asking for trouble. Moreover, the permission to use Heavenly Flood was not something that could be easily applied for. This time, he had gained the opportunity because of his brother's death. But what about next time? At this moment, Bai Inu suddenly thought of his parents. Although they were his relatives, he then recalled that clearing a critical point would drop divine crystals. It didn't seem entirely unfeasible. On the other side, after calming his emotions, Blood Skyhawk gradually showed an excited expression. Disaster Royal Court. Although he had never heard of this organization, from a name and the performance of the Crimson Lord just now, it was definitely not a good organization. Coincidentally, Blood Skyhawk was not a good person either. If he could join them, he would no longer need to live a life of hiding. As for the Lingyu sect he was currently with, Blood Skyhawk had long since lost all respect and harbored resentment towards it. 3 years ago, when he had not yet broken through to the full moon realm, how could he possibly be the one to slaughter thousands? He was merely the scapegoat, the unfortunate one. In fact, he was responsible for only 1/5 of that massacre. The remaining 4/5 were claimed by the president and vice president. And what was the result? He was the only one being hunted down. The pent-up anger in Blood Skyhawk's heart was evident, but he knew he couldn't speak of it nor dare to. He could only silently endure and bear this humiliation, living each day in exile. Now that Disaster Royal Court, this powerful organization, made Blood Skyhawk feel a possibility of escaping this life. As for how to join, he looked down at the barely alive Zhou Zhan at his feet, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, not long ago, the officials had struck the Disaster Royal Court hard with a Heavenly Flood. At this moment, he was holding someone related to the officials, and with his full moon-level strength, they should have no reason to refuse him, right? Thinking this, Blood Skyhawk immediately perked up, picking up Zhou Zhan and quickly heading towards the Yuehai community. At the same time, Su Yi on the Void Throne looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd below, unable to suppress a smile. Is this what it feels like to show off? No wonder so many people enjoyed doing it. This experience is simply fantastic. Of course, showing off aside, safety comes first. The one sitting on the throne was merely a clone of his. His main body had long since vanished without a trace. Even so, Su-yi was still somewhat shocked by the power of the previous heavenly flood. With just one strike, it consumed more than half of his energy. If another one came, Su-yi couldn't guarantee he could endure it. However, this experience also answered some of his questions. Su-yi had been pondering. If that spatial rift was attacked purely with brute force, it would only get bigger and bigger. Attacks of that level might even cause the rift to expand to an uncontrollable extent. Doing so would not only be laborious, but also ineffective. How could the officials choose such a method to clear the critical point? But after personally experiencing Heavenly Flood, Su-yi finally understood the reason. As its name suggested, Heavenly Flood was like a fierce flood that could wash away everything, including transcendent energy. When enduring that strike, Su-yi clearly felt his energy being wildly consumed. To counter the same amount of Heavenly Flood energy, he needed to expend more than 3 times that amount. The reason the spatial rift could maintain its existence was likely because it was filled with transcendent energy. Once the energy inside was completely cleared, the world would likely repair the rift on its own. Although he couldn't fully confirm whether his speculation was accurate, it was highly probable. At the same time, Su-yi also realized one thing. This piece of divine fragment should not be unique. Logically speaking, the officials likely had many similar fragments. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the current situation. After all, the same energy fluctuations required him 3 times the strength to barely counter the impact of one Heavenly Flood energy. Just thinking about it made Su-yi feel it was unfair. After all, for this time, Su-yi had spent 5 purple materials and 4 blue materials. Why should he expend 3 times the energy to counter it? Chapter 26. He could do nothing. The only higher energy level than himself could only be the golden material. The only confirmed golden material at present is the divine fragment, obtained from the critical point. These fragments are evidently acquired through the critical point, leading to the inference that each critical point may harbor a divine fragment. Further estimations suggest that, over the past decade, even if the authorities have not cleared many critical points, they have at least dealt with hundreds. This means that the authorities have at least 100 divine fragments. Although it is unclear how the authorities use these fragments, it is certain that their hidden strength far exceeds imagination. At this thought, Su-yi couldn't help but shake his head. In the past, he might have chosen to be more low-key. However, the situation is different now, because the current reputation, 169, reputation exceeds 10,000 to unlock advanced lottery. System has added a new function, which seems to have appeared after he became the Scarlet Lord. When the reputation reaches 100, this function is activated, but he didn't notice it at first. Only after noticing that line of small print did he become excited. The previous ordinary lottery could only yield purple materials at most, and purple materials were already strong enough. However, after this incident, the energy points Su-yi accumulated are sufficient for 3 consecutive draws, and the energy points are rapidly increasing. It is expected that before dark, he might even gather enough for a 10,000 draw. With a sufficiently large base, even if the system lowers the probability as long as it's not too excessive, getting around 80 purple materials should not be a problem. However, no matter how many there are, their effectiveness gradually weakens. Just like in the beginning, purple materials were his lifeline when he was on the verge of death. Later, they made his weak body strong, and now they feel more like ordinary supplements. Their effectiveness no longer as significant. Therefore, if he wants to further enhance his strength, he must focus on quality. As for quality, he currently only knows one golden material, the divine fragment. Su-yi is well aware that he knows nothing about the divine fragment. But to be honest, if possible, he does not want to come into contact with it. Not to mention whether the appearance of such a powerful thing in Blue Star is reasonable. Just looking at a single critical point having such an existence feels strange. Is the other party here to invade or to provide support? Don't they fear that using too much will give birth to a true god in Blue Star? From any angle, this matter exudes a sense of eeriness. Su-yi already has his own system, so he would prefer not to touch this so-called divine fragment. Even if accidentally obtained, he would only fuse it and use it as an aid. With this in mind, Su-yi's consciousness exited the mental space, leaving everything to his clone to handle. After the clone took over the body, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as his gaze swept over the stunned crowd in the mall. Then, he gently stood up, leaped down from the skeletal throne, and in the astonished eyes of the crowd, he flashed to the front of them. The Scarlet Lord stood at the center of the mall, his scarlet robe billowing without wind. The surrounding crowd trembled instinctively in fear, even daring not to look directly at him, let alone move. At that moment, 7 figures quickly appeared, kneeling on one knee, and said in unison, Court of Calamity. 7 elemental sorcerers pay their respects to the Scarlet Lord. Seeing this scene, many in the crowd who had not joined the Court of Calamity felt a deep fear. Meanwhile, those who had already joined the organization could not hide their inner excitement. They had just witnessed the power of the Scarlet Lord and were now informed that this powerful figure was actually their superior. Who wouldn't be thrilled? When the Scarlet Lord saw the 7 elemental sorcerers, he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he raised his head, his gaze penetrating through the mall's glass windows. Looking at the azure dragon inside, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Do I need to invite you out, or will you leave on your own? The azure dragon of the Star Association. Upon hearing this, the azure dragon gently shook his head. Not yet, after all that has happened. Our newly recruited members are not in ideal condition. We must let them rest and adjust a bit. Besides, this is their home. Shouldn't they be given some time to reminisce? After hearing this, the Scarlet Lord did not respond immediately. However, the newly joined members of the Star Association all widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at the azure dragon. They were internally shouting, "No, dude, big brother. You can ask for our opinion. We actually don't mind at all." After all, it's not that they didn't trust the azure dragon. It's just that his appearance was too shocking from the momentum to the strength, making him seem overwhelmingly fearsome. At this moment, the Scarlet Lord suddenly chuckled. "Azure Dragon, I just declared this place to be mine. Do you really think you can leave unscathed while so openly undermining me?" The Azure Dragon did not respond, but took a step forward and instantly appeared outdoors. A mysterious green energy emanated from him. In an instant, everyone who had previously felt a powerful pressure now felt their bodies lighten, even experiencing a sense of refreshment, as if all their pain and fatigue had been swept away. Scarlet, the Azure Dragon lifted his head, staring directly at the Scarlet Lord. "You've just awakened. How much of your strength has returned?" Upon hearing this, the Scarlet Lord's momentum suddenly surged several times, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, the Azure Dragon did not back down, also releasing a powerful aura, not only contending against him, but also protecting the people around. The protected crowd felt extremely tense at this moment, fearing that the two would directly engage in combat. After all, with their strength, once a battle broke out, whether these ordinary people could survive was uncertain. Thus, everyone could only silently pray in their hearts, "Please don't fight." The development of the situation indeed went as everyone hoped. Ultimately, no conflict occurred. The Scarlet Lord restrained his momentum, turned his gaze to the Azure Dragon, and smiled slightly. "All right, since you want to stay, then stay." The Scarlet Lord paused, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "But how long can this avatar of yours hold out?" As soon as the words fell, he glanced at the 7 elemental sorcerers standing aside, then turned and walked towards the spatial rift. As his footsteps grew closer, the buildings near the spatial rift began to collapse on their own, reorganizing into a magnificent and eerie scarlet palace, exuding a suffocating aura. Those who had been transformed into half-human, half-monster looked at each other in confusion. After all, the Scarlet Lord had not clearly ordered them to leave, and they did not know whether to go or stay. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and follow." A cold voice came, waking everyone from their hesitation. These people quickly regained their senses, followed closely behind, and swiftly disappeared from sight. After the Court of Calamity left, the Azure Dragon slightly gazed into the void, and his figure then turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, other members of the 12 zodiac signs also rushed to the scene, but they did not linger, quickly showing their faces before dispersing. In a nearby hidden corner, the Blood Sky Eagle quietly observed everything. The words mentioned by the Scarlet Lord earlier echoed in his mind. Sleeping for 1,000 years? Court of Calamity. Star Association. Could it really be, as the Scarlet Lord said, that he had been asleep for hundreds or even thousands of years? But according to what Blood Sky Eagle knew, the emergence of extraordinary beings had only occurred in the past 10 years, and there had never been any relevant signs before that. But if that's not the case, how can one explain the sudden emergence of 2 such powerful organizations? After pondering for a moment, Blood Skyhawk shook his head and cast these doubts aside. In any case, none of this was related to his goal. His only purpose was to join the Catastrophe King Court, acquire greater power, and put an end to the humiliating life of hiding for the past 3 years. If it's true, wouldn't that be even better? Blood Skyhawk murmured to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This meant that the Catastrophe King Court was not only powerful, but also had a long history. With this thought in mind, he lifted the blood-soaked, unconscious Zhou Jun, transforming into a blurry blood shadow and racing towards the direction where the Catastrophe King Court had disappeared. Shortly after Blood Skyhawk left, another figure quietly appeared in the place he had just been. This person was the director of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. The director looked around, his brow furrowed slightly. The strange fluctuation he had sensed earlier left him puzzled. Strange, the director murmured softly, seemingly noticing something unusual, but for a moment he couldn't sort out. He had clearly sensed Zhou Zhan's presence earlier. Why had it vanished in an instant? Something was off. How could Zhou Zhan suddenly appear here? Didn't he say he had already returned? Could it be that the unusual commotion here attracted Zhou Zhan, prompting him to specifically come to find Yang Kaishan? But that didn't make sense. Zhou Zhan would never disobey orders. Even if there were special circumstances that required a change of plans, he would definitely inform in advance. So, either he encountered some urgent matter that didn't allow him time to notify anyone and rushed over, or he had already encountered an accident and was forcibly brought here. In either case, Zhou Zhan's situation was likely not optimistic. Just having lost Yang Kaishan, now he might also lose Zhou Zhan. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the already precarious Linyuan city. The director understood very well that, given the current state of Linyuan city, even with Yang Kaishan and Zhou Zhan, they might not significantly affect the overall situation. But in any case, having 2 more people was much better than having 2 fewer. With this thought in mind, the director couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In fact, even for himself, how much could he achieve? He was merely a candlelight-level power, and in today's Linyuan city, he could do nothing at all. Taking a deep breath, the director raised his head to look at the gradually receding Catastrophe King Court, then turned to the direction of the Starry Society. Without any hesitation, he stepped towards the Starry Society. After all, he had heard the conversation just now, and some things needed to be acted upon quickly. Chapter 27, 5,000 Consecutive Draws. Su, he had just been teleported out of a spatial passage. Hot poison, super strong hot poison. 1 dead, a whole bunch gone. If the rats don't die, I will. Grilled sausages for sale. 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3. Su, he looked around and found that there was a huge flow of people, with various vendors calling out their wares. He turned to his clone beside him and asked, "Where are we?" The clone immediately took out a phone and opened a satellite positioning app. Soon, he had an answer. "Master, we've arrived in Nanning." This was a first-tier city with a population of about 27 million. Su, he nodded, secretly relieved that his luck was good this time. He had randomly found a place and ended up directly teleporting to a big city. This made things much easier. Since that prestige mission appeared, Su, he had given up on Linyuan City, which was just a small 4th-tier city with a population of only over 1 million. Even if he made a big commotion there, his prestige only increased a little bit. As for what to do about Linyuan City, it was actually quite simple. Su, he had long since handed over management there to his clone. If it weren't for the fact that there was a place to farm monsters, he would have even considered withdrawing his clone completely. For the Disaster King Court, Su, he had already set the rules. Evolution days would be open every 7 days, and there would be no management during the rest of the time. After all, if everyone came to request evolution after completing their tasks, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? It was more convenient to set a fixed time period. As for the Star Association, Su, he was even less worried. His clones, they were bored out of their minds, usually just bragging or torturing newcomers, which they euphemistically called testing. Everything was under control. Thinking of this, Su, he looked at his clone again and said, "Let me borrow your body for a while. I'll return it tomorrow." Without waiting for the clone to agree, Su, he directly occupied the other S body. With the switch of consciousness, he opened his eyes again, feeling the outside world. Without any hesitation, he turned around and handed over 10 yuan to the vendor, saying, "Boss, I'll take 3 grilled sausages." Su, he hadn't eaten anything all day. Although physiologically he didn't need to eat, he felt psychologically hungry, especially when he arrived here. The smell of grilled sausages kept tempting him. Where did the money come from? Of course, it was the 10 yuan he just picked up. At this moment, the grilled sausage vendor had just received a 10 yuan note. Although he felt the bill looked familiar, he didn't pay much attention since he had just made a profit. He was smiling as he opened the drawer to put the money away, but suddenly froze when he realized his only 10 yuan cash was missing. You have to understand, we are in the era of mobile payments. Almost no one uses cash, so the vendor was very clear that he only had one 10 yuan bill. But now, it was gone. After finishing his meal, Su, he began to think. How can he create a situation to maximize his prestige? Online dissemination was obviously the best method, but the official censorship was too quick. He tried searching for Linyuan City on his phone, but couldn't find any related information at all. Even if he casually made a post mentioning Linyuan City, it would be censored within 3 seconds. As for terms like UI Community and Crimson Master, they were even more quickly banned. Clearly, these have been listed as sensitive words. Prestige, 201. Su-E glanced at his prestige panel and found that it had increased a bit during this time, but not significantly. He speculated that the later increase was likely not due to online dissemination, as the official response was too swift. More likely, it was rewards given by the officials or some organizations after they became aware, along with the influence of some foreign powers. If he excluded these factors, he estimated that a city with a population of 1 million could provide around 180 prestige points. Based on this ratio, a city like Nanning with a population of 27 million could provide at most about 5,000 prestige points. Even if this number differed somewhat from his initial guess, it definitely wouldn't reach 10,000. Thinking of this, Su-E frowned. Did he have to switch to a bigger city or act in multiple cities at the same time? But if he went too big, he felt guilty. After all, without the ability to rely on online dissemination, such large-scale actions could easily cause casualties. As a young man raised under the red flag, Su-E had received 9 years of compulsory education. He admitted that he found it hard to do certain things. Of course, if things escalated and the officials went all out to find the mastermind, he certainly wouldn't come out unscathed. After all, Su-E had no idea what stage the officials were at in their research on the divine fragment. If used well, this thing was, in a sense, no different from a wish-granting dragon. What if the officials really went all out and wished to erase him? After all, no matter how powerful he was, the best material he had was purple, while that thing was golden. Even if the probability was small, it couldn't be completely ignored. What if he tried monster fusion? This was a function the system had long had, and Su-E had experimented with it before. Unfortunately, the results weren't ideal. The monsters that were fused only acted on instinct, and aside from not attacking him, they couldn't understand his words at all, almost like they had no brains. So, he had always ignored this function. But now, if he wanted to create some incident without the officials tracing it back to him, this seemed to be the only way. However, compared to fusing into items, fusing into monsters was too dangerous and uncontrollable. More importantly, for some reason, the strength of monsters after fusion was far greater than that of living beings. One monster fusion product could easily handle 10 living fusion products. Moreover, the stronger the material used, the more terrifying the fused monster would be. The only downside was that they were disobedient. Plus, Su-E still had a bit of conscience. So he had been hesitant. Just then, a news report came from his side. In recent years, the island nation has once again discharged nuclear wastewater, which has already affected our borders, resulting in many ugly yet fierce monsters appearing. We hope that residents will report promptly if they see these terrifying monsters. Our country will definitely condemn the actions of the island nation. Hearing this news, Su-E was taken aback. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. But what attracted him was not the latter content, but the island nation. Yes, in Daxia, he couldn't act freely because he still held on to a bit of conscience. But what about in other places? Wouldn't he be fine? Moreover, Su-E remembered that the population of the island nation seemed to be over 100 million. If he released a few monsters fused from purple materials, wouldn't his prestige soar past 10,000 in no time? But just as he thought of this, Su-E suddenly realized that his purple materials seemed to have run out. Since they were used up, then he would just draw again. He glanced at his energy points. Energy points, 535,200, a full 530,000 energy points, enough for a 5,000 consecutive draw. After finding a quiet corner, Su-E silently thought, System, start the 5,000 consecutive draw. Chapter 28, Azure Giant Dragon Ding. Congratulations! The host has obtained white material, 3,616. Congratulations! The host has obtained green material, 1,214. Congratulations! The host has obtained blue material, 130. Congratulations! The host has obtained purple materials, Ultimate Ice Heart, Necromancer's Codex, Flame Demon Heart, Dead God Embryo, a Wisp of Strange Law Fragment, Soul Prism, Curse Contract, Original Sin Mark, Gene Fragment of the Abyssal Insect Emperor, Starfall Spear Tip, Undying Grudge of the River of Hades. Su-E looked at the materials he had drawn and couldn't help but sigh, although it was pretty much what he expected. Seeing only 40 purple materials still made him shake his head slightly. Taking a deep breath, Su-E stopped dwelling on it and shifted his focus to the items in front of him, contemplating how to combine them. Items like Necromancer's Codex and Soul Prism were clearly objects and not suitable for fusion into monsters. After pondering for a moment, Su-E came up with a plan. However, before officially fusing, he decided to conduct an experiment first. After all, he He wasn't sure about the power of the monsters created from the purple materials. He had used the white and green materials before, and they were quite strong, but he had yet to see the blue ones. Thus, Su-Yi planned to test the strength of the blue monsters first before deciding whether to fuse the purple ones. If the blue ones were strong enough, he would need to fuse the purple ones, and he could just throw in a few more blue ones to save some resources. Before that, Su-Yi directly selected 3 items: Necromancer's Codex, Soul Prism, and Undying Grudge of the River of Hades, and began the fusion. A dazzling purple light suddenly burst forth. As the light gradually faded, a thick, black-gray book exuding an ancient aura appeared before Su-Yi. This book was exceptionally heavy, with the cover engraved with strange runes and patterns, emanating a chilling aura of resentment. Su-Yi looked at the new book and then glanced at the azure spatial bracelet glowing on his wrist. He thought to himself that the 2 purple items should be roughly equal in strength, but he still felt somewhat uneasy. Therefore, he took out this Star River map from earlier and had it hover behind him. Using the faith power he had just condensed to add a layer of protection for himself. A blood-red disaster crown faintly floated above his head. Beneath him was a throne made of bones, and the blood moon rune on his forehead also quietly lit up. At this moment, Su-Yi held the Necromancer's Codex in his left hand, wore the spatial bracelet on his right hand, had the Star River map surrounding him, was supported by the Bone Throne, and had the disaster crown above his head with a hint of crimson blood moon imprinted on his forehead. Su-Yi surveyed his surroundings and felt a significant increase in his sense of security. After all, it was his first time abroad, and he didn't know how safe it was. It's always better to be cautious. Then, Su-Yi gently snapped his fingers, and all the items merged into the void, hidden around him. As for the others nearby, they couldn't see any of this, as Su-Yi had already cloaked it before doing all this. After finishing everything, Su-Yi began to sense the extraordinary energy fluctuations throughout Nanning City. A minute later, Su-Yi opened his eyes. The spatial bracelet emitted a white light, and ripples spread around him, before his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Moments later, Su-Yi appeared in a suburban area. Before him was a transparent yet invisible barrier, and he could sense that this place was filled with intense, extraordinary energy. Although he didn't know where this was, Su-Yi knew that the energy here was enough to meet his needs. This might be an official stronghold or a secret base of some powerful force. However, none of that mattered. Su-Yi planned to use this area to test the monsters created from the blue materials. As for whether the people inside could handle the monsters, that was not within Su-Yi's consideration. Next, Su-Yi summoned the system panel and entered the monster fusion interface. Blue material, withered dragon corpse, resembling an Easter dragon. Approximately 20 meters long, but due to desiccation and atrophy, its original color was no longer discernible. Green material, expansion agent, capable of rapidly expanding items to increase size and visual impact. Roar of thunder, makes sounds louder, spreads further, and attracts more attention. After confirming everything was correct, Su-Yi clicked the fusion button. Blue light flashed, and a blue energy sphere appeared out of nowhere, quickly expanding into a massive form. To avoid being affected, Su-Yi immediately teleported to a nearby steep slope to quietly observe the process. As the blue energy mass continued to change, its shape gradually grew larger. When it reached a target size of 100 meters, an astonishing scene unfolded. Inside the blue energy mass, a blue dragon silhouette flickered as if it were swimming. The outline of the dragon gradually became clearer, with details like scales, claws, and whiskers emerging one by one. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The blue energy mass instantly shattered, as if torn apart like thin paper. At the same time, the giant dragon fully materialized. This dragon was 100 meters long, its massive body intimidating to behold. Its azure body was covered in thick scales, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sunlight. Su-Yi was stunned, exclaiming, "Wow." He hadn't expected the fusion to produce such an imposing giant dragon, and more importantly, it was not only large, but also looked so majestic. However, after a moment's thought, Su-Yi felt a bit reluctant. It was truly a shame to just kill such an impressive dragon. If he kept it as a mount, wouldn't that elevate his status significantly? But he also thought that such a large and conspicuous creature didn't match his usual low-key survival style. Forget it, he could always look into it later. After all, this was just a dragon fused for blue materials. He still had so many materials left to collect. He could fuse another one at this ratio later on. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, 6 pitch-black figures formed a circle. In the center floated a transparent map, displaying Nanning City. One of the figures in a black robe spoke in confusion. Yi Wushan, you called us here. Are you planning to attack Nanning City? Chapter 29. Zhu Yin. At this moment, the person known as Yi Wushan, the only one standing on site, gently pointed towards the outline of Nanning City. He wore a dark purple robe adorned with silver star and moon patterns, and a hood that covered most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline. Indeed, he responded briefly. Beside him, a man whose face resembled decay hesitated for a moment before speaking. Nanning is a first-tier city, although we have 3 high-level beings here, 2 of whom are almost at the Shiguang level, plus you, who has already entered the lower Shiguang level. He paused. But attacking a first-tier city is a bit too crazy, isn't it? Yi Wushan did not respond, only slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a golden light shone from his palm. Upon closer inspection, a golden thread as thin as dust was hidden within that light. This scene instantly caused the 5 people around them to erupt in excitement. The Crystal of the Gods. Someone exclaimed. Yi Wushan, you actually have the Crystal of the Gods. The corners of Yi Wushan's mouth slightly lifted, as if he had anticipated everyone's reaction. This was lent to me by the Spirit Lord, and the cost is not small. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, since that's the case, I will take 50% of the profits from this operation. You have no objections, right? Only then did the others manage to pull themselves back from their shock. Upon hearing the news of the 50% share, they surprisingly had no objections. After all, Yi Wushan was the only Shiguang level powerhouse here. Even though he had just broken through, the 5 of them together might not be his match in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he had brought the Crystal of the Gods. Although after taking 50%, the remaining part divided among them would only leave 1/10. No one felt it was unfair. In fact, they considered it a stroke of luck to be able to participate in such an operation. Seeing that no one opposed, Yi Wushan put away the Crystal of the Gods and calmly said, since everyone agrees, we will act after dark. Remember, we must be quick before official support arrives. We need to kill at least 10 million people. At this point, a complex smile appeared at the corners of Yi Wushan's mouth. To obtain this Crystal of the Gods, he had paid a huge price, to the point where he didn't even dare to sit down. However, all of this was worth it. Nanning City was a target he had carefully selected. It was the only first-tier city without a critical point, which meant their plan had a higher chance of success. It was also the weakest link in the official defense system. As for the other 5, did he think he would be so kind as to share with them after paying such a high price? That was simply a dream. Boom! Roar! Just as Yi Wushan was lost in his beautiful fantasies, suddenly the earth began to tremble violently, accompanied by a roar that almost pierced the eardrums. Yi Wushan abruptly raised his head, and the pupils beneath his hood instantly contracted. What's going on? The man with the decaying face was the first to react, and a dark green, poisonous mist immediately rose around his body. The entire underground space began to shake violently, and debris continuously fell from above. Yi Wushan quickly released his mental perception, and when his consciousness broke through the barrier, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A gigantic azure dragon, 300 meters long, was circling outside the barrier, and every scale shimmered with a chilling light that struck fear into the heart. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming energy fluctuation he sensed from the dragon, far exceeding his own by an unknown number of times. Damn, wasn't it said that Nanning City had no critical point? Where did this terrifying dragon come from? And just as Yi Wushan's mental perception touched the dragon, it successfully caught the dragon's attention. Roar! Immediately, the dragon opened its mouth wide enough to swallow heaven and earth, letting out a roar that shook the sky. This roar was like the thunder of heaven, shaking so violently that it made people's ears buzz. And the furious thunderous sound lingered in the air for a long time. The sound spread outward like ripples, with the dragon at its center, each wave striking like a sharp lightning bolt, crashing violently against the barrier Yi Wushan had set up. Under this powerful impact, the barrier shattered like thin ice, bursting into fragments. Run! Witnessing this scene, Yi Wushan's face turned pale in an instant, and he shouted loudly. He himself did not hesitate to flee rapidly in one direction. The others, seeing the barrier break, also chose to flee in their respective directions. However, the dragon's sapphire-like vertical pupils had already locked onto them. The dragon let out another earth-shattering roar, gathering a dazzling blue lightning in its mouth. Boom! The lightning fell like a divine punishment from the sky, instantly covering the area in a storm of flickering lightning. The man with the decayed face was the first to be hit. He didn't even have time to scream before being turned to charcoal. The other black-robed individuals also could not escape, quickly turning to ashes in the blinding lightning. Only Yi Wuxian, relying on his Shiguang-level strength, barely avoided the fatal blow. But even so, he could not escape the shockwave and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He looked up in horror at the dragon circling in the air, filled with despair. This is simply not something we can deal with. Yi Wuxian muttered to himself, his voice filled with shock and fear. Damn, this is at least a Yaoxing-level monster. Yi Wuxian gritted his teeth and growled. How could such a being suddenly appear? Isn't this something that should only appear at disaster-level critical points? In a moment of desperation, he trembled as he took out a crystal of the gods from his bosom, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. There's no choice. I can only rely on this. However, just as he was about to activate the crystal of the gods, a crimson light fell from the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Yi Wuxian. This scene made Yi Wuxian's pupils shrink. Despite wanting to evade, it was already too late. With a soft sound, the crimson gun point pierced through his chest. Yi Wuxian incredulously looked down at the gun that had pierced his body, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, as if it were going to ignite everything. Before he could plead for mercy, the terrifying high temperature rapidly spread, completely burning his body to ashes. The only thing left was the crystal of the gods. Just as the crystal of the gods was about to fall to the ground, a strong and powerful arm shot out like lightning, firmly grasping it. At the same time, a young man appeared beside the red fire gun, with 3 flame-like marks carved on his forehead. Zhu Yin frowned, glancing at the ashes of Yi Wuxian he had just burned. He then took out his phone and dialed a number, speaking calmly. The 30-second crystal of the gods has been successfully recovered. After a pause, he added, the target only took 1 hit before dying. I believe he is not a true spirit lord. A steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the line. Since the 30-second crystal of the gods has been recovered, then come back. Zhu Yin shook his head and replied, it may take a little more time. Upon hearing this, a voice immediately responded from the other side. What happened? Do you need help? Zhu Yin licked his lips and answered leisurely. No need for help. I just discovered something quite interesting. Chapter 30, The God-Making Plan. Zhu Yin hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. He raised his head and looked at the giant dragon opposite him, which had been staring at him but had yet to launch an attack. At this moment, the azure dragon could clearly sense the extremely dangerous aura emanating from this human. In the ruins, the wild wind lifted Zhu Yan's robes, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A dragon this big actually appears in a place like this? However, compared to those ugly monsters, you are quite pleasing to the eye. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yan raised the spear in his hand and provocatively pointed it at the dragon. Submit or die. Choose one. Although the azure dragon could not understand Zhu Yan's words, the provocative gesture was unmistakable. It let out a furious roar, lightning flashed, and its massive claws lunged towards Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes, as if he had already guessed its choice. What a pity. Zhu Yan sighed softly, and the red flame spear in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling red light. The flames coiling around the spear surged violently, transforming into a pillar of fire that pierced through heaven and earth. Qi Xiao, burning heaven. Accompanied by his low shout, the fire pillar transformed into a red fire dragon, crashing violently against the azure dragon's lightning. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky, and the blinding light illuminated the entire sky. An energy storm of intertwined thunder and fire swept across several kilometers, and the ground was plowed into charred ravines. When the light dissipated, Zhu Yan remained suspended in midair, his robes rustling. Meanwhile, the 100-meter-long azure dragon was charred all over and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even the nearby Nanning felt a slight tremor. The residents in the city looked up, and although they could not see what had happened, such a huge commotion was clearly impossible to hide from anyone. At the same time, Su Yi, who had been watching the show from the side, rubbed his chin and calculated silently. This wave of operations probably earned me about 100 points of reputation. Su Yi looked at the information on his panel, pondering to himself. The rewards for killing monsters were indeed good. Although the commotion wasn't large, the gains were substantial. Killed the Moonlight Upper Tier, gained Green Material Frenzy Heart. Gold Energy Points 3,500. Killed the Dawn Lower Tier, gained Blue Material Elemental Barrier Energy Points 6,500. Not bad. The enemies killed by the fused monsters also counted towards him, and he even got a blue material, which was an unexpected joy. As for strength, it was about what he expected. It wasn't outrageously strong and remained within a controllable range. However, Su-yi was somewhat surprised to realize that the guy who fought the Azure Dragon just now seemed to be Zhu Yan, the third figure in the god-making plan of the Zhu Rome department. Speaking of the god-making plan of the Zhu Rome department, it was one of the most top-secret projects in Daxia. These 9 individuals could be said to be the elites cultivated with the country's utmost resources, with individual strength considered among the strongest in Daxia. So the question arises, how did Su-yi know these insider details? The answer is simple. His first avatar, Huang-yi, had been mingling with the officials. Initially, Huang-yi just casually taught a few people a small lesson and then enjoyed a period of leisure. Later, the big players approached, and after some friendly exchanges, Huang-yi successfully became a distinguished guest. Not long after, a batch of new faces appeared. These people were even friendlier than the previous big players, claiming to be from the Zhu Rome department. They not only proposed to exchange ideas, but also invited Huang-yi to visit their base. At that time, Su-yi's main body had already opened the critical point and began to fuse new powers, with his strength gradually increasing. Since the main body was already strong enough, the first avatar had no more concerns and directly agreed. On the way, the other party took the initiative to introduce themselves. When it was Huang-yi's turn to introduce himself, he casually used the identity he had just made up, the Lord of Huang-yi, one of the 9 monarchs of the Court of Calamity. The other party fell silent for a moment after hearing this, unsure whether to believe it. However, since they had not yet reached their destination, Huang-yi did not want to break this delicate balance, so he chose to act aloof and did not ask much. After recalling this, Su-yi glanced again at the now charred Azure Dragon. Although it looked like a piece of charcoal, the dragon was not dead yet. After all, it was a dragon, and having a strong life force was normal. Looking at Zhu Yan, he was still continuing to educate the Azure Dragon, which was on the verge of death. Clearly, Zhu Yan had not given up on the idea of taming this creature as a mount. Watching this scene, Su-yi silently calculated. Zhu Yan is the 3rd member of the Daxia god-making plan, so his strength goes without saying. He must be very strong. Even on a global scale, his ranking might not make it into the top 10, but it certainly wouldn't be far off. Of course, this is just an estimation based on the available information and may not be entirely accurate. However, even if this estimation is slightly off, it indicates one thing. This world can definitely withstand the existence of purple material monsters, so there's no need to worry about any mishaps. With this in mind, Su-yi felt he could confidently proceed to synthesize purple material monsters. Therefore, he decided not to linger any longer, directly pulling out his spatial bracelet, opening the map, and teleporting towards Xiao Rizi from a distance. As for that handsome but nearly breathless Azure Dragon, it was simply not worth mentioning in front of the opportunity for a high-level draw. And the fragment of divine power? Su-yi was also uninterested. This thing might harbor hidden dangers. Mainly, while Su-yi was confident he could win against Zhu Yan in a one-on-one fight, he could not guarantee that the other party wouldn't call for help. It was not worth exposing himself for something with potential risks. Meanwhile, when Zhu Yan sensed that the dangerous aura lingering around him had dissipated, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, Zhu Yan turned to look at the Azure Dragon that was still struggling and roaring, and without hesitation, he hurled the spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the spear pierced through the dragon's head, and this poor creature finally fell. After dealing with the trouble, Zhu Yan took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. 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 The call was quickly connected, and a concerned voice came from the other end. How is it on your side? Is the crisis resolved? Zhu Yan looked around to confirm the area was safe and said, the unknown guy should have left. He didn't attack me. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a response. Since it's resolved, come back. Zhu Yan held the crystal of divinity, paused for a moment, and frowned as he said, are we just going to ignore this matter? There are only a few situations that make me feel extremely dangerous. Now that we've infiltrated Daxia, if something happens later, don't come looking for me to clean up the mess. A noisy sound came from the other end of the phone, and then another voice said, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Chapter 31, Abyss Mother Bug Egg. Before Zhu Yan had a chance to ponder, the person on the other end of the phone began to explain the recent events. Recently, 2 new forces, Calamity Royal Court and Starry Association, have emerged. After hearing this, Zhu Yan was momentarily stunned. The gaze that made you feel a sense of crisis should be from one of these 2 organizations? The voice on the phone continued. Or it could possibly be a new organization. Although we cannot fully confirm the accuracy of the information, one thing is certain. Within less than a day, 3 powerful individuals with strength exceeding the Radiant Star level have appeared, yet there are no records of them. We are well aware of the people abroad. As they have files, they cannot silently infiltrate the territory of Daxia. Therefore, these newly appeared individuals likely belong to one of the two organizations I just mentioned. If they haven't caused any harm, this matter doesn't really need to be overly concerned about. After all, the current situation in Daxia is complex. It's better to avoid trouble if possible. After listening, Zhu Yan fell into a brief silence. He didn't expect such a significant change to happen within a single day. Meanwhile, Su Yi, after several rounds of teleportation, finally arrived above the ocean. He stopped, looked back, and found that the aura left on the giant dragon had completely vanished. Was this a coincidence, or... Su Yi muttered to himself, then shook his head. Never mind, it doesn't matter to what I'm about to do next. Su Yi opened the space teleportation portal again and stepped inside. Moments later, Su Yi appeared on top of a tall building. Looking down, he saw a bustling crowd below, densely packed, most of them lifeless. Su Yi glanced at the time. It was dusk. He didn't rush to take action, but first summoned the galaxy map. He sensed that it had accumulated a considerable amount of belief power. So he unhesitatingly used a portion of it and spoke. Find the largest critical point within the island country. Since I'm here, how could it be just for some prestige? Of course, I need to open another critical point. And this time, it has to be a big one. After all, I need enough energy points to unlock the high-level lottery later. As the galaxy map slowly unfolded, the light flowed, and the whole world seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious aura. Countless starlights intertwined before Su Yi, forming a three-dimensional map. Suddenly, an arrow lit up near Tokyo Bay. It's actually underwater? Su Yi gazed into the distance and stepped forward lightly. The space bracelet in his hand rippled, like the ripples on a lake after a stone is thrown in. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported to the vicinity of the bay. Just as he steadied himself, Su Yi noticed that the entire bay was shrouded in a layer of eerie black mist, dense enough to be tangible, completely obscuring the situation inside. Outside the black mist, neatly arranged were walls of futuristic iron. Su Yi could sense powerful energy fluctuations permeating the periphery of the bay. Although the individual quality was not as high as Zhu Yan's collectively, it exceeded 10 times. What intrigued Su even more was that most of the personnel here had black and white skin, looking like people from the Lighthouse Nation. After scanning the area indicated by the arrow, Su Yi understood why so many people were needed. Even though the critical point was still far from him, he could still perceive the energy it emitted, which was far stronger than his own. The area covered by the arrow was at least 100 meters, and these regions were the centers continuously releasing strange energy. In contrast, his own critical point was only about a meter, and the energy source was so small that he could only poke a finger in. Comparing the two, Su Yi fell silent for a moment. The gap was too large. If this thing were to be opened, would an evil god pop out? Although with his strength, he might not be able to open it anyway. However, Su Yi noticed that the energy in the iron wall was similar to the previous heavenly flood. After pondering for a moment, Su Yi condensed an energy ball and launched it with a bang. However, just as the energy ball approached the iron wall, it melted instantly like ice meeting flames. Seeing this scene, Su Yi immediately understood that this thing was of the same energy source as the heavenly flood. Su Yi thought to himself, does every country have this kind of thing, or is Daxia also involved? However, before he could think further, the people inside the iron wall had already noticed the attack. Suddenly, alarms rang out, and a huge shield lit up around the iron wall. Seeing this, Su Yi directly pulled out his space bracelet and teleported away. With his departure, the military base of the Lighthouse Nation entered a state of high alert. Report to the commander. Detected B-level energy fluctuations. A soldier hurriedly reported. Damn it, are the people from the World Destruction Organization still not giving up? The commander frowned, instinctively issuing orders to activate the defense system. Have a soldier search for all suspicious individuals within a 10-kilometer radius. Right? Last time the search was too harsh, and quite a few civilians died. Those guys from the island country even came to blame us. The commander paused for a moment and added, this time, be careful, try not to be discovered. Meanwhile, Su Yi had already arrived above a nuclear wastewater processing plant. He originally planned to find a larger critical point and release a purple quality monster. But the critical point on the islander's side seemed a bit fierce. If it were forcibly opened, what if an evil god really popped out? That would be troublesome. So, Su Yi raised one hand, and a blood-red egg floated in his palm. The surface of the egg was covered with strange black runes, and just looking at it, one could feel a brutal and bloodthirsty aura rushing towards them. Abyss Mother Bug Egg. Specific information can only be viewed after hatching. Hatching requires a massive amount of energy. This egg was formed by merging the blood flesh worm nest, the starry worm egg, and genetic fragments of the Abyss Worm King. The first two were just blue materials, but the last one was a purple material. To be honest, when the fusion was completed, Sui was taken aback that he actually synthesized an egg. However, upon careful consideration, since there were worm eggs in the raw materials, it seemed reasonable for the final result to be an egg. Without hesitation, Sui directly threw the egg into the nuclear wastewater processing plant. Sui knew that this egg required a large amount of energy to hatch. Although the energy reserves on him were already sufficient, he didn't want to push himself to a point of being completely devoid of power. But the problem was, without energy, the egg couldn't hatch. After thinking for a while, Sui suddenly thought of the islander's nuclear wastewater processing plant. Through perception, Sui discovered that a large amount of energy was gathered there. Although it had a bit more impurities, he believed that the Abyss Mother Bug egg, formed from purple materials, would be able to absorb this energy perfectly. Therefore, Sui unhesitatingly tossed the Abyss Mother Bug egg into the nuclear wastewater. Sure enough, the egg welcomed all, starting to crazily absorb the wastewater. Sui quietly felt pleased. This action of his could be considered a great help to the islanders, and perhaps they would even be grateful to him. After observing for a while, Sui noted the speed of absorption. The egg would likely hatch by dawn. Since the time was now confirmed, Sui no longer continued to stare and instead summoned the galaxy map. This time, he chose a slightly weaker critical point for inquiry and then used the space bracelet to teleport away again. Moments later, Sui appeared at the crater of a volcano. This was the largest volcano in the island country, Mount Fuji. Sui looked up at the very center of the crater and found a critical point there, but it was 10 times smaller than the one by the bay. Chapter 32. The Judgment of Evil. There were quite a few people guarding the periphery, but most of them were ordinary folks. There were only a handful of extraordinary beings, let alone defenses as formidable as those on the other side of the bay. Most of the people here were actually just to prevent others from wandering in by mistake. Sui glanced around and understood. The location of this critical point was chosen very cleverly. This place was originally sparsely populated, and the evil spirits mostly could not stray far from the critical point, while the randomly spawned monsters mostly fell directly into the magma. Even if a few stragglers occasionally made it outside, their numbers were few, and those extraordinary beings could easily handle them. Therefore, there was indeed no need to waste too many personnel. But that was in the past. Now, Sui intended to give these little lives a small surprise. With a movement, Sui instantly arrived at the center of the volcanic crater. Beneath his feet was the rolling crimson magma, and the heat waves distorted the surrounding air. Sui looked down at the critical point, which was about 10 meters in diameter. It resembled a pitch-black vortex, continuously spewing out strange energy. Before Sui could take action, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The original volcanic scenery disappeared, replaced by a blood-red hellish world. Various strange creatures surged around. They had horns on their heads, their bodies displayed a blood-red color, and they varied in form, some towering like mountains, others small like mice, some fat and bloated, and others thin and bony. At the forefront, a gigantic monster towering 100 meters caught everyone's attention. Its body was composed of countless human heads, each displaying a different expression. Some were fierce and terrifying, some were in pain and wailing, while others were madly twisted. They shouted in unison, "Guilt! You are guilty! D! D! D!" The sound echoed like a reverberation, ringing loudly in the ears. Especially the last die, which burst forth like a sonic wave, spreading through the air. Faced with this sudden scene, Sui's gaze first swept over those little monsters. Another evil spirit that could summon small monsters? Sui's mouth curled slightly. That was good. At this moment, the book of the netherworld beside Sui began to move on its own. The book seemed to be awakened by an invisible force. Its pages began to flip rapidly. With each page that turned, various eerie spirits emerged from the book of the netherworld. These spirits varied in form. Some were completely transparent, emitting a faint blue light. Others were semi-transparent, shrouded in layers of black mist. They swirled and danced in the air, emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down the spine. Sui gently raised his hand, pointing at a nearby little monster. In an instant, countless spirits surged toward those red little monsters. The little monsters had no time to react and were instantly torn into pieces. The gigantic monster in front was momentarily stunned, then erupted in endless rage. How dare the guilty resist? It roared, "Die!" Just like that, dying is too easy for him. One of the heads spoke. "I will skin him, pull out his tendons, and dig out his peep of bone." Another head chimed in. "No, He should descend into the hell of no return and suffer eternal torment. Yet another head added. However, despite the heads chattering excitedly, the monster did not act, merely allowing the spirits to slaughter its minions. Just then, Sue-Yi sensed a mysterious power suppressing his abilities, even cutting off his connection to the items on his body. Moreover, this power seemed to grow stronger with the argument among the monster's heads. After feeling it for a while, Sue-Yi shook his head. This power of rules was good, but its effect was too slow. Sue-Yi thought, perhaps it wasn't that the effect was slow, but that my equipment was too powerful to reflect it. At the same time, as the spirits continued to kill the little monsters, that suppressive force grew even stronger. Sue-Yi quickly understood. Killing the little monsters could enhance this suppressive ability. After realizing this, Sue-Yi raised his hand without hesitation and summoned the Crown of Calamity. The moment the crown lit up, a terrifying black giant hand emerged from the void, carrying a sinister aura and a suffocating sense of oppression. Reaching straight for the monster made of heads. This giant hand seemed to come from the abyss, wielding the power to destroy everything, causing the entire space to tremble. In an instant, the monster's massive body was enveloped in shadow. Sue-Yi lightly curled his fingers. Crack! The immense hand suddenly closed, and the countless heads on a monster let out piercing screams. Some even burst apart, with pus and shattered bones splattering everywhere. However, those shattered heads quickly reformed in the next second, now more numerous than before, writhing densely and emitting mad howls. Pain. Pain is redemption. The deeper your guilt, the stronger our power. Kneel. Repent. The monster's voice sounded like the simultaneous shouting of millions, layered and deafening. At that moment, Sue-Yi felt the suppressive force on him suddenly surge. But instead of discomfort, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. It turned out that his panel was refreshing wildly. Kill. Executioner's head. Energy points 100. Kill. Executioner's head. Energy points 100. Kill. Executioner's head. Energy points 100. Although no materials dropped, the frequency was indeed high. Just like that, the panel refreshed at least hundreds of times, equivalent to tens of thousands of energy points at hand. More importantly, these heads reformed immediately after being smashed. What kind of terrifying monster was this? This was simply the energy ATM Sue-Yi had been dreaming of. With this in mind, Sue-Yi summoned two new giant hands, this time not to grab, but to clench into fists. With a gentle point, the two fists crashed down like a torrential storm. Boom! 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 The two pitch-black giant fists smashed into the monster, each impact producing a deafening explosion. The heads exploded under the heavy blows, like ripe watermelons, with pus and bones instantaneously vaporizing, rising into a stinking red mist. However, more heads frantically proliferated from the monster's torso, quickly filling all vacancies. Kill. Executioner's head. Energy points 100. Kill. Executioner's head. Energy points 100. Watching the energy points soar, Sue-Yi's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a smile. Kill. Boom. Death. Boom. The battle continued, and Sue-Yi's mind held only one thought. This monster was simply a treasure tailor-made for him. Before the monster could finish its words, another round of fists came crashing down, forcefully interrupting it. Although Sue-Yi felt that the suppressive force had reached its limit. As the blood moon pattern on his forehead lit up, this suppressive force was instantly reduced by more than half. However, as time passed, Sue-Yi gradually noticed that the refresh rate on his system panel was decreasing, and the monster had not spoken for a long time. Despite this, Sue-Yi's actions did not stop. His purpose for coming here was very clear, to open the critical point. The benefits of this goal far outweighed the current entanglement with the monster. Sue-Yi would not give up greater rewards for the sake of immediate interests. Sue-Yi raised his palm again, and the surrounding attacks came to an abrupt halt. At this point, the ground was already in tatters, and the monster had been beaten into a puddle of mush, with only a few scattered heads still barely intact. You are guilty. The monster was about to say something when it was abruptly interrupted by Sue-Yi's palm striking down. The halted fist suddenly grew several times larger, and ancient and mysterious runes reappeared on the dark fist. Boom! Kill. Evil Spirit Judgment Chief obtained blue material painful judgment. Energy points 10,000. This strike completely ended the battle, and the entire scene fell silent, with only the system notification echoing in the air. Chapter 33. Titan Flame Demon. The surrounding environment transformed back into a volcanic landscape, and a scorching aura rushed toward him. Sue-Yi lowered his head and stared at the critical point beneath his feet. With a wave of his hand, several massive black fists instantly took shape. Boom! As he flicked his fingers, those dark fists slammed down fiercely toward the critical point. However, as the smoke cleared, the critical point remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Su-Yi understood in his heart that relying solely on the power of the Crown of Calamity would not be enough to open this critical point. Taking a deep breath, Su-Yi slowly closed his eyes, extending his arms with his palms facing forward. In an instant, a strange wave rippled through the air, and the codex of the underworld, as if summoned, appeared before him, hovering in midair. As Su-Yi's thoughts flowed, the pages of the codex began to turn on their own, producing a faint rustling sound, like ancient and mysterious incantations. Suddenly, a wave of pitch-black aura erupted from the codex, and countless ghosts surged forth. These ghosts swirled in the air, wailing. Their forms were ethereal and elusive, yet they emanated a chilling aura. Gradually, these ghosts began to gather, ultimately merging into a large, grotesque specter. This specter was shrouded in black mist, with hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie green light, and its gaping maw seemed capable of devouring everything. However, the strange occurrences did not stop there. At the moment the specter took shape, a massive, bone throne appeared behind Su-Yi, seemingly out of nowhere. This throne was constructed from countless massive bones, each radiating an ancient and malevolent aura. Without any hesitation, Su-Yi's figure flickered, and he sat down on the bone throne. In an instant, a tremendous power surged forth from the throne, flooding into Su-Yi's body like a roaring tide, and then continuously channeled through his meridians into the specter's form. Nourished by this power, the specter's body rapidly expanded, its visage becoming even more grotesque and terrifying. It grew larger and larger, reaching dozens of meters tall, standing out prominently against the volcanic backdrop. At the same time, the blood moon on Su-Yi's forehead began to shine violently, emitting a dazzling crimson light. Countless crimson, ethereal beings emerged from the blood moon, and as soon as they appeared, they transformed into blood-red mist under the influence of the moonlight. This blood moonlight acted like a vortex, frantically attracting the life force of the surrounding beings. The mist, like a red whirlwind, converged toward Su-Yi's forehead, ultimately coalescing into a strange blood-red lunar disk. The blood-red lunar disk radiated brightly, and Su-Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing within. With a thought, the terrifyingly powerful blood-red lunar disk shot toward the critical point like an arrow released from a bow. As the lunar disk passed through, space seemed to twist, and the air emitted sharp explosive sounds. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the critical point was finally breached, revealing a small fissure before him. An evil and powerful aura emanated from the fissure, as if connecting to another terrifying world. The specter above could not wait and shot up into the fissure, its massive hand plunging forcefully into the crack, beginning to tear it apart. Su-Yi, of course, did not remain idle. He directed the black, giant hand to also enter the fissure, exerting force together with the specter. At the same time, the bone throne began to release mysterious powers, which merged into the specter and the black giant hand, causing their sizes to surge several times. Crack! Crack! The critical point emitted a brittle sound, as if it could shatter at any moment. Finally, with a resounding crack, the critical point was completely torn apart, revealing a massive spatial rift before everyone. Roar! Roar! From within the rift came deafening roars of monstrous creatures, followed by countless monsters surging forth like a raging flood. However, as soon as they appeared, they were instantly torn to shreds by an invisible force. Kill. Fire Demon Wolf. Gain. Energy points 300. Energy points 360. 520. System notifications continuously echoed in Su-Yi's mind. Looking at these abundant energy points, Su-Yi nodded to himself. This adventure was indeed not in vain. Compared to Lin Yuan City, the energy points gained here were like heaven and earth. Previously, when killing monsters in Lin Yuan City, the energy points were pitifully few, with dozens being considered a lot, and some even barely exceeding 10. However, just as Su-Yi was pondering, the surrounding environment suddenly began to change again. Su-Yi's heart tightened. He knew that more evil spirits were about to emerge. At this moment, his energy was already less than half. If he fought the evil spirits, each one would consume 10% of his energy. Moreover, he was unsure how many evil spirits would appear this time. Weighing the pros and cons, Su-Yi chose not to engage in battle. Instead, he decisively activated his spatial bracelet, instantly teleporting back to the sky above the volcano, although he had temporarily escaped danger. He did not want to waste these monster resources. With a thought, he opened the fusion panel and selected the blue material's giant's body, wild totem, and the purple material, heart of the flame demon. However, just as he was about to press the fusion button, he hesitated. He couldn't help but wonder if his fusion would be too powerful, beyond his control. Additionally, he had a doubt. Did reputation still count after a person died? After all, reputation, in a certain sense, was about increasing visibility, but if a person was no longer around, what significance did that visibility hold? However, he quickly recalled the heavenly flood and the god-making plan of the great Xia, as well as the iron wall defense of the lighthouse nation. He thought to himself that even if the strength of the island nation was slightly weaker, they should still be able to withstand these monsters. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and resolutely pressed the fusion button. With his action, a massive purple energy erupted, blindingly bright. A purple light cluster flew toward the center of the volcano like a meteor. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and a lava giant at least 500 meters tall rose from the ground. Titan Flame Demon, Lava Assimilation. Wherever the Titan Flame Demon stands, the ground automatically turns into a lava lake. Earth Vein Absorption. Standing on lava terrain greatly restores itself. Raging Totem. When used, sacrifices rationality for power, with a maximum increase of 10 times in size and 3 times in attributes. At the moment, the Titan Flame Demon descended. He clearly felt the entire volcano tremble. He glanced at the ability panel of the Titan Flame Demon and pondered. The first 2 skills seemed to complement each other, but he felt that this creature was not as strong as he had imagined. Compared to the effects of other purple items, these skills seemed rather ordinary. However, upon reflection, He understood that this guy was a numerical monster, primarily relying on basic attributes to crush enemies. As for the last skill, the Raging Totem, he glanced at the Titan Flame Demon, who was roaring wildly and couldn't help but doubt. Does this thing really have intelligence to be reduced? It's just about increasing size by 10 times and attributes by 3 times? After pondering for a moment, he activated the spatial bracelet and teleported in a different direction. After all, this place was no longer suitable for him to stay. At this moment, 50 kilometers away from the volcano, in a secret base, Yamamoto Kenta, responsible for detecting extraordinary energy fluctuations within the country, was staring at the instruments in boredom. Suddenly, all the indicators on the detectors lit up with glaring red lights, and a piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire base. Which critical point was activated? Yamamoto Kenta abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on the screen. When he saw the location displayed on the screen, his face instantly turned pale. The screen showed a dense cluster of red light spots above Mount Fuji, resembling a sea of blood. A disaster-level critical point has been activated? Yamamoto Kenta murmured in disbelief. How could this be possible? His voice was filled with shock and fear, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Chapter 34. Extreme Cold Snow Girl. Lowly? Yamamoto Kenta's fingers trembled slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on the dense red dots on the screen. He knew all too well what these red dots represented: abnormal activity at the critical point. According to common sense, this critical point should remain stable for at least another 3 years before activating on its own. However, the current situation clearly exceeded his expectations. It is worth noting that in the internationally recognized classification, critical points are divided into 4 levels: S level, SS level, disaster level, and apocalypse level. The higher the level, the longer the activation time. For example, once an S-level critical point appears, it typically opens on its own within 3 months, but the threat is relatively low. With a certain cost, even small countries can handle it easily. The next level up is SS level. Once a critical point of this level appears, it will automatically open within a year. At that time, the city will be immediately sealed off, and even major countries must pay a certain price to resolve the issue. If this happens to a small country, it is almost equivalent to a national crisis. Next is the disaster level, which is even more troublesome. According to records, such critical points usually take about 10 years to open naturally. However, it is important to note that 10 years is just a rough estimate, as all activated disaster-level critical points so far have not opened naturally. Regardless, it can be confirmed that disaster-level critical points will not open within 9 years, because the earliest disaster-level critical point in the world has not yet opened on its own. Nevertheless, the danger level of disaster-level critical points goes without saying. It is second only to apocalypse level. Once opened, Even the most powerful major countries must expend all their national resources to combat it. The reason is simple. Once a disaster-level critical point opens, it will produce continuously expanding spatial rifts. The monsters that surge from these rifts are terrifying. But the real trouble lies with the evil spirits. Such level evil spirits can easily cause the downfall of even star-level powerhouses if they are careless. And each time a disaster-level critical point opens, at least 3 such entities will appear. Worse yet, an additional one will refresh every day. As for the last level, Apocalypse level, there are currently no detailed descriptions because, although it has appeared, no one has ever witnessed its true power. Just by the name, it can be inferred that once it opens, the result will undoubtedly be catastrophic. There are only 7 of these in the entire world. But now, Yamamoto Kina had no time to think about these things. Faced with such a significant event, he had to report to his superiors immediately. However, just as he was about to act, a gigantic red light spot suddenly appeared on the screen. Not only that, but this red that was also expanding outward at an astonishing speed. Warning! Warning! The cold voice of the system suddenly rang out, driving the atmosphere in the room to a freezing point. Energy fluctuations have reached their limit, and the equipment can no longer continue monitoring. Yamamoto Kenta's hand hung in midair, stiff as if frozen. His gaze was locked on the screen, the constantly flashing alerts causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, large droplets sliding down his cheeks. This was a high-end instrument bought at a great price from the lighthouse country. Its detection limit had reached the star-level upper tier, but now it had gone off the charts. What does this mean? There is only one possibility. That unknown entity is at least a disaster-level monster. How is that possible? Yamamoto muttered to himself. The critical point had only just opened. How could such a level of being appear so quickly? Meanwhile, in another space, a violent ripple in the fabric of space spread out. Su Yi's figure slowly materialized from within, and he looked around to find that he was surrounded by swirling snowflakes. The world dressed in silver. He glanced down at the positioning device in his hand and speculated. This should be Hokkaido in the island country, right? The reason for coming here was simple. One of the materials he drew last time was a flame heart and another was an ice heart. Since the fire had already been released, the snow and ice naturally could not be absent. After all, having one more monster shouldn't cause too much trouble for the island country, right? Su Yi thought uncertainly, but then shook his head. Never mind. Subsequently, Su Yi quickly scanned the surrounding environment and then vanished from his spot, reappearing at the peak of a towering mountain. He carefully checked the surroundings, but found no signs of a critical point. It seems you guys are lucky. This time, I won't have to open a blind box for you. Su Yi muttered to himself, then opened the fusion panel he carried, placing the required materials one by one into it. This time's formula included 2 purple quality materials, Ultimate Ice Heart, and Snow Goddess's hair, along with a blue quality small item, Pure White Hairpin. As for why he used 2 purple materials, the reason was simple. There were no more suitable substitutes among the blue materials. Besides, since he had already included 2 purple-level monsters before, adding one more new creature formed from 2 purple materials should be manageable for the island country, right? After making up his mind, Su Yi wasted no time and directly initiated the fusion process. As he pressed the button, a pale purple light circle slowly formed in front of him, about 1 meter high. Looking at this small light circle, Su Yi frowned slightly, unable to help but mutter, "Why is this so many again? Is it going to produce a monster egg?" However, just as he was guessing, the light circle suddenly shattered, revealing what was inside. A little girl covered in long snow-white hair, looking petite and cute, as if she had stepped out of fairy tale. A loli? Su Yi was taken aback. Extreme Cold Snow Girl. Blizzard Domain. When the Extreme Cold Snow Girl appears, the area within a 100-kilometer radius will be engulfed in an eternal blizzard, and the temperature will plummet instantly. Frost Puppets. In areas covered by the blizzard, countless frost puppets will gradually be nurtured. Snow Goddess form. Activating this will grant powerful Snow Goddess powers. Su Yi looked down at the little loli curled up in front of him, his fingers gently resting on his chin in thought. This was his first time fusing a humanoid monster, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Meanwhile, the Extreme Cold Snow Girl slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of light blue irises. She stretched her body, and ice crystals flickered with a faint yet enchanting light on her eyelashes. The moment she stepped barefoot onto the snow, the entire mountain seemed to awaken, emitting a deep, rumbling sound like a glacier moving. Immediately, a howling wind arose, and a blizzard suddenly descended, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even though Sue-E had many purple-grade equipment providing protection, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. This extreme cold power was continuously eroding the air, and the temperature kept dropping. At this moment, the extreme cold snow girl merely stared silently at Sue-E, neither speaking nor making any movements. Sue-E was not surprised by this. Based on his previous fusion experiences, these monsters, aside from being disobedient, lacked intelligence. She was probably just simply interested in me right now, Sue-E thought to himself. So he couldn't help but reach out and poke the extreme cold snow girl, his cheek. After poking several times, he tried squeezing it and found the texture quite soft. After a round of observation, Sue-E confirmed that the extreme cold snow girl still showed no reaction, just staring blankly at him. Sue-E also understood that even if he fused 2 purple items, it wouldn't make him smarter. However, he did have another interesting discovery. The monsters he fused were indeed much more visually appealing compared to those that emerged from the critical point. For example, the majestic dragon he had previously created and the Titan flame demon, which was always shouting and exuding a battle aura. Then there was the extreme cold snow woman in front of him, petite and cute, even making one want to take a few more glances. In contrast, the monsters that popped out from the critical point were truly crooked and ugly, hardly deserving any praise. Just then, a towering figure suddenly emerged nearby, standing 10 meters tall, made entirely of ice and radiating a chilling aura. Sue-E immediately realized that this was likely the frost puppet summoned by the snow woman. Curiosity arose in his heart. How powerful could this frost puppet be? Without thinking too much, Sue-E casually unleashed a blood moon slash. The dazzling moon wheeled charging fiercely toward the frost puppet. Bang! A crisp sound shattered the air, and a burst of icy white mist erupted at the point of impact. As the white mist gradually dissipated, the figure of the frost puppet reappeared. The only change was a small crack that had formed on its arm. The frost puppet seemed completely oblivious to the earlier attack, casually touching its head as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Sue-E fell silent. Chapter 35, are you joining us? Although his strike didn't use much energy, it should have been more than enough to instantly kill an opponent at the dawn level. But surprisingly, it didn't even break through the defense of a small soldier. Damn, this is too outrageous, right? If even the small soldiers are this powerful, how strong must the snow woman be? Not to mention, there are 2 other monsters that have fused with purple materials. The more Sue-E thought about it, the more he felt something was off. It seemed like the island nation might not be able to stop these 3 guys at all. What if they accidentally all died? What would he do then? To be honest, he didn't really care whether he lived or died. But the key issue was that if everyone died, and the system didn't give him the reputation points for the dead, that would be a huge loss. Just as Sue-E was lost in thought, the snow woman moved. After confirming that Sue-E had stopped moving, she began to act as well. She lifted her head, looking Sue-E up and down, as if inspecting something. Then, she floated up into the air out of nowhere. Seeing this, Sue-E immediately came to his senses. Although he didn't know why the snow woman suddenly acted, it was a good opportunity to observe. After all, compared to those earlier hulking figures, this petite snow woman was actually more valuable for research. Since he had already done what he needed to, he might as well take this time to look closely. However, research aside, Sue-E still carefully watched the snow woman, paying attention to whether she had any intention to attack. After all, the previous monsters didn't attack him, possibly because his strength was too overwhelming for them to dare to act. But the snow woman was different. She had fused with 2 purple materials, and that earlier attack had already made Sue-E understand. With the strength of his current clone, he definitely had no chance of winning. To avoid any accidents, Sue-E quickly transmitted the spatial bracelet to the Crimson Lord. Other items could fall as they may, but he couldn't afford to lose this bracelet. It was his best means of transportation, and since it had no attack power, it was safer to leave it with the Crimson Lord. However, while Sue-E was pondering, the snow woman suddenly reached out a finger and poked Sue-Ye's face, then began pinching his face. After doing these 2 things, the snow woman looked down at Sue-Ye's lower body, confirming that he was wearing pants and not a skirt, then tilted her head, as if she was a bit stuck on what to do next. Feeling the cold touch on his face and the snow woman's strange actions, Sue-E calmed his mind and thought for a moment, finally realizing she was mimicking his actions. Could it be? The monsters he fused were not without intelligence. It was just that when they first merged, they were like infants completely unaware of the outside world, which made them appear a bit dazed and brainless. With this thought, Sue-E immediately understood the reason. He looked again at the confused snow woman in front of him, and after a moment of thought, he said in his mind to the Crimson Lord, "Send over a few children's enlightenment books." Su-Yi planned to teach her himself. Of course, the best method would be to have the Yellow Lord bring over clothes directly and use the memory weaving ability. However, not to mention that the place where the Yellow Lord currently was might not be convenient to send clothes, even if it could be sent. Su-Yi couldn't be sure whether this trick would really work on the Snow Woman given the huge gap in strength. Although it might not work on the Snow Woman, it could potentially work on others who were a bit weaker. He could try fusing a few weaker monsters later. However, the premise was to find a way to get the Yellow Lord to take off the clothes again without being discovered by the officials, and most importantly, to maintain his dignity. This experiment could be slowed down, but dignity absolutely could not be lost. If it really came to it, he still had so many energy points now. He didn't believe he couldn't draw material that could modify memories. With this in mind, Su-Yi held the children's enlightenment books that the Crimson Lord somehow obtained, and looked at the Snow Woman with a sly smile. 2 hours later, Su-Yi retrieved the spatial bracelet and left directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue his research, but rather that he felt he might not be able to withstand the increasingly low temperature around the Snow Woman. Especially under his continued teaching, for some reason, the surrounding temperature had become so cold that it was almost freezing the space. If he didn't leave soon, he feared he would be turned into an ice sculpture. Su-Yi even suspected that even if his main body came out, he would still be frozen here. The Snow Woman looked in the direction where Su-Yi had disappeared, her little head filled with big question marks. Then she secretly showed a hint of a hopeful smile. But as time passed, a hint of confusion mixed into her gaze. Had she done something wrong? Meanwhile, Su-Yi was transported to another place. Looking up, he saw the Titan Fire Demon, not far away, radiating dazzling flames. Su-Yi's reputation had risen to over 1,000 and was still climbing rapidly. He nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he would break through 10,000 in just a few days and unlock the advanced lottery. More importantly, during this time, his energy points had already surpassed 1 million, most of which came from killing the Titan Fire Demon. However, this time, Su-Yi didn't rush to draw a lottery. Instead, he decided to wait until the advanced lottery was unlocked to draw all at once. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Su-Yi set his mind to his clone. All right, this is up to you now. Notify me immediately if anything happens. After saying that, Su-Yi drilled out from his clone, leaving behind a Netherlaw Codex, and then used the positioning function of the spatial bracelet to return to the Nanning City where he had previously stayed. On the other side, in Lin Yuan City, a figure knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Great Crimson Lord, your majestic figure and awe-inspiring power have won my heartfelt admiration. I am willing to give up everything and sincerely request to join your sacred organization." Bloodsky Hawk knelt on both knees, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold marble floor. He was not willingly so humble, but could clearly feel the overwhelming sense of life-level oppression radiating from the Crimson Lord. If he didn't express his awe in this way, Bloodsky Hawk would feel even more unsettled inside. At this moment, the Crimson Lord on the high platform slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the Bloodsky Hawk tightly pressed against the ground below. Although no aura leaked out, Bloodsky Hawk could still feel an invisible, terrifying gaze, which made him nervous and his palms sweat. The Crimson Lord stared at Bloodsky Hawk for a while, lost in thought. This person named Bloodsky Hawk had proactively requested to join the Catastrophe King Court shortly after he returned. Of course, the Crimson Lord wouldn't refuse such a request. But the problem was that this guy in front of him was actually a crescent-level powerhouse. Such strength might not be worth mentioning in front of his current self, but for the other members, it was definitely a crushing level of existence. If he evolved him using white materials in the conventional way, the effect would probably be limited. And if he used green materials, that was a resource meant for sublimation. If a newly joined member with a background of betrayal directly obtained the opportunity for sublimation, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the other members once they found out. Although the Crimson Lord himself didn't care about these things, and even found them quite interesting. These people were currently experimental subjects of his main body, and could not be handled so casually for the time being. While the Crimson Lord was pondering, Bloodsky Hawk was already extremely nervous. He didn't know whether his request would be accepted. After all, he had defected from another organization. If he was rejected, he could just continue living on the run. But if he angered this lord with a wrong word, he might not even be able to keep his life. Finally, the Crimson Lord's deep voice echoed in the hall. "It's not impossible for you to join the Catastrophe King Court." The Bloodsky Eagle's body trembled suddenly, but after hearing the other party's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the conditions were clearly demanding, it made him feel at ease. However, the Scarlet Lord paused, You have betrayed another organization to join us, so you must first do something for us. Of course, if you are here for power, I can grant you 2 abilities. You will still be part of your organization. I won't force you into anything." The Scarlet Lord's voice was as cold as a winter's chill. "Rest assured, my lord, as long as I can join, I am willing to do anything." The Blood Sky Eagle responded immediately with high spirits. Without any hesitation, the Blood Sky Eagle chose to join the Disaster King's court. After all, staying in the previous organization would only mean continuing to be hunted by the Great Xia, and the organization didn't care about him at all. They might even betray him for money. But joining the Disaster King's court was different. With such a powerful figure as the Scarlet Lord in command, he believed he could definitely escape the pursuit. Seeing this, the Scarlet Lord understood the Blood Sky Eagle's choice, slowly raised a finger, and gently beckoned. Instantly, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in the hall, and Chanyang, Fang Jiqiang, and a clone. Chapter 36. One punch splits 7 times. The communication between Chanyang and Wuma was quite simple. In the end, he chose to be honest. Wuma did not make it difficult for him and directly sent him over, leaving behind a remark. "Next time we meet, we will be enemies." During this time, Chanyang had been leveling up by following other avatars to farm monsters. As for Fang Jiqiang, he was an experimental subject saved from monsters by the main body. Although he was made of white materials, his strength was not to be underestimated due to being fused 10 times. Thus, Su Yi casually handed this person over to the avatar of the Doomsday Court, letting him come out to stretch his legs, which was better than wasting resources idly. After the 3 were teleported to the main hall, Chanyang looked up at the Crimson Lord and then glanced at the person lying below. Although he was unclear about what had happened, he guessed that it was likely something concerning him or a task. However, Fang Jiqiang was completely confused. He had no idea why the world had become so strange after waking up. The situation was this. Fang Jiqiang had been sleeping soundly at home when suddenly he heard a loud bang, followed by various monsters appearing from nowhere. He wanted to run, but he couldn't outrun those monsters. Just as he was about to be bitten to death, a strange figure suddenly appeared and saved him. Unexpectedly, one monster slipped through, which was perfect for experimentation. Before Fang Jiqiang could express his gratitude, he heard a somewhat transparent voice muttering to itself. Before he could ask for clarification, everything went black, and he passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself here. At this moment, Fang Jiqiang could feel a powerful force within him. Yet he was still in a fog, not knowing what had happened. The avatar appeared quite relaxed. Blood Skyhawk looked at the 3 figures suddenly brought by the Crimson Lord. Although he did not understand the meaning, he did not ask too many questions and quietly waited for the other party to speak. By the way, Chanyang performed well in monster hunting this time, and Su especially rewarded him with 2 green materials, one of which could allow for human transformation. Therefore, the 3 guys standing above were all in human form now, and Chanyang could directly revert to his human form. This was not particularly complicated. As for Fang Jiqiang, he had fused 20 white materials, which meant he had at least 20 skills at his disposal. Among them was one that allowed him to change his shape at will, which was quite normal. The Crimson Lord's gaze slowly swept over the 4 individuals, finally landing on Blood Skyhawk. He raised his hand and condensed 3 blood-red energy orbs. Then lightly pointed. These energy orbs floated in front of Blood Skyhawk. "These 3 energy orbs contain a trace of my power," the Crimson Lord said. "I will send you 4 to the island nation. Your task is to open the critical points on the island. The other 3 will assist you in completing the task and gain some experience." He added, "These 3 energy orbs can help you open 3 critical points. As long as you open one, I will allow you to join us. If you can open all 3, I will personally grant you a blessing." Blood Skyhawk looked up at the 3 orbs of light before him, while listening to the Crimson Lord's words, his breathing quickening. He knew that although these 3 orbs were used to open the critical points, they contained the power of the Crimson Lord. In other words, these were 3 life-saving trump cards. As for the other 3 individuals, Blood Skyhawk casually glanced at them and recognized 2. One was standing straight, while the other looked a bit confused, both possessing candlelight-level strength, not weak and unlikely to hold him back. As for the last one, although he felt a bit unclear, the first 2 were like this, so the last one should be similar. After adjusting his state, Blood Skyhawk slightly raised his body and respectfully said, "Please rest assured. My lord, I will not disgrace my mission." The Crimson Lord nodded and gently raised his hand. Instantly, a white light enveloped the 4 of them. When the white light disappeared, they were no longer in their original place. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Lord looked down at the spatial bracelet on his hand and sighed. Indeed, spatial items are quite useful. It's a pity I have to return it to the main body. I wonder when the main body will fuse some new spatial items. Reluctantly, the Crimson Lord used the spatial bracelet to open a white passageway before him. He casually tossed the bracelet into the passage. After doing all this, a monster-like person walked in not far away. This person was Song Wu. "My lord," Song Wu said respectfully. The official person's injuries have healed, but he is still unconscious for some reason. The Crimson Lord nodded and waved his hand, signaling Song Wu to withdraw. As for that so-called official person, the Crimson Lord only took a brief glance and understood his condition. This guy had actually woken up long ago, but was pretending to still be unconscious. However, the Crimson Lord did not care. If the other party wanted to lie down, then let him lie down. When he really woke up, the interested avatars would naturally go over. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, Zhoujun also quietly woke up. Before being dragged over by Blood Skyhawk, Zhoujun had already fainted due to excessive blood loss. Not long ago, he hazily regained some consciousness, and before he could figure out the situation, he heard a noisy conversation around him. "Hey, do you think that we have all turned into monsters now? And our main task is to open the critical points? What use is there in keeping this official person? I don't know either. Maybe the Lord has a use for him. Hey, do you think it's possible that the Lord wants to recruit him? When this guy wakes up, he might forcibly evolve him, turning him into a monster like us. If that's the case, whether he wants to or not, he would no longer belong to humanity, which means he would have joined us, right? Well, when you put it that way, it seems a bit reasonable." Every word of this conversation drilled into Zhoujun's ears as he just regained consciousness. Transforming into a monster, opening critical points, forcibly evolving, becoming a monster. Each word felt like a heavy stone pressing down on Zhoujun's heart. His already heavy mood became even more oppressive. Zhoujun even instinctively wanted to clench his fists but restrained the impulse, trying hard to calm his breathing to avoid drawing attention. At this moment, Zhoujun's mind was racing. Although he was unsure of his location, he vaguely remembered the direction Blood Skyhawk mentioned before he fainted. This place was very likely the stronghold of the Crimson Lord's organization. He never expected this organization to be so insane, not only forcibly transforming people into monsters, but also setting opening critical points as their mission goal. The combination of these two matters posed a threat to all humanity. This was undoubtedly an extremely evil and dangerous organization. No matter what, he must find a way to survive, even if he ultimately could not escape. He had to bring this message back to Daxia. On the other side, several members were chatting casually. "Hey, do you know how powerful the person who brought the official here really is?" "I'm not sure. I can sense some things. If I were to face him, it would probably be a 30-70 situation. Are you saying that he can split you open in 3 punches? Stop talking nonsense. Then forget it. Let's not discuss this anymore. Just now, the Lord said he wants to expand the cracks of the critical points a bit more today. I heard that the monsters coming out from the cracks have been decreasing recently, so starting tonight, let us all go help." As an avatar walked over to reveal the news, the discussion among the crowd came to a temporary halt. Chapter 37. The Strongest Swordsman of the Island Nation. Yang Kaishan had just woken up when a little nurse approached him to explain what had happened during his coma. As she mentioned the Starry Society and the Calamity Royal Court, Yang Kaishan became increasingly confused. Joining the Starry Society would grant him extraordinary seeds and even resurrection. And the Calamity Royal Court, it could turn you into a monster, and you could withdraw at any time. The changes in this world were too drastic. The more he listened, the more perplexed he felt. However, the little nurse continued to talk excitedly, demonstrating her healing abilities. "Hey, uncle, have you considered joining the Starry Society?" The little nurse said with a smile. "Not only can you cultivate techniques, but most importantly, you also get resurrection coins. Killing a monster earns you 1 point, and 10 points can be exchanged for 1 resurrection coin. Moreover, you start off with 30 points every month, equivalent to 3 resurrections. As a support type like me, I also get an extra 20 points each month." After finishing her explanation, the little nurse looked at Yang Kaishan with anticipation. But Yang Kaishan only fell silent for a moment, just about to speak when the doors suddenly swung open. "Director, what are you doing here?" Yang Kaishan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Just as he was about to get up, the director pressed him back down. "Don't move. Your injuries aren't healed yet," the director admonished him, then turned to the little nurse to thank her. "Thank you for your care." Hearing this, the little nurse felt a bit nervous and quickly shook her head. "Director, you're too polite. This is what I should do." Although she didn't know who the director was, seeing Yang Kaishan call him director indicated he was a high-ranking official. As an ordinary little nurse, she felt a bit constrained in front of such an important figure. So, she quickly tidied up her things and left the room, avoiding interrupting their conversation. Click. The door closed. Yang Kaishan and the director stood face to face, neither speaking. The atmosphere became silent. Finally, the director spoke. I've already talked to the people from the Starry Society. You will join them from now on. Yang Kaishan was stunned for a moment, looking at the director in disbelief. Director, Old Yang. The director interrupted him. This will be my last order to you. Nanning City. Su Yi returned here, looking at the panel where his reputation had surpassed 2,000 and was increasing at an astonishing rate. He couldn't help but wonder when it would break 10,000. What he was even more looking forward to was what good things he could draw from the advanced lottery. Unfortunately, the network from the island nation was blocked, making it impossible to spread information. Otherwise, his reputation would have already exceeded 10,000. Additionally, he regretted that after drawing so many times, he hadn't obtained any materials related to electronic devices. If he had, he could have hacked into various countries' networks and spread the information on a large scale. Breaking 10,000 wouldn't have been a problem. As for the materials previously exposed by the electronic evil spirit, he couldn't hack into the network either. However, things were still good now. The influence caused by the Titan Flame Demon had already raised his reputation to 2,000. Once the Snow Woman started to exert her power and the Abyss Mother Worm hatched at night, it wouldn't take long before he reached 10,000. By the way, Sui's quantum state release time was also approaching. At that time, he could merge a wave of materials. After all, he had only merged one purple material so far, and it still felt a bit unsafe. With that in mind, Su-Yi casually summoned a clone and easily entered it, feeling the touch of reality again. He nodded in satisfaction. An hour later, Su-Yi stood in front of a standalone villa, surveying it with satisfaction. This was obtained by randomly finding a dying rich man and trading a white extraordinary item that could increase lifespan by 10 years. Besides this seaside villa, he also acquired a black card with a limit of 100 million. Su-Yi planned to stay here for the time being. Island Nation. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of Mount Fuji, like a groan from deep within the earth. The sky 50 kilometers away was stained dark red. At this moment, armed personnel had surrounded the perimeter of Mount Fuji tightly. Everyone was nervously staring at the scene before them, especially the giant figure that was the most important presence on Mount Fuji. Sword Saint, do you think you can handle it? A plump man asked. He turned to look at Watanabe Ikaru, an old man with all white hair and dual swords at his waist, who remained calm. We have already sent many people to test it, the plump man continued, but the results were all the same. They didn't even get close and were killed directly. Watanabe Ikaru listened to this and looked up at the monster in the distance. That creature was roaring and spewing flames, looking like a giant of fire. Watanabe Ikaru gently shook his head and said, Nakata, the energy this guy emits makes even me feel apprehensive. Nakata Katsuyuki's expression became slightly serious upon hearing this, but he soon relaxed. However, although this monster is strong, I'm not weak either. Watanabe Ikaru added, I can't guarantee I can completely eliminate it, but I should be able to hold it back. Hearing this, Nakata Katsuyuki seemed to relax a bit in his plump body. With the Sword Saint here, I feel at ease, he thought. The Sword Saint is a legendary figure of this extraordinary era. Back in the day, when the island nation's gangs and cults were rampant and nearly caused a split, it was the Sword Saint, with his demon sword, who single-handedly eliminated all evil forces, bringing about today's stability. With this in mind, Nakata Katsuyuki smiled and asked, I wonder when the Sword Saint plans to deal with that monster? Watanabe Ikaru still did not answer directly, his gaze fixed on the Titan Flame Demon. No rush. We'll talk when the time is right. Just then, a youthful voice rang out. Master. A young man with a youthful appearance approached, dressed similarly to Watanabe Ikaru, with dual swords at his waist. Why not let your disciple try first? Watanabe Ikaru slightly turned his head to glance at his disciple, his tone flat but carrying a hint of sternness. Your current strength is still far from enough. This level of opponent is not something you can challenge casually. Chapter 38, The Sword. The Sword Saint is dead. Master, how will we know if we don't try? Besides, who else in the whole island nation can take on my few moves besides you? As soon as Shinji Nakamura finished speaking, excitement gleamed in his eyes. If Mr. Shinji Nakamura is willing to give a try, that would be great. Masayuki Tanaka was the first to speak, his tone filled with anticipation, but after he finished, he couldn't help but nervously glance at Ichiro Watanabe. Ichiro Watanabe glanced at the eager Shinji Nakamura and the anxious Masayuki Tanaka, and finally sighed. A challenge is fine. but don't get too close. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. Hearing this, Shinji Nakamura's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he nodded seriously. The next second, he could no longer contain the fighting spirit within him and charged forward. Ichiro Watanabe stood still, his gaze fixed on the situation in the arena. Although he had some worries in his heart, he was not flustered. After all, his disciple's strength, while not as strong as his own, was still capable of surpassing very few in the whole island nation. Even if Shinji Nakamura couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem, especially with him standing nearby. In a critical moment, saving him wouldn't be difficult either. Meanwhile, at the volcanic crater, the Titan Flame Demon was deeply agitated. Not only was it being constantly harassed by a group of clueless beings outside, but its feet were also entangled by something, rendering it immobile. This sense of restraint made the Titan Flame Demon extremely furious. Monster D. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Shinji Nakamura's figure appeared right in front of the Titan Flame Demon, charging up while provocatively taunting it. Although it couldn't understand the language, the Titan Flame Demon looked at this tiny human and instantly understood the other's intent. Another ant here to die. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the temperature around the Titan Flame Demon suddenly soared. Within a kilometer radius centered on it, the air quickly heated to thousands of degrees and continued to expand. The Titan Flame Demon stood there, the surrounding temperature frighteningly high, yet Shinji Nakamura still did not stop his taunts. He was inexplicably charging up. The Flame Demon, seeing this, was infuriated. This ant, facing it, not only didn't die, but dared to mock it. In the next moment, the Flame Demon reached out its hand to grab him. Its massive palm, accompanied by waves of scorching heat, came crashing down, about to turn Shinji Nakamura into pulp. However, just as the gust from the palm was about to hit him, Shinji Nakamura suddenly burst apart. This scene stunned even the Flame Demon. At that moment, the real Shinji Nakamura appeared above the Flame Demon's head. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, condensing thousands of spiritual energy sword shadows above the Flame Demon. The lava giant below suddenly raised its head and roared, only to see a figure rapidly descending like a ghost. Blue-purple lightning erupted from the dual swords. This was his ultimate skill, Thundercut. 1,000 splits. The rain of swords, carrying electric currents, struck down, but strangely, these attacks turned into white mist the moment they touched the surface of the Flame Demon due to the high temperature. Shinji Nakamura's eyes widened as he realized that the flames on the monster's surface had solidified to the level of liquid glass. The defensive capability in this state was too strong, not to mention causing damage. Even getting close was difficult. Just then, the Flame Demon's enormous palm, enveloped in raging flames, smashed down toward Shinji Nakamura like a burning meteor. Shinji Nakamura's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively reacted, preparing to activate his ability to instantly transfer to a safe location. But just as he was about to trigger the skill, the Flame Demon suddenly roared. With this roar, the energy around the Flame Demon erupted like a volcanic explosion, forming an incredibly hot energy shockwave that spread outwards at an astonishing speed. Wherever this shockwave went, the air was ignited and the temperature skyrocketed, creating a terrifyingly suffocating atmosphere. Worse still, Shinji Nakamura was horrified to discover that his ability had been forcibly interrupted by this powerful energy. Shinji Nakamura's eyes widened as he watched the giant palm approaching closer, fear washing over him like a tide. That hand rapidly grew larger in his view, as if the entire world was being overshadowed by this giant palm, and Shinji Nakamura felt as insignificant as an ant, liable to be crushed at any moment. His body trembled involuntarily, regret flooding his mind. Why had he been so impulsive back then? How could he not have realized how powerful the Flame Demon was? Now it was too late. He was trapped in a desperate situation. Disciple. A loud shout rang out. Ichiro Watanabe's figure suddenly appeared, his dual swords slashing towards the Flame Demon's wrist in an arc. The high-temperature air currents collided with the sword energy in midair, exploding with blinding light. Ichiro Watanabe intended to take advantage of this moment to retreat with his disciple, but suddenly felt a deadly threat approaching. Looking up, after the strong light dissipated, the Flame Demon's palm remained completely unharmed. Ichiro Watanabe's pupils constricted. How is this possible? My attack didn't even break its defense. However, Ichiro Watanabe had no time to think. The Flame Demon's palm had already slammed down fiercely. Bang! Boom! The enormous impact sent both Ichiro Watanabe and Shinji Nakamura flying. the two of them streaking through the sky like meteors, crashing into countless buildings. On the other side, after the Titan Flame Demon dealt with these two annoying ants, it once again attempted to pull its deeply embedded feet out of the ground. But no matter how hard it tried, its feet remained firmly stuck, unable to move. The enraged flame demon roared continuously as the volcanic crater erupted violently. The flames, which had already turned the sky 50 kilometers away dark red, now spread even faster, with sparks flying everywhere, crashing into the ground and destroying countless buildings. Meanwhile, Masayuki Tanaka witnessed all of this, completely stunned. He looked in disbelief at the scene before him. The strongest warrior of the island nation, Ichiro Watanabe, had been defeated without any suspense. After a long time, a little brother rushed over in a hurry, his voice trembling. Tanaka, the Sword Saint is dead. Chapter 39. I am the bastard child of the King of Calamity. At this moment, not far from Mount Fuji in the island nation, a sudden fluctuation in space appeared, and Chanyang and the other three were directly transported here. As soon as they landed, before the others could react, Blood Skyhawk had already split into dozens of blood mists, quickly sweeping every corner around them. After checking, he quickly returned to his original form and dragged in Chanyang and the other two to a dark corner. Then, Blood Skyhawk took out a transparent orb and crushed it. Instantly, a barrier lit up around them, but it only lasted for a moment before vanishing into nothingness. After doing all this, he turned to the remaining three and said, "All right, it's basically safe here. We should introduce ourselves and get to know each other." And Chanyang and the others seemed still in shock and just exchanged glances upon hearing this. Fong Jiqiang, who was in the middle, broke the silence first and asked in confusion, "What exactly is our situation now?" Blood Skyhawk frowned and looked at Fong Jiqiang. "Aren't you here to assist me? How do you not even know the situation?" Fong Jiqiang was even more confused and shook his head repeatedly. "I really don't know what happened. I was lying at home, perfectly fine, when suddenly a group of monsters broke into my house. Then a mysterious person saved me, and after that, I passed out. When I woke up, I was here." After listening to this, Blood Skyhawk was also taken aback. He shook his head and turned to Chanyang. "What about you? Do you know what's going on with you?" After pondering for a moment, Chanyang replied, "I'm not quite sure either. I just know I received a mission, but they didn't tell me what specifically to do." Blood Skyhawk's frown deepened as he turned to the last person who looked the most relaxed, speaking with a hint of probing. "Your situation isn't the same as theirs, is it?" The person smiled and shook his head. "No, I know. Our main task is to assist you in opening the critical point. As for the secondary task, well, it's to create as much commotion as possible." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Blood Skyhawk let out a sigh of relief, but when he heard the second half, he was stunned again. "What do you mean by the task is to create as much commotion as possible?" Blood Skyhawk quickly asked. The split body, feeling slightly relaxed, replied, "How should I put it?" He pointed at Chanyang. "He is a subordinate of the Lord of Yellow Clothes." Seeing that Blood Skyhawk still looked puzzled, the split body continued to explain. "Our Court of Calamity has 3 kings at the top, followed by the 9 major lords. The one who brought us here is one of the 9 major lords, the Crimson Lord." After hearing this, Blood Skyhawk gasped. "Are you saying there are 8 other powerful beings like the Crimson Lord? And even 3 kings stronger than him?" The split body nodded. Blood Skyhawk fell silent for a moment. Although he knew nothing about the strength of the 3 kings, judging from the power displayed by the Crimson Lord, it was definitely beyond his reach. Not to mention the 3 kings stronger than the Crimson Lord. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at Fong Jiqiang and asked, "What about him? He is an experiment saved by the Crimson Lord, so he could also be considered his subordinate." The split body replied. Blood Skyhawk then looked at the split body. "What about you? Which lord are you a subordinate of?" The split body smiled slightly. "I am the bastard child of the King of Calamity." This statement stunned everyone. Blood Skyhawk's eyes widened, while Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang stared at the split body in shock. However, Fong Jiqiang, not understanding these relationships, was drawn to the term bastard child. The split body observed everyone's shocked expressions and thought to himself, he wasn't wrong after all. He was originally split off from the main body. The main body would be the King of Calamity, and those 9 major lords would certainly be the legitimate children. But for a split body like him, who could be forgotten at any time, calling himself a bastard child was not a problem at all. After regaining his senses, Blood Skyhawk took a deep breath and decided not to dwell on the issue of being a bastard child, but looked at the split body. "So what exactly do you need to do?" The split body shook his head. "I don't know, no one told us. It's probably just to make some noise, the bigger the better." He added, "But don't worry. Assisting you in opening the critical point counts as creating a big event. Blood Skyhawk looked at the three and nodded. All right, since there's no conflict, let's get back to the main topic. Blood Skyhawk cleared his throat and began to introduce himself. My name is Blood Skyhawk. You can also call me Blood Demon. My main ability is blood control. I can absorb blood, and my speed and explosive power are very strong. In simple terms, think of me as a vampire. The only difference is that I am not afraid of sunlight. I don't need to drink blood every day, and I can eat normal human food. As he finished his introduction, Enchanyang stepped forward first. My name is Enchanyang. You can call me Stone Wolf. My ability is to transform into a werewolf. And I can also fly. If I get injured, I can petrify and recover quickly, even if I am shattered. As long as there is a bit of my body left, I can come back to life. After saying this, Enchanyang proudly glanced at the others. At this moment, Fang Jiqiang looked a bit confused. Hearing terms like werewolf and vampire made him feel like the world was changing too fast. But when everyone turned their attention to him, he took a deep breath and said somewhat dazedly, My name is Fang Jiqiang, codename. Just call me All-Rounder. This was a name he often used in games. As for my abilities, I actually haven't used them, but I have quite a few. Blood Skyhawk and Enchanyang both looked puzzled. Blood Skyhawk frowned and asked, How many is quite a few? Fang Jiqiang closed his eyes to sense the power within him, then slowly opened his mouth. About 20 or so. How many? The two almost simultaneously widened their eyes. Fang Jiqiang muttered softly, 2. 20 or so. Blood Skyhawk and Enchanyang exchanged shocked glances. Under their intense gaze, Fang Jiqiang felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm not very familiar with these abilities, so I'm not sure how to introduce them. But I could try to demonstrate my active skills, but the passive ones might be hard to use. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jiqiang began to demonstrate his abilities. Light waves, furious transformation, shields, hypnosis, shadow, infiltration. Various skills were showcased in succession. All right, that's enough. Blood Skyhawk suddenly interrupted him. Fang Jiqiang finally stopped, gasping for breath, thinking to himself, This dozen or so moves is quite tiring. Blood Skyhawk rubbed his temples and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the talents of the Crimson Lord's subordinates are extraordinary. Then, he turned his attention to the last person, the Split Body. When everyone looked at him, the Split Body smiled and said, My name is Su Yun. My ability is Crow's Mouth. You can call me Crow's Mouth. And Chanyang looked confused. Fang Jiqiang looked speechless. Blood Skyhawk frowned and asked, That's it? Su Yun nodded. Yes, that's all. Blood Skyhawk was silent for a moment and sighed. Can you demonstrate it? Su Yun glanced at him. Are you sure you want to try? Blood Skyhawk nodded firmly. After all, he came to assist him, and understanding more would help him better organize the team. Su Yun didn't waste any words. After looking around, he said to Blood Sky Eagle, Although it looks pretty safe here and you've set up a barrier, what if a powerful individual from the island accidentally breaks through? Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle frowned. It's important to note that he had been pursued by the Zhurong department of Great Xia for 3 years and was top-notch in terms of escaping and hiding. Not to mention those from the island. Even stronger individuals might not be able to find him. Chapter 40. This is too eerie. However, just as Su Yun's voice fell, a faint tremor actually came from afar. At this moment, Blood Skyhawk also sensed an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Without saying a word, he immediately grabbed the other three and rushed to the side at the fastest speed. Bang! 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 Just as Blood Skyhawk left, 2 figures like meteors crashed through the wall, passing directly through the spot where they had just been, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Blood Skyhawk looked back at the place where they had stood and saw that the house had been completely demolished, with a long trail of destruction extending in the direction of the impact. My God, did these 2 really crash over here? Blood Skyhawk gasped, especially when he felt the powerful energy emanating from those 2 figures. His scalp almost exploded. This is too eerie. Does this guy, Su Yun, really have the ability of a crow's mouth? Isn't this too outrageous? Although his heart was racing, Blood Skyhawk did not immediately flee with the others, because he suddenly noticed a faint life force coming from those 2 figures, along with an irresistible allure of a powerful bloodline. After a brief hesitation, Blood Skyhawk recalled the 3 energy orbs that had been gifted to him by his master, and gritted his teeth to decide to stay. Fortune favors the bold, and famine the timid. Since the opportunity has presented itself, why not take a gamble? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the 2 familiar figures revealed themselves to be Watanabe Ichiro and Nakamura Shinji. When Blood Skyhawk clearly saw the appearance of these 2, he was instantly frozen. As someone who had been in the extraordinary world for many years, he naturally knew some top-tier powerhouses well. Not to mention, one of them was the strongest in the island nation, who once swept through the entire extraordinary world of the island nation with a cursed sword, instilling fear in countless people. And now, this legendary figure was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with another top 10 expert from the island nation, Nakamura Shinji, lying beside him. Could it be that the Great Xia has already attacked the island nation? This was the first thought that popped into Blood Skyhawk's mind. If it weren't for the Great Xia, who could have beaten these two so badly? Blood Skyhawk looked down at the two charred figures in front of him. Their breaths were so weak that they were almost imperceptible. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of greed flashed in Blood Skyhawk's eyes. This is the Sword Saint, the strongest in the island nation. If I could obtain his blood. Blood Skyhawk sensed that someone was seemingly rushing over from a distance, but it was clear that it would take some time to arrive. Without further thought, he quickly took action. He gathered a mysterious power in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a long spear composed of thick blood appeared in his grasp. This spear was entirely crimson, exuding a chilling aura. However, as this move was executed, Blood Skyhawk's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. His blood seemed to be drawn away, rapidly flowing towards the spear, causing his body to quickly wither, making him look like a desiccated corpse, extremely terrifying. But Blood Skyhawk seemed completely unconcerned about his condition. His gaze was firmly locked on Watanabe Ichiro ahead. Blood Skyhawk suddenly hurled the long spear, which was formed from 90% of his blood. The spear shot forth like a streak of blood-red lightning, heading straight for Watanabe Ichiro's heart. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce the Sword Saint's heart, this Sword Saint, who had been motionless with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Watanabe Ichiro's gaze was filled with shock and disbelief, but it was already too late. A muffled sound rang out as the spear pierced through the Sword Saint's heart without any obstruction. Blood gushed out, staining the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Blood flowed continuously from Watanabe Ichiro's mouth, and his body trembled slightly from the intense pain. However, he said nothing more, but used his last ounce of strength to tightly grab his disciple beside him and suddenly threw him out. The disciple arced through the air and heavily fell to the ground not far away. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint slowly turned his head, and this Blood Skyhawk now looked like he had been drained of all vitality, but the Sword Saint gazed at him with a deep-seated fury. Great Xia person, I will remember your appearance. Watanabe Ichiro's voice was low and hoarse, as if every word took immense effort to utter. However, Blood Skyhawk had no intention of heeding this warning. He quickly condensed a new blood-colored spear, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see. At the same time, Blood Skyhawk's body underwent a bizarre transformation. His originally thick black hair suddenly turned snow-white, as if time had instantly consumed his vitality. Even so, Blood Skyhawk showed no hesitation, gripping the spear tightly, heading straight for the Sword Saint's head. To him, such a price was insignificant. As long as he could kill a Sword Saint, it was worth any amount of vitality. Watanabe Ichiro witnessed this scene and tried to evade, but unfortunately, he was already heavily injured, and having expended considerable energy to protect his disciple earlier, even raising his hand had become a luxury. Nevertheless, even in this dire situation, Watanabe Ichiro did not give up resisting. He took a deep breath and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood quickly solidified in midair, transforming into a long knife made of blood energy. Almost at the same instant, Blood Skyhawk's spear accurately pierced Watanabe Ichiro's head. But at this critical moment, the blood-colored long knife suddenly flew out, aimed directly at Blood Skyhawk. However, just as Blood Skyhawk thought he had successfully killed the Sword Saint, a sense of deadly crisis suddenly enveloped him. Blood Skyhawk keenly sensed that the seemingly inconspicuous blood energy long knife contained life-threatening power. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to think too much. Blood Skyhawk gritted his teeth and summoned the last trace of strength left in his body, forcibly infusing blood into his heart. With the violent impact of the blood, his heart miraculously shifted from its original position to the right side. This operation was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to a ruptured heart, but in a life-and-death crisis, Blood Skyhawk had no choice. After adjusting, he unhesitatingly reached out again. He pulled out a blood-glowing sphere from his pocket, and without any hesitation, Blood Skyhawk immediately raised it high, then violently flung it forward. The sphere seemed to come alive, rapidly spinning in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a blood-red barrier, firmly protecting Blood Skyhawk within. However, Just as Blood Skyhawk thought this barrier would be enough to withstand the enemy's attack, a crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed. The originally seemingly indestructible blood-colored barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless tiny fragments that dissipated into the air. Immediately afterward, a cold light flashed, and Blood Skyhawk felt a piercing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the blood-colored dagger in the Sword Saint's hand had deeply stabbed into his chest, reaching the original position of his heart. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his clothes. Blood Skyhawk could clearly feel that the powerful blade energy released by the dagger was like a venomous snake, rampaging wildly within his body. Wherever it went, his internal organs were torn to shreds. Originally, the energy from this dagger could have been easily neutralized by Blood Skyhawk's strength. But at this moment, Blood Skyhawk was shocked to discover that his power seemed so insignificant in the face of this terrifying blade energy, completely unable to contend with it. The face of Blood Sky Eagle suddenly turned pale as paper. Beads of cold sweat popped out on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "It's over. I'm doomed," Blood Sky Eagle murmured, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. At that moment, Fang Jiqiang suddenly took action. Without hesitation, he cut off a piece of his own flesh and violently tossed it in front of Blood Sky Eagle. "Hurry, eat it," Fang Jiqiang shouted. Blood Sky Eagle didn't hesitate, grabbing the piece of flesh and biting down. In that instant, the deadly blade energy was forcibly suppressed. Feeling the danger lift, Blood Sky Eagle finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if reborn. There was no time to think. He immediately ran to the corpse of the Sword Saint and quickly extracted the heart's blood. Just after doing all this, he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Suppressing his exhausted body, Blood Sky Eagle used the last bit of his strength to wrap the other three in, using his final drop of blood to release Blood Escape, vanishing in the distance. At that moment, Fang Jiqiang and Chanyang looked at Blood Sky Eagle, who was nearly a dried corpse, and couldn't help but gasp. However, Su-Yun seemed particularly curious. "Buddy, you look like this. Before Su-Yun could finish, Blood Sky Eagle directly covered his mouth, fearing he would say something unlucky. After all, they had just witnessed Su-Yun's crow's mouth power, which had summoned the Sword Saint. Although this time it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, almost costing him his life, left him with lingering fears. Blood Sky Eagle secretly lamented. One can only say that he truly is the illegitimate son of the King of Calamity, but this is too outrageous. This ability is simply against the heavens. The four of them sped away like a streak of blood light cutting through the night sky, eventually stopping by a stretch of coastline. Blood Sky Eagle found a secluded spot, took out a blue pearl, and released a transparent barrier, enveloping everyone within. With a sigh of relief, Blood Sky Eagle pressed on the wound in his chest that had been pierced by the blood-colored dagger, his face pale as paper. He steadied his breath, tried to lower his heartbeat, fearing that the residual blade energy would destroy his heart. Seeing this, Fang Jiqiang cautiously approached and without hesitation cut off a large piece of flesh, handing it to Blood Sky Eagle. After doing all this, Fang Jiqiang couldn't help but gasp. Even with a passive skill that could reduce pain, it was still extremely painful. Blood Sky Eagle, seeing this, did not hesitate and directly swallowed the piece of flesh. About 3 minutes later, when Blood Sky Eagle felt that the blade energy on his body had been suppressed to a considerable extent, he paused to catch his breath. After resting for a moment, Blood Sky Eagle immediately took out a small amount of the Sword Saint's heart blood, turned to the three, and said, "Please help me guard." As soon as he finished speaking, without saying another word, Blood Sky Eagle drank the heart blood in one gulp. After drinking it, Blood Sky Eagle, who had been weak and like a candle in the wind, began to recover rapidly. His flesh gradually healed, and his white hair fell out, replaced by new black hair. This scene greatly surprised Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang. However, Su-Yun looked around, scratched his head, and was about to speak. "Since we're by the sea, you guys think we should?" Yet before he could finish, Chanyang, quick on his feet, rushed over and covered Su-Yun's mouth. "Brother, I'm sorry, although I know this isn't right. The current situation really can't allow you to keep talking." And Chanyang explained while firmly pressing down on Su-Yun's mouth. Fang Jiqiang beside him nodded in agreement with Chanyang's actions. If Chanyang hadn't stepped forward to stop him, Fang Jiqiang would have taken action without hesitation. Chapter 41. Support from the Three Kingdoms. As night fell, a sudden spatial fluctuation flashed somewhere in Fukushima. The four, Mao Tu, Yang Kaishan, Yilong, and Huangyu, were transported here. After steadying themselves, Mao Tu yawned and smiled at the three. This time we have 3 tasks. First, stop the people from the Disaster Royal Court from opening the critical point. Second, eliminate a disaster-level monster, the Abyss Motherworm. Third, if anyone encounters danger, save them if you can. The first 2 tasks are particularly important. The first one is set to disrupt the situation. And the second one is because Su-Yi discovered something shocking through the perspective of his clone. The strongest warrior of the island nation, the Sword Saint, was actually killed in one blow by the Flame Demon. This stunned Su, and he realized a problem. The strength of the island nation seems to be much weaker than he had imagined. Previously, Su-Yi chose 3 purple-level monsters precisely because he saw Zhu Yan's strength and that suspiciously ironclad wall of the lighthouse country, thinking that the overall strength of this world was quite strong. Logically speaking, as a major nation, the island nation should at least have cultivated a few experts stronger than Zhu Yan. But having a few of similar strength shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, based on his previous experiences reading novels, the country where the protagonist resides is generally not weak, usually at least average or slightly below. But reality completely overturned Su-Yi's predictions. The supposedly legendary Sword Saint of the island nation was so easily defeated. Not to mention comparing with Zhu Yan, even the 9th person of the Juron department, the Burning Star Seed, couldn't compete. This directly disrupted Su-Yi's plans. Although the Snow Woman and the Flame Demon were powerful, their positions were relatively fixed. The Snow Woman wouldn't easily move, and the Flame Demon was restrained by evil spirits, making it difficult for it to move as well. However, the Abyss Motherworm was entirely different. Once it hatched, given the current strength displayed by the island nation, it would undoubtedly lead to the nation's destruction. If such a situation really occurred, what would happen to Su-Yi's reputation? He knew that, during this time, he had already seen that the eruption of the volcano caused by the Flame Demon had led to a slight decrease in reputation. Even though it had bounced back, it made Su-Yi realize that the system really didn't count reputation for dead people. Therefore, Su-Yi decided to send them over to handle this problem. Although completely exterminating the Abyss Motherworm was almost impossible, as it was a monster created from purple materials. At least they needed to stall for time and weaken its power so that it couldn't unleash its full strength. After hearing Mao Tu's words, the expressions of the 3 varied. Yang Kaishan remained calm and composed. Huang Yu frowned, but did not object. However, Yilong stepped forward decisively and said, "The first 2 tasks are fine, but the last one, sending me to save little lives, is absolutely impossible." Yilong's firm attitude immediately drew the attention of the other 3, and everyone looked at him. Mao Tu observed the atmosphere and noticed that Huang Yu also seemed unwilling to accept the last task. After thinking for a moment, Mao Tu casually said, "Oh, then that's fine. Since you all don't want to do it, we'll cancel the last request and change it to killing more monsters. This should be fine, right?" Mao Tu's words stunned the 3, especially Yilong. He had already prepared to accept punishment, but he did not expect that the task would be modified so easily. After breathing a sigh of relief, Yilong secretly rejoiced. As long as he didn't have to go save little lives, that was good enough. Yilong came from an ancient family that once had a certain status in the Great Xia. However, a war a century ago nearly wiped out his family, leaving only him as the sole descendant. Worse still, his parents went missing during a trip to the island nation and have been untraceable ever since. It was this background that filled Yilong with deep hatred for the island nation. As for Huang Yu, he was a passionate youth. When Yang Kaishan was on the verge of death, he and another companion rushed out to bring Yang Kaishan back. Later, upon learning that awakening the extraordinary required experiencing a life-and-death moment, Huang Yu was the first to step forward to try. Someone like him, passionate and a fan of dramatic stories, naturally harbored significant hatred toward the island nation, though not as intense as Yilong's. Mao Tu glanced at the time and turned to the 3, saying, "There is still some time before the Abyss Motherworm appears. For now, you 3 go look for the people from the Disaster Royal Court. Once you find them, just signal. There's no need to fight hard. Don't worry. The main force will arrive soon." After saying this, Mao Tu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to take action. The 3 looked at each other, then nodded and dispersed to begin their tasks. In contrast, the Disaster Royal Court had only sent 4 people. Meanwhile, more than half of the new members of the Starry Association had arrived. After all, losing 1 member from the Disaster Royal Court meant 1 less. But the members of the Starry Association were willing to risk everything, completely unafraid of sacrifice. However, due to the time required for transportation, they could only come in batches. Just after Yang Kaishan and the others left, Yu Ji arrived with 3 people, having been transported to the scene. He briefly greeted Mao Tu and then followed the previous procedure to assign tasks and explain the situation to the newly arrived three. How could the Sword Saint be so strong and just die like that? Speak. Did you misreport the information? At this moment, Tian Zhongxingyong's eyes were bloodshot as he tightly gripped the neck of the person reporting to him. Clearly, he still could not accept the death of the Sword Saint. The person being grabbed turned red in the face, clearly struggling to breathe. Commander Tian. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He had a small mustache under his nose and appeared calm and composed. This person isn't lying, said the man with the mustache. But the Sword Saint was not killed by that monster. When we found the Sword Saint, he had 2 wounds on his chest and head, clearly indicating that someone took advantage of his weakness to poison him. What? Tian Zhongxingyong abruptly released his grip and staggered back 2 steps. Are you saying someone plotted against the Sword Saint? The mustached man nodded with a grim expression. Moreover, this person is very cunning. We noticed that the Sword Saint's disciple was thrown far away. It's very likely that the opponent used the disciple to threaten the Sword Saint. Otherwise, with the Sword Saint's strength, how could he fall so quickly? Baka. Tian Zhongxingyong punched the wall beside him, causing the concrete to crack instantly. No matter who it is, find them for me. He roared, determined to root out these despicable schemers. Just as his words fell, boom, the volcano erupted again, sending a pillar of fire 1,000 meters high shooting into the sky. The once dim sky was now stained a deep red. Seeing this scene, Tian Zhongxingyong's expression grew even darker. Commander Tian, there's good news. At that moment, the mustached man said excitedly. Tian Zhongxingyong turned his head, glancing at him with an unfriendly tone. You better actually have good news. The mustached man quickly replied. The distress signal we sent to the International Federation has received responses from 3 countries. Moreover, they have clearly stated that they will come to our aid. Hearing this, Tian Zhongxingyong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, which 3 countries? The mustached man flipped through the documents in his hand and replied, the Great Xia is sending the Emperor of Ash. The Lighthouse country is dispatching a spatial Grand Mage. And the Northern Cold Empire is sending the Storm Empress. Chapter 42. Another world-ending critical point? Upon hearing these names, Tanaka Katsuyuki immediately furrowed his brows. In fact, when the little bearded man mentioned that 3 countries would send support, he had already guessed which 3 they were. After all, given the current situation, only these 3 countries had the capability to extend a helping hand. The reason for his frown was not because he thought the opponents were too weak, but rather, on the contrary, they were too strong. He naturally knew about the Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. This was the number 1 figure of the Great Xia Kingdom and one of the recognized strongest. In terms of strength, even on an international level, he could definitely rank among the top 3. The spatial archmage from the Lighthouse Nation was also not to be underestimated. Although he was not the strongest in the Lighthouse Nation, his strength came right after. More importantly, this mage was skilled in spatial lockdown and sealing, which was extremely crucial when dealing with critical point issues, even more effective than having the Lighthouse Nation's top powerhouse personally intervene. As for the Storm Empress of the Northern Cold Empire, Tanaka Katsuyuki did not know much about her, only that she was the 2nd strongest in the Northern Cold Empire, second only to the Northern Cold Emperor. His understanding of the Northern Cold Empire itself was also relatively limited. The reason was simple. At the beginning of the Extraordinary Era, the Northern Cold Empire was almost completely destroyed. Why? Because out of the 7 world-ending critical points globally, 3 appeared directly within the Northern Cold Empire. Moreover, in terms of the order of appearance, the 1st, 4th, and 6th all fell in this unfortunate country. During those years, the Northern Cold Empire was desperately seeking help, but other countries were struggling to survive and had no time to spare. It wasn't until recent years, when the Lighthouse Nation and the Great Xia Kingdom gradually recovered, that they began to assist the Northern Cold Empire. Fortunately, despite the dangers, the Northern Cold Empire managed to pull through. However, the cost was extremely heavy. To combat those 3 world-ending critical points, the Northern Cold Empire decisively abandoned technological research and plunged into the development of the Extraordinary Realm. The result was that they not only made no progress in technology, but also experienced severe regression, causing their entire social structure to resemble a feudal system. To rise again would likely take at least 100 or 200 years. Of course, there were some benefits. If one were to ask who the strongest extraordinary being in the world is, the vast majority would choose the Northern Cold Emperor. This is not just talk, after all. He single-handedly guarded the 1st world-ending critical point, and that strength is beyond doubt. However, Although Tanaka Katsuyuki knew that the visitors were strong, he remained deeply troubled. The reason was simple. These people were too strong. Strong enough to make Tanaka Katsuyuki's heart tremble. He couldn't help but think, if these three joined forces, they could easily flatten the island nation without any issue. Taking a deep breath, Tanaka Katsuyuki looked at the little bearded man beside him and asked, "Do they make any demands?" The little bearded man nodded in response, but sighed, saying, "The demands from the Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation are relatively normal. But the Northern Cold Empire's request is a bit outrageous. The Great Xia's request is for the Ember Emperor to take action once, needing 3 God Crystals. The Lighthouse Nation's condition is for the God Crystal from this disaster-level critical point, along with the corpse of that fire monster. As for the Northern Cold Empire, they outright want Hokkaido from our island nation." Upon hearing these demands, Tanaka Katsuyuki instead breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of demands. He was afraid of none at all. After all, having demands meant there was room for negotiation. Looking at the specific conditions, while the Great Xia wanted 3 God Crystals, Tanaka Katsuyuki felt this price was completely acceptable. After all, the strength of the Ember Emperor justified the price. He even thought it was a bit cheap. Indeed, the Great Xia was worthy of being a nation of etiquette, but the Lighthouse Nation was different. They actually wanted the entire God Crystal from the disaster level critical point. It should be noted that God Crystals of this level not only had a larger volume, but also better effects, with their value being dozens of times higher than that of S-level critical point God Crystals. Not to mention the corpse of that fire monster, which had immense research value, and the potential to create extraordinary beings from it was enormous. However, after thinking for a moment, Tanaka Katsuyuki agreed. After all, the premise of all this was that they could hold their ground and defeat that fire monster. On the contrary, it was precisely because of this demand that Tanaka Katsuyuki was not worried about the Lighthouse Nation retreating recklessly. As for the Northern Cold Empire, they directly wanted Hokkaido. Upon hearing the Northern Cold Empire's request, Tanaka Katsuyuki was so enraged that he nearly jumped up. This was not a reasonable demand. It was outright robbery. The Great Xia had asked for 3 God Crystals, but at least that was somewhat acceptable. The Lighthouse Nation's request, while outrageous, was something they would take themselves. But the Northern Cold Empire directly asked for such a large piece of land as Hokkaido. This was too absurd. But if he directly refused, it would be like slapping the Northern Cold Empire in the face. After all, they had already accepted the demands of the first 2 major powers, and to reject the Northern Cold Empire would be blatant disrespect. But the problem was, how could such an unreasonable demand be agreed to? There was no way Tanaka Katsuyuki would even consider giving up land. Little bearded man, immediately connect the call to the Northern Cold Empire. "We absolutely cannot agree to such a demand." Tanaka Katsuyuki coldly issued the order. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow rushed over from a distance. The person was dressed in black clothing, resembling a ninja, and was clearly there to report an urgent situation. "Report, Commander Tanaka. Something has happened in Hokkaido." Tanaka Katsuyuki was already feeling irritable due to various troubles, and now hearing bad news only added fuel to the fire. But he still suppressed his anger and coldly commanded, "Speak." The man in black, sensing Tanaka Katsuyuki's displeasure, did not dare delay and quickly relayed the information. "Commander Tanaka, just now, Hokkaido suddenly experienced a snowstorm, and the temperature dropped sharply. It is no longer suitable for habitation. Worse yet, a 5-meter-tall ice monster appeared there. Fortunately, Yuta Sato was present at the time. Although he was severely injured, he managed to drive the monster away. But that's not the worst. According to our detection, on a mountain in the northern part of Hokkaido, thousands of similar monsters have appeared, densely packed, at least tens of thousands. Experts speculate that this may be a world-ending critical point. If the situation continues to deteriorate, all of Hokkaido may fall in a crisis." After hearing this, Tanaka Katsuyuki's eyes widened in shock. What? Yuta Sato could barely take down a monster just by being severely injured? He felt a wave of shock in his heart. After all, Yuta Sato was their island nation's strongest besides the Sword Saint. Even more terrifying was that there were tens of thousands of such monsters. And their country had opened another world-ending critical point. Bad news kept coming, and Tanaka Katsuyuki was nearly breathless. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the little bearded man on the other end dialed a number. "Oh, calling at this time, could it be to reject our conditions?" The voice on the other end was cold and carried a hint of scrutiny. The little bearded man just started to speak. Our island nation absolutely cannot agree to your conditions. Upon hearing this, Tanaka Katsuyuki instantly sprang into action. Without saying a word, he kicked the little bearded man away and quickly picked up the phone, replacing his expression with a flattering smile. Your Excellency, the Storm Empress, I'm sorry. Just now, a spy infiltrated us and had the audacity to refuse your conditions in person. It was utterly outrageous. I will handle him right away. Then, Tanaka Masayuki smiled broadly and said, How can we possibly refuse the conditions proposed by your country? Rest assured, we fully agree. Hokkaido is already prepared, and you can send someone over to take over at any time. On the other end of the phone, the Storm Empress casually remarked, Oh? She seemed to smile. It appears that your island nation is indeed not that impressive. Even your spies are so arrogant. Tanaka Masayuki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It is our honor to serve the Northern Cold Empire. But Tanaka Masayuki quickly changed the subject. However, regarding that disaster-level critical point and those terrifying flame monsters, the Storm Empress scoffed. Since Hokkaido is already the territory of the Northern Cold Empire, we will naturally help solve these problems. Tanaka Masayuki breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, a look of ease appearing on his face. With your country's assistance, this disaster-level critical point will definitely not be a problem. Chapter 43. You are truly my lucky star. Tanaka Katsuyuki once again engaged in flattery, ensuring that the other party's suspicions were completely dispelled. After hanging up the phone, he immediately put away his smile and instructed the others with a serious expression. Quick, hurry and seal off any news about the possible apocalyptic critical point in Hokkaido. Also, evacuate everyone there as quickly as possible. Blood Skyhawk let out a long sigh of relief, looking at his body restored to its original state, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corners of his mouth. Ha! Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed around, instantly attracting the attention of Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang. The two looked over curiously, while Su Yun, somewhat intrigued, spoke up, laughing so loudly. You won't choke, right? I cough. Cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Skyhawk's smile suddenly froze, coughing twice and patting his chest to regain his composure. He shot Su Yun a resentful look and whispered, I already know about your ability, so you don't have to show it off anymore, okay? Su Yun scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit guilty as he said, Isn't the scene just too fitting? I just wanted to say something. He shrugged. I guess this is a small side effect of my ability. Upon hearing this, Blood Skyhawk's eyelids twitched, but thinking about Su Yun's identity, he ultimately said nothing more. He sensed his surroundings, confirmed no one else was present, and directly removed the barrier, turning to Chanyang and the others. Do you know where there are critical points? Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang were both stunned. What exactly is a critical point? Blood Skyhawk frowned, thinking, as subordinates of those two adults, not even knowing this basic concept is ridiculous. However, he patiently explained. After hearing Blood Skyhawk's explanation, Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang were both shocked. They also felt that this thing was simply harmful and unhelpful. The two didn't pay much attention to the idea of having this in the island nation. If it were back in their homeland, Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang might have hesitated. But here in the island nation, they thought, anyway, it's not them who are unlucky, so why bother worrying? Seeing that the two had just realized this, Blood Skyhawk roughly understood that they probably didn't know where the critical points in the island nation were. So, he turned to Su Yun and asked, Do you know? Su Yun shook his head, looking helpless. How would I know? Blood Skyhawk thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, Then you could use your crow's mouth to find the critical points. As soon as Su Yun heard this, he twitched his mouth. How is that possible? If I say something nice, my crow's mouth won't work at all, okay? Moreover, it depends on the scene, otherwise, it's completely useless. Blood Skyhawk frowned, somewhat regretfully sighed. Well, okay, it's normal for such abilities to have some limitations. If there were no limitations, that would be strange. At this moment, Fong Jiqiang suddenly spoke up. Why must we directly find the critical point? Can't we casually say something like a critical point suddenly appearing while on the way, or something that could bring us to the critical point? That way, it would make sense if we had a bit of bad luck, right? Or we could increase the difficulty a bit. That shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, a sudden critical point appearing isn't a good thing for us, either. Blood Skyhawk was taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. Right, that's a good idea. He excitedly stared at Su Yun, eagerly saying, How about you give it a try? Su Yun felt a bit shy under his gaze, but after thinking it over, he nodded. All right, I'll give it a try then. Blood Skyhawk nodded in satisfaction, secretly glad that the Scarlet Master bringing this guy here was indeed a good idea. Although his crow's mouth was indeed a bit troublesome, it also had its benefits. For example, the first day, he got a sword saint, although he nearly lost his life. He didn't die, did he? Besides, after running for 3 years in the Great Xia, what's one more time? Now he could even help find critical points, which is pretty good. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Changyang's stomach. Everyone turned to look, only to see Changyang rubbing his stomach awkwardly. I haven't eaten in a long time, and I'm a bit hungry now. And Changyang indeed felt a bit embarrassed. Speaking of food, he suddenly remembered that ever since his parents and sister passed away, coupled with what he had recently experienced, he hadn't eaten a single bite for 3 whole days. His body was almost at its limit. I'm also a bit hungry. At this moment, Fang Jiqiang scratched his head and said quietly. Blood Skyhawk's mouth twitched slightly, letting out a sigh. All right, I'll take you to find something to eat. But is there even a store open at this hour? Suyin suddenly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 2 resentful gazes directed at him. Suyin quickly shut his mouth and looked up at the night sky. There were so many stars. Blood Skyhawk didn't care at all, as he hadn't planned to find food in the normal way. Nighttime, the 4 of them walked along a quiet street. All the doors in the street were tightly closed, the lights were out, and hardly a shadow could be seen. Without saying a word, Blood Skyhawk kicked open the door of a nearby supermarket. Inside, there were only a few remaining goods on the shelves, but it was enough to fill their stomachs. And Changyang and Fang Jiqiang rushed in, grabbing anything edible and stuffing it into their mouths without a care. Both of them hadn't eaten for several days. Even though they were transcendent beings, it didn't mean they could go without food. Especially for those like them, monster-type transcendent beings, their appetite was astonishingly large. The hunger of these past few days was unbearable. Fang Jiqiang's situation was even worse. Most of his body was made up of monster materials, and coupled with the 2 pieces of flesh he had torn off earlier, his energy had long since been insufficient. Now, seeing food, the last bit of rationality instantly collapsed, and he pounced into the pile of food like a starving wolf. However, Blood Skyhawk frowned. He surveyed the area and found that there was not a single person in the entire district. Moreover, judging from the disarray of some houses, it was clear that these people had evacuated in a hurry, leaving many things behind. Blood Skyhawk knew very well. Something major must have happened in the island nation. As for the Sword Saint suddenly appearing before them, it was indeed related to Su Yun. But Blood Skyhawk did not believe that everything was solely because of Su Yun. Su Yun was at most just a trigger. The person who could beat the Sword Saint like that must be extremely terrifying, perhaps not even human at all. Blood Skyhawk speculated that either there was an internal problem in the island nation or an extremely powerful critical point had been opened. The likelihood of it being a disaster-level critical point was very high. In comparison, Blood Skyhawk leaned more towards the latter. However, regardless of the specific reason, the island nation must be chaotic and dangerous now. But for Blood Skyhawk, this was instead a golden opportunity. If the island nation were still peaceful, he would at most choose to open a critical point. As for the 2 energy spheres left by the Scarlet Master, he originally intended to use them as trump cards for escaping the island nation. But now the situation was different. Blood Skyhawk felt he could try to open 3 critical points at once and see what the Scarlet Master's gift truly was. Perhaps this could directly allow him to break through to the Dawn level, or even have a chance to challenge the Star Shining level. You say, with all the people gone, could there be a powerful critical point nearby? Or will we be discovered by some guards of the critical point while wandering around here? When Blood Skyhawk was still thinking about a bright future, he suddenly heard Su Yun's words. Blood Skyhawk's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that the future had become even better. He rushed forward, grabbed Su Yun's shoulders, and smiled as he said, "You are truly my lucky star. Not only did you mention the critical point, but you also brought some guides over." In his moment of excitement, Blood Skyhawk completely overlooked the powerful words that Su Yun had mentioned regarding the critical point. Chapter 44. The strongest is only the bright moon, and an S-class critical point bang. The supermarket door was kicked open again, and 3 people dressed similarly to soldiers barged in. They strode up to the Blood Sky Eagle and his 3 companions, quickly surrounding them. Each of them held a gun emitting a ghostly blue light with a transparent magazine hanging underneath containing some kind of liquid. "Hey, what are you for doing? Are you members of the Apocalypse Organization?" And Changyang and Fang Jiqiang, who were wolfing down food, abruptly stopped while Blood Sky Eagle frowned. He noticed that these people were not from the islands but from the Lighthouse Nation. This made him feel inexplicably uneasy. The 4 exchanged glances. They could sense the strength of the 3 in front of them. 2 were mid-tier fluorescents, and 1 was a high-tier fluorescent. Although they appeared strong, any one of them could be easily dealt with by Blood Sky Eagle's group. However, They also sensed that the guns in the opponent's hands seemed to contain some kind of threat, although it wasn't significant. After all, if they couldn't hit their target, it wouldn't matter how powerful they were. Stop whispering and raise your hands above your heads. At this moment, the three burly men from the Lighthouse Nation stepped forward and shouted loudly, "William, don't be so fierce. If you scare them into peeing their pants, that would be embarrassing. Ha ha ha." The two men behind William immediately burst into laughter, clearly not taking Blood Sky Eagle and his companion seriously. However, the four of them frowned, and Chanyang felt insulted, while the other three completely didn't understand what the others were saying, but could tell it wasn't anything good. All right, enough playing around. These four have issues. They don't even look scared. Looks like we've caught a few big fish today, William said with a dark expression. To be honest, if it weren't for those two having some connections, William really didn't want to bring them along. However, at this moment, William's hand had quietly slipped into his pocket, preparing to send a distress signal. Yet Blood Sky Eagle saw everything. He flashed forward and appeared in front of William, grabbing him by the throat. "Oh, you!" William's eyes widened, and the signal transmitter fell from his hand to the ground. The other two soldiers reacted immediately, raising their weapons to aim at Blood Sky Eagle. Just then, countless fine threads made of blood shot into the bodies of the other two soldiers like lightning, swiftly sealing their mouths. Following that, Blood Sky Eagle quickly confiscated their weapons and the signal transmitter. Everything happened so fast, it was as if it was just a blink of an eye. After dealing with all this, Blood Sky Eagle turned to the remaining three and asked, "Do any of you speak English?" The three exchanged glances. Su Yun and Fong Jiqiang shook their heads, indicating they didn't. Finally, it was Chanyang who broke the silence. "I know a little, but I might not speak very fluently." "That is fine, as long as you could translate." Blood Sky Eagle seemed unconcerned and then asked, "Do you remember what they said when they came in?" And Chanyang thought for a moment and replied, "There wasn't any particularly useful information. They just asked if we were members of the Apocalypse Organization, which was the only valuable line. The rest was basically insults and mockery directed at us." Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle understood the reason. Why were people from the Lighthouse Nation here? It turned out they were coming for the Apocalypse Organization. This organization is one of the greatest calamities on Blue Star, and its sole purpose is to crazily open critical points in various worlds, attempting to summon the evil gods from the other side of those critical points to destroy this world. As for their motives, while others might do it for profit, the Apocalypse Organization purely pursues the end of the world. Since members of the Apocalypse Organization appeared in the islands, it meant that there was likely a critical point of at least disaster level opened by them. And the Lighthouse Nation has always considered itself the world police of the International Federation. Once they learned of such matters, they would undoubtedly send people to intervene. Of course, the Lighthouse Nation does not act out of selflessness. After every aid operation, they demand resources far exceeding the actual expenditures in return. However, these are not the main points. The key is that since the people from the Lighthouse Nation are here because of the Apocalypse Organization, Blood Sky Eagle could temporarily set aside his earlier concerns. Then, without any hesitation, he applied slight pressure with his palm. In an instant, the blood threads that had already invaded the two soldiers' bodies surged wildly, stirring inside them. With their mouths tightly sealed, the two could not make any sound and could only struggle helplessly. They could only widen their eyes and emit vague whimpering sounds. As the other two soldiers were tormented by the blood threads to the brink of pain, William, who was being strangled, began to twist his body desperately. Blood Sky Eagle naturally noticed William's struggle and did not hesitate to use the blood threads to attack him similarly. 3 minutes later, the three soldiers were slumped on the ground like a heap of mud, their bodies twitching from time to time. After dealing with all of this, Blood Sky Eagle turned to Sherwolf, saying, "Sherwolf, I need you to help me translate next." And Chanyang nodded in understanding. Blood Sky Eagle released his grip, and William fell to the ground like a rag doll. His pupils dilated, and his mouth twitched continuously, clearly having reached the limit of his pain. "Now I ask, you answer," Blood Sky Eagle said coldly, and Chanyang helped translate Blood Sky Eagle's words. However, despite still being conscious, William firmly responded, "You think you can get information from me? Absolutely impossible. Damn bastard, you vampire-like thing. Monsters like you should never see the sun again." He then began to curse incessantly, leaving Chanyang somewhat speechless. Blood Sky Eagle looked at this incessantly chattering person and asked Chanyang, "What is he saying?" After thinking for a moment, Chanyang replied, "He has cursing you, but his insults aren't very sophisticated. They only target you personally and don't involve your family." Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle's mouth twitched slightly. What does it mean that he only cursed me and not my family? However, Blood Sky Eagle didn't pay much attention to it, and suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, the blood threads that had been coiling around William tightened rapidly. William's body began to spasm violently, those blood threads moving like living things beneath his skin, severing his muscle fibers. His eyes bulged, and he made a gurgling sound from his throat, unable to form complete sentences anymore. Since you won speak, let us try another. Blood Sky Eagle coldly turned to the other two soldiers. To be honest, if it weren't for Fong Jiqiang's hypnosis, which was done through sound, this wouldn't be so troublesome. One of them was already so scared he lost control of his bladder, while the other shook his head desperately, mumbling for mercy. And Chanyang squatted down and spoke in somewhat broken English. You just need to answer the questions, no need to ramble. The soldier, trembling all over, responded, Okay, I will answer truthfully. Upon hearing the affirmative response, and Chanyang glanced at Blood Sky Eagle and nodded, indicating that it was fine. Blood Skyhawk acted without hesitation, directly taking out another soldier, then coldly stared at the remaining soldier who was trembling in fear, asking, What is the level of the strongest person at the critical point you are guarding? Also, where exactly is that critical point? After Chanyang translated, the soldier was clearly taken aback for a moment, but quickly rushed to answer. The strongest person there has just broken through to the moonlight level, and the critical point we are responsible for guarding is just an S level. Chapter 45. The Demon Blade Blood Skyhawk listened to Changyang's translation and noticed the momentary daze on the other person's face, combined with the content of the words. He immediately judged that the other party was lying. However, he didn't care, even if the guard was a master of the caliber of Shi Guang. Blood Skyhawk was completely unafraid. His goal was clear, to find the critical point and open it, not to engage in a direct battle with the other party. As long as he obtained the energy orb given by the Scarlet Lord, the mission would be complete. If anyone dared to obstruct him, he would deal with him as well. As for the level of the critical point, Blood Skyhawk actually hoped it would be above S level. After all, the rewards for opening S level and above S level critical points would definitely be different. Therefore, he didn't expose the other person's lie, but directly asked, Where is the critical point? After receiving confirmation, Blood Skyhawk did not hesitate to kill the soldier. Then he called the two who had already eaten and Su Yun, and swiftly headed towards the bay. On the other side, in a dilapidated shrine on a mountain, a young man sat alone. The long knife at his waist emitted an eerie demonic glow. Suddenly, the man abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, Is the clone dead? The people of the Great Xia. Indeed, this young man was Watanabe Aikir, who was believed to be dead. At that moment, the statue in the shrine began to release waves of black aura. This black mist seemed to come alive, slowly gathering and taking shape, eventually revealing a ragged woman. She trembled slightly, as if just waking from a deep slumber. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Watanabe Aikir. A strange smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she leaned against Watanabe Aikir, her long, pale fingers gently brushing against his cheek. Her stunning face moved close to Watanabe Aikir's ear, whispering awake. So, do you want to merge with me? Her voice was soft yet full of temptation. But Watanabe Aikir did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if he hadn't heard anything. Let's merge again, killing together, listening to the beautiful wails and deaths. Seeing Watanabe still unmoved, the woman discarded her previous delicate demeanor, her voice revealing madness and desire, seemingly unable to suppress her thirst for slaughter. However, Watanabe Aikir still showed no reaction. After a while, he slowly stood up, his movements stiff as if he hadn't moved in a long time. It seems it's time to go out. Watanabe Aikir's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Ha ha ha. The woman suddenly laughed. You finally thought it through. Choosing to go out is wonderful. However, there was a hint of madness in her laughter. Hearing this, Watanabe Aikir finally reacted. With a clink, the long knife was drawn from its sheath, pressed against the woman's neck. His eyes were cold as ice. You can go out, but you are not allowed to kill without my command. Otherwise, before I die, I will never step out of here. Watanabe Aikir said coldly. Huh? Ha ha ha. The woman laughed. Kill. Watanabe Aikir, what are you pretending to be noble about? Back then, in order to gain power, didn't you slaughter the entire country's extraordinary beings? Others praised you for single-handedly calming the nation's extraordinary turmoil. But little did they know, killing those ants wouldn't enhance your strength at all, so you let them go. On your side, I believe they call that hypocrite, right? The woman's mocking words were full of ridicule. But Watanabe Aikir remained unshaken, the blade still firmly pressed against her neck. So you choose not to go out? Watanabe Aikir's tone was indifferent, but the blade gleamed with a chilling light. The woman stared at Watanabe Aikir, seeing no sign of wavering in him. She suddenly chuckled softly. Her laughter was grating, like nails scraping glass. All right, I promise you. She slowly raised her hands. Adopting a surrendering posture, I won't kill, unless you allow it. But the playful expression on her face made it hard to believe she would keep her promise. Watanabe Aikir sheathed his knife. The sound of metal scraping echoed sharply in the silent shrine. He turned and walked towards the shrine's entrance, his wooden clogs creaking on the decayed floor. The woman silently followed him, her black mist-like skirt gently sweeping across the dust-covered altar. Remember your promise. Watanabe Aikir suddenly stopped, his hand resting on the knife's hilt. The shrine's doorframe shattered silently before him, turning to fine powder that fell away. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, tracing her pale neck with her crimson nails. All right. But she added, however, I have a request. You can only kill using me. As her words fell, a pitch-black power surged forth, rapidly enveloping Watanabe Aikir's right hand tightly, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. However, at the same time, Watanabe Aikir's left hand began to undergo astonishing changes. His originally fair skin gradually turned pitch black, as if consumed by darkness. Meanwhile, blood-like patterns spread across the back of his hand like a spider's web, seemingly alive. Even more horrifying was that a fissure slowly opened in the center of Watanabe Aikir's palm, revealing a crimson eye from within. The appearance of this eye did not halt the transformation of his left hand. The blood-like patterns continued to extend along his arm, ultimately converging in his palm. There, a uniquely shaped, blood-colored long knife began to grow slowly from his palm. This long knife exhibited an eerie blood-red hue, covered in various twisted blood-colored patterns that flowed like veins along the blade. Watanabe Aikir quietly observed all of this. Once his right hand had completely mutated and grown the long knife, Watanabe Aikir sighed, gently shaking his wrist, causing his left hand to return to normal. But the pitch-black long knife remained grasped in his hand. He then sensed an aura heading towards the bay and stepped forward, disappearing from sight. Captain Blood Demon, can your ability be strengthened by consuming blood? On the way, Fong Jiqiang curiously asked Blood Skyhawk. Blood Skyhawk glanced at him and nodded. In the extraordinary realm, directly inquiring about someone else's abilities, especially those related to secrets of becoming stronger, is usually seen as taboo. But for these three, Blood Skyhawk didn't mind. Not to mention their status was higher than his. Among the three, and Changyang's situation was relatively clear, but the other two were more outrageous than the last. Since they were still teammates, and his own blood-sucking power had already been exposed, Blood Skyhawk didn't care anymore. Chapter 46. The search yielded no results, definitely not simple. Fong Jiqiang didn't think too much about it, but an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. It's worth noting that he used to be a typical homebody, with a touch of second-rate syndrome. However, due to his slightly introverted personality, these traits were not usually apparent. But that didn't mean he had no problems. It was just that these issues had been shelved. Previously, either he was busy escaping for his life, or he was recovering from injuries, leaving him no time to inquire. Now that he finally received a clear answer, Fong Jiqiang couldn't help but ask again, are there any limitations to this ability? Upon hearing this question, Blood Skyhawk glanced at Fong Jiqiang a few more times, as if pondering something before slowly explaining. There are indeed limitations. If I consume the blood of someone weaker than myself, there will basically be no enhancement. At most just satisfying hunger or slightly boosting recovery ability. Only those with comparable strength to mine can allow me to gain some power increase, but it won't be much. Blood Skyhawk paused and continued. If one wants a significant boost, it must be someone like the Sword Saint, whose strength far exceeds mine. Only then can it truly yield notable effects. At this point, Blood Skyhawk frowned, a hint of confusion in his tone. Theoretically, with the Sword Saint's strength, after absorbing his heart blood, I should be able to break through to the Dawn level. But the result only reached the Upper Moon level. Blood Skyhawk paused for a moment, muttering to himself. Even if I didn't completely seize all of his heart blood, it should only increase by this little bit. It seems the island nation has exaggerated their Sword Saint-esque capabilities. The actual combat power is probably far below the rumored level. After saying this, Blood Skyhawk shook his head, but deep down he was secretly relieved. Luckily, the opponent's real strength is not as terrifying as rumored. Otherwise, I might have lost my life this time. Just then, Su Yun's curious voice suddenly rang out. Hey, have you considered another possibility? Perhaps that so-called Sword Saint is just a fake, or some kind of clone. Upon hearing this familiar voice and the content of the statement, Blood Skyhawk felt a jolt throughout his body, blood rushing to his head, as if his heart had skipped a beat. Before he could regain his composure, Su Yun continued, If it's a clone, then... Before Su Yun could finish, Blood Skyhawk, already drenched in cold sweat, instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, quickly lunging to Su Yun's side and covering his mouth, fearing he would say more dangerous words. Phew! After successfully blocking Su Yun's mouth, Blood Skyhawk finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cautiously looked around, afraid the Sword Saint would suddenly appear. Confirming it was temporarily safe, he understood in his heart, this island nation could no longer be stayed in. Being hunted by a Sword Saint is not a joke. Although he had triple insurance, Blood Skyhawk did not think he could rely on these strokes of luck to escape. After all, that Sword Saint is the strongest existence in the entire country. While the Crimson Lord is indeed very strong, he is not the strongest in the organization. Moreover, this ancient powerhouse had just awakened not long ago, and his strength had not fully recovered to its peak state, even though he had seen only the tip of the iceberg of the Crimson Lord's power. Nevertheless, Blood Skyhawk did not dare to gamble with his life. Hurry up, Blood Skyhawk whispered to the two behind him. We must reach the bay as quickly as possible. Open the critical point, and then leave here immediately. At this moment, Blood Skyhawk had completely given up on the so-called gift mentioned by the Crimson Lord. He just wanted to preserve his life. Obtaining the most basic sublimation would be enough. And Chanyang and Feng Jiqiang, upon hearing this, did not hesitate at all, nodding in agreement and starting to speed toward the bay. Su Yun, on the other hand, was directly hoisted over Blood Skyhawk's shoulder, while he firmly covered Su Yun's mouth with one hand, just in case. On the other side, at a military base near the bay, the commander was staring at the images on the large screen. The screen suddenly lit up with 4 beams of light, 1 dazzling red light, 2 slightly weaker red lights, and a blurry white light nearby. It seems 4 guests have arrived. The commander squinted his eyes and analyzed. 1 is at the upper moon level, 2 are at the candlelight level, and 1 should be a rookie who just stepped into the extraordinary realm. He stroked his chin, appearing rather unconcerned. After all, a mere upper moon level is not a malevolent spirit. In the face of modern weaponry, they are just targets. A few missiles could easily resolve them. However, out of caution, the commander did not immediately take action, but decided to first clarify the identities of these 4 people. Using the satellite positioning system, he quickly locked onto their appearances and retrieved data from the Skynet database for comparison. The commander began investigating the identities of these 4 individuals. Soon, Blood Skyhawk's information surfaced. Blood Skyhawk, nationality of the Great Xia, an important member of the evil organization Lingyu sect. 3 years ago, he was pursued by 2 teams of the Great Xia Zhu Rong Department for slaughtering thousands of people. Querying. No such person found. As for the other 3, currently, only 1 person's information was being processed, while the other 2 had no results. The most surprising thing was that 1 person could not be found in the Skynet system at all. Upon seeing this, the commander's pupils contracted slightly, and he decisively closed the query interface. The fact that Skynet took so much time to investigate indicated that those 2 individuals were certainly not ordinary people. The last person completely disappearing from the Skynet system made it even more apparent that things were not simple. Clearly, Blood Skyhawk was just a decoy, a smoke bomb to attract attention. The remaining 3 must be hiding some powerful background or ability. However, the commander did not care whether they were elites secretly cultivated by the Great Xia or experts sent by the Lingyu sect. These were not important. What mattered was that they had intruded here without notice, even forcing their way in while the defense system was already activated. As the commander guarding the Yellow Springs projection, a doomsday-level critical point, he had every right to eliminate them directly without consulting anyone. Meanwhile, Blood Skyhawk was rushing toward the bay at full speed when he suddenly sensed an oppressive feeling of being monitored. This feeling was familiar, reminiscent of the time he was forced to flee after completing a massacre of thousands, being tracked by the Great Xia through satellite positioning. How could an ordinary critical point be continuously monitored by satellites? Clearly, the island nation did not have such technological capability, and according to international rules, they were not allowed to do so. Therefore, the only possibility was the Lighthouse Country. But even so, the Lighthouse Country could not waste satellite resources on a small area for an extended period. A sense of unease began to rise in Blood Skyhawk's heart. Wait! At this moment, Blood Skyhawk suddenly remembered that Su Yun had mentioned a powerful critical point nearby. He hadn't delved deeper into it at the time, but now looking back, the word powerful seemed ominous. The last time Su Yun mentioned powerful, it had directly attracted the Sword Saint. What would this situation bring? Blood Skyhawk felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this is a disaster-level critical point? Just thinking about this possibility made Blood Skyhawk feel a bit numb. After all, the S level was not a challenge for him, even if it were an Ultra S level. With the energy balls given by the Scarlet Lord, he would dare to test the waters. But if it were a disaster-level critical point, that would be completely different. Not to mention the strength of the Guardians in this area. Just the level of the evil spirits lurking nearby would be enough to turn a small character like him into a death package upon entry. There was no second possibility. Should he retreat? But leaving like this left Blood Skyhawk feeling unsatisfied. After all, he was surely already being targeted by the Sword Saint. If he retreated now, he might never get another chance. However, if it really was a disaster-level critical point, would 3 energy balls really be enough? Blood Skyhawk frowned in thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and decided, let's do it. No matter what, at least he had to see it with his own eyes before making a decision. Otherwise, if he returned empty-handed, even if he joined the Disaster King Court, he would not be respected. Of course, if it turned out to be a disaster-level critical point, he would definitely turn and leave without hesitation. But if it wasn't he, no matter what, he had to try to open this critical point. After coming to this conclusion, Blood Skyhawk no longer hesitated and immediately accelerated forward. Chapter 47. We will die. We will die. We will die. As time passed, Blood Skyhawk's nerves became increasingly tense. He keenly sensed that countless gazes were stabbing at his back like blades, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The distance was not long, but Blood Skyhawk felt as if he had been walking for a very long time. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he arrived at his destination. With anticipation, Blood Skyhawk raised his head, only to find the scene before him was like a bolt from the blue that completely stunned him. Not far ahead stood a massive steel wall, resembling an unbreakable torrent of iron. Even in the dark of night, this iron wall emitted a chilling light, its silver surface particularly dazzling under the moonlight. Even more terrifying was the array of cannon openings of various sizes distributed above the iron wall. Those dark cannon mouths resembled giant beasts waiting to devour, exuding a frightening aura. However, this was not the most shocking part. What truly left Blood Skyhawk dumbfounded was the enormous cannon mouth at the top of the iron wall, which was at least 50 meters long and 10 meters wide, aimed directly at him and his companions. People of Great Xia, I am the guardian of the death-level critical point of the underworld projection, Xiaodan, Washington. A deep voice announced, it is now officially declared. You will be annihilated for intending to activate the death-level critical point of the underworld projection. As this statement fell, energy began to rapidly gather at the center of the cannon mouth, its brilliance blinding like the sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Upon hearing the term death level, Blood Skyhawk's mind went blank. His mouth twitched slightly. Although he couldn't hear what he was saying, it was certainly a curse, and a very dirty one at that. Fear surged like a tide in his heart. We will die. We will die. We will die. These words echoed incessantly in Blood Skyhawk's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to use Blood Escape to flee from this place. However, just as he was about to unleash his skill, an overwhelming force from the realm of life suddenly descended upon him, like a mountain pressing down, rendering him unable to move. Blood Skyhawk felt as if his body was tightly bound by an invisible force, making even breathing difficult. This feeling of terror was like an ant facing a colossal beast, causing his soul to tremble. And Changyang and Fang Jiqiang exchanged glances, seeing shock and fear in each other's eyes. They clearly felt the powerful pressure, making it hard to breathe. The two struggled desperately, trying to move even a little, but it was completely futile. Their bodies felt like they were imprisoned. Despair gradually washed over them. They did not know who the enemy was, but understood they had no means to fight back. Meanwhile, the enormous cannon mouth continued to charge, the energy fluctuations growing stronger, as if it would erupt with world-destroying power at any moment. Blood Skyhawk stared at the cannon mouth, every hair on his body standing on end, his back chilling. He did not know how terrifying this energy was, but he understood that once hit, there would be nothing left. At this moment, Blood Skyhawk's only hope was to use the energy ball given by the adult. But the problem was that he couldn't move at all, let alone take out the energy ball. Move! Move quickly! Blood Skyhawk roared in his heart, straining with all his might to break free from the bindings, but it was all in vain. His body remained as stiff as stone, not moving an inch. Just then, amidst the tension, Su Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what kind of cannon is this? Does it need to charge for so long? Is it going to blow up? Surprisingly, Su Yun was unaffected by that force, easily freeing himself from Blood Skyhawk's hand that was covering his mouth, curiously asking questions. Hearing this, Blood Skyhawk felt as if he had heard a celestial voice. Although he still could not move, his eyes were filled with gratitude as he stared at Su Yun. Are you looking at me like that because... Su Yun's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud explosion. The cannon that was charging not far away suddenly blew apart, sparks flying everywhere. Blood Skyhawk felt his body instantly return to normal. The oppressive feeling that had made it hard to breathe vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Blood Skyhawk immediately shot out several red bloodlines, tightly binding Su Yun and the other two, then unhesitatingly sacrificed half of his blood essence to activate blood escape, dragging them desperately away. On the other side, Xiaodin Washington inside the iron wall had veins bulging, staring intently at the blown-apart cannon mouth. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at a nearby soldier. Who built this broken cannon? Hurry up and find out. Why didn't anyone tell me this thing would blow up? His roar echoed within the steel city wall, and the soldiers did not dare to breathe, lowering their heads to avoid his fury. Report, sir. A trembling technician raised his hand. This energy pulse cannon was just repaired last month, and the record showed everything was normal. Normal. Xiaodin kicked over a nearby metal table, scattering documents everywhere. What does this blown-up cannon count as then? Did those repair idiots use the cannon tube as a chimney? The soldiers shrank their necks, no one daring to speak. Xiaodin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and turned to look at the surveillance screen. On the screen, Blood Skyhawk and the others had long disappeared into the dust. At this moment, a muscular soldier with obvious mechanical modifications stepped forward. Do you need me to eliminate them? Xiaodin glanced at him and shook his head. Jean, I trust your strength, but those Great Xia people are not easy to deal with, especially that guy who cannot be found by the Skynet, who can move freely in the domain of the gods. Don't forget, our domain of the gods is just a replica, but even so, even those at the stellar level would have their power significantly weakened. Let alone, that person looks so at ease, his movements completely unaffected. Jean, I believe in you, but you absolutely cannot have any accidents. If you get held up or anything happens, those Doomsday Organization people will swarm like flies to dung. After hearing this, Jean said nothing more and silently stepped back. Chapter 48. Is it just the three of you coming to support? At this moment, Watanabe Ikaru was rushing towards the bay when he suddenly sensed the aura he had left behind earlier. It was rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Bold! Watanabe Ikaru muttered to himself, then quietly waited. Just then, he seemed to sense something and turned his head to see three figures appear before him. It was Yang Kaishan, Yilong, and Huang Yu. Old Yang, how did you guys find and kill monsters before? Huang Yu asked Yang Kaisan excitedly. I want to practice more and kill a few more monsters. Compared to the others, Huang Yu seemed particularly enthusiastic about fighting. This was not only because he felt he was the weakest among the three, but also because the process of facing powerful monsters made his blood boil. Especially the feeling of being watched by everyone during the fight. It was simply addictive. Yang Kaishan smiled upon hearing this, ready to respond, but suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Clang! Yang Kaishan quickly drew the starlight blade from his waist. This was the same blade he had before. Although he had received materials from the organization, he chose to use those materials to restore his shattered blade. However, at this moment, none of that mattered because a young man suddenly appeared before them. The young man looked quite young, with a youthful face, but his eyes revealed a sense of maturity and steadiness. He exuded a powerful aura that was completely unlike what one would expect from someone his age. Yang Kaishan's heart raced with alarm. Having been a member of the Investigation Bureau, he had faced life-and-death crises many times, but had never encountered such a terrifying presence. This sense of oppression far exceeded any enemy he had faced before. Yilong, standing beside him, also sensed something was off. Although he could not perceive the opponent's aura as directly as Yang Kaishan, his awakened ability, martial path intuition, had significantly enhanced his abilities in martial arts and intuition. Because of this, Yilong was acutely aware of the terror presented by the person in front of them. Hey, old Yang, brother Long, what's wrong with you? Why are you all silent? Huang Yu, at this moment, was completely oblivious to the danger and found it strange that Yang Kaishan and Yilong had suddenly fallen silent. Could it be that a monster appeared nearby? Thinking of this possibility, Huang Yu became excited and began to look around. However, aside from a few hurried passers-by, he did not spot any suspicious figures. At this moment, a young man dressed in a simple blue kimono was walking towards them. Watanabe Aikaru had arrived in front of the three and deliberately released a bit of his aura to let them recognize who he was. As he saw the approaching figure, Yang Kaishan instinctively stepped forward, shielding Yilong and Huangyu behind him. Yilong also wanted to step forward, and Yang Kaishan initially intended to stop him. But after a moment's thought, he decided not to intervene since they had several resurrection coins. Noticing this scene, even Huangyu, no matter how dull, sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, eyes wide open, staring at Watanabe Aikaru with no hint of fear, but rather filled with intense fighting spirit. On the contrary, Watanabe Aikaru sighed at this sight. He had to acknowledge that their nation was indeed no match for the great Xia, and there were reasons for that. The three individuals before him seemed as weak as ants by the roadside. Yet, these ants stood before him, unafraid and ready to confront him. Then, there was that earlier person. Although he had sneak attacked his clone, just thinking about it, that guy had such a low level yet dared to strike. And in the end, he managed to survive. Even more admirable was that when he realized he was being hunted, he did not choose to flee, but directly confronted the danger head-on. This spirit of charging forward, even when knowing he was outmatched, made even Watanabe Aikaru admire him from the bottom of his heart. Reflecting on the past, when he slaughtered those extraordinary beings in his nation, during life-and-death crises, those people did not abandon their families or kneel to beg for mercy. They would go to any lengths to survive. The irony was that not a single person dared to confront him face to face. Sigh. Watanabe Aikaru let out a heavy sigh. Just then, a tempting voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Since you know that the people of the island nation are all useless, why not just kill them all? Watanabe Aikaru frowned slightly and did not respond. The voice continued. In recent years, I've absorbed quite a bit and have evolved. Now I can devour souls, using over 100 million souls as material for promotion. When we merge later, we might even touch the realm of gods, don't you think? Before Watanabe Aikaru could reply, a delicate jade hand emerged from his right arm, trying to connect with his fingers. But Watanabe Aikaru didn't even glance at it and directly grabbed that hand, squeezing it hard until it turned into a puff of black mist and vanished. After dealing with all this, Watanabe Aikaru turned to look at the three people in front of him. Two appeared somewhat tense, while one was full of fighting spirit. You are from the Great Xia, right? What are you doing here? Watanabe Aikaru asked in fluent Chinese. During these years guarding the demon blade, he had been bored and learned a few foreign languages. Given his strength, learning languages was a piece of cake. He basically grasped them in no time. Upon hearing this, Yang Kaishan exchanged glances with the others and then spoke. We are here to help you deal with monsters. Although this sounded ambiguous, it was not incorrect. After all, their mission was indeed to kill monsters, but the target was that disaster-level Abyss Motherworm. However, whether it was a secret mission and whether it needed to be concealed, Yang Kaishan had not yet made up his mind, so he decided to gloss over it with a different phrasing. Watanabe Aikaru listened, thought for a moment, and understood. So, it was a support team sent by the Great Xia. He had known that the island nation had sent a distress signal to the International Federation when the disaster-level critical point opened. However, Watanabe Aikaru still felt a bit puzzled. Why did these people look so weak? It was known that this time was a disaster-level critical point. Sending these three mediocre individuals here, were they truly here to provide support or merely to seek death? Or had the three of them offended someone and were assigned to execute such a life-threatening task? Watanabe Aikaru couldn't help but ask again, is it just the three of you coming to support? Chapter 49. The gathering of the 12 zodiac signs. Yang Kaishan was momentarily stunned by Ichiro Watanabe's question. Support? When did we say we would support the island country? Aren't we here to deal with that disaster-level monster? And to stop the people from the Doomsday King Court from opening the critical point? Does the organization have other missions? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kaishan quietly replied, No, we are just the advance team. A larger force will come later. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Watanabe frowned. Advance team? That term sounded so unfamiliar. After all, the extraordinary era had only begun 10 years ago. In these 10 years, although extraordinary beings had emerged in droves, the various strange phenomena had also been countless. Even major countries did not have many extraordinary beings. Generally speaking, international rescue missions would dispatch a powerful individual or at most a small team of 3 or 4 people. As for resource assistance, forget it. It was simply impossible. Each country couldn't even take care of itself, let alone have spare resources to give to others. If they didn't take your resources, you should be grateful. expecting them to give resources? Dream on. However, no matter how you looked at it, sending a large force was absolutely unheard of. After all, no country could afford to waste extraordinary beings as consumables. They were too busy dealing with their own issues to manage others' affairs. Unless the Great Xia had made breakthroughs in the extraordinary field and could mass-produce extraordinary beings? Thinking of this, Ichiro Watanabe couldn't help but directly ask, can you mass-produce extraordinary beings now? Otherwise, this time, it was Huang Yu who responded, his tone tinged with impatience, even shooting a glare at Ichiro Watanabe. Due to his strength, Huang Yu couldn't initially sense the powerful aura emanating from the other party. So at this moment, he was already puzzled. Why be so polite to this little Japanese guy? He was neither a monster nor something to be killed. So why not just brush him off and leave? Why waste time here? He was eager to fight the monster. As for whether this young man posed a threat, of course he did. After all, Huang Yu, no matter how reckless, sensed that the atmosphere nearby was different. But it didn't matter. Each of them had at least 5 resurrection coins, so even if something went wrong, they could easily handle it. Moreover, Huang Yu had already quietly sent out a distress signal when he sensed something was off. Therefore, he had no reason to fear the opponent and could confront him head-on. Yang Kaishan and Yilong listened to Huang Yu's provocative words and saw the challenging look in his eyes. They opened their mouths, only to helplessly shake their heads, as if tacitly agreeing with his actions. On the other side, Ichiro Watanabe was also taken aback by these words. His thoughts were quite simple. He just wanted to pinpoint the changes in the other party's heartbeat or micro-expressions through questioning, giving him a 90% certainty to judge whether the Great Xia had the capability to mass-produce extraordinary beings. However, Watanabe never expected that not only did the other party answer directly, but he also dared to glare at him. Taking a deep breath, Ichiro Watanabe chose to ignore this provocation from the little ant and asked, since you are here for support, who is the leader? Or who is the strongest among you this time? He speculated, could it be the 9 Suns' mysterious phoenix or the teeming candle dragon? In Ichiro Watanabe's view, these two were the ones he knew who had been dispatched for support the most. So he thought the leader of the Great Xia this time was likely one of them. But at this moment, Huang Yu was already impatient. Listening to Ichiro Watanabe continue to ask these nonsensical questions, he exploded. You little Japanese bastard, I've put up with you for a long time, asking all sorts of questions. What the hell do you want to do? If you want to fight, just do it quickly. If not, stop wasting time and get lost. Of course, Huang Yu dared to be so arrogant because he had already learned from the distress signal that the masters of the 12 zodiac signs had arrived. With this backing, his courage naturally grew. Yang Kaishan and Yilong were stunned on the spot by Huang Yu's string of curses. They were both screaming internally, Big Fool Chun, are you crazy? Do you know how powerful this guy in front of you is? Although he can be resurrected, we might not have enough chances for him to kill us. At this moment, Ichiro Watanabe's face turned ashen with rage from the sudden insult. Huh, he snorted coldly. Although he somewhat appreciated the other party's fearless spirit, this was clearly a suicidal act that successfully provoked him. Just then, an eerie laughter echoed. Hee, Ichiro Watanabe, are we going to start fighting now? I can't wait. Suddenly, a phantom figure of a woman appeared behind Ichiro Watanabe. Her expression was filled with excitement and a hint of madness. As soon as she finished speaking, a blood-colored demonic blade appeared in Ichiro Watanabe's hand. Huang Yu hadn't even reacted to what had happened when the blood-red long knife was already hovering just 0.01 millimeters above his forehead. The one wielding the knife was Ichiro Watanabe. However, at that moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular man appeared between the two, his head adorned with horns, and he caught the blood-red long knife with one hand. Despite this, blood continued to drip from the muscular man's palm. Before Huang Yu and the other two could regain their senses, they found themselves retreating dozens of meters in unison. When they steadied themselves again, they noticed a petite girl in white clothing and bare feet standing in front of them. Not only that, but there were also a dozen figures quietly standing not far away, some old and some young, and even some with peculiar appearances. Counting them carefully, there were exactly 12. These people were the 12 zodiac signs. Ichiro Watanabe looked at the tall figure before him and immediately realized that these individuals were the reinforcements from the Great Xia. He could sense that the strength of these 12 was not weak, especially the horn man in front of him. Ichiro Watanabe tried to forcefully lift the knife, but found it utterly immovable. Clearly, in terms of strength, he was not the opponent's match. However, Ichiro Watanabe merely sneered, suddenly yanking the knife free. This action caused the horn man's hand injury to worsen, even revealing bone. At the same time, the horn man felt a strange aura invading his body from the wound. which even with his strength, he could not expel. At that moment, a smiling figure quietly approached the horned man from behind and gently patted his shoulder. Instantly, the feeling of invasion vanished without a trace, and even the injury on his palm miraculously healed. This person was Wuma. As the three looked at the 12 zodiac signs appearing before them, their reactions varied. Yang Kaishan and Yilong both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling their hearts return to their stomachs. However, Huang Yu grinned widely. Although the previous situation had been life-threatening, he immediately perked up upon the arrival of reinforcements. Without saying a word, he straightened his back, stared directly at Ichiro Watanabe, and boldly raised his middle finger. "What are you looking at? I'm your daddy." That arrogant expression, combined with those words, instantly turned Ichiro Watanabe's face a deep shade of anger, with veins bulging on his forehead. Even though he was known for his calm demeanor, he was now greatly enraged, exuding an uncontrollable killing intent. Chapter 50, Forced Fusion. Ichiro Watanabe coldly stared at the 12 individuals in front of him, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. "You all heard clearly. It was them who provoked first," Ichiro said in a low voice, laced with restrained anger. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." His tone left no room for doubt. Yet even so, he maintained a last shred of rationality and did not immediately start a massacre. However, the demon sword could no longer be restrained. "Ichiro Watanabe, release me. I want to kill freely," the demon's sword urged, its voice filled with bloodthirsty desire. "Kill them all, and destroy this city while you're at it. I want to turn this place into a river of blood." The voice of the demon sword grew increasingly frantic. Ichiro ignored it, his gaze firmly fixed on the 12 individuals, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. At this moment, the 12 Zodiac members exchanged glances. Though they did not speak on the surface, their mental communication had already erupted. "Dragon, what the hell? Who is this? Is there such a powerful being in the island nation? Ox, not to mention, if I hadn't used all my strength, I would have almost lost control against that previous power. Ridiculous. Horse, moreover, that sword he carries is very strange. Healing costs almost nothing, but clearing that peculiar power nearly drained half my life. Rooster, I've exchanged information with the other avatars, but there's no record of this person. Is there other hidden strength in the island nation? Rabbit, should we take action? It seems that even if we combine our strength, we may not be able to match him. Should we consider fusion?" While the 12 Zodiac members were discussing heatedly, Ichiro Watanabe's anger continued to rise. Good, good, good." Ichiro repeated the word good 3 times, his tone filled with rage. Being treated so nonchalantly, as if his existence were completely ignored, was something he could hardly tolerate. How long had it been since he felt such anger? He couldn't even remember. At this moment, Ichiro no longer cared about whether killing these people would provoke the Great Xia. He only felt that if he did not vent the anger in his heart, his sword path would likely collapse. So what if he would be hunted by the Great Xia in the future? At worst, he could sacrifice the entire island nation in advance. Who could stop him then? Ha ha ha. Ichiro Watanabe, you finally understand that only through slaughter can all problems be solved. Quickly release me. This time, it must be a thorough and satisfying kill. The demon's sword urged again, its voice filled with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, the demon's sword in Ichiro's hand shook violently, and a blurry figure appeared on the blood-red blade. Though the figure was ethereal and elusive, its face exuded a bloodthirsty madness, its eyes completely soaked in blood, radiating a suffocating killing intent. "Since you insist on seeking death," Ichiro's voice became hoarse and deep, "then I shall grant you that." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red blade light instantly tore through the void. The members of the 12 Zodiacs did not even have time to react before the entire street was split in two by a single strike. The terrifying aftermath swept around, instantly turning the buildings on both sides into ruins, and a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground. In this strike, at least tens of thousands perished on the spot, including Huang Yu and the other 3. Ox, the horse shouted in alarm, seeing the ox at the forefront was directly cut in half. The rabbit reacted quickly, using her utmost speed to teleport the newly revived Huang Yu, Yilong, and Yang Kaishan 100 miles away. However, when she returned, she found that 2 more avatars had fallen victim, namely the pig and the monkey. Fortunately, with the dog's immortality and the horse's healing, they barely held on to life. Meanwhile, the city added 2 more bottomless cracks, clearly indicating that Ichiro Watanabe had completely let loose, no longer holding back. At that moment, the rabbit sensed a sharp blade aura rushing toward her. Without hesitation, she dodged to the side. Ichiro Watanabe sneered, and with a twist of his blade, the blood-red blade aura split in midair, transforming into countless small blood blades that pursued her like living creatures, sealing off all her escape routes. Not good. The rabbit's pupils constricted, her body rolling in the air in an attempt to escape, but those blood blades seemed to predict her movements, following her closely. Meanwhile, the dragon, seeing the rabbit was about to die, decisively took out a blue card from his pocket. Forced fusion, the dragon shouted, activating the card. This was a precautionary measure given by their main body before sending them out. Relying solely on the strength of the 12 zodiacs could not suppress the Abyss Motherworm, nor ensure the smooth progress of subsequent actions. Thus, this item was provided. Although it was just a blue-level item, its effect was extremely powerful and singular. It was a type of force fusion. It forced selected targets to merge, resulting in a significant enhancement of attributes and skill power. Depending on the compatibility between the fused entities, the basic attributes and skill power could be increased by 2 to 10 times. The effect was simple yet powerful. Moreover, the 12 zodiacs were not merely avatars of the main body. They also shared the same source of items, so their compatibility was undoubtedly perfect. However, the downside was that this fusion method could only be used once, as it was a one-time item. So the question arose, what would they do after the fusion if they faced the Abyss Motherworm? But upon reflection, discovering such a powerful existence hidden in the island nation perhaps meant that other unknown forces were lurking as well. In that case, the main body's previous concerns seemed unnecessary. Thus, the Abyss Motherworm would be left for the island nation to handle. As the blue card in the dragon's hand emitted a blinding light, 12 golden light pillars descended from the sky, enveloping all the avatars, including the already deceased ox and the critically injured pig and monkey. However, when the blood-red small blade attempted to attack these light pillars, it found them completely indestructible, even penetrating the blade without any hindrance. What is going on? Ichiro Watanabe watched this scene, confusion written all over his face. Before he could react, the 12 light pillars rapidly shrank, ultimately condensing into a tiny point of light. This all happened so quickly that Ichiro didn't even have time to blink before the light pillars disappeared, replaced by the almost invisible small light point. Yet, this light point did not stop changing. The next second, it suddenly surged upward, as if it wanted to break through the heavens. At the same time, an indescribably powerful energy erupted from within, forming an incredibly dazzling light. This light was as hot as the sun, instantly dispelling the impending night, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. At the moment the light reached its peak, that light point suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a small point into a gigantic light sphere towering thousands of feet high. Accompanying this process, a deafening roar echoed through the clouds. This sound was like thunder exploding, resonating in space, shaking everyone's eardrums and instilling a sense of awe. Just as the roar sounded, a golden silhouette gradually emerged from the light. It was an oriental divine dragon, entirely golden in color, whose massive body was breathtaking. Each scale shimmered with dazzling brilliance, as if forged from pure gold. Its eyes resembled flickering flames, exuding majesty and dominance, instilling a sense of awe that made it difficult to look directly at it. With the appearance of this golden dragon, the entire island seemed to tremble under its imposing presence. Chapter 51. Is it okay? Ichiro Watanabe's hand, tightly gripping the cursed blade, began to tremble uncontrollably. He had never experienced such a suffocating sense of oppression. The power was incredible. The cursed blade suddenly became extremely excited. How delicious it would be to devour such flesh and souls. Just imagining it made me restless. Ichiro Watanabe, hurry and merge with me. I want to kill. The golden dragon slowly lowered its head, its dragon eyes, blazing like the sun, locked firmly onto Ichiro Watanabe. Just this one gaze made Ichiro feel as if his blood was about to freeze. Then, the dragon suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a dazzling golden beam of light surged forth. Wherever the beam passed, the space twisted and deformed. Ichiro's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, and his muscles tensed to the limit instinctively. He had never witnessed such a terrifying attack before the golden beam even approached. The surrounding buildings had silently disintegrated into atomic states. Almost all the remaining people in the city perished in the aftermath of this strike. Blood sacrifice. Ichiro Watanabe roared as he plunged the cursed blade into his own heart, and the enchanting woman on the blade let out a frenzied laugh. Suddenly, the Fukushima area nearby shook violently, and millions of residents were enveloped by a strange layer of black mist. Their life force transformed into a torrent of crimson that surged into the cursed blade. Just as the golden beam was about to engulf Ichiro Watanabe, a blood-colored crescent-shaped blade of light shot into the sky. At the moment of collision between the two forces, the space within 100 miles shattered like glass, and a massive shockwave flattened the entire city. At this moment, the woman on the cursed blade had completely merged with Ichiro Watanabe, and half of his body had transformed into a terrifying demonic form. Despite being covered in wounds and mangled flesh, as blood-red patterns spread across his body, his injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. Good. Excellent. Ha ha ha. The voice of the demonized Ichiro Watanabe was a strange mix of male and female tones, accompanied by a piercing, maniacal laugh. 12 pairs of wings made of bones unfurled behind Ichiro. If it weren't for you, Ichiro Watanabe wouldn't have chosen to merge with me. To thank you for your help, I will repay you with the most brutal torture. High above, the golden dragon soared majestically, its massive body shining with dazzling brilliance under the setting sun. However, beneath this shocking sight, the dragon's interior had become lively. Wow, it actually blocked that. After merging, our base attributes have multiplied several times. And with the tenfold increase from forced fusion, whether it's base attributes or skill damage, it can still withstand it? The opponent has also powered up? Who cares? We are brimming with energy right now. If once doesn't work, we'll do it 10 times, 100 times. I don't believe it can hold on forever. At this moment, the golden dragon launched another offensive. Its scales reflected blinding light in the sunlight, resembling an impeccable suit of armor. The dragon slowly raised its head, and its eyes reflected the twisted figure on the ground. Then, it opened its massive mouth, preparing to unleash another round of devastating attacks. But just then, the 12 pairs of skeletal wings behind Ichiro Watanabe suddenly spread wide, carrying a chilling aura, instantly transporting him to the top of the dragon's head. Ichiro Watanabe laughed maniacally and shouted, "Ha! I want to hear your wails before you die, to feel the pain deep within your soul." With each of his words, the cursed blade left behind eerie blood-red trails wherever it passed, even tearing through space and leaving dark cracks. However, when these deadly attacks struck the golden dragon's scales, there was only a crisp sound of metal clashing, sparks flying, yet they failed to inflict any damage. The dragon, witnessing this scene, slightly raised its head, and in an instant a dazzling light burst forth from its forehead. How is this possible? Ichiro Watanabe was stunned. He never expected that his full power strike couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Just as he was in shock, a strong wave of energy surged towards him. Ichiro quickly reacted, dodging just in time to barely avoid the attack. However, as Ichiro was about to launch a new wave of attacks, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. Ichiro instinctively glanced around, only to find that the dragon, which had been far away, had vanished. Almost simultaneously, a golden dragon tail swept towards him like a moving mountain. The dragon's speed was too fast, so fast that Ichiro had no time to evade. This strike was incredibly powerful, collapsing the space inch by inch. His 12 pairs of skeletal wings were almost entirely shattered by this blow, and he was sent crashing to the ground like an out-of-control cannonball, kicking up clouds of dust. Puff! Ichiro Watanabe suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Half of his body had been demonized, and now, under this fierce blow, it became a bloody mess with bones shattered. However, the twisted corners of Ichiro's mouth slowly lifted, and he squeezed out a few nearly mad laughs from his throat. Pain! It hurts! Ha ha! Now, this is interesting. The cursed blade trembled violently, and the woman's face on the blade became increasingly terrifying. Blood-red patterns spread across Ichiro's body like living things. The broken bones quickly reassembling in the blood mist, and the damaged flesh gradually healing. Continue. Ichiro Watanabe suddenly raised his head, his scarlet eyes locking onto the golden dragon in the sky, and his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he had appeared on the dragon's back, raising the cursed blade high, and a blood-red blade shadow that obscured the sky gathered on its edge. Blood prison, 10,000 souls slash. With a loud bang, the blade shadow struck down fiercely, as if tearing the entire sky in half. Countless wails of vengeful spirits emanated from the blade shadow, seemingly wanting to completely shred the dragon's soul. The golden dragon suddenly twisted its body, unhesitatingly meeting the attack with its physical body. its dragon claws enveloped in dazzling golden light charging upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed through the clouds, and a powerful energy storm swept in all directions. The ground of the entire city was gouged out several meters deep, and countless buildings instantly turned to dust. Ichiro Watanabe was forced back thousands of meters by the recoil, losing more than half of his flesh again. But as the blood-red patterns enveloped him once more, the injured flesh miraculously restored itself. Meanwhile, a deep gash remained on the golden dragon's claw. Golden dragon blood dripped down. Each drop contained astonishing energy, causing severe fluctuations in space upon hitting the ground, collapsing the earth under its weight. The dragon merely glanced at the wound and returned to normal. Ha ha ha, you're injured. You're injured. Ichiro Watanabe laughed maniacally, completely unconcerned about his own worsening injuries, focusing intently on the spot where the dragon had been harmed. His figure flickered again, transforming into countless blood-red afterimages, simultaneously rushing towards the dragon. Meanwhile, the blood sky eagle, fleeing for its life, suddenly sensed a powerful wave of energy surging towards it. The blood sky eagle looked up in shock, its eyes narrowing sharply. A visible shockwave was sweeping towards it with overwhelming force. The blood sky eagle instinctively raised a blood-red barrier, but was still knocked back hundreds of meters, crashing hard against the ruins. Puff! The blood sky eagle spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and its already withered body became even more emaciated due to excessive consumption of vital blood. Compared to the blood sky eagle, and Changyang's condition was even more tragic, as he was directly knocked into a statue-like state. His entire body was covered in cracks, as if he would shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Fang Jiqiang's situation was not much better. His flesh and blood were a mess, and his bones were completely shattered. He could only rely on a few powerful passive skills to barely survive. However, Su Yun had received prior warning and was well prepared, activating his energy form just as the shockwave struck. Even so, Su Yun, in energy form, still lost more than half of his energy in an instant. He appeared to have become somewhat transparent. The blood sky eagle, having slightly recovered, assessed the conditions of the other three. Seeing that they had not died, it let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, it raised its head to gaze at the distant sky, which had now been dyed in gold and red hues. Each collision created ripples that caused the ground to undulate like waves. At that moment, Su Yun, gradually regaining his strength, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon witnessing this scene. Being a clone as well, how could they be so outstanding? Just as Su Yun was about to express his feelings, suddenly, the blood sky eagle, with a racing heart and skyrocketing blood pressure, rushed over like a gale and directly covered Su Yun's mouth. Su Yun, having his mouth blocked, was instantly stunned. He thought to himself, I just wanted to sigh a little. Is that necessary? Chapter 52, Encounter. The Heart of Killing Awakens. Blood Sky Eagle finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Su Yun no longer intended to speak. He then said in an almost pleading tone, Brother, I'm begging you, can you please not talk for now? Is that okay? Blood Sky Eagle had no doubt that if Su Yun, this jinx, spoke again, the two terrifying beings currently engaged in battle would likely turn their targets directly on them. Su Yun looked at the pleading Blood Sky Eagle and nodded after a moment of silence, indicating that he would not say anything further. Seeing this, Blood Sky Eagle finally felt completely at ease. Thud! A faint rustling sound came from the nearby ruins. Blood Sky Eagle immediately became alert, swiftly stepping back a few steps, conjuring a small blood-red knife in his hand, while also clutching an energy ball of the Scarlet Lord in his palm. He would use it without hesitation at the slightest hint of danger. This wasn't due to cowardice, but because this jinx was simply too outrageous. He had been in this island country for less than a day and had already encountered a legendary sword saint and the rumored world-ending critical point. Heck, he had seen both today, not to mention the two vague yet suffocating figures in the sky far above. Although their appearances were unclear, the shockwaves from their battle had nearly cost him his life. Blood Sky Eagle understood that these two were undoubtedly beings far beyond his imagination. Gulp! A figure slowly emerged from beneath the ruins. It was Yang Kaishan. Shortly after he and the other two were sent here, they had lost a life due to the intense battle shockwaves. Yang Kaishan glanced at Blood Sky Eagle and sensed that, although the other party's energy aura was powerful, he was clearly severely injured, with little strength left. Without saying much, he began clearing the nearby stones, then dug through the dirt to unearth Yi Long and Huang Yu from the ruins. Hiss! What's going on? That little Japanese guy is so fierce. As soon as Huang Yu emerged, he couldn't help but complain. After Yilong crawled out, he quickly noticed Blood Sky Eagle and the two figures behind him, and Changyang and Fang Jiqiang, who had clearly been forced back to their original forms. He immediately realized that these people were likely members of the Catastrophe King Court, and his guard went up. At this moment, besides Old Yang, they had 3 remaining resurrection coins, while he and Huang Yu had only 2 left. To make matters worse, the higher-ups of the Zodiac Club were still held back by that little Japanese guy. Even if their conditions were relatively intact, the opponent's aura was evidently stronger. If a fight broke out, their chances of winning were slim. After rescuing the other 2, Yang Kaishan's gaze remained fixed on Blood Sky Eagle. However, when he caught sight of Changyang being forced to reveal his true form, his pupils constricted sharply. Yang Kaishan recognized this werewolf. But hadn't he died in that explosion? Although Yang Kaishan was unsure how the other party had survived, he actually felt a sense of relief. In fact, if given the chance, he would like to apologize to Changyang. Based on previous investigative data, Yang Kaishan understood how much damage his earlier words had caused in Changyang. Although he had said them to stall for time, that didn't change the fact that he had made a mistake. After observing the 3, Blood Sky Eagle formed a judgment in his mind. 1 candlelight, 2 fluorescence. Not strong, not a big problem. However, he noticed that the one in front, Yang Kaishan, clearly displayed a strong emotional reaction upon seeing the stone wolf. This reaction didn't seem to stem from hatred or anger, but there was another reason. Could it be that they knew each other? Thinking of this, Blood Sky Eagle felt a slight regret, but still smiled and asked, "May I ask who the 3 of you are? Are the 2 in the sky aware of your presence?" Seeing that Blood Sky Eagle didn't immediately attack, Yang Kaishan felt a bit relieved. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it seemed they hadn't guessed that they were from the Zodiac Club. Since that was the case, Yang Kaishan decided to speak to them in the capacity of the Great Xia official. After all, compared to the irreconcilable relationship between the Zodiac Club and the Catastrophe King Court, the Great Xia officials were obviously easier to communicate with. More importantly, he was very familiar with the official procedures and didn't have to worry about revealing any flaws. Yilong also noticed Blood Sky Eagle's hesitation and shared the same thoughts as Yang Kaishan. However, before they had the chance to speak, I remember that apart from us, it seems like only the people from the Zodiac Club have come to the island country. You guys aren't from the Zodiac Club, are you? Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle was the first to react. He instinctively wanted to rush over and cover Su Yun's mouth, but after hearing the latter part, he realized that this didn't seem like a bad thing. So, Blood Sky Eagle breathed a sigh of relief, disregarding it, and began to repeatedly recall this statement in his mind, trying to find if there were any powerful, impressive words that made it seem formidable. After analyzing it sentence by sentence and recalling it more than 10 times, Blood Sky Eagle finally confirmed that there was nothing wrong with this statement. Then he fixed a bloodthirsty gaze on the 3 across from him. He knew that the Zodiac Club was the mortal enemy of their Catastrophe King Court, and since they were enemies, these people were the best source of blood. Although he was not in good condition now, the 3 in front of him were just right to replenish his strength. Yang Kaishan and Yilong fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then unhesitatingly drew their weapons. They didn't want to explain. They could already tell from Blood Sky Eagle's expression that regardless of whether they belonged to the Zodiac Club, the other side would attack. Yang Kaishan didn't actually want to engage with the other party, especially with Changyang still on the opposite side. As for stopping the other party from opening the critical point, Yang Kaishan felt it was best to just go with the flow. If he could stop it, then great. If not, he'd do his best. After all, the critical point wasn't in his home. Yilong's thoughts were similar, but he glanced more at the situation in the sky, clearly seeing that their side had the upper hand. He thought to himself that as long as they could buy some time, once the 12 Zodiac Lords finished their battle, they could directly ask them to step in and resolve it. After all, this wasn't Great Xia. There was no need to fight to the death. However, Huang Yu stared wide-eyed at Su Yun, and when someone cast their gaze towards him, Su Yun simply returned a smile. Blood Sky Eagle saw that the opponents not only didn't flee, but even dared to draw weapons to resist him, and he couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was in poor condition now, with only 1/10 of his strength left, he was not someone these 3, who hadn't even reached the moonlight level, could contend with. Not to mention that 2 of them had just stepped into the extraordinary realm. Just right. He was filled with resentment today and had nowhere to vent it. Chapter 53. Go. Don't let old Yang's sacrifice be in vain. With such little skill, you dare to draw your weapon? You really have some guts. But do you truly have that kind of strength? Blood Sky Eagle sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. The blood-colored dagger in his hand suddenly shone brightly, instantly expanding into a massive blood blade, and he vanished from his original position in a blink. Yang Kaishan sensed the approaching danger and immediately shouted a warning. Be careful. At the same time, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a brownish-yellow barrier quickly rose in front of the three. This was the new ability he awakened upon joining this starry association, Five Elements Guardian. By absorbing the elemental power around him, he could condense a solid protective barrier. At this moment, the Earth's earth element was evidently the most abundant. Accompanied by a loud crash, the blood blade of Blood Sky Eagle violently struck the barrier, creating intense energy fluctuations. Yang Kaishan was knocked back a few steps by the impact, a sweet taste filling his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with several internal organ fragments, clearly indicating severe damage to his viscera. However, the brownish-yellow barrier remained as steady as a mountain, not cracking in the slightest. Seeing his full force strike blocked, Blood Sky Eagle revealed a hint of surprise. Old Yang, Huang Yu shouted in anger, his eyes wide open. Countless illusory flames rose from his body. This was his unique ability, blood-burning war soul. As his fighting spirit grew stronger, all his attributes would continuously increase. And when sacrificing, the flames of rage would be pushed to the extreme, doubling his attributes directly. However, Huang Yu's target at this moment was not Blood Sky Eagle, but Su Yun, who stood not far away. Yilong noticed this situation and immediately used the 7-star step, turning into an afterimage as he rushed forward with lightning speed. His long sword spiraled forward, executing his proud sword move. Azure Dragon emerges from water. In the blink of an eye, Yilong's figure transformed into a stream of starlight, his speed suddenly skyrocketing. He condensed a long sword made of starlight, aimed directly at Blood Sky Eagle's throat. However, Blood Sky Eagle merely chuckled coldly, not even moving his feet, and with a gentle wave of his hand. A blood-colored barrier silently appeared in front of him. Yilong's starlight sword struck the barrier, producing a sharp, piercing friction sound, yet it couldn't break through it all. At that moment, the blood-colored long knife in Blood Sky Eagle's hand suddenly slipped from his grip, shooting out with astonishing speed, accurately piercing through Yilong's abdomen. Puffed. Blood splattered, and Yilong didn't even have time to react before Blood Sky Eagle stepped forward, yanking the long knife upward. Yilong's body was instantly split in half, a gruesome sight. After doing all this, Blood Sky Eagle turned his gaze to Huang Yu, who was attacking Su Yun. With a flash, Blood Sky Eagle circled behind Huang Yu. Hiss! A piercing sound rang out as a bloody hand pierced through Huang Yu's back, directly stabbing into his chest. Huang Yu instinctively looked down, only to see Blood Sky Eagle firmly grasping his chest, pulling out his still-beating heart. Huang Yu's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, no sound came out. In the next moment, Blood Sky Eagle tightened his grip. Puffed. That heart instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, splattering everywhere. Yilong, Huang Yu, Yang Kaishan roared, his eyes turning red, struggling with his broken body to try to rush forward. However, as soon as he took a step, his knees buckled, dropping him to the ground as he spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. Blood Sky Eagle casually wiped the blood from his hand and turned to coldly look at the dying Yang Kaishan. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Truly laughable. Before he finished speaking, Blood Sky Eagle showed no hesitation and directly swung the blood knife in his hand, killing the already battered and weak Yang Kaishan on the spot. Then, Blood Sky Eagle lightly curled his fingers, and the blood of the three was instantly drawn out like 3 red lines from their corpses, ultimately flowing into his mouth. As the blood flowed into his body, his withered form quickly regained fullness, and his pale face gradually flushed with color. Hiss, this taste is truly wonderful. Is this the taste of Starry Association members? Blood Sky Eagle licked his lips, revealing a look of lingering desire. Standing aside, Su Yun pondered for a moment before he couldn't help but speak. If you think this isn't enough, they will resurrect later. You can eat them again then. Blood Sky Eagle was taken aback, looking at Su Yun with a puzzled expression. Through this period of interaction, Blood Sky Eagle had already grasped some rules. Whenever Su Yun spoke with a questioning, curious, or speculative expression, it often triggered the crow's mouth. And once triggered, if the result was bad, it would almost certainly come true. But if it was just a normal statement, there usually wouldn't be any unexpected occurrences. However, The current situation was evidently a bit special. Resurrection sounded too absurd, completely contrary to reason. Could it be that his previous understanding was wrong? Could speaking without a questioning, curious, or speculative tone also trigger the crow's mouth? Or were they really going to resurrect? The more Blood Sky Eagle thought about it, the more confused he became. And he couldn't help but look up at Su Yun. Seeing the change in Blood Sky Eagle's expression, Su Yun immediately understood 7 or 8 points. The other party should still be unaware that Starry Association members had the ability to resurrect. Su Yun shook his head and explained, the Starry Association has a divine artifact called the Star River Map, which can provide unlimited resurrection capabilities for those who join the organization. Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Unlimited resurrection?" Blood Sky Eagle was immensely shocked, even beginning to calculate in his heart. Is it too late to join the Starry Association now? After all, this is unlimited resurrection. It's simply too tempting. However, soon, Blood Sky Eagle regained his composure and asked, "Such a powerful ability, surely there are no restrictions?" Su Yun thought for a moment before answering. There are indeed rules. On the first day after new members join, there is no limit to the number of resurrections. But starting from the second day, each resurrection requires payment of resurrection coins. This is because resurrection consumes energy from the Star River Map, and the stronger the individual, the more energy is required. For example, those at the Firefly and Candlelight level only need 1 resurrection coin, while those at the Bright Moon level need 5. The Dawn level requires 30, the Shining Star needs 100, and as for the Falling Star, it requires 500 resurrection coins for a single resurrection. After hearing this information, Blood Sky Eagle thoughtfully followed up. Do you know how many resurrection coins they have left? Su Yun contemplated briefly before responding. Looking at their low levels, they should have just joined not long ago. The remaining resurrection coins probably won't exceed 10. Moreover, it seems they have chosen to delay their resurrection. But no matter how they delay, they can only postpone for about 30 seconds. In a few more seconds, they will resurrect. However, at this point, Su Yun suddenly showed a puzzled expression, just as he was about to speak. Blood Sky Eagle had already quickly flashed to his side, skillfully covering his mouth, and whispered, "Don't say it, I don't want to hear the rest. And you shouldn't say it either." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 corpses on the ground slowly began to emit a faint starlight. They really are resurrecting. A hint of excitement flashed in Blood Sky Eagle's eyes, and he quickly condensed a blood blade, preparing to attack again. However, this time, Yang Kaishan and the others had evidently learned their lesson, and the moment they resurrected, they dashed in different directions. They were clearly aware that, given the current power gap, they were no match for their opponent. At the same time, they knew that the battle on the Zodiac side was far from over, so they chose to flee separately in a bid to save their lives. Seeing this, Blood Skyhawk sneered and flicked his fingertips. 3 blood-red threads shot out like venomous snakes, instantly binding the ankles of the 3. Still hoping to escape, Blood Skyhawk curled his fingers, and the 3 were violently yanked back, crashing to the ground. Yang Kaishan quickly formed a hand seal in midair, causing the ground to shake violently as a wall of earth suddenly rose up, blocking Blood Skyhawk's path. At the same time, the blood threads binding the 3 were severed by the earthen wall. After doing all this, Yang Kaishan's breath noticeably weakened. As soon as Yi Long and Huang Yu regained their freedom, they immediately turned to support Yang Kaishan. However, at that moment, Yang Kaishan suddenly turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. "Run!" he roared, his voice booming like thunder. This shout made Yi Long and Huang Yu shiver. They exchanged glances and understood his intent from Yang Kaishan's resolute gaze. He intended to sacrifice himself to buy them a chance to escape. "Old Yang," Huang Yu's voice choked. His eyes instantly turning red, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. But reason told him this was not the time for bravado. Yi Long took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and grabbed Huang Yu's arm tightly. "Let us go. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain." The 2 suppressed their grief and were just about to turn to flee when they saw Blood Skyhawk standing not far away with a helpless expression, seemingly at a loss for their actions. Chapter 54. It's impossible for things written on paper to come true, right? In the next moment, Blood Skyhawk lightly waved his hand, and 2 massive heads flew up in response. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to Yang Kaishan, who was still standing in front, shook his head, and sighed, saying, "Honestly, I've long been accustomed to scenes like this. But every time I see it, I still can't help but feel a bit speechless. If you ask me, instead of wasting time here, it would be better to run away early." Blood Skyhawk licked his lips, his tone filled with a hint of envy. However, that ability to resurrect is truly enviable. Before Yang Kaishan could explode in anger, Blood Skyhawk waved his hand once more, and Yang Kaishan's head dropped directly. After all, at this point, Blood Skyhawk had already regained 20% of his strength, which was significantly easier compared to when he dealt with them before. Now, it was simply a crushing level of disparity. However, Blood Skyhawk noticed that only Yang Kaishan's corpse emitted a faint starlight, which left him slightly disappointed. In fact, to Blood Skyhawk, the other two seemed unimportant. Joining the Star Constellation Society to obtain 2 resurrection coins likely meant they weren't significant members. Meanwhile, the just resurrected Yang Kaishan was stunned. He looked down at the corpses of Yilong and Huang Yu and found that their bodies did not emit the familiar starlight. This meant they were truly dead. At that moment, even after struggling back from the brink of death, Yang Kaishan still felt utterly powerless. His teammates had fallen again, and he could still do nothing. No, it can't be. Yang Kaishan's voice was hoarse and trembling as he knelt heavily on the ground, his hands digging deep into the soil. Blood Skyhawk tilted his head, watching his reaction with great interest. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Aren't the resurrection chances of your Star Constellation Society unlimited? Blood Skyhawk slowly walked in front of Yang Kaishan and coldly said, "This world is so cruel. If you're weak, you can only be devoured by the strong." He then lightly kicked Yilong's corpse with his toe. Characters like this, to experience extraordinary power before dying, are already much stronger than ordinary people. Hearing this, Yang Kaishan suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with anger and madness. The star power within him began to fluctuate violently, and strange star patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. This was the special power star patterns he gained when awakening his extraordinary ability. However, this ability was not particularly useful. It could only draw a small amount of starlight at night, slightly enhancing his combat power. During the day, Yang Kaishan seemed completely unable to control the sunlight, unable to draw that radiance at all. Yet at this moment, his previous ability displayed a whole new change, even including the 5-star Guardian ability he had later gained, which had unknowingly undergone a transformation. Blood Skyhawk, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but smile slightly. Without hesitation, he kicked out, striking Yang Kaishan. With a thunderous boom, Yang Kaishan, who was undergoing an ability transformation, didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by this force, crashing through several walls, and finally stopping after hitting a small mountain. This blow knocked Yang Kaishan unconscious on the spot. After doing all this, Blood Skyhawk didn't even glance at Yang Kaishan again and directly sped off with Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang in a certain direction. Seeing this, Su Yun quickly followed. But along the way, Su Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion, MMM. Before he could finish his sentence, Blood Skyhawk freed one hand to cover Su Yun's mouth and whispered, "I know what you're going to ask. You want to know why I didn't kill him and remove the threat completely, right?" Blood Skyhawk took the initiative to say. Su Yun nodded vigorously in response. Blood Skyhawk sighed and explained, "The reason is simple. If I kill him now, our chances of survival will plummet." Su Yun's face was filled with confusion, clearly not understanding the reasoning behind it. Blood Skyhawk looked at his expression and continued, "Based on what they said when they came out, I can deduce that one of those 2 people above is from a good background, while the other is likely from the Star Constellation Society, and that Golden Dragon should be one of the Star Constellation Society people. Moreover, from the previous battle, it was clear that the Golden Dragon had the upper hand, but it didn't release the powerful aftershocks of its attacks like it did at the beginning. I guess it's because these 3 deadweights are present, so it hesitates and doesn't dare to easily use such powerful moves. But if I eliminate all 3 of them now, it would be like clearing the obstacles for that Golden Dragon. Once it has no worries, it could launch a fatal attack on us at any moment. At that time, we would at least need the energy sphere of the Crimson Lord to survive. Conversely, if I let Yang Kaishan go, then the Golden Dragon would be restricted by his presence. This way, our chances of survival would actually be greater." After hearing this, Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. In fact, Blood Skyhawk had another matter he didn't mention. He wasn't sure what the relationship was between that guy and the Stone Wolf. If they had a good relationship, this could be an opportunity to return a favor. But if they didn't get along well, then he could just stick to the previous reasoning. The thought of letting him off was merely a fleeting idea in his mind, something he considered doing. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Su Yun was momentarily stunned after hearing this. So there was such a way to consider the problem? But upon careful thought, if he didn't know the truth, this explanation indeed made sense. As for that Golden Dragon, after using Dragon Blast once, it hadn't employed that move again. The reason was simple. At that time, the main body received news that the battle had directly increased its reputation by over 2,000, and as the battle continued, the reputation was still soaring. Therefore, the main body requested to extend the battle time as much as possible, preferably accumulating 10,000 reputation before proceeding. This was why the Golden Dragon had held back after using several skills in the early stages. After being covered, Suyin seemed to have something to say. Blood Skyhawk hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. He suddenly tore off a corner of his suit. He then turned to Yang and Fong Jiqiang, and without hesitation, extracted some of Fong Jiqiang's blood, condensing it into a long, thin blood thread. Then, he handed the blood thread to Su Yun and said, "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that your mouth is too effective. To be safe, write down whatever you want to say. Don't speak." Su Yun was a bit confused by this operation, but after thinking it over, he took the blood thread and quickly directed it to write down a few lines. "I understand what you're saying, but if we don't eliminate him now, what if that guy becomes stronger in the future? Before leaving, because of you, his ability underwent a second awakening, and it's a double awakening. Moreover, weren't you the one who directly killed him before? Why the sudden change now?" After reading this passage, Blood Skyhawk secretly rejoiced that he had made this crow's mouth right with the blood thread, instead of saying it directly. Otherwise, even if the opponent didn't have much ability now, there was no guarantee that something wouldn't go wrong in the future because of this sentence. Like stepping in dog poop when going out, directly picking up a treasure that would dramatically increase their power. Even more extreme, like the Golden Dragon in the sky, suddenly going berserk, unleashing an attack that would instantly wipe out that blood-colored figure. In the face of death, the opponent would transfer all their power to him. Of course, the plot could take a turn where the blood-colored figure suddenly goes berserk and takes down the Golden Dragon in one go. Before dying, this Golden Dragon could leave all its power and legacy to that guy. These situations are actually possible, even if the probability is very low. Especially when the Raven's mouth mentions it, the probability might increase infinitely. However, it's fortunate that this time I had the Raven's mouth write it down on paper. It can't possibly come true just because it's written on paper, right? Chapter 55. Going home, as for the reason there was no crow's mouth. It all depended on that guy's revenge. Blood Eagle's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. He gazed ahead, seemingly lost in memories. 5 years ago, I stepped into the extraordinary world. It took me only 2 years to reach the full moon level from entering the extraordinary. If it weren't for the relentless pursuit by the Great Xia over the past 3 years, how could I have stagnated at the full moon level? Otherwise, even if I'm not at the top of the world now, I would at least belong to the second tier. Not to mention, I am about to join the Disaster King Court. Do you think I would fear someone who entered the extraordinary world a few years earlier than me and hasn't even broken through to the candlelight level? Blood Eagle's tone was disdainful. Such waste. What qualification do they have to make me afraid? As for before, it was because I couldn't do it. I didn't have the strength to bring you along. By killing them, I could regain some strength, and then I could carry you along, right? Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes widened as he stared at Blood Eagle. Is this really something this guy can say? What benefits do we have in the Disaster King Court? Blood Eagle suddenly changed the subject and asked. Ever since he learned that the Star Constellation Society had an artifact for infinite resurrection, he thought the Disaster King Court should also have a similar treasure or benefit. Otherwise, how could they maintain balance or even counter? Su Yun was taken aback. You don't know? Blood Eagle retorted. Has anyone told me? Su Yun was silent for a moment, and after communicating with other avatars, found that indeed no one had explained it in detail. They only told Blood Eagle that evolution could grant 2 abilities and nothing else was mentioned. So, Su Yun began to explain. After listening, Blood Eagle's eyes lit up. Infinite evolution. This is amazing. As long as I kill 100 monsters, I can trigger an evolution. And each evolution will randomly grant 2 abilities. With his strength, finding and defeating 100 monsters is simply a piece of cake. For him, the biggest challenge is how to find enough monsters. But then Blood Eagle thought again. Besides evolution, there is also sublimation and the gifts mentioned by the Crimson Lord. Blood Eagle directly asked Su Yun, what are the differences between evolution, sublimation, and gifts? Su Yun thought for a moment and replied, if you treat this as a game, then the abilities gained from evolution are roughly equivalent to ordinary abilities. Sublimation will bring excellent level abilities and significantly enhance basic attributes for full moon level and below. Acquiring a gift is equivalent to epic level abilities, while also boosting all basic attributes for Radiant Star level and below. Of course, regardless of the choice. there will be significant changes in appearance. Upon hearing this, Blood Eagle's eyes suddenly brightened. Although he was still unclear about the specific effects of epic-level abilities, the fact that it could significantly increase attributes for Radiant Star level and below excited him immensely. For him, currently at only the full moon level, this could mean a direct breakthrough to the Dawnlight level, and perhaps even the potential for further enhancement. However, Blood Eagle's brow furrowed immediately. All of this is predicated on the fact that he must first find and open 3 critical points. But the problem now is that he hasn't found a single critical point yet. Blood Eagle's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Yun, but he quickly withdrew his gaze. This absolutely won't do. At most, he would search slowly, but this must not be used. Just as Blood Eagle was contemplating, an unnoticed mist quietly surrounded the 4 of them. When Blood Eagle decided to forcibly demand the critical point map from the Japanese government through an attack, he suddenly became alert. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, finding that the white, thick fog had enveloped everything, with a visibility of less than 3 meters. This situation made Blood Eagle immediately raise his guard. With his full moon upper-level strength, even in his current state, a place that could compress his vision to such an extent must be extraordinary. Wait, Blood Eagle suddenly realized, white mist, limited vision. These characteristics sound very much like the methods of evil spirits. Thinking that there might be evil spirits lurking nearby, Blood Eagle felt not fear but excitement. For others, evil spirits might be something to avoid at all costs, but for him, it was an excellent opportunity. After all, the appearance of evil spirits usually indicates that there is a critical point nearby. From the fact that this evil spirit has only compressed its perception range to 3 meters, it can be inferred that its strength is only at B level. Even if the rules are chaotic, its ultimate strength is unlikely to exceed A level. However, this means that there is likely an S-level critical point nearby. Thinking of this, Blood Eagle couldn't help but feel tears of joy. Great. Will the days of living on the edge finally come to an end? Cough, cough. Yang Kaishan coughed a few times and woke up from his coma. He struggled to crawl out from the rubble, blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. Raising his head and looking around, he did not see that hateful figure. When his gaze shifted slightly, he discovered 2 headless, withered corpses. Instantly, Yang Kaishan's body trembled slightly. Stumbling closer, he recognized that the remnants of clothing on the 2 corpses belonged to Yi Long and Huang Yu. However, their flesh and blood had long been drained by some force, leaving only shriveled skin wrapped around the skeleton. With a thud, Yang Kaishan fell to his knees, trembling all over. Why? He murmured to himself. 10 years ago, he was the weakest in the team, and because of that weakness, he became the only survivor. 10 years later, he was the strongest in the team, but still, he was the only one left alive. Yang Kaishan clearly understood the rules of the Star Constellation Society. When he joined this organization, someone explained to him the biggest benefit: infinite resurrection. The principle is to purchase a resurrection coin, and then through the Star Constellation Society, this artifact, the Star River Map, inject a special resurrection energy into the body. As long as there is a resurrection coin in the body before death, one can be revived. However, if there is no resurrection coin in the body after death, the soul will dissipate within an hour. However, if someone timely injects a resurrection coin into the deceased, they can still be revived, but if it exceeds 1 hour and the soul dissipates, even the artifact Star River Map cannot save them. Yang Kaishan's extraordinary ability, Star Patterns, allows him to deduce time with the power of starlight. After calculation, he found that 2 hours had already passed since Yi Long and Huang Yu's deaths. This means he had been unconscious for a full 2 hours. He quietly stared at the bodies of his 2 friends, not knowing how long it had been until his body gradually went numb, forcing him to rise and carefully pick up the corpses. After comparing and confirming, this indeed was someone's head. Yang Kaishan then used the 5 elements power, borrowing the power of metal to condense a small needle and thread. Next, he gently tore off some silk thread from his clothes and carefully sewed the 2 heads together. After completing all this, he quickly transformed some wood into a simple coffin using the power of wood. After placing the 2 inside the coffin, Yang Kaishan huffed as he carried the 2 coffins on his back. He raised his head and looked toward the road they came from. Although the 12 Zodiac Lord had long since disappeared, Yang Kaishan was only focused on moving towards the gathering point. Before leaving, he softly spoke to the coffins behind him. "I will take you home." Cough, cough. After taking a few steps, Yang Kaishan couldn't help but cough violently, even spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the bloodstains on his hands, knowing he probably wouldn't last much longer. But he understood in his heart that he had to reach the meeting point no matter what. With this thought, Yang Kaishan immediately mobilized the star patterns within his body to draw on the starlight to suppress his injuries, then quickened his pace and hurried forward. Chapter 56. Let's see if death can provide prestige. Thud. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Yang Kaishan fell again. Cough. Cough. This time was worse. The blood he coughed up even mixed with bits of internal organs. Yang Kaishan understood that with his current condition, he probably wouldn't make it to the rendezvous point. This time, he didn't struggle to get up but gently turned over, gazing at the sky in a daze. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. He couldn't help but recall his experiences over the past 10 years, feeling that this moment was the most relaxed time. However, what would happen to his teammates' vengeance if he just died like this? With his thought, Yang Kaishan used his last bit of strength to stand up again. Just as he was about to continue carrying the two coffins, he suddenly noticed a golden light in the distance. Since it was on the way, why not take a look? This thought suddenly popped into Yang Kaishan's mind, and without much contemplation, he hoisted the coffins onto his back and slowly walked toward it. Soon after, Yang Kaishan arrived in front of a massive pit. Looking down, he saw a small pool of golden water in the center of the pit. Even from a distance, Yang Kaishan could feel the majesty and a suffocating sense of life emanating from the water. The only downside was that a thin black aura surrounded the pool, somewhat detracting from its beauty. Although he didn't know what it was, Yang Kaishan could sense the immense energy contained within. However, after just a moment of looking, he decided to leave. This kind of thing was clearly beyond his reach. Just then, the stones beneath his feet suddenly shifted. Yang Kaishan sensed danger and tried to jump away, but due to his extreme weakness, he not only failed to leap out, but instead spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, falling even faster. His body uncontrollably plummeted down, with the two coffins he carried getting stuck between two stones. The light and shadows in front of him flew past rapidly. Yang Kaishan instinctively tried to mobilize the star patterns within him, but found them already exhausted. His body had reached its limit, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Sigh. Ending like this isn't so bad, Yang Kaishan silently thought. The only regret was not being able to bring back his two teammates. He closed his eyes and let himself fall into that pool of golden water. He initially thought that this violent force would instantly tear him apart. However, the reality was entirely different. A searing energy surged into his limbs and bones, catching him off guard. Yang Kaishan suddenly opened his eyes, a painful roar erupting from his throat. The golden pool of water seemed to come alive, wrapping around his body. His skin cracked inch by inch. Flesh and blood vessels ruptured under the pool's erosion. Even his cells were destroyed. Yet in the next moment, these wounds rapidly healed in the blazing light. His bones emitted a brittle sound under the unbearable strain. His spine seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand and then reassembled. This process repeated over and over again, each time bringing unbearable agony. This pain far exceeded any torment Yang Kaishan had ever experienced. Even with his willpower, he could only endure for a few minutes before losing consciousness. However, the golden pool of water seemed to possess consciousness. Upon sensing his unconsciousness, it did not cease its operation. Instead, it injected even more powerful energy, causing the unconscious Yang Kaishan to wake up in pain once again. Upon realizing Yang Kaishan had regained consciousness, it launched an even more violent assault, plunging the recently awakened Yang Kaishan back into excruciating pain. This cycle continued until the pool of water gradually diminished, ultimately leaving only a small amount. The remaining pool of water surged frantically into Yang Kaishan's body, activating his ability, 5 Elements Guardian. Yang Kaishan's 5-element guardian had entered a secondary awakening stage, but it had been interrupted by the Blood Sky Eagle earlier and had not been completed. This time, not only did it resume the interrupted process, but it also directly leaped to a third awakening. However, due to the excessive number of awakenings, Yang Kaishan needed to choose a specific direction to guide it. At this moment, Yang Kaishan's consciousness suddenly became a bit clearer, realizing that his ability was awakening and that he had to make a choice. But at this moment, Yang Kaishan was engulfed in confusion. If his direction from the beginning was to protect, then what about now? After going through everything today, he began to doubt. What exactly was his protection? Was it really just repeating past failures? Repeating the kind where he could only watch helplessly as his teammates fell? At this moment, Yang Kaishan suddenly realized that the key to the problem was power. He understood that the reason he couldn't protect his teammates was that he was too weak. What is the meaning of protection? If he completely annihilated the enemy, wouldn't that also be a way of protection? After coming to this realization, Yang Kaishan made a decision. His ability also changed accordingly. The original 5 Elements Guardian evolved into the current 5 Elements Killing. The previous 5 Elements Guardian formed a protective barrier by absorbing the surrounding 5 Elements power. Now, the 5 Elements Killing forcibly plundered the surrounding 5 Elements power, directly mobilizing it to launch lethal attacks against enemies. Just as Yang Kaishan's ability changed, a black energy beside the golden pool also sensed the commotion. As an enemy, this black energy naturally was unwilling to back down, attempting to invade the golden pool. However, as soon as it got close, it was detected by the golden pool and was sent flying with a slap. The black energy was unwilling to give up, repeatedly trying to rush in, but was repelled each time. Eventually, it abandoned the idea of a direct attack. Subsequently, this black energy circled around Yang Kaishan, discovering that although he was weak, he was still a target. Thus, a dark energy directly drilled into Yang Kaishan's body. As the dark energy entered, the star patterns within Yang Kaishan quietly changed, transforming into a kind of blood pattern infused with dark energy and eerie characteristics. Meanwhile, in the sky, a black figure emerged. This was the avatar Su he had left behind, now the Lord of the Underworld. Behind the Lord of the Underworld, the Underworld Codex flipped its pages automatically without wind. With each page turned, some brownish-green spots appeared on the book, representing the souls of the city. However, at this moment, a slightly larger brownish-green spot appeared on the Underworld Codex, which was Huang Yu's soul. This spot flashed for just a moment before being turned over. After a long while, the Lord of the Underworld finally recorded all the souls of the city in the Underworld Codex. He looked at the now hefty codex and couldn't help but sigh. These souls are just sitting here, neither allowing my pets to absorb them, nor wasting space, he thought. However, this was also a decision made by his main body upon learning that the deceased could not directly bring prestige. After all, to gain prestige, one must create significant events, which often come with death. But once someone dies, prestige would decrease. Thus, this arrangement was made for him to collect the souls of the deceased, to see if he could eventually create a place like the Underworld, allowing the dead to continue providing prestige to the main body in their soul form. Chapter 57. One-time permanent experience. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the Lord of the Underworld. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Yilong, who was supposed to be dead. Yilong looked helpless and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it. The identity of an ancient martial arts family that I prepared for so long has gone to waste just like that." During this time, I have been trying to establish my presence in front of many new members, just to wait for the ancient martial arts family that has been passed down for thousands of years to appear, so that I could flaunt my identity as the sole heir of the martial god in this world. Now, all that preparation has been for nothing. The Lord of the Underworld shot him a glare and said irritably, "If it weren't for your insistence on experiencing the feeling of slowly cultivating to the peak, would you be in this situation? Why don't we just make avatars and occasionally ask the main body for some props? Isn't that better than working hard on cultivation?" Yilong glanced at the Lord of the Underworld and replied, "Why not? I have confidence in my talent. Should I just sit around like you unambitious avatars, waiting for the main body to distribute props, only to find that my realm hasn't improved at all? By then, I won't need props, and I can still surpass you step by step. When that time comes, you'll be stuck in place while I've already reached the peak." The Lord of the Underworld was left speechless by this, and said, "Just the Star River Diagrams technique requires 3 days of cultivation to break through to candlelight, half a month to reach full moon, 3 months to break through dawnlight, and it takes a full 6 months to reach starlight, while falling star takes an entire year. Who would want to practice such trash techniques? Look at me, I only took half a day to use it on the main body, and then I got a purple weapon. Now, it would take you a year of cultivation just to catch up to me. Not to mention, my Underworld Codex is a growing equipment. You don't even know when you can catch up to me." Yilong was speechless, opening his mouth, but not knowing how to retort. After pondering for a moment, the Lord of the Underworld said, "If you still want to continue cultivating, how about I find an opportunity to reveal myself and open a back door for you, bringing you and your partner back to life?" Yilong shook his head firmly. "No need. As an actor, one should have self-cultivation. If it's time to take the box lunch, then take it. Dying this time is just my own lack of caution. At worst, I can start cultivating again." The Lord of the Underworld nodded in agreement. "All right then. By the way, I remember the main body's reputation has already exceeded 10,000, and there will definitely be a large batch of new props. We should show our faces more in front of the main body then. Even if you don't want props, I do. Meanwhile, while Watanabe, Ikaru, and the Golden Dragon were in a fierce battle, a figure suddenly appeared between them. Could you both give me some face and pause for a moment? The newcomer shouted loudly. The attacks that Watanabe, Ikaru, and the Golden Dragon were about to collide with suddenly seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, the distance between them stretching infinitely, yet their positions remained unchanged. Seeing this bizarre scene, both of them instinctively stopped their attacks, their gazes fixed on the figure that appeared in the middle. The newcomer wore a blue robe, emanating a mysterious aura. Rodriguez, seeing that one person and one dragon had stopped fighting, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had come to support the island nation, relying on his space abilities and speed. It was precisely because he arrived in time that he felt fortunate. If the two had continued attacking, they would have struck the Hades shadow. Once the defenses here were breached, it would be a huge problem. Although he knew he was not as strong as the two before him, Rodriguez still mustered his courage to intervene. Fortunately, they stopped attacking upon his arrival. However, what followed was a deep shock. Although he appeared relaxed earlier, he had already given it his all. If they hadn't stopped, he might not have been able to hold on. Therefore, at this moment, Rodriguez was certain that the person and dragon before him were both world-class powerhouses. This level was a higher tier after Falling Star, and on the entire blue planet, only 3 people publicly possess combat power at this level. Note, possessing combat power does not mean truly entering this realm. The only one who can be confirmed to be at this level is the Emperor of the North. The Emperor of the North reached this level mainly due to his special ability. He can use the vast territory to accelerate his own strength, even at the cost of a population of less than 1 million, and he can never leave the territory for life. The other two, one is the Grand Time Mage of the Lighthouse Nation, and the other is the Ash Emperor of the Great Xia. But they both forcibly increase their combat power to world class through special means, not truly reaching this level. Thinking of this, Rodriguez sized up the person and dragon before him, pondering for a long time, but finding no clues. Looking at the sacred light emanating from the Golden Dragon, Rodriguez immediately judged that this was no ordinary monster. It was either a transcendent being that could transform into a dragon after awakening, or someone who had turned into a dragon through other means. Then, looking at Watanabe Ikaru, Rodriguez frowned. The other party looked a bit like a spirit melding practitioner. If he really was a spirit melding practitioner, it would explain why he possessed world-class combat power. After all, spirit melding practitioners are the easiest to reach this level, but most of them do not live more than a month. After thinking for a moment, Rodriguez asked, "May I ask which country you two are from?" Watanabe Ikaru looked at the Golden Dragon first, seeing that it had no intention of continuing the attack. He felt a little relieved, but then a wave of heartache surged. The Golden Dragon was too strong, and he had nearly lost his life several times. To fight, he had to sacrifice while facing the enemy, resulting in the deaths of at least tens of millions in the island nation. Just then, the other half of Watanabe Ikaru's face suddenly spoke. "Who is this meddlesome guy? Watanabe Ikaru, why aren't you making a move? What's wrong, scared? Then let me do it." Saying this, Watanabe Ikaru's body began to move. "Stop." The intact half of Watanabe Ikaru's face quickly spoke up, forcibly regaining control of his body. The other half of the face was slightly taken aback, then sneered. "Watanabe Ikaru, why have you become so timid? Are you afraid to fight? All right, you can't win, right? I see you should just sacrifice the rest early. Otherwise, why are you so cowardly?" Watanabe Ikaru ignored the taunts of the Demon Blade, and after regaining partial control of his body, he said to Rodriguez, "I am Watanabe Ikaru from the Island Nation." After saying this, he fell back into the struggle for control with the Demon Blade. Rodriguez was completely stunned upon hearing this. He certainly recognized Watanabe Ikaru. He had come a year ago, but the problem was a year ago, Watanabe Ikaru was clearly just at the lower level of the Starlight Realm. In less than a year, he had jumped from the lower level of Starlight to World Class, with a falling star level in between. This leap in strength was too great. Even if he were a spirit melding practitioner, it couldn't be this outrageous. However, Rodriguez didn't dwell on it too much and turned to the Golden Dragon, asking, "May I ask, which country are you from?" The Golden Dragon did not respond, but the avatars in its mind exploded with confusion. "Chunglong, what do you mean we can't separate?" Chunglong awkwardly coughed twice. Cough, cough. "Well, when the battle stopped just now, I thought I'd see how much longer we have until we separate, but suddenly I found out we seem to be unable to separate. Then I desperately recalled the effect of the forced fusion card the main body gave, thinking about it dozens of times, but I couldn't find any explanation about the... In other words, that card is one-time use, but it's a one-time permanent experience. Ugu, Agriko, Chapter 58. Letting go of grudges? Rabbit. Does that mean we will have to merge into one dragon forever? Dragon. It's not completely without a solution. I can use telekinesis to first create statues of you, then infuse them with vitality, and finally allow your consciousness to return to them. This way, although your strength may not match your previous state, it won't be far off. The other 11 zodiac animals exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. After all, if they didn't do this, they would be stuck cramped in one body, which was utterly boring. The dragon was extremely happy inside, if not for being in a conscious space without a physical form. He probably wouldn't be able to suppress the smile on his face. Just then, a voice came from afar. I wonder what country you are from? It turned out that Rodriguez had been quietly observing the situation while they discussed, and cautiously opened a hidden spatial passage behind him. He felt anxious, fearing he had misjudged. What if this golden dragon wasn't a disguise made with extraordinary abilities or special items, but was truly some powerful creature? That would be troublesome. After all, he was only special in ability, but not strong in combat, and he was definitely a big softy. If that golden dragon attacked him, he feared he would either die or be severely injured. However, just as Rodriguez was feeling uneasy, the golden dragon suddenly moved. He used telekinesis to conjure 11 lifelike stone statues in midair, and then a flash of golden light appeared, causing the dragon to instantly split into 12 independent figures. So, that is how it is. Rodriguez widened his eyes in shock. He finally understood that this golden dragon was actually formed by the fusion of 12 individuals. The dragon stepped forward as a representative and said to Rodriguez, from the Star Constellation Society, the 12 Zodiac. Upon hearing the words Star Constellation Society, a sense of familiarity suddenly flashed in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly remembered that a confidential report he received yesterday mentioned two emerging organizations within the Great Xia territory. One called the Calamity Court and the other called the Star Constellation Society. And the 12 individuals before him were actually members of the Star Constellation Society. What surprised Rodriguez even more was that he had heard that there seemed to be a bitter feud between these two organizations. In other words, the Calamity Court also possessed world-class combat power. Otherwise, how could they possibly compete with the confirmed equally powerful Star Constellation Society? This meant that there were at least 3 known world-class combat powers within the Great Xia territory. One was the Calamity Court, one was the Star Constellation Society, and another, well, there might be other unknown entities. Thinking of this, Rodriguez couldn't help but gasp. However, he took a deep breath and said to the 13 individuals before him, "Everyone, can I act as a mediator to try to resolve your grudges?" In reality, Rodriguez didn't want to get involved at all. After all, both sides had world-class combat power, and if he angered them, he would be in big trouble. He even secretly hoped that the two sides would fight to the bitter end, and the best outcome would be for both to perish. That would be the most ideal scenario for the Lighthouse Nation. However, their fighting position was getting closer and closer to the Huangquan Shadow. According to common sense, the Huangquan Shadow, as one of the world-ending critical points, was far from the Lighthouse Nation. Even if it was triggered, it shouldn't directly affect them. But the problem was that the Huangquan Shadow was more than just a world-ending critical point. It was also a strategic location for the Lighthouse Nation. Why was it so important? Because this place could resurrect the dead, even those who had died a century ago, as long as someone had seen their appearance. They could be successfully revived. Using this characteristic, the Lighthouse Nation had resurrected a large number of scientists over the years, directly increasing their research progress by over 50%. And this improvement was still accelerating. Because of the special significance of the Huangquan Shadow, Rodriguez was willing to take the risk to mediate the conflict between these two world-class powers, rather than let them continue fighting. Of course, the premise was to not fight towards the Huangquan Shadow. After hearing this, Ichiro Watanabe among the 13 was busy fighting for control and did not respond. After a moment's thought, the dragon stood up and said, "As for grudges, indeed there are some. We originally came to help the island nation, but they directly attacked us. However, thinking back now, it's not worth pursuing the grudges anymore. After all, our people are fine." The dragon was quite indifferent at this moment. After all, he already knew his body's reputation value had built up enough. Moreover, during that fight, he accidentally misused a few skills. Not many died, only about 2 million. So at this moment, he was too lazy to get tangled up in these small matters. Rodriguez was surprised to hear the dragon voluntarily say he would no longer pursue the matter. He was well aware of the long-standing conflicts between the Great Xia and the island nation, Logically, the people from Great Xia should be harder to deal with. Yet the dragon chose to let go first. Rodriguez then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the dragon. Since you don't mind, that's naturally a good thing. He then turned to Ichiro Watanabe, his expression instantly becoming serious. Now that the people from Great Xia are willing to resolve their grudges, you should let go too, right? They clearly came to help you, yet you just attacked without a word. That is truly your fault. Rodriguez's attitude towards Ichiro Watanabe was noticeably colder. The reason was simple. He had determined that Ichiro Watanabe was a spirit integrator. This was after breaking the rules of the evil spirit. Instead of choosing to eliminate the evil spirit, he forcibly absorbed it into his body, using the abilities and rules of the evil spirit to enhance his own strength. However, the cost of such actions was that his body would be gradually eroded and he would basically not survive for more than a month. Moreover, Rodriguez observed that half of Ichiro Watanabe's body already showed signs of extreme demonic transformation. Given the current situation, it would be a miracle if he lasted 3 days. Doing so would only offend a powerful person who wouldn't survive 3 days, but it could win the favor of another world-class powerhouse, which was undoubtedly a risk-free transaction. At this moment, Ichiro Watanabe, who was struggling to regain control of his body, did not respond to Rodriguez's obviously biased words. Instead, the demon's sword spoke again, with a hint of mockery in its tone. Tsk, Ichiro Watanabe. Look at you, how much you're looked down upon. Why don't you hurry up and sacrifice the whole nation? I will definitely kill them all. Ha ha ha. When this was heard, Ichiro Watanabe did not respond but gritted his teeth, once again exerting all his strength to regain control of his body. After a long while, when Rodriguez was starting to feel bored, Ichiro Watanabe had regained most of the control of his body and slowly said, "All grudges, I have let go." As soon as he finished speaking, Ichiro Watanabe quickly disappeared from the spot amidst the deafening roar of the demon's sword. Hey, Ichiro Watanabe, you coward. Others insult you like that, and you actually run away? Quickly give me back the body. Let me teach them what true bloodshed is, with corpses everywhere. However, Ichiro Watanabe turned a deaf ear to this and continued to speed up, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 59, Golden Fusion. After watching Watanabe Ichiro leave, the 12 zodiac signs politely greeted the foreigner and then took their leave. After all, they had accumulated enough reputation, and there was no point in staying on this island any longer. However, as they were leaving, they felt as though they had forgotten something, but didn't dwell on it. The most important thing right now was to hurry back and wait for the lottery results from their main body. Once the lottery was done, they would think of ways to gain presence in front of the main body, and perhaps they could score a few golden items. In the villa, Su-E, who had just exited Quantum State, looked at the reputation value that had skyrocketed to over 10,000, feeling a surge of joy inside. Especially when he saw the newly added advanced lottery interface, his eyes lit up. As expected, this advanced lottery was different. Even the panel was glittering gold, adorned with colorful patterns and luxurious designs. In contrast, the ordinary lottery interface was plain and unadorned, appearing particularly shabby by comparison. Sui glanced at his energy point balance. Energy points, 31, 568, 989. Most of these points were earned from the island, while the small remainder was scraped from various critical points. With such a large amount, it should be enough to conduct several advanced lotteries, right? Sui looked down at the consumption requirement for the advanced lottery. Oh, only 1,000? Compared to the ordinary lottery, that was just 10 times more. This threshold was too low. It was hardly worth mentioning. However, when he turned his gaze to the probability color chart for the advanced lottery, he saw that the white materials had been directly removed. That was good news. But where was the gold? Why couldn't he see it? Sui searched carefully for a long time before finally discovering a barely visible golden line between the purple and green. Sui couldn't help but complain internally. System, are you serious? This probability is ridiculous. Nevertheless, thinking of the large amount of energy points he had, he should still have a chance to draw golden materials. Sui wasn't greedy. A few dozen would suffice, just enough to do some golden fusions and synthesize a few pieces of golden equipment for himself. After making his calculations, Sui decided to give it a try first. He gently pressed the button on the lottery panel. In the next second, the environment around him suddenly changed. The original villa disappeared, replaced by a vast starry sky. Soon after, a meteor came rushing toward him at an incredible speed, catching him off guard. Before Sui could react, the meteor transformed from pure white to dazzling gold in the blink of an eye, as if the entire sky had been illuminated. Seeing this scene, Su Yi's eyes widened. Wow, this luck is too good. I actually drew gold. Before he could celebrate for long, the golden meteor suddenly shot straight toward his head and instantly merged with him. Congratulations! You have obtained the golden material, Eternal Furnace. Eternal Furnace in the vast universe. This is an existence that continuously melts stars and all things, emitting endless brilliance, a peculiar sight. Su Yi stared at the shining golden material in front of him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. This eternal furnace was indeed a good thing. Su Yi secretly praised himself. He didn't expect to have already gathered a golden material, bringing him one step closer to completing the golden fusion goal. Now he just needed to draw another suitable material, and he could start the next plan. Thinking of this, Su Yi glanced at his remaining energy points, and without hesitation, he decided to go all in. In the next second, his consciousness was once again pulled back into that dazzling starry sky. This time, countless meteors poured down from the sky like rain, densely flying toward him. Soon, the colors of these meteors began to change. In just a few breaths, the originally deep black starry sky was transformed into a sea of emerald green, sprinkled with some blue and barely noticeable purple light. Su Yi hurriedly searched among the green meteors for that rare touch of gold. After some effort, he finally found a tiny golden light point in an inconspicuous corner. However, before he could continue looking, all the meteors came crashing down like a tidal wave. The system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations! You have obtained green material. 22, 368. Congratulations! You have obtained blue material. 8, 980. Congratulations! You have obtained purple material. 210. Congratulations! You have obtained golden materials. World Remnant. Time Corp Spot. Ancient God S Dream Drool. Void Divine Seal. End Fungus. End Dragon Claw. God Slaying Sword S Sheath. Nihility Tentacle. Underworld Gate Ring. Looking at the 9 newly added golden materials on the panel, Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, he thought he would only draw one golden material this time. He murmured to himself, "It seems those green lights did indeed hide a lot." But when Su Yi carefully examined these newly acquired golden materials, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He felt that if these things really fused into his body, it might trigger some unpredictable, strange reactions. What was the first material? World Remnant. This is a special secretion left behind by the world before its destruction, due to fear. Putting aside the fact that this thing is a product of the world, it shouldn't be too dirty, right? But the mention of secretion made Su Yi fall into silence instantly. The most incomprehensible part was that the world consciousness could be so flustered. Come on, you are the world consciousness that controls everything. Next, looking at the next one, Time Corp Spot, the marks solidified on the corpse of time. Although Su Yi didn't understand why time could also die, this one sounded much more acceptable compared to the previous one. Then came the third one, Ancient God S Dream Drool, which simply means the drool of some ancient deity while sleeping. Su Yi couldn't help but wonder, even if you have become a god, and an ancient one at that, how can you still drool? But in any case, he absolutely could not let such things merge into his body. After glancing at the remaining options, Su Yi finally decided to choose the following 2 materials for fusion. Void Divine Seal, a miraculous seal that can reconstruct reality with just a stamp. Eternal Furnace, Su Yi himself. Once all the materials were selected, Su Yi initiated the fusion. In an instant, the Void Divine Seal and the Eternal Furnace released dazzling light in the system space. Su Yi felt as if his soul was torn in half. One half was pulled into a scorching, churning ocean of lava, while the other half was thrown into a cold, bone-chilling void crack. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect this fusion to produce such a strong reaction. However, soon his brows furrowed. He could clearly feel that the 2 parts of his soul seemed to be getting further apart, as if these 2 forces were not only incompatible, but even carried hostility. At this moment, Su Yi couldn't help but panic. Could it be that these 2 materials are mutually exclusive and cannot fuse at all? But he had conducted many similar experiments before, whether it was combining fire attribute and water attribute materials, or various other different attribute combinations. There had never been any issues, and each time they fused perfectly. What was going on? However, just as Su Yi was frustrated about why he had been so careless earlier, suddenly, he felt as if his 2 souls were being tightly gripped by something. It was an irresistible force, so powerful that he had no ability to fight back. In the next second, 2 forces that were originally incompatible and repelling each other were forcibly melded together by an invisible hand, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. He felt his body tremble violently and then completely lost consciousness. He did not know how long it had been when he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he regained consciousness, he immediately sensed an unprecedented power surging within him. This feeling was simply amazing, as if he had suddenly gained the ability to crush everything, even giving rise to a vague illusion of being invincible in the world. However, He quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. He knew that this was merely a temporary illusion caused by the rapid increase in power. Chapter 60. Is there a limit to fusion times? But fusion can continue. Next, He carefully sensed his body and discovered that he had gained 2 new abilities. Reality reshaping can subvert the basic understanding of reality, and if the energy is sufficient, can even change the fundamental laws of reality, enough to influence the entire real world, even reconstructing the order of the whole reality. Universal melting furnace can melt all things to enhance oneself. Upon seeing these 2 abilities, Su Yi's eyes instantly lit up. The first ability, simply put, is to transform the understanding of reality. As long as there is enough power, one can completely reshape the world according to their will, making the entire world take on their form. The second ability is more straightforward, enhancing oneself through the melting of all things. With this in mind, Su Yi's gaze fell on a table in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try the first ability first. He raised his hand, aimed at the table, and silently recited in his heart, "You are a light bulb. You are a light bulb. You can emit light. You can emit light." He chose to silently recite because he felt that saying it out loud seemed to have a better effect. Before long, the table in front of him actually began to glow. He was taken aback by this novelty. He carefully probed with his spiritual power and found that the wooden structure of the table had not changed much, yet was indeed emitting light. However, the only issue was that this ability seemed to consume a lot of energy. He could clearly feel that nearly half of the energy in his body had dissipated. He shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. However, what Sui didn't know was that at that moment, many people on Blue Star were baffled, not understanding why they were dining under a light bulb. Soon, Sui cast these distracting thoughts aside and shifted his focus to the second ability. The method for using this ability was very simple. Just touch, refine, and absorb other objects. Sui looked again at the strange piece of furniture that had become neither a light bulb nor a table. He stretched out a hand and pressed it against the tabletop, silently reciting, "Refine." Instantly, a strange power burst forth from his palm, causing the wooden structure of the table to rapidly disintegrate into countless tiny light points that surged into Su Yi's body. He clearly felt a weak, but real power slowly flowing throughout his body. Not bad. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips. His gaze scanned the empty room, landing on the surrounding objects. For the next 30 minutes, the tables, chairs, appliances, and various decorations in the villa seemed to be devoured by some invisible force, disappearing one by one without a trace. When the last chair turned to nothingness, Su Yi closed his eyes to feel the changes in his internal energy, only to find the increase to be minimal, causing him to frown. It seemed that the energy provided by ordinary items was extremely limited, and to enhance his strength, he needed to seek out things that contained extraordinary power. Su Yi thought to himself. With that in mind, his gaze shifted to the mountain of material listed on the system panel. Among them, the quantity of white quality materials had already exceeded 100,000. Most of these materials came from the loot dropped after his clones killed monsters, and some were obtained from the Inferno demon during its idle time. Su Yi casually took out a white material, held it in his palm, paused for a moment, and then refined it. A surge of energy more powerful than before flowed into his body, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Indeed, only extraordinary items could bring significant energy growth, he mused. Thus, without any hesitation, he directly extracted half of the white materials from the system panel and began refining them one by one. An hour later, Su Yi let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and felt the energy within him surging like a rushing river. However, when he carefully examined his basic attributes, he felt somewhat disappointed. The increase did not seem as significant as he had expected. He quickly realized that this was because his current basic attributes had already reached a high level, and the bonuses that these low-level materials could provide were naturally limited. Nevertheless, Su Yi's brows remained tightly knitted. He discovered a problem. These materials had to be refined through physical contact and could not be processed in bulk from a distance. This made him feel quite troubled. Should he try to fuse some golden materials? The thought flashed through Su Yi's mind, mainly because the abilities he gained from this golden fusion, while described as very enticing, came with many restrictions in actual use. For example, the ability to change reality sounded omnipotent, but in reality, it could only turn a table into a light bulb, which directly consumed half of his blue bar. As for the so-called melting of all things, it required him to personally grab the target object, making remote operation impossible. However, he hesitated when it came to other golden materials. The remaining materials could easily cause changes to his body. If possible, he still wanted to maintain his human form. The only two that wouldn't change his human form seemed to be the sword sheath and the ring of the underworld. But if what fused into him was a sword, that would be fine, but it happened to be a sword sheath, which made him feel indecisive. He had other uses for the ring of the underworld as well. As for the remaining materials, either they would alter his body or they were hard for him to accept. After weighing the pros and cons, Suyi's gaze turned to the materials of other colors on the panel. After some thought, he ultimately decided to take half of all materials except for the golden and purple ones to enhance his strength. Subsequently, he took out all the ordinary materials that had no special abilities from the system space, preparing to sit cross-legged and begin refining these resources. Although theoretically, if he infused all the materials into his body, it might yield stronger effects and even grant extra abilities. Doing so would undoubtedly increase complexity. After all, each time he would have to select materials, put them into the fusion system, click the start button, and then wait for the fusion process to complete. This entire process would take only 2 seconds for white materials, but what if it took 100,000 seconds? Not to mention that green and blue materials would take even longer. For materials of purple quality and above, Sui could consider gradual fusion, but for those below purple, he really didn't want to waste energy dealing with them. Additionally, there was one question that lingered in his mind. Does this fusion truly have a limit? If it were someone else, that limit might be clear, but for Sui himself, it remained vague. After all, the only one who had reached the limit was that person called Song-Woo. Song-Woo was indeed a talented individual, having almost always been stationed at the critical point in Lin Yuan City, focused on killing monsters during this time. His motivation mainly came from his desire for revenge against Yulong. Furthermore, his skills were very suitable for monster farming. Killing Surge. For every monster killed, he can increase his basic attributes by 1 within 10 seconds. If he can kill again within 10 seconds, the previous attribute increase can be extended up to 3 times. Beast Bloodburn. By burning his own blood, his combat power can be doubled for a short time. The combination of these two skills is perfect. Song-Woo first used Beast Bloodburn to double his basic attributes, then leveraged Rapid Combat to stack the effects of Killing Surge, further amplifying his attributes to 3 times. With this strategy, combined with his long-term defense at the entrance of the critical point, he successfully killed over 500 monsters in a very short time. The behavior of grinding monsters so hard is indeed impressive. Sui felt a sense of satisfaction towards Song-Woo from the bottom of his heart, finding him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. So, he made an exception and decided to allow Song-Woo to undergo evolution early. However, when the evolution reached the 12th time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Soul capacity has reached the limit. It was only at this moment that Sui realized that fusion indeed has a certain limit on the number of times. However, this did not mean that fusion could no longer take place. After all, the system was just informing him that the limit had been reached, but fusion could still proceed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sui chose to continue with the fusion. The result was evident. Song-Woo's mental state became even more exuberant, but there were no signs of any mental abnormalities. The only unusual thing was that this time, the fusion surprisingly did not bring any new abilities. On the surface, this fusion seemed to have no negative effects. Song-Woo remained in a normal state and communicated with others without any obstacles. With this in mind, Sui decided not to continue. After all, this was someone who was diligently working for him, and it would be quite a shame to accidentally waste that effort. Chapter 61, He only needs the coordinates. How to proceed is the business of the avatar. However, Sui was also uncertain whether everyone had the same limit. As for what would happen after reaching the limit, he said to Song-Woo, "You may have over-evolved in one go, and your body might not be able to handle it. So, you need to continue grinding monsters and digest more before you can withstand the next evolution." Although Sui was unsure if he could lower the soul-carrying limit after reaching the cap, the blueprint definitely needed to be drawn first. Otherwise, what if there was no motivation? Thinking of this, Sui shook his head and decided not to get tangled up in these trivial matters, but to focus on refining the materials in front of him. At that moment, just as he was about to sit down, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Main body, someone from the official side wants to discuss something with you. Do you want to hear it?" Su Yi immediately recognized that this message was from Huang Yi, who was on autopilot with the official side. Without hesitation, he nodded to indicate for the other party to continue. Before long, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. Someone from the official side wanted to test their evolutionary power. As a condition, the official side was willing to provide a divine crystal. However, the official's requirement was send out 3 people, each of whom must evolve at least 10 times. After hearing the conditions, Su Yi glanced at the materials in front of him, thought for a moment, and decided to descend in consciousness to Huang Yi. After all, this was a golden opportunity for an experiment, and there were benefits to be gained. Why not take advantage of it? When Su Yi's consciousness descended into Huang Yi's body, he found himself in a luxurious villa much larger than his own residence. Surrounded by mountains, towering pine trees over 100 meters high stood tall, adorned with huge flowers and fruits, and a table radiating a soft glow was placed in the center. In front of him stood a little lowly and a mature woman. It seemed that Huang Yi had been living quite well these days, even more comfortably than he was. If it weren't for the fact that this was the official headquarters, he would have wanted to switch places with Huang Yi. Just as Su Yi stabilized his consciousness, he heard the little lowly say in a clear voice like silver bells, "Hey, our conditions are already quite generous. That's a divine crystal." Hearing this, Su Yi quickly checked Huang Yi se memorias. Soon, he understood the identities of the 2 people in front of him. They were the 4th member of the Divine Creation Plan from the Daxiaju Rong Department, Jiu Yao Xian Huang Lin Xian Feng, and the 9th member, Liao Yuan Xing Zhong Xiahe. However, Su Yi shook his head. Seeing this scene, Xiahe stared wide-eyed. What? We've already offered a divine crystal as a condition, and that's not enough? You can give others free evolutions, and we only need 3 people, each evolving 10 times. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Su Yi shook his head again and explained, "You misunderstood. What I mean is, I can evolve those 3 people all at once to the limit of their soul's capacity." Xiahe was taken aback. Although she didn't know what the soul capacity limit specifically meant, it sounded like it was not much different from evolving 10 times. Lin Xian Feng narrowed her eyes, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Soul capacity limit? What does that mean? Su Yi replied softly, "It's simple. Every person's soul has a capacity limit. You should know that each evolution can at least grant 2 abilities, right?" Lin Xianfeng and Xiahe nodded. They had indeed seen this in the information. Su Yi continued, "And I can allow each of them to reach the limit of their abilities. In other words, as long as they can handle it. Each person can have hundreds of abilities." After hearing this, Lin Xianfeng fell in a deep thought, then looked up at Su Yi. "So, what do you want in return? Don't think I would believe you suddenly raising the stakes without a purpose." Su Yi smiled slightly, his empty gaze from the yellow robe fixed on Lin Xianfeng. "I want the exact locations of all the world ending critical points on Blue Star." Lin Xianfeng's pupils constricted, and the sound of her fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped. Xiahe jumped up directly. "What are you joking about? That's impossible. Don't think I don't know what you guys are planning." Lin Xianfeng also spoke. "We cannot agree to this condition." Su Yi lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, a sly smile on his face. "Then I'll lower my request this time. Just 3 would be enough. Surely you can't refuse even that?" His tone was relaxed. Lin Xianfeng remained silent for a moment, her sharp gaze locked onto Su Yi, as if trying to see through his true intentions behind the hollow yellow robe. Her fingertips, which had been lightly tapping the table, stopped at that moment. The entire room fell into a subtle silence, the atmosphere tense enough to make one gasp for air. Finally, Lin Xianfeng looked up, staring directly at Su Yi. "All right, 3 is fine." Xiahe was anxious, stamping her feet. "Sister Xianfeng, this is too dangerous." "What if they? I know what I'm doing." Lin Xianfeng raised her hand to stop her and turned to Su Yi. "However, my condition is that I will select these 3 myself." Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled slightly and nodded. He didn't care which 3 were chosen. After all, he only needed the coordinates. How to proceed was the concern of the Avatar. Seeing this, Lin Xianfeng said nothing more and turned to leave alone. Only Xiahe remained in the room, looking at Su Yi with an angry expression, seemingly filled with dissatisfaction. Not long after, Lin Xianfeng returned, bringing 3 people with her. She presented the 3 individuals to Su Yi, her voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. "These 3 are our top elites. According to the agreement, you will evolve them." Su Yi's gaze swept over the 3, feeling the strong willpower contained within them. The man on the far left was tall, muscular with sharp eyes like an eagle, but he was actually an ordinary person. The middle one was slightly slender, standing straight like a pine, and was a Zhu Zhao. The one on the far right wore black frame glasses, his aura thick and turbulent, with strength reaching the level of the full moon, equivalent to 2 blood sky eagles. Very good. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, the yellow robe fluttering without wind. Now, what about the divine crystal? Lin Xianfeng took out a delicate metal box from her pocket, opened it, and a thumb-sized crystal hovered inside, emitting a soft blue light. The light pulsed as if it were alive, distorting the surrounding air. Su Yi was momentarily stunned when he saw this crystal. It was different from the one he had obtained before. Could it be a divine fragment from another deity? And this size? Were the officials really this generous? After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand to signal the 3 to step forward and said, "Who will go first?" Chapter 62. Is there more than one god? The first to undergo evolution was the tall man. Su Yi glanced at him and immediately said, "No matter what happens later, don't resist." The man nodded. Su Yi didn't think much of it and casually picked 2 from the white materials, then added this man to the mix. Powerful bull horn, white, a bull living on the edge of a cliff with exceptionally strong horns, far surpassing ordinary bulls. 3-eyed crow, white, a crow with a 3rd eye on its head, capable of releasing highly corrosive energy. He Zhao, green, no special abilities, but possesses extremely strong willpower. Su Yi scanned the first 2 items and found nothing special. However, when he saw that He Zhao was green, he was taken aback. This guy had no abilities at all, but had achieved a higher rank solely based on willpower? That was quite unexpected. He didn't think there was a way to increase rank like this. However, Su Yi only looked for a few more seconds before pressing the fusion button. A flash of white light passed, and He Zhao's figure reappeared before everyone. However, his appearance had not changed at all. He still looked the same. Lin Xianfeng and Su Yi were both stunned. Lin Xianfeng looked at Su Yi in confusion, because she had heard that anyone who underwent evolution would turn into a monster. Su Yi was also at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a situation where the materials clearly belonged to the monster category. Yet there was no change at all. In fact, Su Yi had long categorized these materials, although there were only 3 main categories: monster type, item type, and fantasy type. Monster type, mostly obtained from defeating monsters or through lotteries. As long as they are fused, the body will generally undergo changes. Item type can gain certain abilities upon fusion, but usually does not change the body structure. Of course, this is just a high probability event. There are exceptions. Fantasy type, for example, the 12 zodiac illusions he previously created, as well as the eternal furnace he just fused. At this moment, Lin Xianfeng walked up to He Zhao, examined him from top to bottom, and asked, "How do you feel?" He Zhao pondered for a moment and replied, "I feel that my body has been greatly enhanced, and I have gained 2 abilities. Moreover, I seem to be able to control my body's changes at will." After saying that, He Zhao closed his eyes. As he did, his body began to change. He quickly grew to 3 meters tall, 2 large bull horns sprouted from his head, black wings unfolded from his back, and a 3rd eye appeared on his forehead. Not bad talent. Su Yi's voice came from beneath his yellow robe. To perfectly control new abilities right after evolution is quite rare. Although he didn't understand it fully, he had to maintain his composure. Lin Xianfeng, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully at Su. "All right, you continue." Su Yi didn't waste words, but was curious in his heart. How many times can this He Zhao fuse? Or, at which fusion will he reach his limit? The white light flashed continuously, and by the 5th time, He Zhao finally couldn't maintain his form and turned into a monster. But Su Yi did not stop. He continued to fuse. After undergoing 20 more fusions, it was not until the 27th time that the system notification sounded. Soul capacity has reached limit. Su Yi looked at the notification, secretly surprised. 27 times. That's more than double Song Wu's 12 times. It seems that everyone's soul limit is indeed different. Su Yi muttered to himself. He noticed that Lin Xianfeng and Xia He were staring intently at the transformed monster that was He Zhao, their eyes revealing complex emotions. Next, Lin Xianfeng broke the silence. The second was a slender man. Su Yi noticed that this guy also had green quality. During the fusion process, he finally couldn't hold on until the 12th fusion, turning into a monster. It wasn't until the 59th fusion that he touched the soul limit. Then, the 3rd person, who wore black frame glasses, stepped forward. Su Yi noticed that the gaze behind his lenses was exceptionally calm. This was a person of the moonlight rank, and theoretically, his soul capacity should be stronger. After all, based on previous results, it seemed that one's realm could also affect soul capacity. Suitot, Shadow Cat Tooth, white. Yinjia Rhino Horn, white. Chu Ming, purple captain of the Dark Crow team of the 7th Brigade of the Zhurong Department, possesses dual awakening abilities and has experienced purgatory tempering with a blank expression. When Su Yi saw this purple quality person, he was taken aback. There's actually a purple quality person. This is the first time I've seen one. After thinking for a moment, Su Yi looked up at Lin Xianfeng and said, this guy has talent. Even after seeing so many geniuses, can be considered excellent. If he only evolves, that would indeed be a bit of a waste. Hearing this, Lin Xianfeng couldn't help but glance at Su Yi a couple more times. She knew that if it weren't for Chu Ming awakening his extraordinary abilities a bit late, he would definitely have a spot in the god-making plan. However, after hearing the latter part of his statement, Lin Xianfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then what do you have in mind? Su Yi's yellow robe moved without wind. His tone light. I can grant him a blessing. The effect is much better than mere evolution. However, Su Yi smiled. I need a completely different god crystal as a condition. Dream on. Xiaohe jumped up angrily upon hearing this. Sister Xianfeng. This person is clearly trying to drive up the price. Lin Xianfeng raised her hand to signal Xiaohe to calm down. Her gaze sharp as she stared at Su Yi. Tell me, what exactly is your blessing? Without hesitation, Su Yi directly recounted what Su Yun had previously said to the Blood Sky Eagle. After hearing it, Xiaohe showed a look of disbelief on her face. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng fell into deep thought. A blessing. Compared to the stronger ability gained earlier, the latter could significantly enhance a star gleam level of power. In other words, as long as there are enough resources, it is entirely possible to elevate an ordinary person to the star gleam level. The star gleam level is already the strongest level in the Great Xia, aside from the 9 members of the God-making plan. If the Calamity Court truly has such capability, how powerful would that be? Lin Xianfeng couldn't help but wonder if the words spoken by this yellow-robed lord were true. There are 8 other beings like him, excluding the Crimson Lord. Moreover, there are even stronger 3 kings. As her thoughts surged, Lin Xuanfeng's fingertips gently tapped the surface of the lamp again. This condition is acceptable. But I have one request. This time as blessing should also be directly maxed out like the previous evolution. Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled and nodded. He proposed this condition to test whether the officials had other divine fragments. To his surprise, there really were. This indicates that there are not just one, but many gods that have died in this world. More importantly, this guy is of purple quality. If he uses white materials to fuse, it would take hundreds of times to stop. This means Su Yi would have to repeatedly select materials, add materials, and click fusion, which would be terribly boring. Besides, he already had nearly 9,000 blue materials in hand. Trading some blue ones for a gold material would be a sure profit. Why not use green materials here? For the same reason, he didn't want to do this assembly line-like task. Another reason is that when to reach the soul limit is not up to him to decide. Let us begin. Lin Xuanfeng's voice pulled Su Yi back to reality. The god crystal has been arranged, and it will be delivered in an hour. The corners of Su Yi's robe moved without wind, and the system interface unfolded instantly. Raging Wind Ice Crystal, blue, a special material left behind by the raging winds after sweeping through the extreme cold ice mountains. Claw of Thunder Beast, blue, a ferocious beast that feeds on lightning, with incredibly sharp claws. Chuming, purple, Chapter 63. Autonomous Fusion. As the fusion button was pressed, a dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the entire room. Lin Xianfeng and Xia he involuntarily took a step back due to the strong light. Only He Zhao and another companion remained standing still, staring intently at the center of the light, even though their eyes were stinging and hard to keep open. As the light gradually faded, Chu Ming's figure reappeared. His appearance had hardly changed, but the pupils under his glasses had turned light blue, with electric light flickering within. How do you feel? Lin Xianfeng asked. Chu Ming raised his hand, forming a small whirlwind in his palm, mixed with tiny ice crystals and electric light. He had broken through to the mid-level of Dawnlight, gaining 2 new abilities, Frost Storm and Thunderstrike. Xiaohe gasped in surprise, her mouth wide open. Is that much of an enhancement from just one blessing? Su Yi ignored her astonishment and continued operating the system interface. This time, Su Yi chose 2 new blue materials. Lava Core, blue, a fiery core nurtured deep within a volcano, containing violent flames. Shadow Silk, blue, a special silk from the shadow plane that can absorb light and energy. The changes brought by the second fusion were even more pronounced. Dark red patterns emerged on Chu Ming's skin, occasionally flashing with a lava-like glow. His shadow also became unusually active, as if it had a life of its own. writhing on the ground, but was quickly suppressed. There was no increase in rank, but all attributes doubled. Chu Ming's voice remained calm, but it carried a hint of hoarseness, as if he were desperately suppressing something, with 3 new abilities added: Lava Armor, Shadow Bind, and Shadow Form. Lin Xuanfeng's fingers stopped tapping, her eyes fixed on the changes in Chu Ming, with a complex light flashing in her gaze. Xiaohe was now gaping wide enough to fit an egg. For the next hour, Su Yi continuously selected various blue materials for fusion. As the number of fusions increased, Chu Ming's changes became more and more significant. After the 7th fusion, his hair turned silver white, with tiny ice crystals drifting from the tips. By the 15th fusion, a pair of translucent energy wings faintly appeared behind him. After the 23rd fusion, his left eye became an orange-red like lava, while his right eye was as deep as the night sky. By the 36th fusion, the room could no longer withstand the energy fluctuations emanating unconsciously from Chu Ming. The walls were first covered in thick frost, which was then melted by flames. The floor was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the air was filled with the burnt smell of ionization. When the number of fusions reached 96, the soul capacity finally hit its limit. Soul capacity has reached its limit. The moment the system prompt popped up, the room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chu Ming stood still, the energy storm around him gradually calming, but his presence was even more suffocating than before. At this moment, although he still maintained a human form, just standing there emanated an indescribable aura that would cause any ordinary person who looked at him for too long to be on the verge of mental collapse. Lin Xuanfeng's fingers hovered 3 inches above the lamp, and her breathing almost stopped. Xiaohe had long since hidden behind her, peeking out with half her head, her eyes filled with shock. Star Sovereign. Lin Xuanfeng's voice trembled slightly. The breakthrough to the meteor fall was not far off. Su Yi's yellow robe fluttered without wind, equally astonished. This guy actually managed to endure 96 fusions. But then came a wave of heartache. That was equivalent to 192 blue materials. Although it wasn't too much compared to the nearly 9,000 he currently possessed, it was still painful to think about. If he had known it would take so many, he wouldn't have rushed in. It would have been better to declare the limit reached after the 10th fusion. Well, it wasn't that much anyway. He just hoped this guy would defeat more monsters in the future to make up for the loss. After all, the monsters they killed also counted towards his tally after fusion. Clap! The metal box in Lin Xuanfeng's hand suddenly popped open, and a crimson crystal slowly rose. Unlike the previous blue divine crystal, this one seemed to have lava flowing inside, emitting heat waves that distorted the air. This is what you wanted. Lin Xianfeng pushed the box towards Su Yi. The locations of the 3 world-ending critical points have already been sent to you. After speaking, she turned and left. Lin Xianfeng departed with the 3 who had completed the fusion. Su Yi took a quick glance, leaving the little girl in the yellow robe behind. And then he no longer paid attention, his consciousness directly returning. Upon returning, Su Yi looked at the divine fragments he had placed in the system panel. He didn't rush to take out these fragments. After all, this thing might have been tampered with by the officials. Divine fragment, gold left behind after a god who wielded the power of fire had their divine essence forcibly shattered. Divine fragment, gold left behind after a god who wielded the power of water had their divine essence crushed. Looking at these 2 divine fragments, Su Yi fell into thought. Why did this world feel increasingly dangerous? Compared to the first divine fragment he had obtained, these 2 were larger but lacked the same prestige. The descriptions were clear. One was shattered, the other crushed, making it seem like these 2 gods were quite weak. Should he use these 2 divine fragments? Su Yi shook his head. For him, these 2 fragments weren't very useful. He thought about finding an opportunity to obtain a different divine fragment. He directly fused these 3 divine fragments. If they revived, it would be interesting to see if they would fight. As for the 3 world-ending critical points, Su Yi checked and found something unexpected. At first, he thought they might send over the one from the island nation, but to his surprise, they didn't do so. The first critical point was in the Northern Cold Empire, guarded by the Northern Cold Emperor at the abyss of divine retribution. The introduction was very brief, only stating the name and location. The second was in the Great Xia, and Su Yi was quite familiar with it, Land of Divine Seals. This was the replica of the area where the yellow robe had been transported earlier. The introduction stated that no matter the strength of the person entering, they would become ordinary people, unable to exert any extraordinary powers. Although the content was simple, the information was very useful. The third was the domain of the gods in the Lighthouse Nation. This place was similar to the Land of Divine Seals, but with one difference. Once entered, one would be forcibly transformed into that god's servant by some powerful domain within. If you had any thoughts of resistance, your power would be suppressed until you completely submitted. After reading this information, Sue-E directly passed the 3 locations to his avatars, letting those interested check them out. However, when he entered his mind, he was almost startled by the scene before him. A large group of avatars were staring at him eagerly, like a group of starving kittens. Sue-E immediately understood their meaning. They must have known that his reputation had exceeded 10,000 and had all come to ask for good things. He didn't refuse, directly opening the material library, selecting a bunch of materials, and then spent a full hour on fusion. After all, the stronger the avatars became, the higher their efficiency in defeating monsters, and he would also gain energy points faster. Once the fusion was complete, Sue-E distributed the results. The avatars, upon receiving the items, were all overjoyed and cheered as they left. Watching this scene, Sue-E frowned. He discovered a troublesome issue. Each fusion could only be done one at a time, which was not only troublesome but also particularly time-consuming. He couldn't help but wonder if the next system update could unlock a feature to allow all materials to be fused at once. Reputation reaches 100,000. Can unlock autonomous fusion. Chapter 64. The mother bug hatches him? Is it here so soon? Just as I was thinking about fusion, the system provided this option. However, the level of the golden lottery pool is still too low, right? When will there be a higher level lottery? He muttered to himself, waiting for the system's response while staring at the passage of time. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Ultimately, Sue-E sighed and gave up waiting. It seems it won't work. I still need to pile up my reputation to 100,000 first. But what exactly is autonomous fusion? Sue-E frowned and pondered. Could it mean fusing multiple materials at once? Or perhaps directly dealing with all these materials before me? If that's the case, it would indeed save a lot of effort. But the problem is 100,000 reputation is no joke. According to previous patterns, for every additional 10,000 reputation, at least 60 to 70 million people need to know. So 100,000 reputation means at least 600 million people need to know. That's way too many. Moreover, just making people aware isn't enough. It also has to be ensured that these people are living well. Otherwise, if there's a major incident and several 100 million die, wouldn't that be a loss? Therefore, the most important thing right now is to quickly establish the underworld. Without the underworld, many things are just too constrained. Of course, if there are materials that promote population growth, it might be worth considering storing some. After all, the population base on Blue Star is too small. If I encounter higher reputation requirements in the future, I might not have enough people to use. Sue-E rubbed his temples and decided to temporarily set aside these worries. The most urgent thing now is to have his clones collect more energy points to strive for an early next lottery. It would be best to draw materials related to the underworld and the netherworld, so the plan can proceed smoothly. After thinking about this, Sue-E looked down at the mountain of materials in front of him and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Here we go again with the refining. Although it's tedious, I can't let laziness stop my progress in becoming stronger. Otherwise, what if the gods revive and I can't fight back? So I have to keep going. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory, 3 individuals who had just broken through their limits were conducting experiments. He Zhao was covered in high-tech circuits, looking like a walking robot. He Zhao, the instrument in front. Use all your strength to punch, shouted the experiment staff from not far away. He Zhao took a deep breath, and his muscles instantly tensed, as if forged from steel. His forehead cracked slightly, and a third eye slowly opened, with horns quietly extending from the sides of his temples. A thick layer of horn-like skin appeared on the surface of his skin, as tough as a rhinoceros. Waves of energy surged around his fist, and blood-red steam enveloped his entire body. Boom! In the next second, He Zhao's fist struck out like a cannonball, compressing the air to the extreme, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. The moment his fist made contact with the testing instrument, the entire laboratory shook, and dust fell from the ceiling. This is already the power of the full moon upper level. The bespectacled researcher spoke with a trembling voice, knowing that He Chong had just broken through to the full moon as well. Moreover, according to the data, his strength was forcibly raised. Yet this pure power can actually reach the full moon upper level. Another researcher muttered, utterly incredulous. On the other side, Lin Xianfeng was staring with a complicated expression at Chu Ming, who was lying on the ground. Her hands were covered in frost, but that wasn't the main point. What truly concerned her was that a small wound had appeared on the back of her left hand. It should be noted that Lin Xianfeng had the strength of a mid-level falling star. With such a significant gap in realms, how could Chu-Ming possibly injure her? Not to mention that the gap increases as one progresses further in realms. More importantly, Lin Xianfeng was very aware that Chu-Ming had not fully mastered his abilities yet. The power within Chu-Ming was too abundant and disorganized, making it appear extremely chaotic due to his inexperience. But what if Chu-Ming practiced all these skills to perfection? And hypothetically speaking, if Chu-Ming's realm also broke through to Falling Star, even if it was just a recent breakthrough, Lin Xianfeng couldn't help but ask herself, can I beat him? The answer was evident. Not a chance. The opponent has over 200 active skills, plus dozens of shameless passive skills. How could she compete? What left Lin Xianfeng speechless was that although Chu-Ming was battered and bruised, his injuries healed in just a few minutes. It should be known that her own cultivation was painstakingly developed step by step, while Chu-Ming was forcibly elevated. And yet, even with a significant gap in realms, she still got injured by him. This made Lin Xianfeng sigh. Is this what it means to cheat? In Lin Yuan City, in the backyard of the Scarlet Palace, there was a fissure close to 1,000 meters long, for which monsters were continuously pouring out. Not far away, a 5-meter-tall monster was slowly approaching. It had a curved horn on its head, its muscles taut like explosives, and crimson patterns covered its body, as if burning blood flowed beneath its skin. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly struck out, smashing the monster into pieces with a punch. This person was Song Wu, now towering over the monster by several heads, his eyes glowing red, with a pair of enormous wings unfurled from his back, and his entire body covered in shimmering red-scaled armor. Yilong, I have evolved 13 times. Song Wu's voice was deep and powerful. As long as I fully master all my current abilities and undergo a few more evolutions, I will come to find you to wash away the shame from before. Not far away, there were a few other humans who also looked like monsters. They gazed at Song Wu, who was already rampaging here, and couldn't help but exclaim, this guy still can't forget that incident. If he really let go, would he be so crazily slaughtering? All right, enough chit-chat. The next wave of monsters is coming soon. Hurry up and prepare, or else it'll be all snatched up by Song Wu again. In the island country, at a nuclear wastewater processing plant in Fukushima, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a crack pierced through the silence. The sound was faint yet carried a strange feeling, as if something was cracking open. Following that, more cracking sounds followed in quick succession, increasing in tempo like the beats of a drum in a symphony, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, a translucent object slowly crawled out from the darkness. It looked like a worm, but its body had a peculiar texture, as if wrapped in a thin membrane. Through that membrane, one could see a star-like liquid flowing inside, making the entire worm appear exceptionally unusual, as if it were a bizarre creature from the starry sky. Its head had a serrated mouthpart, sharp enough to frighten anyone, seemingly capable of easily tearing apart anything. Just after crawling out of its eggshell, this worm began voraciously devouring everything around it, even its own eggshell. In just 10 minutes, it consumed all the edible things in the vicinity. Meanwhile, its size grew at an astonishing rate. The originally 20-centimeter-long little worm suddenly transformed into a 20-meter-long giant. However, at that moment, this abyss mother bug suddenly began to tremble violently. Its body shook increasingly, as if undergoing some earth-shattering transformation within. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted. The giant bug exploded instantly, its body bursting into pieces, fragments, and innards scattered all over the ground. As the dust settled, the once enormous bug shrank back to a size of 20 centimeters, but the surrounding ground was stained a shocking blood red. The blood-red tissues spilled on the ground began to rapidly expand, moving and twisting, as if each fragment had come to life, proliferating wildly. Soon, translucent flesh tumors began to bulge up from the ground, resembling some bizarre life forms. The liquid inside sparkled like starlight, churning violently, as if something was slowly taking shape. With a squelching sound, the first bug broke free from its shell. It resembled the mother bug, but was much smaller, only the size of a palm. Its serrated mouthparts were densely packed, and beneath the thin membrane of its body, liquid flowed faster, glowing more eerily. Soon the second, third, countless bugs crawled out from the remains of the mother bug. They emitted a series of faint hissing sounds, their serrated mouthparts opening and closing greedily, sniffing the air around them. Suddenly, these bugs moved. They surged outward like a tide, frantically gnawing at everything they could reach, Metal pipes were bitten into 1,000 holes. Concrete walls became pockmarked, and even the radioactive dust lingering in the air did not escape their mouths. The speed at which they consumed was astonishing. Wherever they went, everything turned to ruins. More terrifyingly, these bugs grew rapidly during the process of devouring. The originally palm-sized small bugs expanded to 1 meter long within minutes. Then, their bodies began to tremble violently, bursting apart with a bang, splitting into more individuals. The entire nuclear wastewater processing plant was instantly overwhelmed by the swarm. They spread like an unstoppable plague, reproducing at an astonishing rate, with their numbers increasing geometrically. However, amidst this chaos, the initial mother bug suddenly emitted a sharp cry. This sound acted like a signal, instantly capturing the attention of all the bugs. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The other bugs quickly gathered around, forming a tight circle around the mother bug. Then, without hesitation, they began to gnaw at the ground beneath them. In the blink of an eye, a huge, bottomless hole was chewed into the originally flat ground. The mother bug leaped without any hesitation, jumping into the hole. Most of the following bugs also jumped in without hesitation. However, when the subsequent bugs jumped into the hole, they did not continue to fall, but exploded suddenly in midair. In an instant, the land was stained red, and the surrounding soil was eroded by this powerful force. As the explosion ended, the land that had been gnawed by the bugs underwent an astonishing transformation. These areas rapidly grew like flesh and blood, eventually becoming a new type of bug covered in hard rock armor. A dense mass of bugs covered the ground, resembling a black torrent surging up from underground. Meanwhile, the original bug had reached a depth of several thousand meters. It curled its body into a new egg. At this moment, the bugs that followed began to explode in midair, spraying bright red blood like fountains, continuously merging into that giant egg. Under the nourishment of the other bugs, this egg began to grow larger and larger until it reached a diameter of at least 1 kilometer before finally stopping. Yet the bugs on the ground continued their frenzied expansion, continuing to reproduce and spread, enveloping the entire area in a bizarre atmosphere. Chapter 65. The Cursed Fate Coin. At this moment, Blood Eagle was lost in the eerie white fog, having no idea how long he had been wandering. The surroundings were shrouded in dense white mist, with a visibility of only about 3 meters. Anything beyond that was completely obscured. Worse still, there was no day-night cycle here, nor any reference points to gauge the passage of time. Thus, Blood Eagle had completely lost track of how long he had been trapped in this fog. However, after countless attempts and failures, he had finally summarized a rule. If he saw a vague shadow in the mist, he must not engage, neither respond nor maintain eye contact for more than 3 seconds. This lesson had cost him an arm. That's right, Blood Eagle's left arm was now just an empty sleeve. But that encounter confirmed for him that some kind of evil spirit was indeed lurking nearby. Judging by the intensity of the attack, the opponent's strength should be classified as B rank. Otherwise, that single strike would not merely have severed an arm. Blood Demon, should we take a break? Your injuries. And Chanyang, who had just regained consciousness, frowned as he looked at Blood Eagle's wounds, especially the missing left arm, his tone laced with concern. However, Blood Eagle did not turn back. He simply replied flatly, "No, we cannot stop. I still cannot determine if the rule of not stopping is truly effective." It turned out that on one occasion, Blood Eagle had planned to rest for a moment after losing too much blood. When he stopped for no more than 3 seconds, a sudden and intense sense of crisis surged within him. Although he did not know where this danger was coming from, he was acutely aware that it was related to their halting. Only after they resumed moving did that oppressive feeling gradually dissipate. This instinct had been honed over 3 years of being hunted. Nevertheless, even so, his current predicament still filled him with immense frustration. If it were a simple and brutal evil spirit that directly tore apart its targets, it would be easier to deal with. But something like this, which tested patience, wisdom, and experience and lasted a long time, was undoubtedly the most troublesome for him. Because in such circumstances, to escape, one must thoroughly decipher all the rules and completely eliminate the evil spirit. Otherwise, they could only wander endlessly in this boundless white mist, unable to find an exit, not to mention finding the critical point. Although Blood Eagle could directly utilize the energy orb granted by the Crimson Lord, it felt like a waste to use it on such an evil spirit. If only he could directly find the critical point, he could also resolve the evil spirit before opening it. Of course, there was another way. Blood Eagle's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Su Yun, who had his mouth covered with a strip of cloth. Feeling that gaze, Su Yun instantly became excited, making muffled sounds. Seeing this, Blood Eagle quickly averted his eyes. No, it seemed he still had to rely on himself to slowly decipher this rule. Su Yin felt a hint of regret when Blood Eagle withdrew his gaze. Clearly, he was so reliable, having given him a sword Saint at the beginning and later finding the critical point. Didn't he find it immediately as well? More importantly, he had saved everyone's lives. If he hadn't spoken up to let the cannon fire, how could they have escaped? Why didn't Blood Eagle trust him? Sudun Said Ingwerdi, glancing at Fong Jiqiang, who was unconscious and being dragged by him. Sigh. After all, they were teammates. It seemed he still had to rely on his father. He then calmly reached into his pocket, rummaged for a moment, and pulled out something. Upon closer inspection, it was a gleaming gold coin. This coin sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, with the front depicting a girl with her hands clasped in prayer, her gentle smile bringing joy to those who looked at it. However, when Su Yun flipped the coin over, the scene on the back was entirely different, showing a girl with a twisted face and an evil grin. Her entire being pitch black, creating a stark contrast to the girl on the front. Cursed fate coin, gift of fate. When you make a wish, simply toss this coin, and the wish will be granted. But be aware, due to the curse on the fate coin, while the wish will come true, the process will be very peculiar. If the wish is too outrageous, fate will fulfill it in an even more outrageous manner. This was a purple item, with a singular function and accompanying side effects. But its effect was self-evident, akin to a wishing dragon. One could make any wish, only to have the process of realization possibly encounter a few hiccups. Although this coin was powerful, it was not popular among the clones. Most clones felt that rather than having such an item with side effects, it would be better to find something that could enhance combat power. But Su Yun was different. He preferred items with side effects. In his view, the greater the side effects, the more powerful the function. Just like his crow's mouth, which had some small shortcomings. But who dared to say it wasn't powerful? To some extent, it also counted as speaking into existence, though it was a bit hard to control, but what did that matter? Moreover, this coin had no limit on the number of tosses. In other words, as long as one was willing, they could toss it indefinitely. Wasn't that equivalent to being invincible? With that in mind, Su Yun looked at Blood Eagle, secretly lamenting. Sigh. You're lucky. This is a purple item I just obtained, and I'm using it on you for the first time. He then raised his hand and patted Blood Eagle on the back. Blood Eagle turned around, frowning at Su Yun. What's wrong? Su Yun gestured with his hands and made muffled sounds. Blood Eagle looked confused until Su Yun pointed forward and took a few steps. Only then did he suddenly realize and exclaimed, Are you saying you have a way to get out? Su Yun quickly nadif. Blood Eagle stared at him intently. You're not planning to use the crow's mouth, are you? Su Yun shook his head, indicating no need. Seeing this, Blood Eagle was filled with excitement. You mean we can get out without using the crow's mouth? Su Yun nodded again. After pondering for a moment, Blood Eagle removed the cloth that covered Su Yun's mouth. Now you can speak. You can talk about getting out. But don't mention anything else. Su Yun rolled his eyes at him, then took out the fake coin. This is something I got from my father. Just toss it to make a wish. Hearing this, Blood Eagle instantly became excited. Really? Su Yun nodded in confirmation. Blood Eagle eagerly reached out to take it, but suddenly remembered that Su Yun had said it was given by his father, who seemed to be the king of Calamity. Thinking of this, his hand froze in midair, and he cautiously asked, Since it was given by your father, can I use it? Su Yun nodded again. Don't worry, since he gave it to me. It's naturally for me to dispose of. Only then did Blood Eagle relax slightly, but soon seemed to remember something and asked again, Then why aren't you using it? Su Yun replied, as if it was obvious, because it has side effects. Upon hearing the word side effects, Blood Eagle's hand shook violently, nearly dropping the coin, and he hurriedly asked, Side effects? Then forget it. Let us not use it. He said this while trying to return the coin, genuinely frightened by the side effects. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Was it really necessary to be so timid about just a side effect? He explained again, Don't worry. Although I haven't used it, I know the effect. No matter what wish you make, it will come true. It's just that the process might have some small interludes, which should be the side effects. Maybe the interludes 1T be too big. As long as your wish is small, then the interludes should be minor. Chapter 66, Deadlock. Blood Skyhawk pondered over his thoughts, repeatedly contemplating them in his mind. He mused to himself, as long as the wish isn't too big, the side effects should also be minor. But the question arose, should he use it or not? He looked down at his severed arm and then glanced at his body, which was covered in wounds. Looking at the other three teammates, only Su Yun seemed to be in slightly better condition. One of the others was still unconscious, while the other, although awake, maintained the form of a stone wolf. covered in countless cracks, with no idea of when he would recover. Given their current situation, if he relied solely on himself to break the evil spirit's rules, he would likely die here before finding a solution. With this in mind, Blood Skyhawk decided to make a wish after all. However, just as he was about to make the wish, he felt that something was off. But the situation was critical, and without the power of the fate coin, the chances of surviving were slim to none. Of course, since Su Yun had mentioned the potential side effects of wishing earlier, Blood Skyhawk resolved to keep this wish as simple and small as possible. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the fate coin tightly in his palm. He closed his eyes and softly said, "I wish to see the closest critical point to me." Blood Skyhawk didn't wish to leave directly. Instead, he chose to see the critical point. For him, seeing the critical point meant he could directly utilize the energy ball of the Crimson Lord, thus successfully escaping. This way, the wish was both the most effective and the safest. After all, just seeing it shouldn't be too difficult, right? As the thought crossed his mind, Blood Skyhawk tossed the coin high into the air. However, at the moment the coin flew into the sky, he suddenly felt an inexplicable disorientation, as if he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't recall what it was. The coin traced a dazzling golden arc in the air, flipping over to reveal the faces of two girls on either side. Ding! The crisp sound of it landing felt particularly jarring in the silent mist. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the spinning coin on the ground. Finally, the coin came to a stop with the backside facing up, revealing the smiling face of the evil girl. Above in the sky, a figure appeared. It was Watanabe Ikaru. "Watanabe Ikaru, you coward! You coward! I!" With Watanabe Ikaru's appearance, half of his face began to hurl insults continuously. However, Watanabe Ikaru remained indifferent. He had just passed by when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from below. This immediately reminded him that there was still a guy down there who had killed one of his avatars. Although he was not in good shape now, dealing with a mere crescent moon level ant was more than enough. Killing the opponent would not only consolidate his mindset, but also allow him to better control his body. "Is this a success?" And Chanyong asked cautiously. Blood Skyhawk furrowed his brows and turned to look at Su Yun. However, before Su Yun could speak, a voice came from nearby. "That? The crow mouth just said so much. Are you sure it didn't trigger anything?" It turned out that Fong Jiqiang, who had just awakened, heard Su Yun's words and struggled to wake up from his unconscious state. Now that he could finally move, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Blood Skyhawk suddenly remembered that Su Yun had indeed said a lot earlier, mentioning that the side effects shouldn't be too significant. As for whether there were any other issues, Blood Skyhawk was a bit uncertain. But what if those words really came true? Then, without any hesitation, Blood Skyhawk took out all the energy balls, keeping one for himself, giving one to Su Yun, and the last one to Enchanyang. Stone Wolf. When the critical point appears later, don't hesitate. Just use your energy ball to open it. Crow Mouth. If any accidents happen after the critical point opens, or if the critical point is below disaster level and hasn't been opened, then use yours. If the critical point has already opened, save it for when I'm done using mine. If it's apocalypse level, don't hesitate. Take the energy ball and run. At this point, Blood Skyhawk paused for a moment. He originally wanted to tell the Crow Mouth to stop talking, but then he thought of the cannon explosion incident. Right? Crow Mouth, from now on, you can say whatever you want. Blood Skyhawk finally changed his mind. Rather than let this guy stay silent, it was better to let him talk freely. After all, things had already happened. Who knows, they might find a glimmer of hope. As for the energy balls, Blood Skyhawk definitely needed to keep his for emergencies, and Chanyang's was for breaking through the critical point, and Su Yun's, well, just consider insurance. Just then, Blood Skyhawk looked down and saw the fate coin on the ground. Without hesitation, he picked it up, intending to hand it to Su Yun. Boom! Suddenly, the surroundings trembled violently, and the previously all-encompassing white mist began to dissipate rapidly. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure descended instantly, firmly pinning the three of them down, rendering them unable to move. Blood Skyhawk's hand froze in midair, the coin trembling slightly at his fingertips. He raised his eyes and saw the mist receding like a tide, revealing a darkened sky. Above the sky, a familiar figure was coldly looking down at them. Watanabe Ikaru. His face was half distorted and half calm, with a gaze sharp as a knife that made it hard to breathe. Blood Skyhawk felt a tightness in his throat, and even breathing became difficult. The pressure from the world-class powerhouse felt like a mountain collapsing, causing his bones to creak. The next second, his body felt as if it had been frozen in place, completely unable to move. What was worse, even with the energy ball in hand. He couldn't mobilize it at all. That was the most terrifying part. They had already been standing still for over 3 seconds. Moreover, a shadow had appeared in front of them as the white mist dissipated. Blood Skyhawk's heart sank, and he immediately understood the situation before him. He felt the sword energy left by the Sword Saint within him stirring, and quickly realized this person was the Sword Saint, here to take revenge for killing that avatar. And the process with the fake coin was to lure this Sword Saint here. After all, although this evil spirit had considerable strength, it stood no chance against the Sword Saint. Once the Sword Saint made a move, the evil spirit would surely be defeated, and the hidden critical point would also manifest. So, this was the purpose of the fake coin? Damn, Blood Skyhawk couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was outrageous. The same shock was evident on Changyang's and the just-awakened Fong Jiqiang's faces. The three of them stared at the shadow ahead, their heartbeats quickening, the atmosphere reaching a tense peak. At the same time, they continued to fix their gaze on the shadow for more than 3 seconds. The shadow ahead took shape, slowly forming into a strange humanoid figure wrapped in black chains. Its face had no features, only a continuously writhing blood-red mouth, with the chains making a piercing, scraping sound as it moved. Meanwhile, Watanabe Ikaru in the sky did not immediately strike. Instead, he looked down with interest, observing the scene from above. For Watanabe Ikaru, killing them with a single sword was too cheap. The appearance of this evil spirit told him that it enjoyed tormenting and killing. If that was the case, why not let it play for a while longer? That would be much better than killing them with one sword, not giving them even a moment to feel pain, right? At the same time, Blood Skyhawk felt a threefold crisis. On one hand, a greatly empowered evil spirit was charging towards him because he had violated the rules. On the other hand, if he continued to stay in place for more than 6 seconds, he would also be erased by the rules. Even without looking back, he could clearly sense a black figure appearing behind him, which was clearly another threat triggered by the rules. There was also the Sword Saint in the sky, watching closely. Blood Skyhawk muttered to himself, even if it's a jinx, it can't possibly affect 3 targets at the same time, right? Unless the fake coin was successfully handed to Su Yun, he really couldn't think of any chance of survival. And now, it seemed that there wasn't even a glimmer of hope left. Chapter 67. Wishing for 3 days of safety. Blood Skyhawk closed his eyes, feeling despair in his heart. He really couldn't think of a way to break through the predicament before him. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Blood Skyhawk closed his eyes, the chain evil spirit in front of him seemed to lose its target, as if it had fallen into a daze. At the same time, the black evil spirit behind Blood Skyhawk, which had just coalesced and was wielding a large knife, happened to lock onto it. The chain evil spirit at that moment fixed its gaze on a new target, turning its attention to this new opponent. The two powers of rules collided instantly, and the space seemed to freeze. A crisp crack sounded, and the white mist in the air was torn apart by the power of the rules, quickly dissipating. Blood Skyhawk and the others emerged from the mist, and the surroundings returned to a desolate ruin. In front of Blood Skyhawk, a vortex with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared out of nowhere, continuously releasing strange energy from its center. Sensing the anomaly, Blood Skyhawk suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "The critical point?" He never expected that the critical point would appear before him in this manner. At the same time, at the moment the rules shattered, Watanabe Ikaru's pressure also temporarily loosened, and Changyang seized the opportunity and quickly crushed the energy ball of the Crimson Lord. A terrifying scarlet energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, heading straight for the critical point and the Watanabe Ikaru in the air. Watanabe Ikaru felt this force and frowned. He didn't expect these ants to have such a trump card. Faced with the surging energy, he had no choice but to temporarily retreat, swinging his sword to create a barrier for defense. "Go!" Blood Skyhawk shouted, once again conjuring bloodlines to entangle Su Yun, Fong Jiqiang, and Changyang, while simultaneously burning their essence blood to prepare for a breakout. Blood Skyhawk madly ran in one direction, as if something terrifying was chasing behind him. However, on the way of escape, he casually grabbed 2 balls of energy that were produced from the collision of evil spirit rules. Lucky! Blood Skyhawk secretly rejoiced. Although he had never used this kind of energy, he had heard that consuming it could enhance one's strength. Moreover, this energy only appeared after breaking the evil spirit rules, making an unexpected gain. At the same time, Su Yun received the fake coin and quickly threw it into the air. Ding! The coin flipped and fell, landing with the front side up, as a benevolent girl smiled at them. I wish for the next 3 days to be safe and sound. Su-Yun silently made a wish at the moment he threw the coin. Seeing this scene, Blood Skyhawk let out a sigh of relief, and his sense of crisis slightly diminished. However, he did not fully relax, as this was only a 3-day safety period. What would happen after 3 days was anyone's guess. We still have to run. Blood Skyhawk thought, if he would be locked up like a dead dog, even living for 3 days wouldn't be better than just dying. Thus, he dragged the 3 people and continued to run desperately. He didn't know how long they had been running, but finally, in a hot area, they found an abandoned house to hide temporarily. As soon as they entered the house, Blood Skyhawk forced out his last breath and said to Su-Yun, "Crow's mouth, don't speak during this time." And, before he could finish speaking, Blood Skyhawk fainted from excessive blood loss. But before losing consciousness, he still handed the 2 balls of energy to Su-Yun. On the other side, Watanabe Ikaru had just taken a hit from the Crimson Lord. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the demon knife Muramasa in his hand had a small chip taken out of it. Watanabe Ikaru raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes darkly fixed on the chip in the blade. And a strange smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting, really interesting." He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Not expecting that you ants actually had such a trump card. It seems that you definitely have good things hidden on you." Half of his face suddenly twisted into a mad laugh. "Ha! If you ask me, a coward like you wouldn't even dare to kill, let alone confront us. Not even able to deal with 4 ants? What a waste. You might as well hand your body over to me." "Shut up," Watanabe Ikaru coldly interrupted, gripping the hilt tightly. He raised his head, looking at the critical point that continuously emitted scarlet energy in the distance, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. This energy carried an aura that made his heart race. This is not an ordinary world-class existence. At the very least, it is a peak-level powerhouse. Watanabe Ikaru murmured to himself. However, no matter how strong your trump card is, it ultimately isn't your own strength. Just as his words fell, Watanabe Ikaru vanished from his spot, following a certain aura. As for the recently opened critical point, it was merely an S-class, not worth a second glance. Of course, he had no intention of giving up the god as crystal inside. But since the scarlet energy had not yet dissipated, he decided to wait for the right moment to retrieve it. On the other side, Blood Skyhawk and his group had just rested for a while. Su-Yun did not keep the 2 balls of energy for himself, but directly distributed them to Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang. He took a glance and felt that this amount of energy was simply insufficient. It would be better to find a main body for more items. Furthermore, after the main body upgraded, the energy within their avatars had already surged significantly. Although they still lacked an attack key, just the sheer energy pouring out was enough to drown a full moon. And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang had not participated much in the fighting before. And since they were dragged along by Blood Skyhawk during the escape, their consumption was minimal. Coupled with the boost from the 2 balls of energy, their injuries finally stabilized, and they could barely recover to human form. More importantly, both of them had broken through to the upper level of Candlelight, especially in Chanyang. During these days of desperate running, he had become increasingly adept at controlling his abilities. Now, he could recover to human form without using his mimicry ability. I want to ask, since we've already opened a critical point, should we go back now, or stay here, or try to open the next critical point? At this moment, Fang Jiqiang, who had transformed back into human form, softly spoke up. After saying this, Fang Jiqiang noticed that Crow's mouth and Stone Wolf had no response at all, and his heart felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted, feeling much more relaxed. It wasn't that he was cowardly. It was just that before coming here, he was a thoroughly ordinary person whose greatest pleasure was staying home playing games. Even if he occasionally had some delusional fantasies, at the end of the day, he was still an ordinary person. But what had he experienced since coming here? These days, they were either fleeing for their lives or running on the way to escape. In fact, for most of the time, he was being led away rather than running on his own. Not to mention the things they encountered during these days, each one was unprecedented. That terrifying sense of crisis and the feeling of brushing past death was truly unbearable. Chapter 68. The Ember Emperor. If it were someone else, facing so many things all of a sudden would have caused their mindset to collapse long ago. The reason he hasn't broken down is mainly due to his past experiences. Having been an orphan since childhood, he has felt countless indifferences, bullied in school, and faced exclusion, scapegoating, and mockery from colleagues after entering society. These experiences have accustomed him to staying alone in his room, numbing himself through video games and novels. Sometimes, he even uses that kind of juvenile emotion to cover up the painful memories deep inside his heart. Therefore, when he discovered that he might be a monster, Aside from feeling a bit lost at first, he did not feel fear or panic. Instead, he felt excited. However, this excitement quickly faded with the dangers of the past few days. Even so, if they wanted to stay, he would definitely not hesitate. After all, compared to his past experiences, these people have treated him really well. Fang Jiqiang couldn't help but ask himself, what use does he have in this team? It seems he really doesn't have much use. At first, he helped the blood demon suppress the blade aura with his body, but after that, he basically hasn't been of much help. If we talk about support, they don't need him because the recovery speed of the other three is faster than his healing. As for combat, based on his observations during this period, his strength is definitely at the bottom. Even if he has many skills, those skills are both useless and ineffective. Even so, none of them abandoned him. In fact, Fang Jiqiang had long known that the Court of Calamity they were in and the things they were doing were clearly a villainous organization. Logically speaking, in such a place, someone as weak and useless as him should have been thrown away long ago. However, not only did they not abandon him, but they also shared a part of the benefits they just obtained with him. He saw with his own eyes that there were only 2 portions of that benefit, and yet someone like him, who contributed nothing, actually received one. How could he not be grateful for this kindness? On the other side, Chanyang's mood was equally unsettled. His life was filled with despair, and he had long lost trust in this world. However, even so, deep inside his heart, he still retained a trace of conscience. That last bit of conscience, however, was extinguished like a candle flame in the wind during a conversation and an explosion. It not only shattered his final fantasy, but also instilled a deep disgust for this world. Since that day, Chanyang's heart seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and he could no longer see the light. His only support was to serve the Lord in Yellow. No matter what the Lord in Yellow asked him to do, even if those things went against morals, he would carry them out without hesitation. However, when he recalled his recent experiences and the new power he had gained within him, a trace of affection for the world reignited in his heart. He suddenly realized that the Lord in Yellow sent him to assist in handling affairs, not merely to exploit him, but to see the scars in his heart and help him step out of the shadows. He remembered that after the explosion, the Lord in Yellow did not rush to assign him tasks, but instead allowed him to immerse himself in the world of games, even secretly activating a little cheat to help him temporarily escape from sad memories. Now, sending him to assist with tasks on the surface was to help complete the tasks, but the real purpose was to make him understand that people can trust each other. In this light, the Lord in Yellow was actually a kind-hearted person. Previously, Chanyang had always thought their organization was villainous. After all, things like opening critical points looked like the actions of villains. But now, thinking back, since he could restore his monstrous appearance through effort, others should be able to do so as well. Perhaps this organization is not as evil as the outside world perceives. Instead, they're a group of people who truly want to make the world better, only labeled as evil due to misunderstandings. Meanwhile, outside the door, Su Yun watched as the 2 people sat there in a daze after waking up and couldn't help but ponder. Have I said too much lately? Have they been unable to bear it? Should I say less? However, this crow's mouth is a passive skill, and it's not something I can control at will. At most, I can only slightly adjust my thoughts. Forget it. Anyway, I have already asked the main body for a fate coin, at worst. I can make a few more wishes to solve the problems encountered. As for the new problems arising during the wish-making process, I could just make a few more wishes to resolve them. Just then, a strong sense of death threat suddenly surged, instantly enveloping the entire space. And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang, still in a daze, also sensed this dangerous aura, following the direction of the feeling. They looked up and saw a blade aura, like a blood moon, rushing down from the sky. The speed of his blade aura was so fast that it caught them off guard, giving them no time to react, let alone use energy balls. At this moment, high above, Watanabe, Ichiro silently observed everything. The sharp blade aura just now was released by him. The experience of letting his opponent escape last time made him determined this time. No matter what, he would not give the opponent any chance to turn the tables. TSK. Watanabe, Ichiro, are you going backward? You still need a sneak attack against 4 minions? However, Watanabe Ichiro paid no attention to this. Meanwhile, the only 3 remaining conscious on the ground were frozen in place, staring at the rushing blade aura in confusion. Especially Sujun, whose heart was filled with doubt. Didn't I wish for safety within 3 days? What is going on? Not even giving the chance to use energy balls. Is this considered safe? But just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This person was a young man carrying a mysterious golden long sword on his back, and his appearance seemed to add a touch of mystery to the world. The young man's expression was calm as water, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the terrifying blade aura rushing toward him. Just as the blade aura was about to reach his body, he suddenly raised his right hand. With his palm facing forward, he steadily blocked that unstoppable blade aura. At the moment the blade aura collided with his palm, the entire space seemed to fall into a brief silence. Then, the young man gently turned his wrist, and that blood moon blade aura, capable of splitting mountains and rivers, shattered like glass, turning into specks of light that scattered with the night wind. And Chanyang and Feng Jiqiang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Su Yun, seeing this mysterious young man, unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He thought, how could the fake coin possibly be wrong? It seems that this person is the 3-day bodyguard the coin found for them. And in the sky, Watanabe Ichiro's face darkened immediately upon seeing someone block his attack. When he recognized that the person was the strongest of the great Xia, the Ember Emperor, his expression grew even more serious. Ember Emperor, do you also intend to intervene in this matter? Watanabe Ichiro gripped his demon blade tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and the blade emitted a low humming sound. A voice called out from the ground, and the young man, who was gazing at the sky, also raised his head, locking his gaze onto Watanabe Ichiro in the air. Chapter 69. The world-destroying insect. The young man looked at Watanabe Ichiro with a hint of confusion, secretly surprised. He could clearly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from Watanabe Ichiro, which were actually at a world-class level. It should be noted that he himself was only half a step into the world-class realm. Yet, Watanabe Ichiro from the island nation had already taken a lead to enter this level. However, upon carefully observing Watanabe Ichiro's state, he understood that the other party had chosen the path of a spirit integrator. Nevertheless, this aura seemed somewhat strange. Although half of the energy was very similar to that of an evil spirit, it lacked that chaotic sense of rules. In other words, he possessed only the power of the evil spirit, but not its inherently chaotic attribute. Are all of you from the great Xia so arrogant? Watanabe Ichiro in the air was almost about to explode with anger. Since the appearance of the Ember Emperor, aside from neutralizing his attack, he had been standing there in silence, as if completely ignoring him. This made him recall the previous Golden Dragon, who had the same attitude. Could this be the usual style of the great Xia experts? However, upon hearing this, the Ember Emperor merely shook his head slightly. You think I'm ignoring you? Then I must ask you, why did you attack the people of the great Xia? He said calmly, world-class beings are few and far between on the entire Blue Star, and yet you dare to strike at a few juniors. Don't you find that somewhat embarrassing? Watanabe Ichiro's eyes widened in disbelief. If they hadn't provoked me first, would I have acted this way? Upon hearing this, the Ember Emperor instinctively turned to look at the 4 people below. Among them, the person lying on the ground clearly had the cultivation of a full moon level. The one guarding the gate had a vague realm, but from the energy fluctuations, he was also roughly at the full moon level. As for the remaining 2, they were merely at the candlelight level. After confirming this information, the Ember Emperor raised his head to look at Watanabe Ichiro, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain, as if silently mocking. With just those 4, they could provoke a world-class existence like you? Do you even believe that? Watanabe Ichiro caught this look and felt a sense of suffocation rising in his chest. To be honest, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't even dare to believe that he would be continuously provoked by so many ants in a single day. They not only took the opportunity to destroy his avatar, but even insulted him in public. Such a humiliating situation had not occurred for many years since he stepped into the extraordinary realm. He never expected that, even after reaching the pinnacle, he would still face such disgrace. Watanabe Ichiro took a deep breath, looking down at the Ember Emperor with a tone of testing. Are you really planning to protect them? The Ember Emperor's fingers gently slid over the hilt of the sword behind his back. The dark golden long sword seemed to sense its owner's emotions, emitting a low, resonant hum. He raised his head, his gaze meeting Watanabe Ichiro's, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a calm smile. They are my people. Of course. I will protect them. Ha, good. Really damn good. Watanabe Ichiro laughed in anger, then turned to leave, his movements clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Before the demon sword could curse, Watanabe Ichiro skillfully suppressed the voice that was about to emerge from the other half of his body and quickly left the scene. This scene left the 5 people below completely dumbfounded. No way, that imposing demeanor just now. and he just ran away? The Ember Emperor watched Watanabe Ikuru's retreating figure, feeling a faint sense of regret in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and redirected his attention back to the few people in front of him. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." Su Yun, standing at the forefront, spoke first. The Ember Emperor turned around, the moonlight spilling onto his dark golden long sword, casting a strange glow. His gaze swept over the four of them, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of pressure. "Who are you? Why are you here? And why did you provoke Watanabe Ikuro?" And Chang Yang and Fang Jiqiang exchanged glances, both swallowing hard in unison, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How should they say this? If they directly said they were from the Disaster King Court, would the other party think they were bad people and easily dispose of them? Just as the two were hesitating, Su Yun had already taken the initiative to speak. "Senior, we are members of the Star Constellation Society." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes focused on Su Yun, and Chang Yang and Fang Jiqiang were even more stunned. Su Yun seemed unaware of the astonishment around him and continued with a smile. "Senior must have heard of the Star Constellation Society, right? We are an organization dedicated to saving the world and protecting ordinary people." The Ember Emperor nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, not long ago, he had just received intelligence about two emerging organizations, one of which was the Star Constellation Society. From the data, this organization was actively helping ordinary people and had a good reputation, belonging to the righteous faction. The Ember Emperor acknowledged, then continued to question, "So, what is your purpose for coming here? And why did Watanabe Ikuru target you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately replied without hesitation, "We came here to eliminate a terrifying monster that can destroy the world. During our investigation, we found that for some unknown reason, Watanabe Ikuru personally took action against us." At this moment, Su Yun told the lie with a straight face, as if it were true. The Ember Emperor nodded slightly after listening, unsure if he believed it or not. The Ember Emperor's gaze slowly swept over the four of them, finally stopping on Su Yun's face. "The world-destroying level you mentioned could be referring to that guy at the top of Mount Fuji?" As he spoke, the Ember Emperor raised his head to look into the distance. There stood Mount Fuji, towering majestically, with the flame demon at the summit appearing to be dozing off. Indeed, it was standing while asleep. After all, as long as the evil spirit beneath it was not resolved, this guy could not move. Su Yun and the three stepped out of the gate and looked up. Upon seeing this, and Chang Yang and Fang Jiqiang were immediately stunned. Previously, they had been focused solely on escaping and finding a safe place to hide, and had no time to look up and observe. But now, thanks to their enhanced strength, they could immediately see the gigantic creature radiating intense flames at the mountain's peak. The Ember Emperor noticed the shocked expressions on these two and pondered inwardly. Either they are lying, or the creature at the top of the mountain is not their target. However, when he looked at Su Yun, he found the other party's expression completely unperturbed, appearing particularly calm. Sensing the Ember Emperor's gaze, Su Yun understood that if he didn't provide a suitable reason, it would only increase the other's suspicion. Thus, he took the initiative to explain, "The creature at the top is not our target. The real threat we are dealing with is another type of insect-like creature from the abyss. This insect was indeed inconspicuous when it first appeared, but if allowed to grow and develop, it will eventually lead to a global catastrophe. At that time, the entire blue star will fall into unprecedented crisis. Our mission is to stop this insect from further development. Moreover, to help us successfully complete our task, the organization has specially provided a trump card." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun took out a crimson energy sphere from his bosom. With the appearance of the energy sphere, an oppressive aura instantly spread out. The Ember Emperor felt the terrifying energy fluctuations and had already believed about 70 to 80% of Su Yun's words. He then spoke, "In that case, you four should stay by my side for the time being." In this way, even if Watanabe Ichiro has ulterior motives, he wouldn't dare to act lightly. In addition, the Flame Emperor added, "If you need support, I can assist you at any time. By the way, I can also help you look for that bug that could destroy the world." The Flame Emperor said casually, with a tone as relaxed as if he were chatting about the weather. In fact, his calm demeanor is mainly because even if he stays in Daxia, he hardly has anything to do. Usually, minor matters don't require his intervention, and for major issues, he typically doesn't need to be reminded. As for this kind of crisis that concerns the survival of the world, once it arises, he will surely be called upon. Chapter 70, Eternal Calamity Ashes. This time he came out not only to catch his breath, but also because he felt his realm was loosening and wanted to take the opportunity to break through. For him, the best way was to fight a strong enemy. Unfortunately, Ichiro Watanabe ran away as soon as he saw him. Otherwise, he would have been a good opponent. However, the person in front of him mentioned a world-destroying level insect, and although he didn't fully believe it, he decided to take it along. It would be even better if he could meet the higher-ups on the other side. He was also curious about how powerful those ancient strongmen, who were said to have a 70% chance of being real in the evaluations of those old men, were 1,000 years ago, and what was the true strength of the Star Conclave. At this moment, after hearing all this, Su Yun slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Good. It seems we have found a bodyguard for the next 3 days. It looks like this wish-making process isn't so bad after all. However, and Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang's expressions were not so good. Although the immediate crisis had passed, and they had gained a powerful bodyguard, they hadn't forgotten the earlier words of the crow's mouth about a world-destroying level crisis. If it had been someone else speaking, they might not have believed it. But the crow's mouth was different. Even if what he said was false, it was mostly likely to come true. Boom! Just as the few were conversing, a nearby volcano suddenly erupted, sending violent energy waves. Everyone instinctively looked up and found that the originally blazing volcano had suddenly dropped in temperature. And the volcano's mouth was even frozen over, with a sleeping fire demon trapped inside. Huh, is the Storm Queen so anxious? Has she started attacking before everyone has arrived? The Ash Emperor said doubtfully. No, everyone is already here. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the Ash Emperor. It was the spatial Grand Mage Rodriguez from the Lighthouse Nation. The Ash Emperor was not surprised and casually remarked, "You started so quickly without even notifying the Island Nation in advance." Rodriguez sneered. The Island Nation? Besides Ichiro Watanabe, do they have any other strong warriors? They would just be sending themselves to death. When the time comes, they won't be able to help, and we will have to rescue them. The Ash Emperor did not refute, but quietly raised his head to look at the frozen Mount Fuji. He saw the figure of the Storm Queen hovering in midair, surrounded by a fierce ice storm. It seemed she intended to end this quickly. Rodriguez shrugged. After all, their territory was so vast, and the population so small, there were many things to deal with. The Ash Emperor fell silent for a moment and finally nodded. In that case, let's take action as well. And Chanyang and the others stood below, looking up at this scene, their hearts shaken. Although our strength is not strong, it seems we have witnessed battles like this several times already, Fang Jiqiang muttered. And Chanyang whispered to Su Yun, "Crow's mouth, what should we do next? Should we wake the blood demon first?" Su Yun was about to speak, but saw Chanyang hand him a note and a pen. Crow's mouth, it's not that I don't believe you. I just think it would be safer to write it down. Su Yun took the note, said nothing more, and began to write. No need to rush. Let's stay here for now. We're far enough away. The probability of them reaching here is low. Let's wait for the blood demon to wake up before making a decision. Besides, I've already wished for safety for these 3 days. After Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang read it, they didn't ask further and began to rest in place. At that moment, the ice layer at the top of Mount Fuji suddenly shook violently, followed by a surge of hot magma breaking through the ice, and the roar of the fire demon echoed through the clouds. Roar! The Storm Queen's ice storm was violently torn apart. The fire demon was engulfed in lava-like flames, its massive body slowly standing upright, its gaze locked on the few people in the sky. The fire demon was extremely angry. It had finally hoped to get a good sleep, only to be disturbed again. Without hesitation, it roared, causing the temperature within a 10,000-meter radius to rise rapidly, and it reached out its enormous palm to strike. The Storm Queen's pupils constricted. The scorching air wave created by the fire demon's palm actually caused cracks to appear in her ice domain. She hurriedly retreated, but collided in mid-air with an invisible spatial barrier, a space prison that Rodriguez had set up long ago. The Storm Queen suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with shock. Rodriguez wore a strange smile. Sorry, but someone as powerful as you should be fine as bait, right? Before he finished speaking, boom, the fire demon's enormous palm struck the Storm Queen fiercely. The layer of ice armor on her body was instantly vaporized by the high temperature, turning into a cloud of white mist that dissipated in the air. At the critical moment, a dazzling golden sword light split the sky. The Ash Emperor wielded a mysterious golden sword and forcefully slashed into the fire demon's wrist. Lava-like blood gushed out, coloring half the sky red like a volcanic eruption. Roar! The fire demon cried out in pain and quickly retracted its massive palm. Seizing this opportunity, the Storm Queen struggled to escape, her face as pale as paper. You actually plotted against me? Rodriguez spread his hands innocently. Don't misunderstand. This is just a tactical necessity. Besides, you're not hurt, are you? He added, his tone casual. However, the Ash Emperor frowned. Although that sword had cut the fire demon's wrist, it only left a shallow wound, almost negligible for its massive body. At this moment, the fire demon felt pain for the first time, and the anger made its flame power completely go out of control. Violent flames surged into the sky, and the crust of Mount Fuji began to crack. Countless lava serpents erupted from the fissures, turning the entire sky blood red. What was even more unsettling was that the once quiet black mist of evil spirits beneath the fire demon was now surging, merging with the lava to form a bizarre purple-black fluid. Something's wrong. The Ash Emperor tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his voice deep. It is absorbing the power of the evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Rodriguez immediately released spatial fluctuations to sense. After a moment, his expression turned grave. No, it's not a simple absorption. This monster, it wants to become a spirit-melding master. He spoke these words with a hint of disbelief. Hearing this, the Storm Queen was instantly stunned. How is that possible? Can monsters also become spirit-melding masters? Despite her disbelief, she still used her spiritual power to sense it. When she saw that the pitch-black aura was continuously flowing into the fire demon, her expression suddenly darkened. The Ash Emperor's gaze was fixed on the fire demon. He saw the purple-black fluid visibly invading its body, and the originally red skin was now covered with twisted black patterns, as if countless evil spirits were writhing beneath it. After a brief silence, the Ash Emperor finally spoke. You all retreat. His voice was calm yet firm, as if he had already made a decision. Rodriguez and the Storm Queen exchanged glances, hesitated not, and turned to leave. They clearly understood that the Ash Emperor was about to get serious this time. The Ash Emperor slowly raised the mysterious golden sword in his hand. However, at that moment, the shining golden blade slowly began to turn a dull gray. Black particles started to fall around them, as if ash snow was falling from the sky. The entire scene became eerie and oppressive. The Ash Emperor's aura also began to change. He whispered, Eternal Calamity Ashes. Chapter 71. Regardless, your island nation must pay us 5 god crystals. The voice of the Ash Emperor was deep and solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray sword light suddenly burst forth. As if the world was covered in a layer of ashes, even time seemed to freeze. The flame demon let out a deafening roar. The energy of magma surged wildly within it, trying to resist this strange ash power. However, the falling ashes clung to it like a parasite, rapidly spreading upon contact with the flame demon's body, gradually dyeing its massive form grayish-white. Roar! The flame demon struggled madly, causing Mount Fuji beneath it to collapse under its power, magma spewing forth, yet solidifying into black rock under the erosion of the ashes. It swung its gigantic arms, trying to crush the Ash Emperor before it, but its movements became increasingly slow, eventually freezing in midair. The Ash Emperor's face turned slightly pale, clearly indicating that this move had taken a huge toll on him. He took a deep breath, turned the sword's edge, and the gray world began to collapse. The area enveloped by the sword chi not only included the flame demon, but also engulfed the entire Mount Fuji. When the sword chi descended, Mount Fuji completely vanished from the map of the island nation. It was neither a collapse nor a sinking, but as if erased by some power like an eraser. The original location of the mountain now only had a massive pit several dozen kilometers in diameter, the edges smooth like a mirror, with only a few tiny protrusions where the flame demon had been. In the very center of the gigantic pit, there was a pitch-black crack. That was the critical point. The Ash Emperor stood at the edge of the pit, his grayish-white hair dancing in the wind. The mysterious golden long sword in his hand had returned to its golden color, but some gray still lingered on the blade. Rodriguez and the Storm Empress gasped at this scene. That sword, even a world-class powerhouse, might not withstand it, right? The Storm Empress couldn't help but murmur. He really hasn't broken through to world-class yet? Wait, where's the mountain? At that moment, a surprise shout came from a distance. The three instinctively looked over, only to see Tanaka Katsuyuki had rushed over at some point. He knelt in front of the gigantic pit, mouth agape and eyes wide, staring at everything. Soon, several other powerful individuals from the island nation arrived at the scene. Tanaka Katsuyuki sat at the edge of the pit, his voice trembling. What on earth is going on? Where's Mount Fuji? His fingers dug fiercely into the soil, his nails almost embedding into his palm. Behind him, the island nation's superhumans arrived one after another, but all stood frozen in place, some even collapsing to the ground. Baka, How could this be possible? An old man in priest garb trembled as he removed his glasses, repeatedly wiping them. Mount Fuji is a place protected by 8 million gods. The Ash Emperor sheathed his sword, the blade scraping against the sheath with a piercing metallic sound. Rodriguez noticed that blood had already oozed from the Ash Emperor's right hand, and gray patterns were slowly creeping up his wrist. "You've been backlashed?" The space archmage asked in a low voice. The Ash Emperor did not answer, but suddenly turned to look in the direction of the flame demon. Thump thump, almost simultaneously, a series of low, resonant heartbeat sounds emanated from the pitch-black crack at the pit's bottom, the rhythm quickening. "That monster is not dead yet," the Ash Emperor said softly, his calm tone sending chills down one's spine. After speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, Rodriguez sensed the Ash Emperor's intention and hurriedly stepped forward to block him. "Wait. The matter isn't resolved yet. How can you leave?" Rodriguez was genuinely anxious. The benefits this time could only be obtained by resolving this critical point. If he had known this monster was so powerful, he should have just demanded the god crystals directly. Why take on a task that needed to be completed to receive a reward? But the current problem was that if they didn't deal with this monster, they would get nothing. Even if they later sought compensation from the island nation, they wouldn't find another monster like this. If they could obtain its body, perhaps they could create a world-class being. But the problem was, the strongest Ash Emperor was about to leave, and the rest could only rely on him and the Storm Empress. With their strength, the odds were slim. Tanaka Katsuyuki saw this and quickly ran over, steeling himself to speak to the Ash Emperor. Yes. We paid for 3 god crystals. How can you leave without resolving the issue?" Hearing this, the Ash Emperor stopped, coldly glancing at the two in front of him. "First, that sword did indeed cause me some backlash, but I also felt the urge to break through my realm. I need to go and break through." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Tanaka Katsuyuki. "Second, about the 3 god crystals. We agreed that 1 strike would earn 3 crystals. Do you really think my sword just now wasn't worth that price? And third, your island nation clearly has its own world-class powerhouse. Why not call him to take over instead of expecting me to bear it all? Your island nation's shamelessness is truly remarkable." Tanaka Katsuyuki opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to respond. Could he say that sword wasn't worth it? Of course not. That sword for 3 god crystals. He would agree even if it was exchanged 10 times. After all, no matter how many god crystals there were, most of them could not be used by their island nation. However, what did he mean by saying the island had a world class? Their strongest was just Yao Xing, right? And that person had died half a day ago. When did the island nation produce a world-class powerhouse? After hearing this, Rodriguez also fell silent. If it were about something else, he might have tried to persuade, but regarding a breakthrough in realm, he had no authority to interfere. However, this reminded him suddenly, the island nation indeed had a world-class powerhouse. So, they were fighting desperately while the island nation was preserving its strength? Even if that world-class might not live for many days, they were still world-class. Thinking of this, Rodriguez's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he stared directly at Tanaka Katsuyuki, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. "Mr. Tanaka, I think we need an explanation. Where is Watanabe Ichiro?" Tanaka Katsuyuki's face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he opened his mouth, about to explain. "Boom! While you all are chatting idly over there, can't you come help?" The roar of the Storm Empress, accompanied by a huge commotion, arrived. At that moment, the Storm Empress was preparing to deliver the final blow, but found that her attack had no effect on the Flame Demon. After hearing the roar, Rodriguez glanced at Tanaka Katsuyuki again and said coldly, "The information you provided has issues. Are you sure this is a disaster-level critical point? But forget it. I won't ask anymore, but one thing, if it really becomes unbearable, I can only stand by and do nothing. But regardless, after it's all over, your island nation must give our lighthouse country 5 god crystals." After Rodriguez finished speaking, he didn't even give Tanaka Katsuyuki a chance to respond and directly turned to support the Storm Empress. Hearing this, Tanaka Katsuyuki's face turned red with anger. But upon reflection, he couldn't find anything to refute. After all, he had already witnessed the monster's power. If it wasn't dealt with, the island nation could truly face the crisis of annihilation. Therefore, he didn't dare to refuse. More importantly, their island nation didn't have that many god crystals. How could they possibly deliver that? But compared to this, Tanaka Katsuyuki was even more puzzled. Why were these people so certain that Watanabe Ichiro was not only alive, but had also reached world-class strength? But after thinking for a moment, he gave an order to his subordinates. Go find Ikaru Watanabe, and also inform Shinji Nakamura of this news. Although at this moment Masayuki Tanaka was not sure whether what they said was true or not. What if? What if the Sword Saint truly reached a world-class level? That would be fantastic. It should be noted that currently, only 3 major countries in the world possess world-class combat power. If the island nation could also have a world-class powerhouse, wouldn't that make it the 4th major power? Just as Masayuki Tanaka was lost in this fantasy, roar. The flame demon let out an unprecedented roar of anger. That last strike nearly killed it. It now had only one thought, to kill all these ants. Rage had completely driven the flame demon insane. Roar. The flame demon roared again, and its body began to swell rapidly. Chapter 72. Is this the kind of monster that can appear at a disaster-level critical point? The body of the flame demon continued to expand, tearing apart space. The purple-black evil spirit energy intertwined with lava, forming twisted and violent patterns that covered its entire body. In the blink of an eye, its size surged to 1,000 feet high and continued to grow. The horns on its head pierced through the clouds, and each breath expelled a scorching airflow capable of melting steel. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Rodriguez's face changed dramatically as he quickly traced complex spatial runes with his hands. He had to stop it. Meanwhile, the Storm Empress bit her fingertip, and her blood transformed into ice-blue runes that coiled around her body. Eternal frozen domain, extreme cold coffin. She clasped her hands together, and a massive ice crystal coffin descended from the sky, attempting to seal the flame demon within. However, before the coffin could close, the flame demon's claws had already pierced through the ice. It grinned maliciously and crushed the ice coffin, causing the Storm Empress to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall from the sky. Watch out! Rodriguez teleported to catch her, only to find that the body in his arms was freezing as the flame demon's fiery power continued to attach itself to the Storm Empress. With his strength, he couldn't remove it at all. High above in the sky, the Ash Emperor had not moved far away. He claimed he was going to break through, and he wasn't lying, as he indeed sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. He noticed that the flame demon was not merging with evil spirits, as others said, but was directly using its own power to destroy the rules of evil spirits, only devouring their power. Coupled with what he had seen from Ichiro Watanabe earlier, these discoveries gave him an important insight. Thus, he hurriedly used a technique that even he wasn't sure he could fully control. However, it was through using this technique that he confirmed its feasibility. Before acting, the Ash Emperor glanced down at the grayish-golden sword in his hand and murmured to himself, "Should you come, or should I do it myself?" His voice drifted away with the wind, as if whispering to the void. However, in the next moment, the grayish-golden sword suddenly trembled violently. The grayish hue on the blade began to twist and writhe, gradually revealing a blurred human face. This face was surprisingly similar to the Ash Emperor's, just appearing a bit older. The gray shadow on the sword slowly spoke, its voice hoarse like metal scraping. "You rely on me too much. Also, you are too afraid of death. Otherwise, you would have broken through long ago." The Ash Emperor fell silent for a moment, gently stroking the sword's surface with his fingertips. "But I can't die. Dacian needs me now." The gray shadow chuckled softly, the patterns on the sword slightly glowing and flowing like blood vessels. "So this time, you're willing to take a risk, right? It makes sense, after all. This place is not in Dacia. So even if you lose control, it's not Dacia's people who will die." The Ash Emperor did not refute this, seemingly acquiescing to it. The gray shadow smiled silently. "If that's the case, then I'll help you one last time. But this time, I will make you completely let go of everything, including your fear of death." As soon as the words fell, the sword in the Ash Emperor's hand suddenly became scalding hot. The gray hue seemed to be alive, rapidly spreading up his arm. "You," before the Ash Emperor could finish his sentence. The gray shadow abruptly detached from the sword and transformed into a stream of light that entered his brow. Endless calamity, ashes. The gray shadow's voice echoed in the Ash Emperor's mind. "You used it too poorly. But don't worry, after you break through this time, you can use this move however you want." Then, the gray shadow coldly added, "Of course, after you fully absorb my power, you only have 2 paths to choose from. Either forget your fear of death and live, or return all your power to me and become one of my insignificant avatars." After a pause, the gray shadow lowered its voice and said, "But I must remind you, if you really die, I will definitely make everyone in Dacia accompany you." Finally, it shifted its tone, laced with mockery and encouragement. "For the sake of your Dacia, strive to stay alive." Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, the Ash Emperor's pupils constricted sharply. However, before he could speak, A massive wave of energy surged into his body like a tide. This power was surging and overwhelming, like a runaway wild horse, rampaging within him. His entire body trembled violently, gray spiderweb-like patterns emerging on his skin, rapidly spreading throughout. These gray patterns seemed to come alive, writhing incessantly, gradually consuming his originally pitch-black pupils. His eyes slowly lost their luster, overtaken by a grayish-white color, emanating a strange and dead aura. At that moment, the Ash Emperor's long hair flew wildly in the wind, as if being torn by an invisible force. Each strand of hair ignited like burning paper, instantly turning to ash-like powder, scattering with the wind. However, just as his hair turned to ash, new grayish-white hair grew at an astonishing speed, like bamboo shoots after the rain. On the battlefield below, the flame demon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. It had completely absorbed the power of the evil spirits, and with the effect of the raging totem, its size had expanded to an unimaginable extent. The originally fiery red energy had now completely transformed into purple-black. Rodriguez, holding the severely injured Storm Empress, retreated rapidly, his face turning ashen. Damn, is this the kind of monster that appears at a disaster-level critical point? Fuck, I never faced anything this terrifying even at the world-ending critical point. Cough cough. At that moment, the Storm Empress in Rodriguez's arms coughed violently twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Rodriguez didn't hesitate and used spatial teleportation again, transporting them thousands of meters away. At this moment, the flame demon realized that those 2 annoying pests had actually run away and roared angrily at the sky. The purple-black energy churned within it, like boiling magma. It locked onto the fleeing Rodriguez and the Storm Empress in the distance, raising its massive palm, and a torrent of purple-black energy erupted from its palm, chasing after the 2. Seeing this, Rodriguez didn't hesitate and teleported away once more. Even so, the terrifying shockwave still blasted him thousands of meters away. After dodging the attack, at least 70% of Rodriguez's clothing was burned away, and 50% of his skin had turned slightly charred. Roar! The flame demon, seeing its attack missed again, roared in anger. This time, without saying a word, the flame demon took large strides to pursue them. Meanwhile, the 3 watching below, Su Yun and Changyang, and Fang Jiqiang, were all stunned. The flame demon was charging toward their direction. I said, "Your fate coin doesn't seem too reliable." And Changyang swallowed hard and muttered softly. Fang Jiqiang quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Su Yun stared at the approaching flame demon and glanced down at the fate coin in his hand, hesitating whether to try again. Endless Calamity, Ashes. Chapter 73 was more exciting and thrilling than the past few decades. At that moment, a clear and cold sound of sword energy suddenly echoed in the sky. A gray-white sword chi descended like a pouring galaxy, instantly tearing apart the barrier between heaven and earth. The furious flame demon suddenly froze in place, and the surging purple-black energy torrent actually stagnated in midair. Rodriguez widened his eyes in shock as he noticed countless fine gray lines gradually appearing on the massive body of the flame demon. These gray lines seemed to possess life, moving and writhing across the surface of the flame demon, causing the purple-black energy to rapidly fade away. The Lord of Ashes. At this moment, the Storm Empress also managed to regain some strength. Weakly lifting her head, she saw a figure with gray hair slowly descending from the high sky. His eyes had turned completely gray-white, and the long sword in his hand was no longer the dazzling golden color, but presented a dead gray hue. Even more shocking was that a vague gray shadow appeared behind him, mirroring the posture of the Lord of Ashes, but exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Rodriguez was at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. He keenly sensed that the current Lord of Ashes seemed like a different person compared to before. The Lord of Ashes paid no attention to the shock of the crowd, and simply stared quietly at the flame demon. He raised the gray-white long sword in his hand and softly uttered 2 words, "Return to the void." These simple 2 words caused the entire world to fall silent. Immediately after, something horrifying happened. The gigantic body of the flame demon began to fade. Like an ink painting soaked in rain, its colors gradually dissipated, ultimately turning completely gray-white. Then, under the terrified gazes of everyone, the gray-white flame demon began to collapse and disintegrate. This was neither an explosion nor melting, but rather like a sand sculpture slowly disappearing, turning into a sky full of ashes scattered by the wind. Only a pitch-black stone was left. Is this the power of the number one person in the Great Xia? Tianzhong, Shengyong's legs went weak, collapsing onto the ground, his throat dry as he swallowed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Rodriguez tightly held the Storm Empress, his hands also slightly shaking. As a spatial power user, he understood better than anyone that this was no ordinary attack. The sword strike from the Lord of Ashes not only erased the flame demon, but also turned the surrounding spatial elemental power into ashes. He could not sense any trace of spatial power in that area at all. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, a low heartbeat echoed from afar, causing everyone to stiffly turn their heads, their gazes fixed on the place where only the pitch-black stone remained. At this moment, fiery patterns resembling lava appeared on its surface. Thud! Thud! Those patterns pulsed like living veins, constantly throbbing, with each pulse accompanied by a spine-chilling rumble, as if a captive demon heart was gradually awakening. No way. It's not dead, Rodriguez exclaimed in shock. The scene fell into a brief silence, with almost no one daring to move, all eyes unconsciously focusing on the Lord of Ashes. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, the Lord of Ashes paused slightly, then without any hesitation, turned and left, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The scene switched, and Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the monster fall. However, at that moment, a vague figure suddenly appeared before them. Su Yun and the others froze instantly, and upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than the imposing Lord of Ashes from earlier. Without saying a word, the Lord of Ashes directly released a gray-white energy, instantly sealing off the space within 100 meters tightly. After doing this, he quickly turned around and spoke at lightning speed. 3 days later, my energy barrier will automatically lift. Remember, if I find any signs of loss of control by then, you must immediately attack me with that energy ball. In fact, the Lord of Ashes originally did not intend to do this, but that guy named Grey Old was too unreasonable. How could he threaten the safety of the Great Xia? Such a thing, the Lord of Ashes dared not gamble on. Therefore, to be safe, he could only apologize to the people of the Star Constellation Society. However, he was relieved to have heard that the Star Constellation Society had a kind of infinite resurrection ability. So even if an accident really happened, these few people should not be in danger of losing their lives, right? At worst, he could just provide more compensation later. After speaking, the Lord of Ashes' body suddenly began to tremble violently, a hint of struggle flashing in his gray-white pupils. Then he slowly withdrew his long sword, plunged it into the ground, and his entire being transformed into a gray statue, standing there motionless. Su Yun and the others exchanged glances, although they were unclear about what had just happened. Their safety for the next 3 days was guaranteed. However, while safety was assured, they were also trapped here for 3 days. Cough, cough. At that moment, Blood Sky Eagle suddenly coughed violently twice and slowly awakened from his coma. He slowly opened his eyes, and while his vision was still blurry, he saw 3 faces particularly close to him. As soon as he recognized his 3 teammates, Blood Sky Eagle perked up and asked, "What exactly is the situation now?" The 3 looked at each other, with no one hastening to speak. Su Yun originally wanted to volunteer to explain, but was held back by Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang. In the end, it was Chanyang who stepped forward and simply said, "Our safety for the next 3 days is fine, but the problem is, we can't get out temporarily." Blood Sky Eagle was stunned after hearing this. What does it mean that safety is fine, but they can't get out? Could it be they had already been captured by the Sword Saint? Now, they had become prisoners, to be confined for 3 days before execution? Thinking of this, cold sweat immediately broke out all over him. He hurriedly tightened his grip on the energy ball in his hand, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. In the room, besides the strange gray statue in front of him, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. Seeing this scene, Blood Sky Eagle felt even more confused. Could it be that he guessed wrong? At this time, Chanyang walked over and detailed what had happened during Blood Sky Eagle's unconsciousness. After hearing this, only one keyword remained in Blood Sky Eagle's mind. That gray statue was actually called the Lord of Ashes. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the statue, and asked with a trembling voice, "Are you saying that this thing is the Lord of Ashes?" And Chanyang nodded, feeling puzzled. How does Blood Sky Eagle seem to know this person? Seeing his reaction so excited, could it be that he knows him? After getting confirmation, Blood Sky Eagle's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. As someone who had been pursued by the Zhu Rong department for 3 whole years, how could he be unfamiliar with the name Lord of Ashes? This was the number 1 powerhouse of the Great Xia, the guardian of the entire nation. Back then, 1 person, 1 sword, forcibly quelled 3 disaster-level critical points, even entered the legendary Forbidden Land of the Gods, and returned unscathed, not to mention supporting the Northern Cold Empire, where he single-handedly suppressed a world-ending critical point, making the opponent not dare to act rashly for half a year. Anyone who'd spent a few years in the extraordinary world knew the name of this legendary figure. At this moment, such a legendary character was standing alive in front of him, and had even transformed into a statue. Bloodsky Eagle couldn't help but think, this scene is just too unreal. Thinking carefully, rather than saying the scene in front of him feels like a dream, it would be more accurate to say that the experiences of the recent period all feel like a dream. He even has a fantastical feeling. How long has he been in the island country? It seems like it hasn't even been a full day, right? Yet in such a short time, it has been more thrilling and exciting than the combined decades before. Blood demon. Don't you enhance your strength by absorbing blood? Just then, Fang Jiqiang suddenly spoke up, breaking the brief silence. Chapter 74. Should we open Hades imaging? Blood Skyhawk listened to this and nodded, asking in confusion. What you're saying is useless. I can't go out, and no matter how many people die outside, I can't absorb anything. Fang Jiqiang shook his head, signaling everyone to come closer. Then, he led the group to the statue of the burning emperor. Although Blood Skyhawk didn't quite understand what this meant, he still followed. And Changyang and Su Yun also curiously followed along. When everyone stood in front of the burning emperor, Fang Jiqiang pointed to the corner of the statue's mouth, where a trace of grayish-white blood was hanging. Look, there's blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Fang Jiqiang turned to Blood Skyhawk and said, Blood demon, if you eat this blood, your strength should increase significantly, right? Upon hearing this, and Changyang and Su Yun's eyes lit up as they all looked at Blood Skyhawk. Under so many gazes, Blood Skyhawk felt his eyelids twitch. Yes, he could indeed sense the powerful energy contained in that drop of blood. If he consumed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next realm. But the problem was, if he really ate it, they might end up with another enemy chasing after them. After all, who would want to be kissed by someone? Especially a man kissing another man. Damn it, would Blood Skyhawk dare to eat it? He definitely wouldn't dare. Moreover, with a powerhouse like the Burning Emperor, manipulating the blood would likely be impossible. He simply couldn't control the blood of the Burning Emperor. So, Blood Skyhawk could only roll his eyes. Fang Jiqiang, seeing this, could only smile awkwardly. Ooh. Just then, Su Yun suddenly spoke. But Blood Skyhawk quickly flashed over and covered her mouth. Blood Skyhawk casually found some paper and a pen in the room, handed them to Su Yun, and said, If you want to say something, just write it down. Just don't speak. Anything is fine. Su Yun nodded, took the paper and pen, and quickly started writing. The paper read, Blood Demon. The reason you don't dare to eat it is that you're afraid of being hunted down, right? But don't worry. I can find you a backing, so no one will dare to touch you. Blood Skyhawk looked at Su Yun with some confusion and asked, Crow's Mouth, do you have a way to find us a backing? Is it the Lord of Crimson? Or your father? Blood Skyhawk hesitated to say the last part. Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately bowed his head and wrote quickly on the paper. After a while, he raised his head and said, It's not the Lord of Crimson, nor my father. It's the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld is currently interested in a world-ending critical point in the island nation called Hades imaging and wants to open it. Su Yun continued to explain just now. The Lord of the Underworld sent a message asking us to help. As a condition, he will protect us for a while. Blood Skyhawk frowned slightly, appearing somewhat hesitant. The Lord of the Underworld? Although he hadn't heard this name before, judging from the fact that the person dared to act on a world-ending critical point. This person was definitely not simple. He was likely one of the 9 great lords, on par with the Lord of Crimson in strength. Being promised the protection of a lord was undoubtedly a huge blessing. But the question was this task reliable? Could small characters like them really get involved in helping to open a world-ending critical point? If they accidentally got caught in the aftermath of a battle, they would be left with nothing but bones. Su Yun glanced at Blood Skyhawk's expression and understood his concerns. This matter was not simple. It wasn't something the Lord of the Underworld could decide on a whim. This was a task personally given by the main body. Recently, wasn't the main body planning to build a netherworld? Coincidentally, there was a world-ending critical point in the island nation, and the name Hades directly caught the main body's attention. They wanted to open it to see if they could gather materials needed for the netherworld. For this operation, the main body had invested heavily. Besides the Lord of the Underworld, 2 other lords were also dispatched to oversee it. Moreover, to prevent anything strange from emerging after opening the critical point, the main body was even prepared to personally get involved. Of course, the main body wouldn't actually come. It would just merge its consciousness into a clone. And this clone was equipped with a golden fusion item. So what problems could arise? There was simply no way there would be a problem. How could Su-Yin possibly miss such a grand occasion to open a world-ending critical point? But if his teammates didn't go, he couldn't just leave them behind to act alone. So, Su-Yin started writing furiously on the paper again. Don't worry, besides the Lord of the Underworld, 2 other lords are also coming. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. We're not going to open the critical point. We're just cleaning up some minor threats on the periphery. More importantly, I can apply for a transcendence from the Lord of the Underworld for you. And all 3 of you have a chance. Are you going or not? Su-Yin spoke confidently because he felt that this benefit was nothing at all. After all, during this time, the 4 of them had been running around the island nation. And after opening a critical point, they had earned quite a bit of prestige for the main body. Plus, when they went to Hades imaging, they would definitely have to kill a lot of people. If Blood Skyhawk hadn't completed his fusion, then the monsters and people he killed wouldn't bring any benefits to the main body. Considering all this, applying for 3 transcendences was simply a small matter, completely no problem. After hearing Su-Yun's words, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, looking at each other. This is for us to apply. What about you? Blood Skyhawk hesitated for a while before asking. Not that I doubt you, but you seem to gain nothing. If you don't give a reason, I can't help but feel a bit uneasy, Blood Skyhawk explained. He truly didn't doubt Su-Yun's intentions. After all, although they hadn't been teamed up for long, they had already experienced several life-and-death situations together, making them true partners who had been through thick and thin. This kind of trust was not easily built. However, thinking of Su-Yun's crow's mouth ability, Blood Skyhawk couldn't help but ask one more question. And Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang, although they didn't speak, also showed the same doubts in their expressions. Su-Yun sighed and picked up the pen to write again. You know my identity, right? The 3 nodded. Then, Su-Yun continued to write. Because of my identity, it's actually quite awkward in the Disaster King Court. Plus, my qualifications are average, and this crow's mouth ability is particularly troublesome. So I've never gained my father's recognition. If I can do well in this operation, maybe I can get my father to look at me differently. Su-Yun added at the end. After reading these few lines, Blood Skyhawk and Chanyang and Fong Jiqiang all understood why Su-Yun was so eager. As for the ability being troublesome, the 3 had a deep understanding of that. After figuring it out, the 3 of them no longer hesitated and directly agreed. Chapter 75. The Dark Lord takes action. Apart from the immediate benefits in front of them, the most important issue was the matter of the Ember Emperor. He himself had said that he might lose control in 3 days. As for attacking him with energy balls, the 3 of them understood. With the Ember Emperor's strength, could an energy ball even hurt him? Staying here was tantamount to slow suicide. After learning that the 3 agreed, Su-Yun immediately wrote a few lines on paper. Good. Since you all agree, I'll notify the Dark Lord to take us out. But then he quickly added, however, what should we do about this statue first? Blood Demon, are you still planning to suck blood? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them turned their gazes toward Blood Falcon. However, Blood Falcon, under everyone's gaze, remained silent and did not respond for a long time. Fong Jiqiang suddenly suggested, how about we make a wish for him to safely get through this crisis? He added, after all, he has saved us at least twice. By this calculation, we owe him 2 lives. Su-Yun and Chanyang exchanged glances and nodded, then looked at Blood Falcon. Under the 3 people's stares, Blood Falcon's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, I'm not a good person, but I'm not ungrateful either. Besides, he has saved us twice. Making a wish is nothing significant. Moreover, what I'm about to do might offend someone, so this could be our compensation. Indeed, at this moment, Blood Falcon had already made up his mind. He couldn't miss such a good breakthrough opportunity. After thinking this through, Blood Falcon spoke again. Let Shirlang take care of this wish. Crow's mouth, you might as well not speak. Hearing this, Su-Yun's mouth twitched slightly, said nothing more, and directly handed the fake coin to Chanyang. Chanyang accepted the coin without hesitation, took a deep breath, and then threw it forcefully into the air. Ding! The coin traced a golden arc, making a crisp sound in the air before landing back in Chanyang's palm. However, this time, it was the evil girl's side facing up. Seeing this scene, the few of them fell silent for a moment, especially Chanyang, who looked down at the coin and hesitantly asked, do we still need to make a wish? What if it backfires later? Fong Jiqiang patted his shoulder, smiling. How about we just make the wish? After all, last time it was also the backside up, and we are still living well, right? And if we don't make a wish, who knows what bad things might happen? Upon hearing this, Chanyang glanced at Fong Jiqiang, then turned his gaze to Blood Falcon. Blood Falcon thought for a moment and nodded in Changyang, saying, "Indeed, just like Chuanxio said, didn't we survive last time? Besides, with the Ember Emperor's strength, it should be fine." Seeing this, and Changyang did not hesitate and directly made the wish. "I hope the Ember Emperor can get through this safely this time." After saying this, he handed the fake coin back to Su Yun. Su Yun took the coin and called for the Dark Lord to come and assist them in his mind. Meanwhile, Blood Falcon began his action, walking firmly towards the statue of the Ember Emperor. At the same time, Rodriguez and the slightly recovered Storm Queen decided to act separately. Rodriguez was responsible for searching for the God Crystal within the disaster level critical point and sealing this barrier, while the Storm Queen set up a freezing formation to firmly ice the still unawakened Titan Flame Demon. If this thing revives, none of us would be able to handle it, the Storm Queen thought to herself. She suddenly understood why the island country didn't bargain at all. It turned out this critical point was so dangerous. This monster was far more terrifying than the ones she had previously guarded at the world-ending critical points. However, thinking about the entire Hokkaido becoming her territory made her mood lift a bit. At that time, she could incorporate Hokkaido into her territory and, with the help of the North Cold Emperor's abilities, break through to a world level. With this thought, the Storm Queen moved faster, and her previous frustration was swept away, even temporarily forgetting the pain in her body. On the other side, Rodriguez searched for half a day at the disaster level critical point and finally discovered a grain-sized golden god crystal. Seeing the golden god crystal, his previously low spirits instantly soared. Even if it was this small, it was worth it, he thought. However, when he looked again at the disaster level critical point and the ice-encased monster, his mood became complicated again. "So I always feel like I made a big loss this time," he muttered. "This kind of risk for such a small gain is really not worth it." Fortunately, there were still 5 god crystals from the island country, which provided him with a bit of comfort. Rodriguez thought to himself, glanced at the critical point in front of him, set a simple seal casually, and didn't bother with it anymore. Then he walked over and asked the Storm Queen, "Can this freezing formation be moved?" The Storm Queen just rolled her eyes at him and casually said, "Why don't you try? But if this monster breaks free, you're on your own. I won't help." Rodriguez shrugged, no longer seeking the pointless. Then, he opened a spatial passage and directly teleported near the bay. When the Storm Queen saw this, she hurriedly strengthened the sealing power, stacking several layers of freezing formations before flying towards Hokkaido. After all, although the island country had not disclosed the true information about the critical point, the land area they provided was indeed not small. Considering this, the Storm Queen felt she had done her part. However, after the Storm Queen left, in a place no one noticed, the heart of the flame demon began to emit wisps of black-purple rune light. Its aura was quietly recovering, as if it was brewing something. Meanwhile, the ignored Tanaka Katsuyuki and his subordinates all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, that terrifying monster had finally been dealt with. At this moment, Tanaka Katsuyuki received a message from a subordinate. "Commander Tanaka, we found Watanabe Ichiro and confirmed that he has indeed broken through to the world level. However, Watanabe Ichiro does not want to see us now and does not allow us to approach. Please instruct the next course of action." After reading the message, the corners of Tanaka Katsuyuki's mouth, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally couldn't help but rise. The island country had encountered a series of misfortunes during this period. First, Hokkaido appeared a world-ending level critical point, forcing them to cede a large area of land. Then, countless casualties and property losses resulted from the battle between 2 unknown powerhouses, severely wounding the nation's vitality, and it would probably take decades to recover. Additionally, Mount Fuji was destroyed by the monsters that emerged from the critical point. But none of this mattered, as long as Watanabe Ichiro was confirmed to be a world-level powerhouse. All these problems would vanish. As long as this news was made public internationally, the island country could directly rise to become the 4th largest country. And this good news completely overshadowed all the previous bad news. The terrible possibilities that had been hanging over his head, such as being dismissed or even committing seppuku, all disappeared. Not only that, but he might even get promoted. Perhaps the next prime minister position would fall to him. Just as Tanaka Katsuyuki was secretly pleased, the sky suddenly underwent a strange change. The sky that had just brightened slightly instantly turned pitch black. Before he could react, a huge ghostly hand condensed from the air, blocking out the entire sun. "Nanny, what kind of monster is this?" Tanaka Katsuyuki looked up sharply, only to see that the ghostly hand was reaching fiercely towards the statue of the Ember Emperor. Tian Zhongxingyong's heart nearly stopped as he felt the breath of the giant hand's edge. His throat felt blocked, making it difficult to breathe. The air within a few kilometers seemed to solidify, and time appeared to come to a halt. The oppressive force emanating from the giant hand made it hard to catch his breath. What? What is that? The voice of the officer trembled, completely paralyzed on the ground. Quickly notify headquarters. Tianzhong, Shangyong barely managed to calm himself. Took out his communicator to report the situation, but the screen only flickered with blinding static. The signal had been completely blocked by some mysterious force. Chapter 76. Welcome to the Other Shore. Meanwhile, in front of the statue of the Ashen Emperor, Su Yun and the others had just made their wishes and were waiting for the response of the Lord of the Underworld when they suddenly felt a suffocating pressure descending from the sky. Blood Sky Eagle suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. Not good. Something is coming. The other three instinctively looked up and indeed saw a giant hand blocking out the sun. Boom! The giant hand directly smashed through the barrier set up by the Ashen Emperor and grabbed Blood Sky Eagle and the others. Blood Sky Eagle and the others were instantly terrified. At that moment, a piece of white paper was handed to them. It was from the Lord of the Underworld. Seeing the words on the paper and glancing at Su Yun, who was handing it over, the three of them immediately felt relieved, understanding that this was the Lord of the Underworld coming to take them. However, just as they were being taken away, the statue of the Ashen Emperor moved slightly in its gaze. He had heard everything clearly just now, and he could see the words Su Yun wrote on the paper. After all, these people were conspiring loudly right in front of him, practically laying their plans bare under his nose. The Ashen Emperor was not blind, and he could see clearly. At this moment, he already knew that these people were deceiving him. They were not members of the Star Association at all. But that was not what angered the Ashen Emperor the most. What truly infuriated him was what the one-armed man had just done to him. This matter, the Ashen Emperor would never forget. It was also the first time he felt such a strong impulse to kill. He would eventually have to pay a visit to the Disaster King's court. On the other side, Rodriguez arrived at the bay, looking at the tall iron wall in front of him. After revealing his identity, a small passage opened in the iron wall. Rodriguez walked in. The space here was sealed, and teleportation was not possible. As soon as he entered, Commander Xiaodin ran over with a smile and gave him a big hug. Hey, you space archmage finally found time to come here. It's truly rare. Rodriguez smiled wryly and shook his head, saying if I could, I really wouldn't want to come here. Every time I do, it means our country has lost an important scientist. Rodriguez's words dimmed Commander Xiaodin's smile. He patted his old friend's shoulder and asked in a low voice, who passed away? Rodriguez shook his head with a bitter smile. Our God plan was leaked. The Annihilation Organization used a suicide attack to kill Director Hydra. Also, the biologists Lena and Rodov also lost their lives in that disaster. Upon hearing this, Xiaodin's expression turned completely somber. These scoundrels from the Annihilation Organization, unable to survive themselves, want to drag the whole world down with them. Rodriguez sighed and said, enough talk. Hurry and take me to the underworld imaging place. Every minute they are revived can contribute more to the Lighthouse Nation. Xiaodin nodded and turned to lead Rodriguez through layers of protective doors. The deeper they went, the colder the surroundings became, and a thin layer of ice even formed on the walls. Recently, the fluctuations from underworld imaging have been getting more intense, Xiaodin said in a lowered voice. We had to raise the protection level to the highest. Finally, after passing through the last protective door, Rodriguez saw the so-called underworld imaging doomsday level critical point. It was a huge black vortex suspended in mid-air, with a diameter of over 100 meters, its edges distorting space and emitting a disturbing dark glow. The center of the vortex seemed to connect to another world, with pale arms occasionally reaching out, only to be quickly pulled back by some force. Surrounding it was a transparent protective shield that completely isolated the seawater from a kilometer away. Below the vortex was a complex sealing array made up of countless runes and mechanical devices. Dozens of researchers dressed in protective suits were nervously adjusting their equipment. Old friend, the next path is up to you. Xiaodin looked at Rodriguez and sighed. Rodriguez embraced Xiaodin one last time and then stepped into the vortex alone. When he pushed open that door, it felt like entering another world. This place was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no atmosphere of death, destruction, or evil. The sky was as blue as a gem. Ancient trees flourished everywhere, and various cute little spirits and animals roamed about, completely unlike what a doomsday-level critical point should look like. Ahead was a high-tech style building, home to a group of scientists. They wore various types of clothing. Some were busy operating experimental instruments, while others were seriously studying data, each focused on their own work. When Rodriguez stood at the door, a few curious scientists turned to look at him. These resurrected scientists were no different from how they had been in life, retaining their memories and personalities, able to communicate normally, and even continue their unfinished research. Moreover, since they no longer needed to rest, their energy and thinking remained at peak levels, greatly improving their work efficiency. They also didn't have to worry about eating, drinking, or other basic needs, allowing them to fully dedicate themselves to their work. In fact, because of this discovery, the Lighthouse Nation once considered executing a batch of scientists and sending them here to continue their research, but this plan was soon vetoed. On one hand, they couldn't fully believe that a doomsday-level critical point would kindly help people resurrect, fearing there might be a conspiracy. On the other hand, the existing scientists needed to train newcomers. If they all died, who would nurture the next generation? They couldn't just send the newcomers here directly, could they? More importantly, these people could not leave. Or rather, even if they did leave, their personalities would completely change. Even if their thoughts and memories remained the same, their characters would change too much, and this series of events made it impossible for the Lighthouse Nation to fully trust the situation. Rodriguez took a deep breath and walked toward the group of scientists. As he entered, a scientist who was connecting with someone came out, wearing a kind smile and asking, "Who passed away this time?" Rodriguez looked at the old scientist with white hair, paused for a moment, and finally spoke, "Director Hydra." And Lena and Rodolph. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. "Hydra," the old scientist murmured softly, a flash of sadness crossing his murky eyes. "That stubborn old guy, in the end." Other scientists stopped their work and quietly gathered around. A young woman wearing glasses, clearly a colleague of Lena S., covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling slightly. The old scientist looked up and asked hoarsely, "How did they leave?" Rodriguez replied softly, "It was a suicide attack by the Annihilation Organization." The room fell into silence. Only the faint buzzing of a machine could be heard. Suddenly, a mist rose in the distance. Within the mist, 3 blurry figures gradually came into view. The figure of Director Hydra became the clearest first. The usually stern, always serious old man was now looking at his hands in confusion. "What is this?" His voice sounded somewhat distorted, underworld imaging. Soon after, the figures of Lena and Rodolph also gradually took shape. The old scientist stepped forward and gently embraced Hydra. "Old friend, welcome to the other shore." Chapter 77. The Lord of Fraud and the Lord of Corruption. Outside the underworld projection, Commander Xiaodin watched as the spatial archmage stepped inside. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a piercing red alarm suddenly rang out within the base. Xiaodin turned sharply. The sharp alarm seemed to tear at his eardrums, and the flashing red light enveloped the entire area in a sea of blood. "What is going on?" He shouted angrily, and quickly rushed towards the central control room. Inside the control room, technicians were busily typing on their keyboards, the screens filled with a plethora of warning messages. "Commander!" A technician turned around, his face pale, there as someone attacking forcefully from outside. Xiaodin frowned, confusion evident in his tone. "How is that possible? Our defense system can withstand even world-class powerhouses. Others simply can't." At this point, he suddenly paused, turning to the technician and asking, "Can we detect the energy level of the attacker?" The technician's face grew even paler as he stammered, The attack energy has reached world class, and the energy is still rising." Upon hearing this, Xiaodin's expression froze, turning incredibly grim. World class? Such a level of power is only possessed by 3 major nations. First, we can rule out the Lighthouse Nation. They wouldn't attack us. Secondly, the core forces of the Great Cold Empire can't leave their own territory. The only possibility is the Great Xia. After all, the Ember Emperor was indeed here not long ago. Of course, there is another possibility, the Annihilation Organization. But thinking of this, Xiaodin couldn't help but scoff. How could these clowns possibly possess world-class power? Even the fusion spirit users can't reach this level. However, just as he pondered, the entire base suddenly shook violently, as if it had been struck hard by a giant beast. The screens in the control room flickered. The surveillance footage of the iron walls went dark after a few seconds. Following that, a second wave of impact came. This time, the alloy walls of the base emitted a chilling groan, cracks spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. "Commander, the defense value of the iron wall is rapidly decreasing." The technician shouted in panic. "At this rate, we won't last 10 minutes. Commander Xiaodin's face darkened like the sky before a storm. He slammed down the communicator, his voice laced with uncontrollable fury. All combat personnel immediately enter a state of Level 1 readiness. Activate the Doomsday Arc Protocol. After a brief pause, he added, at the same time, send a distress signal to the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, outside the Iron Wall, the Lord of the Underworld wore a long robe, as black as ink, seemingly woven from the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Every piece of fabric bore twisted faces, the expressions of those vengeful spirits vividly conveying their endless pain and anger. This black robe was specially selected by the Lord of the Underworld from his true form. Although it was merely a blue-quality item, its visual effect was explosive, appearing exceptionally high-end and impressive. With a thought, the Lord of the Underworld unleashed a powerful force from the Codex of the Underworld, condensing it into a massive ghostly hand. Towering over 1,000 meters high, this ghostly hand slammed down, striking the energy shield outside the Iron Wall, causing the entire shield to shake violently and the surrounding sea to surge in towering waves. Just as the Lord of the Underworld prepared to raise the ghostly hand for a third attack, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from within the Iron Wall. Boom! At the moment the white light collided with the ghostly hand, a deafening roar erupted. The energy shock wave swept the surroundings, instantly evaporating the nearby seawater and leaving a vacuum area with a diameter of several kilometers. The Lord of the Underworld took a half step back, his black robe rustling. The vengeful spirits depicted on it letting out piercing wails. He squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on the figure that appeared above the Iron Wall. It was a warrior piloting a silver-white mech, resembling a futuristic hero straight out of sci-fi movie. The mech's exterior shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, every line exuding a sense of solid power, perfectly embodying the combination of technology and aesthetic violence. This mech stood 10 meters tall, and most strikingly, it had 7 dazzling gems embedded in its chest. The Lord of the Underworld immediately recognized the true identity of these gems, fragments of divine power. It seems this doomsday-level critical point is quite valued. Clearly not their own territory, yet they are willing to invest so heavily? The Lord of the Underworld murmured, curiosity lacing his tone. At this moment, sitting in the cockpit of the mech was Jean. With the appearance of the mech, the entire Iron Wall began to undergo changes. The originally solid walls rapidly contracted, followed by layer after layer of even more robust shields unfolding, as if constructing an indestructible barrier for this land. The entire Iron Wall was tightly wrapped up, resembling an impregnable fortress. Meanwhile, a series of urgent knocking sounds suddenly echoed from the Iron Wall. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, countless gun barrels emerged from the wall, densely packed like a beehive, creating a suffocating sight. Anyone with a fear of tight spaces would likely feel their scalp prickling at this scene. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the Lord of the Underworld suddenly let out a light laugh. He slowly raised his hand, and the Codex of the Underworld began to flip on its own. Countless ghostly green runes drifting from its pages, shimmering in the air like stars. A toy powered by divine fragments? The Lord of the Underworld's voice carried a hint of mockery. It seems you Lighthouse Nation's regard for underworld projection is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Inside the mech, the pilot Jean maintained a calm expression, his hands swiftly operating the control panel. The 7 divine crystals simultaneously erupted with dazzling light, forming a golden energy shield around the mech. Warning: energy fluctuations around the target are rapidly rising. The mech's AI system issued a hurried alarm, detecting world-class energy. The Lord of the Underworld suddenly raised the Codex high above his head. The originally still ghostly patterns on his black robe came to life, emitting piercing and terrifying shrieks. In an instant, the sea began to boil violently, countless pale arms reaching out from the water, creating a bizarre and horrifying scene. Let me show you my latest research. As soon as the words fell, more ghostly green runes surged from the Codex of the Underworld. These runes, like shattered puzzle pieces, quickly reassembled in the sky, ultimately forming a giant ghostly outline towering 1,000 feet high. At this moment, what was presented was merely a ghostly face, its massive body still continuing to piece together. Warning, warning, detecting world pinnacle-level energy fluctuations. On the other side, in an ordinary CAF, 6 people were gathered around, leisurely drinking coffee. Among them, were Blood Sky, Eagle, and others, but their expressions were particularly tense and restrained. The reason was simple. Sitting across from them were the 2 lords of the Court of Calamity, the Lord of Fraud, the Lord of Corruption. Although the name of the Lord of Fraud contains the word fraud, his personal image was completely different from this name. He wore a long robe as white as snow. With a handsome and refined face, like a meticulously crafted work of art, his facial features well-defined, exuding an indescribable elegant aura. His face was sharply contoured, with a strong sense of outline. His skin is as white as high-quality mutton fat jade, smooth and delicate, with a hint of soft luster. Now let's take a look at the fallen lord, who is completely a different style. Her long, jet-black hair cascades down like the Milky Way in the night sky, gracefully resting on her petite frame. Her figure is small and exquisite, resembling a little kitten that needs careful nurturing, making one unable to resist wanting to hold her in their hands and cherish her. Her face is round and full, like an innocent child, and her large eyes are clear and bright, sparkling with pure and innocent light. At this moment, the fallen lord is sitting in a chair, her small feet hugged by her arms, pouting in a wronged manner, silently sulking. Chapter 78. You think you can stop me? Oh, come on, don't be so unhappy. We agreed that if you lose, you have to accept the consequences. The Lord of Deception, with a hint of mockery, gently patted the shoulder of the Lord of Corruption. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Corruption merely shot him a cold glance and continued to sulk with a straight face. The Lord of Deception shook his head at this scene, thinking to himself, although they were both villains, not everyone needed to look the part, right? Besides, out of the 9 lords, there couldn't be only men, not even a single woman. After all, even the Star Constellation Society has characters like the Rabbit of the Year. How could their disaster court fall behind? So, the Lord of Deception proposed a brilliant idea to choose one of the 9 lords to take on a female role. The rules were simple: play a game, and whoever loses must act as that character. Of course, the situation had developed to this point largely because the Lord of Deception had secretly played some tricks. After all, his name contains deception. How could he just play the game honestly? As a result, the unfortunate Lord of Corruption became the sacrifice. To make matters worse, the Lord of Deception added an extra rule. The winner could freely shape the physical appearance of the loser. Thus, the body of the Lord of Corruption was molded into the form envisioned by the Lord of Deception. After the teasing, the Lord of Deception turned to the Blood Eagle trio and revealed a meaningful smile. Let me assign you a simple little task. Recently, a super powerful bug has appeared over in Fukushima, said to be capable of destroying the entire world. Your task is to find it. Don't worry, I know your current strength may not be enough to deal with such a level of monster. He paused and continued, however, I can grant each of you a boon as assistance in advance. At that time, all you need to do is find that mother bug and figure out how to lure it to the bay. After hearing this, the Blood Eagle trio was not attracted by the so-called boon. Instead, they all stared blankly at the words capable of destroying the world. Their gazes unconsciously turned to Su Yun. Noticing his teammate stares, Su Yun coughed twice, trying to change the subject. Su Yun cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. Cough. Why are you all staring at me? This is a boon, aren't you moved? ISNT it much better than what I said, he added. After hearing this, the Blood Eagle trio exchanged glances, falling into a brief silence. All right, we will definitely complete the task. In the end, they responded in unison. Although they still had some hesitation in their hearts, the 3 accepted the task. After all, everyone could receive a boon, which was no small matter. Their strength would definitely improve significantly. It's just finding a bug. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? They thought. Moreover, they also had the Raven's Mouth and Fate coins as trump cards. Plus, with the energy spheres from the 2 Crimson Lords as support, finding that bug should not be a problem. The only thing that required some thought was how to lure that bug to the bay. Seeing the reactions of the 3, the Lord of Deception nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the window. That guy, Yuming, seems to be having a great time, he casually remarked. The Lord of Corruption glanced outside the window and replied indifferently. In my opinion, if the 3 of us join forces, a world-destroying critical point is just a piece of cake, right? The Lord of Deception shook his head slightly, smiling as he said, we finally came out. How could it just be to open a critical point? Of course, it's to let the whole world know our name. It's just right. Let that little guy Yuming scout the path a bit more. If we can attract all the powerful beings from Blue Star, that would be even better. At that time, we can open this critical point right in front of everyone. We need the whole world to know about our disaster court. Meanwhile, in a wilderness in Hokkaido, the figure of the Storm Empress quietly appeared. As soon as she steadied herself, she took out a crystal ball that was clear and transparent. This was an important tool for the Northern Cold Empire to expand its territory, and she planned to use it to directly incorporate this place into the Empire's domain. The slender and delicate fingers of the Storm Empress gently glided over the surface of the crystal ball, and instantly, countless flickering ice crystals surged inside the sphere, dazzling like stars in the night sky. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she murmured to herself, "This land will soon become part of the Northern Cold Empire." As soon as her words fell, she decisively threw the crystal ball high into the air. After a moment of suspension, the crystal ball suddenly erupted with a blinding blue light. Centered around the crystal ball, a powerful wave of energy rapidly spread out. A wave of visible coldness quickly radiated outward, covering the ground in an instant with a layer of silver, the air seemingly frozen into solid form. Even the drifting snowflakes were suddenly solidified into crystal-clear ice shards. Crack, crack! The speed at which the frost spread was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the entire coastline of Hokkaido was covered by thick solid ice, and the cold wave continued to push inland. The Storm Empress watched all of this with satisfaction, murmuring softly, "Good, just give me another 10 minutes, and this land will become an inseparable part of the Northern Cold Empire." However, before her words were fully spoken, boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted. In the direction north of the crystal ball, a powerful energy suddenly burst forth, directly smashing a noticeable gap in her defensive barrier of the frozen glass ball. Seeing this scene, the Storm Empress's pupils suddenly constricted. Damn it! The island nation actually concealed such a powerful presence hidden here. Moreover, this might not just be an ordinary monster. Perhaps there's another disaster-level critical point lurking here. After all, ordinary monsters would not easily break her frozen glass ball. However, moments later, the Storm Empress revealed a confident smile. If it were near Mount Fuji, she might have some concerns. But now, this place has already been designated as the territory of the Northern Cold Empire by the island nation. Moreover, she had already activated the frozen glass ball, allowing her to draw on the Empire's strength to empower herself, giving her the capability to match world-class combat power in a short time. She thought to herself, even if she faced that terrifying flame giant again, she would not be afraid, believing she definitely had the ability to fight against it. Furthermore, this might just be an ordinary disaster-level critical point. How could it make her retreat? With her thoughts settled, the Storm Empress's figure flickered and transformed into a stream of dark blue light, rushing towards the source of the energy explosion. Her long hair danced in the wind. Ice crystals quickly condensed, forming a set of magnificent and cold battle armor around her. With each step she took, brilliant ice lotuses blossomed beneath her feet. Oomph! Let me see what exactly dares to disrupt the grand plans of the Northern Cold Empire. Her cold voice echoed in the wind, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Just as she was about to reach her destination, a frost puppet over 30 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The Storm Empress frowned slightly, her gaze instantly becoming sharp. She stopped in her tracks, coldly staring at the massive creature in front of her, emanating an increasingly cold aura. Interesting, an ice attribute monster. Huh? The frost puppet was entirely crafted from deep blue cold ice, its exterior covered with terrifyingly sharp spikes. In its hollow eye sockets burned two pale flames, resembling a terrifying guardian emerging from the polar abyss. But with just this thing, do you think it can stop me? The Storm Queen merely glanced at it, and immediately sensed that it showed no signs of life. It was merely a lifeless object. She snorted disdainfully, waved her hand casually, and a razor-sharp ice blade materialized, heading straight for the puppet's throat. However, at the moment the ice blade made contact with the puppet, it was completely devoured by the strange, icy armor on its surface. Chapter 79. Significant improvement in Realm. The frost puppet let out a low roar, its massive fists wrapped in biting cold wind, smashing down towards the Storm Queen. What? The Storm Queen's pupils constricted, her figure rapidly retreating. The spot where she had just stood was struck, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters, and spiderweb-like ice cracks quickly spread out. It's not absorbing my attack. After observing for a moment, the Storm Queen realized, but rather its ice energy is stronger than mine. So it directly dissolved my energy. A trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. This puppet is no ordinary creation. Its ice energy purity is even higher than her own. Interesting. The Storm Queen's lips curled slightly, and she gathered a spinning ice crystal prism at her fingertips. Let's give this a try. The prism erupted with dazzling rainbow light, intertwining beams of energy with 7 different attributes, enveloping the puppet within. This is her unique skill, Aurora Refraction, which reflects and converts other energy attributes through the ice surface, then releases them using the ice crystal as a medium. Although this move is not the strongest, it does not rely entirely on ice attributes. so there is no need to worry about being countered by the opponent. Crack. The ice armor on the puppet's chest showed web-like cracks, but was quickly repaired by deeper blue light. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, and the ice layer within a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly erupted with countless spikes. The Storm Queen leaped gracefully into the air, her long hair dancing wildly in the blizzard. Although the puppet was not defeated, she revealed a smile. This move indeed caused damage to the puppet and drained a significant amount of its energy. This means she has found a way to deal with it. Thus, the Storm Queen once again gathered 7 ice crystal prisms at her fingertips. They floated around her, rotating and shining like stars. She brought her hands together, and the prisms instantly arranged into a circular formation, emitting an even more intense rainbow light. Aurora Judgment. 7 beams of energy with different attributes intertwined into a spiral light column, roaring towards the chest of the frost puppet. This strike is no longer a test, but a full power blow. Her true killing move is not just the playful overlay of 7 different attributes powers, amplified through the ice crystal prism, but directly unleashing destructive power that tears space apart. Boom! A light column pierced through the puppet's chest, the blue ice armor instantly shattering, and the puppet let out a mournful scream, its massive body swaying backward. But this guy is not simple. The wound actually healed rapidly. The Storm Queen had no time to let it catch its breath. She stepped forward, her figure shooting like lightning, and her right hand condensed into an ice crystal spear, its tip entwined with dazzling aurora. 2 hours later, the Storm Queen looked at the frost puppet, which had been crushed by her, a smile spreading across her face. Although defeating one puppet consumed more than half of her energy, she was very satisfied with this result. After all, this thing was too heavy, only capable of smashing the ground with ice spikes, and couldn't even fly. As long as she flew up into the sky, the puppet became a living target. Such a powerful puppet should be considered the strongest monster in this area, right? She thought to herself, since I can defeat it, other enemies should be no problem. After all, enemies like this puppet exist in the frozen divine kingdom of the Northern Cold Empire. They are just strong puppets, but the ones that create them are incredibly weak. With this confidence, the Storm Queen looked decisively towards the distant snow-capped mountains. Without any hesitation, she crossed over the mountain. However, as soon as she reached the top, the scene before her stunned her. Because, just like that puppet from before, there was a mountain here. Countless puppets crowded together, numbering at least in the millions. And in the center of these puppets stood a petite snow girl. Clearly, she had also noticed this uninvited guest, slowly raising her head, her gaze meeting the Storm Queen's. At that moment, the snow girl's expression suddenly brightened. Like a child who had been bored for a long time, finally finding a new toy, her lips curling slightly. Hey, didn't we wish for 3 days of peace? The bodyguards are here, yet we still want to run out. So, is the effect of the Destiny coin still active? On the way to Fukushima, Fang Jiqiang asked with curiosity. This question left the 3 of them stunned for a moment, especially the blood-red wings of Blood Skyhawk, which looked particularly striking in the sunlight. After hearing this, he glanced at Su Yun and said, "This item is your crow's mouth." Otherwise, Blood Skyhawk seemed to think of something, then shook his head. "Forget it, I'm no longer curious. However, that mother bug, let us try to find it within 3 days." The 3 nodded upon hearing this. Fang Jiqiang suddenly thought of another question. "By the way, if we just run out like this, what if that guy from the island chases us again?" Blood Skyhawk smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry. The tracking sword energy in my body has been completely cleared during this bestowal, so there is no need to worry about being tracked." Moreover, Blood Skyhawk added, "Although the island is not particularly large, it is definitely not small either. How could they find us so easily?" And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and nodded. Not only that, but Blood Skyhawk's smile deepened. "This time my gains are quite good. I received 3 skills. One of the passive skills can negate the influence of powerful pressure, and the other 2 are for escaping. I can confidently say that in terms of escape, even if the Skyfall wants to catch up with me, it won't be so easy." Blood Skyhawk spoke with a hint of pride. Besides, Blood Skyhawk continued, "The Lord of Deception and the Lord of Corruption each gave us an energy ball containing their powers, plus the one from a Lord of Crimson. We now have 4 trump cards in our hands. Do you think there will still be a problem?" And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang did not refute, as they had indeed received bestowals. Their strengths had instantly improved several levels, rising from candlelight to the full moon tier. This speed of improvement felt almost like a dream, although they had only stepped into the extraordinary world a few days ago. The surging power within them made them vaguely feel an illusion of being invincible in the world. However, soon the two shook their heads to dispel this thought. They were very clear that this was just a temporary illusion. This was merely an illusion brought about by the rapid increase in power. Even so, they were now much more confident than before. Chapter 80. The Swarm. In a large pit among the ruins, Yang Kaishan slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the now completely bright sky. Although the events had ended, he could still faintly feel the pain coursing through his body. He took a deep breath, stood up, and his gaze fell on two coffins embedded in the rocks. With a light step, Yang Kaishan shot into the sky in an instant, moving so fast that he barely reacted to it himself. Fortunately, as he approached, he quickly reached out and grabbed the two coffins, then swiftly slung them onto his back. Bang! Because he jumped so high, it took a while for Yang Kaishan to land heavily on the ground. The ground emitted a low, rumbling sound, and large cracks appeared in the earth within a radius of several meters. Yang Kaishan tightened his fists, feeling his immense power. Then, he found an abandoned building and punched it lightly. Boom! The tremendous force of his punch shattered the building before him into pieces, even extending for dozens of meters. Yang Kaishan was stunned. I didn't add anything, just pure power, and it's this strong. Then, he sensed something within his body and realized that he seemed to have gained 12 new abilities. No, it should be 13, because his star patterns had also changed. Previously, his star patterns could only enhance his strength through starlight. But now, 2 new abilities have been added. One could allow his attacks to carry blood energy, eroding the opponent's body until death. The other could enhance his realm and strength by killing and devouring the blood, flesh, and soul of the slain. Of course, this came with a cost. With each person he killed, his desire for killing and devouring flesh would intensify. If he killed too many, he might even be consumed by desire, ultimately becoming a slave to it. Understanding the new abilities of his star patterns, Yang Kaishan fell into deep thought. If it were the old him, he might have chosen to permanently seal such a dangerous ability. But now, thinking of that guy's mockery earlier and the deaths of his teammates, this ability was perfect for dealing with such people. Yang Kaishan murmured softly. The 13 abilities he obtained from the Golden Blood Pool were clear to him upon reflection. The 12 abilities were undoubtedly those of the Zodiac Lords. As for the last one, it was undoubtedly the ability of Little Day. Realizing this, Yang Kaishan couldn't help but sigh. Although he had gained such powerful abilities, it was evident that this was a weakened version. The true power was still with Little Day and was countless times stronger than his own. What did this mean? It meant that the Zodiac Lords might currently be facing a life-and-death crisis. Yang Kaishan could do nothing but silently pray for their safety. As his thoughts settled, he immediately flew towards the assembly point in Fukushima. At this moment, his strength had greatly increased, especially the newly acquired speed enhancement ability, which was obviously that of the rabbit. With this ability, in just a few minutes, he reached the assembly point. However, the scene before him left him stunned. Kill! Hurry up and kill! There are too many bugs. Where are they coming from? Where are the support? Hurry up and heal us! The chaotic shouts echoed. Yang Kaishan scanned the area and quickly recognized the familiar faces. They were members of the Starry Association, including a few he knew. These bugs, could they be the abyssal mother bugs mentioned by the Zodiac Lords? Fully awakened? Yang Kaishan's heart raced. There was no time to think. He instantly conjured a starlight blade and charged into the swarm without hesitation. Those once ferocious man-eating bugs seemed as fragile as paper under his blade. With every swing, he could shatter dozens of blood-red bug corpses. Old Yang, the few members engaged in fierce battle widened their eyes upon seeing him, especially when they noticed the 2 coffins on his back, their faces full of confusion. Yang Kaishan didn't explain. He simply nodded silently, and the starlight blade in his hand moved faster and more fiercely. His arrival instantly turned the tide. The precarious defense line finally stabilized. Once the defense was secured, several members rushed forward to search for something on the ground. They found a few items that could barely be recognized as clothing or remnants of flesh, and they immediately used a revival coin to try. If it didn't work, they would switch to the next one. A few minutes later, they successfully saved more than 10 members who were on the brink of death due to a lack of revival coins, along with some who were mangled by bugs but could still be vaguely recognized as human remains. Old Yang, you came just in time. After doing all this, a member of the Starry Association exclaimed excitedly, "These bugs came out of nowhere, and we simply can't hold them back." However, the member's expression quickly darkened. In this time, 27 members have sacrificed themselves because they didn't have revival coins. 10 of them have already exceeded an hour. And we haven't yet found the flesh of the remaining 17. Yang Kaishan frowned upon hearing this. He knew clearly that killing these bugs would yield points as rewards. After killing 10 bugs, the points within him would automatically convert into a revival coin. In a short time, he had already accumulated 50 revival coins. With his current strength at the level of the full moon, that was enough for him to revive 10 times. Although these bugs were numerous, they were not particularly strong. So logically, there shouldn't have been so many deaths. Even if they fought to sustain their battles, they should have had the opportunity to counterattack. Seeing Yang Kaishan's expression, the member understood what he was thinking inside. At first, we thought the same, but then there were too many bugs. And we had too few people. The front line was constantly pushed back. Some members died too quickly, their bodies directly stuck in a swarm. And they were instantly devoured by bugs upon revival. We didn't have enough strength to fight back. And even if we still had revival coins, we could only watch helplessly as the revival coins on their bodies were consumed. Some people were eaten by the bugs to the point where not a trace of flesh remained. He added, even if there were revival coins, we couldn't find the targets to revive. After hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yang Kaishan's eyes. He took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the dense swarm of bugs ahead. The starlight blade in his hand gleamed coldly as Yang Kaishan slowly raised it, the blade radiating a dazzling light, as if echoing his resolve. Suddenly, dense blood patterns emerged on the surface of Yang Kaishan's body, and his aura instantly became violent. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, charging into the swarm like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, blades of light splattered and blood rained down. Yang Kaishan wielded the starlight blade, drawing dazzling arcs in the air. Each strike could kill hundreds of bugs, tearing them apart. Those bugs had no power to retaliate against his attacks, easily cleared away like weeds. As Yang Kaishan continued to advance, the surrounding bugs diminished, and his figure within the swarm became increasingly radiant. In just a moment, the bugs within a radius of several thousand meters were entirely cleared, with none escaping. However, even though Yang Kaishan felt a surge of anger in his heart, he still temporarily retreated, especially seeing the hesitant expressions of the other members. He curiously asked, "What is wrong? Is there a problem?" Hearing Yang Kaishan's question, the previous member stepped forward and said, "These bugs, like us, can't be killed. Don't be fooled by how many we've killed. The flesh they drop will soon gather together and form new bugs. Moreover, these newly emerged bugs will have enhanced speed and strength compared to the previous ones." Chapter 81. Collaborate with the Starry Sky Society. Yang Kaishan's pupils suddenly contracted when he heard this. "Are you serious?" The member nodded. As Yang Kaishan's gaze swept over the others, everyone else also nodded in agreement, confirming what the member said was true. Yang Kaishan was immediately stunned, a look of horror appearing on his face. The flesh that was chopped into pieces could actually recombine into new insects. Moreover, these insects, after being revived, were actually stronger than before. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Blood Sky Eagle, Fang Jiqiang, and Changyang, and Suyin had just arrived at Fukushima when they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A dense swarm of insects spread out ahead like a black tide, so numerous that they were countless. "Hey, nobody told me there were so many insects here." Fang Jiqiang swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Blood Sky Eagle squinted, a hint of blood color flashing in his pupils. "It seems finding that mother insect won't be easy. What should we do now? Should we force our way in?" And Changyang asked while revealing his entire set of wolverine claws, sharp metallic light glinting in the sunlight. "Wait." Fang Jiqiang suddenly pointed into the distance. "Look over there." Following his finger, everyone noticed a dazzling blood light continuously erupting deep within the insect tide. Each time the light flashed, large groups of insects were blown to pieces. The other three immediately focused their attention there, thanks to the enhanced vision from their elevated realm. Blood Sky Eagle recognized at a glance that the person causing the carnage was a member of the Starry Sky Society they had encountered before. "Is that how you upper? How is that possible?" Blood Sky Eagle exclaimed softly. "In just one night, this guy has become so formidable." Before he finished speaking, Blood Sky Eagle suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Yun, asking seriously, "Crow's Mouth, besides speaking, do you have any other activation conditions for your ability?" Su Yun hesitated for a moment upon hearing this question, then wrote on a piece of paper, "Well, how should I put it? As long as you can understand what I mean, my ability has a certain probability of triggering. Of course, this probability is very low and generally won't be activated." He added on the paper. Blood Sky Eagle read the content and fell into deep thought. After a moment, He instinctively wanted to seal Su Yun's mouth and his hands and feet, just to be safe. That would be the safest option, but in the end, he managed to hold back. Blood Sky Eagle finally shook his head and said to Su Yun, "Forget it, I won't restrict you anymore. From now on, just say whatever you want." He paused and added, "But try to say less bad stuff." At this moment, Blood Sky Eagle also understood the activation conditions of this crow's mouth ability. No matter how he restricted it, the probability of it triggering would still be high. Moreover, if he kept restricting Su Yun, it would limit the effectiveness of the crow's mouth. Rather than that, it was better to let Su Yun speak freely. Although this might indeed put them in greater danger, relying on the crow's mouth to resolve crises was not impossible. Of course, this confidence also came from Blood Sky Eagle's own strength enhancement. Not long ago, to ensure thorough absorption, Blood Sky Eagle directly used a move called Absorb, successfully breaking through to the lower Radiance realm. Coupled with a grant from the Lord of Deception, his realm rose again, reaching the middle Radiance realm. Now, with such strength and 3 newly acquired life-saving skills, Blood Sky Eagle felt that unless he encountered a world-class powerhouse, he could soar freely across the vast world. Upon hearing this, Su Yun became excited. Now I can finally speak freely. However, Fong Jiqiang couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelids, thinking that Blood Sky Eagle might be getting a bit too inflated. But then he sighed, thinking that it couldn't be said like that. After all, the crow's mouth ability was indeed 2 against the heavens. There was no need to say it out loud. As long as someone could understand the express meaning, the ability could trigger. This was simply outrageous. Thus, rather than letting Su Yun keep quiet and something bad happen later, they figured it would be better to let the crow's mouth speak so they could be aware of any impending events. Meanwhile, Enchanyang had not participated in the conversation among the 3, but was instead staring at the brilliantly glowing Yang Kaishan in the distance, his brows tightly knitted. Why does this person look so familiar? Enchanyang wondered to himself, but no matter how he recalled, the names and faces that appeared in his mind just didn't match up. The main issue was that the guy was covered in blood patterns, and with his speed and the surrounding swarm obscuring the view, it was hard to see clearly. In the end, Enchanyang could only shake his head helplessly and give up on thinking. At that moment, Su Yun, who had just been unsealed, looked towards the distant swarm of insects and said, "Look, with so many insects, there isn't a single one that can fly. How about we fly up to find? That would be more convenient, since these insects can't fly anyway." Blood Sky Eagle was taken aback by this, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. The swarms of insects were all gnawing at the ground, with not a single one attempting to take flight. More importantly, their backs were smooth, showing no trace of wings. However, this suggestion came from Su Yun's crow's mouth, so everyone understood in their hearts. Things surely weren't that simple. There was likely something capable of flying hidden among the swarm. Nevertheless, this suggestion was indeed a good one. If they wanted to find the mother insect faster, flying up would definitely be a better choice. Blood Sky Eagle squinted, staring at the rolling tide of insects in the distance, and said solemnly, "Su Yun is right." So, before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, like thunder. Following that, a massive black cloud suddenly surged up from the swarm of insects. Upon closer inspection, it was a vast number of mutated flying insects with transparent wings. "Damn!" Fong Jiqiang exclaimed upon seeing this, then turned to Su Yun, saying helplessly, "You should just write down your thoughts on paper. At least that way the activation time might be a bit slower." Blood Sky Eagle was silent for a moment, then turned to Su Yun and said, "All right, Crow's Mouth. I admit I was a bit arrogant just now. So, for the time being, you should keep quiet." Su Yun was taken aback. "Hey, wait. I just said a couple of things. Why do I have to shut up again?" Although he felt wronged, he still obediently closed his mouth. Blood Sky Eagle looked up at the densely packed flying insects in the sky, his expression grave. He turned to the 3 and said, "The situation has changed, but the plan remains the same. We still need to fly up quickly to find a mother insect." Fong Jiqiang swallowed hard, pointing at those insects and saying worriedly, "The problem is, while these insects are not strong individually, there are just too many of them. Even if we drag it out, they can exhaust our energy. Moreover, if we expose our whereabouts, these insects will chase us relentlessly, and that would be a huge trouble." Blood Sky Eagle frowned upon hearing this, falling into deep thought. Indeed, with so many insects, no matter how powerful he was, getting held up could be quite troublesome. But if they didn't fly up, how could they find that mother insect? Well, and Chanyang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. "Actually, I have an idea. Aren't there people from the Starry Sky Society over there? Since they are here, their goals should be similar to ours. They might want to eliminate the mother insect, while want to find the mother insect and lure it away. But in any case, our common goal is to find the mother insect so we can try to go over and collaborate. Moreover, although our two organizations usually engage in lively battles, there is a rule. If a monster appears, we must deal with the monster together first. Furthermore, doesn't the Starry Society have the ability to resurrect infinitely? Compared to us, they don't have to worry about energy consumption at all. And Chanyang had been watching for a while, and after seeing them die and then resurrect, he immediately confirmed that they must be members of the Starry Society. A thought that it might be them briefly crossed his mind. But after witnessing the deaths and resurrections again, that thought was extinguished. Chapter 82, Encounter. A sharp light flashed in Blood Sky Eagle's eyes as he carefully considered in Chanyang's suggestion and found it indeed feasible. After weighing his options, he said in a deep voice, "All right, let's go find them and regroup." As soon as he finished speaking, the four immediately adjusted their direction and swiftly flew towards Yang Kaishan's location. Along the way, a thick blood mist surrounded Blood Sky Eagle, and wherever he went, the insects were corroded into pools of stinking blood. Fang Jiqiang's fists burned with intense flames, and each strike exploded a large swath of the insect swarm. And Chanyang wielded gleaming wolf claws, tearing open paths through the dense sea of insects. Although Su Yin did not speak, he made no movements either. Boom! With a loud sound, Yang Kaishan slashed down with his sword, instantly turning dozens of incoming blood insects into minced meat, his starlight blade carving a dazzling arc through the swarm. However, at this moment, Yang Kaishan's breathing had become rapid. The continuous high-intensity battles had severely drained his stamina. Worse still, the bodies of the slain insects were writhing on the ground, rapidly reassembling into new insect forms at an astonishing speed. Yang Kaishan stood still, his body slightly trembling, as he could clearly feel his strength gradually draining away. Facing the countless insects before him, he slowly inserted his sword into the ground, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. At that moment, a powerful force of earth elements surged towards him like a tide, swiftly converging upon him. This force flowed into his body like a torrent, gradually restoring some vitality to his exhausted form. But the earth element power did not stop there. It continued to gather frantically, becoming more abundant and stronger. Yang Kaishan's body began to tremble violently, and even a faint earthy glow appeared on the surface of his skin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze as firm as iron. With a loud shout, the earth element power within him erupted violently, merging with the external force pouring in. In an instant, a massive sandstorm formed around him. This storm acted as a semicircular barrier, firmly protecting him within. Countless sharp blades of energy whirled through the storm, intertwining like lightning to form an indestructible defense line. The sandstorm swept out at an astonishing speed, instantly shredding all insects within a kilometer radius into bits. In the face of the fierce blade energy released by Yang Kaishan, these insects had no chance to struggle, directly turning into flying debris. After completing the strike, Yang Kaishan stood quietly in place, clearly feeling that his internal strength had been completely exhausted. However, he did not hesitate for a moment, gripping his sword tightly and decisively slashing at his own neck. Just 1 second later, Yang Kaishan awoke once again from the state of revival, his internal strength restored to its original state. When he raised his head, he found that the insects he had previously exterminated had once again reformed. Moreover, he keenly sensed that these reborn insects seemed to have improved their defenses against Earth attribute attacks. These insects could not only revive but also adapt to his fighting style with each reformation. If this continued, even if he had many revival opportunities now, once these insects fully adapted to his abilities, he would have no chance of victory. Yang Kaishan had considered fleeing, but this was the designated gathering point by Lord Zodiac, and it was too late to retreat now. He looked up at the sky and saw a dense swarm of flying insects rushing towards him. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed from the distance, and Yang Kaishan instinctively looked over, seeing 4 figures rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the distance and the surrounding swarm of insects, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, in such a perilous situation, any stranger was more likely to be an ally. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a massive crack opened up beneath Yang Kaishan's feet. Countless gigantic underground insects surged forth like a tide. These newly appeared insects were covered in hard, jet-black shells, continuously dripping corrosive slime, leaving charred marks on the ground with every step. Each one stood over 3 meters tall, stretching up to 5 meters in length. elevating their threat level exponentially compared to the previous small insects. Yang Kaishan's expression became particularly serious upon witnessing these new insects. He was not afraid of their combat power, but was concerned about why they had evolved into a new species so shortly after their appearance. Worse still, he could not determine whether this was their final form. As the number of cracks in the ground continued to increase, similar new insects became increasingly abundant. In just a moment, the number of these dark-colored new insects had already far surpassed that of the previous ones. Gripping his starlight blade tightly, beads of cold sweat appeared on Yang Kaishan's forehead. He gradually realized that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. These insects were not only adapting to their attack patterns, but were also continuously evolving new variants. Just then, Blood Sky Eagle and the other three finally broke through the insect blockade and regrouped with Yang Kaishan. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yang Kaishan's pupils suddenly contracted. "It's you?" Blood Sky Eagle was also taken aback upon seeing this person. He never expected that the one who had just been rampaging on the battlefield was actually the small character he had previously killed in one move. However, upon closer inspection, Blood Sky Eagle noticed the changes in him were indeed tremendous. First, this guy's realm had reached the upper level of the bright moon. More importantly, the aura he emitted was strikingly similar to what Blood Sky Eagle felt when he had just broken through to the lower level of dawn. In other words, not only had his realm improved, but his talent and potential had also undergone a qualitative leap. Looking at the blood patterns on the opponent's body, Blood Sky Eagle found them increasingly familiar. Wasn't he the one among the two terrifying powerhouses they had battled in the air, covered in blood patterns? A ridiculous thought suddenly sprang up in Blood Sky Eagle's mind. Could it be that that powerhouse had truly fallen and transferred all his inherited power to this guy? At the thought of this possibility, Blood Sky Eagle couldn't help but glance at the crow's mouth beside him. Meanwhile, Chanyang also recognized this person up close. He was the one sent by the authorities to stop him previously, recalling what the opponent had said at that time. Along with the power of the missile at the end, Chanyang's eyes darkened slightly. On the other side, Yang Kaishan looked at the newcomers, a hint of killing intent faintly surfacing in his eyes. Although he clearly sensed that the opponent's strength was indeed greater than his, he quickly calculated his number of revival coins, 37,891. Based on this number, even against a powerful enemy, he could at least revive thousands of times. With so many revivals, he could exhaust these guys to death. Just as the tension reached its peak, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a massive crack spread from beneath everyone's feet, over 100 meters wide. Before anyone could react, a gigantic worm burst forth from the ground. Its size comparable to a truck. Even more terrifying was that its shell shimmered with a cold metallic luster, and its open mouth revealed a spiral-like, terrifying mandible. Chapter 83. I don't know. Can the flesh and blood of the worms be eaten? Quick, get back. Blood Skyhawk shouted violently, then immediately pulled Su Yun's neck and swiftly retreated. Yang Kaishan also reacted quickly, his figure flashing as he created a safe distance. He stared intently at the giant worm, his heart filled with shock. This monster, both in size and aura, far exceeded any he had encountered before, clearly reaching a level of threat equivalent to the dawnlight. This is trouble. Fang Jiqiang swallowed hard, clenching his fists as flames surged in his palms. Blood Skyhawk narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It seems these worms are even more terrifying than we imagined." After retreating to a certain distance, he noticed in Changyang's complex expression and instantly understood that the two were not on friendly terms and even had past grievances. But he decisively shouted, "Let's leave this place first." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant worm suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, and the surrounding swarm of insects surged forward as if receiving command. Worse still, the flying insects in the sky began to dive down, surrounding them completely. "Go!" Blood Skyhawk made a quick decision, blood mist bursting forth around him, forming a blood-red barrier to protect the four of them. He swung his arm, and the blood mist sliced through the swarm like blades, forcibly carving a path for them to escape. Seeing this, Yang Kaishan hesitated for a moment. Although he was filled with hostility towards Blood Skyhawk's group, it was clearly not the time to settle scores. He took a deep breath, and the starlight blade shone again, following Blood Skyhawk to break through. This time, he chose not to stay behind. After all, there were too many worms, and he could not protect more people. "Keep up with them," Yang Kaishan shouted to the members of the Starry Constellation Society behind him. The two groups fled desperately, one in front and one behind, pursued by the swarm. Blood Skyhawk glanced back at Yang Kaishan, closely following them, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Interesting, this guy seems quite sensible. Fang Jiqiang, panting as he ran, asked, Blood Ghost, where are we going now? We can't shake off these worms at all. Blood Skyhawk thought for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the center of the swarm and said, without hesitation, let us head that way. Blood Skyhawk calculated in his heart, since they were already surrounded. It would be better to charge directly toward the core. He wanted to try to find where the mother worm was, even if he couldn't find it. It didn't matter. He was confident he could lead the other three to break through the encirclement of the worms. As for whether the members of the Starry Constellation Society behind them could survive, that had nothing to do with him. On the wasteland, the screams of the giant worms rose and fell, shaking Yang Kaishan's eardrums. He quickly glanced back and saw that a few members of the Starry Constellation Society had fallen to the back of the group. One young member had, at some point, been climbed by a recombined worm on his leg. Help! The young man's scream was abruptly cut off as his head was bitten off by the worm in an instant. Damn it! Yang Kaishan suddenly stopped, swinging the starlight blade to unleash a crescent-shaped blade of energy. The severed worm's corpse fell to the ground and began to decompose and reconstitute into several new worms. But this strike at least bought the others a few seconds to escape from danger. However, because of this action, the distance between them and the people from the Calamity Royal Court gradually increased. Worse still, the giant worm behind them continued to pursue relentlessly, its speed undiminished. Yang Kaishan knew very well that once it caught up with them, although he might survive, the lives of the others would definitely be in jeopardy. Could it be? No matter how much I've changed, in the end, I'm still the same as before, unable to protect anything? No, absolutely not. After 2 setbacks, he had had enough. He would not allow a third. Thinking of this, Yang Kaishan seemed to have made a certain resolution. He suddenly stopped, turning to face the surging tide of worms. Taking a deep breath, the yin-yang power within him was activated, and in an instant his body split in two, becoming 2 identical Yang Kaishans. Wow, there are so many worms. One Yang Kaishan exclaimed in panic. Before he finished speaking, the other Yang Kaishan kicked the panicking figure hard. The kicked Yang Kaishan fell right in front of a Starry Constellation Society member, scrambling up in a disheveled manner, fear still on his face. Why? Why did you kick me? The kicking Yang Kaishan coldly stared at him, his eyes filled with a hint of chill, seemingly without any remorse for his earlier action. You, get up front and clear the way. Remember, don't dawdle, less nonsense. The usually kind old Yang had become exceptionally fierce at this moment. He suddenly raised the knife in his hand, pointing it at a visibly timid member of the Starry Constellation Society, threatening coldly, if you dare to delay, I'll chop down all these hindrances. Those pointed at were instantly stunned. Was this still the kind old Yang? How did he suddenly become so cold-blooded? The timid Yang Kaishan, intending to argue, swallowed his words upon seeing Yang Kaishan's gaze. Trembling, he hurriedly ran forward to clear the path for the group. As that person left, the remaining Yang Kaishan coldly swept a glance at the remaining members. Those people were terrified by his ice-cold gaze, scrambling to catch up with the figures ahead. Once everyone had run far, a strange smile crept onto Yang Kaishan's lips. He turned to look at the surging swarm of worms in the distance, his entire body's blood-red patterns beginning to glow faintly, as if living things were writhing beneath his skin. My ability can be enhanced by absorbing flesh and blood. I wonder if the blood and flesh of these worms can do the same? Yang Kaishan muttered to himself, simultaneously placing the starlight blade horizontally across his chest, his eyes fixed firmly on the overwhelming swarm of insects. In the next moment, he suddenly plunged the blade into the ground, and a dazzling red light erupted around him. A powerful force radiated outward from him, instantly tearing the surrounding swarm into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The corpses of the dead worms began to twitch violently, wisps of blood mist oozing out and flowing into Yang Kaishan's body like a tide. Feeling the continuous surge of energy entering him, Yang Kaishan's realm was rising at an astonishing speed. However, at that moment, a strong wave of pain surged from deep within his body. He howled to the sky, his voice filled with struggle and anger. His muscles rapidly swelled, a layer of hard carapace forming on the surface of his skin, making him look like some kind of half-human, half-worm monster. More terrifyingly, his pupils gradually shrank to the size of pinpricks, the whites of his eyes completely replaced by crimson. A strange and powerful will was attempting to invade Yang Kaishan's consciousness. Chapter 84. Infinite Resurrection versus Infinite Self-Detonation. Just as Yang Kaishan was about to be completely consumed by that terrifying will, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from within him. This light forcefully stripped his consciousness away from that horrific control. However, Yang Kaishan was fully aware that this liberation was only temporary. Although this golden light was pure and powerful, it was far too scarce compared to the terrifying will that had invaded his mind. Therefore, it could only allow Yang Kaishan to break free from the bondage for a brief moment. In that instant, Yang Kaishan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and without hesitation, he raised his blade and struck down fiercely at his own neck. Immediately after, he summoned the power of the 5 elements to tear his own body into countless fragments, ensuring that he died thoroughly. However, the very next second after he fell, his body restored itself once again. More importantly, the power of the bugs he had absorbed remained intact. Not only that, with this resurrection, the terrifying will that had attempted to control him dissipated partially. Realizing this, Yang Kaishan did not hesitate at all and immediately repeated the previous action: self-decapitation, fragmentation, and rebirth. This cycle continued for a total of 17 times. Finally, after the 17th time, that terrifying will completely vanished. Ha ha ha. Is that all the bugs are capable of? Yang Kaisan laughed loudly, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed swarm of bugs around him. Against the backdrop of blood-red patterns, his smile was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He slowly raised the starlight blade in his hand, the blood-colored energy on the blade writhing as if it were alive. So that is how it is. He murmured to himself, "These bugs are merely the nutrients on my path of growth." Before his voice faded, Yang Kaishan charged towards the most concentrated area of the bug swarm, like an arrow released from a bow. This time, he held nothing back. Each swing of the starlight blade stirred up a storm of blood and gore. The bugs that were slaughtered turned into blood mist, continuously merging into his body. Whenever he sensed a new, terrifying consciousness about to descend, he decisively ended his life in advance. In this way, he continuously absorbed the power of the bugs while avoiding being backfired by the will. As time passed, Yang Kaishan could clearly feel that he was just one step away from breaking through to the next realm. Just at that moment, a loud rumbling suddenly came from ground. The land beneath him suddenly collapsed, and 3 gigantic worms burst out of the earth, each over 100 meters long. They opened their massive maws and lunged at Yang Kaishan. Yang Kaishan's pupils constricted, and he retreated several dozen meters, narrowly avoiding this wave of deadly attacks. The 3 gigantic worms thrashed through the soil, the waves they created crashing towards him like a raging tide. Their shells shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the blood-red moonlight, looking extremely ferocious. Perfect! Yang Kaishan suddenly laughed, his voice filled with fervor. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to forcibly draw upon the surrounding power of the 5 elements. Just as the 3 giant worms were about to close in, his figure suddenly vanished into thin air. The next moment, Yang Kaishan's figure appeared repeatedly among the 3 giant worms, each appearance accompanied by the flow of the 5 elements' power. A strange energy enveloped him, and with every flash of his blade, an unparalleled sharpness radiated. "Gold!" he roared, and the starlight blade in his hand instantly shone with a dazzling metallic light. Wherever the blade passed, the giant worm's hard shells were easily torn apart like thin paper. Wood, with his second shout, emerald green energy wrapped around the blade, and the wounds that were cut open rapidly sprouted sharp wooden spikes that deeply pierced into the giant worms' bodies, restricting their movements. Water. With a twist of his wrist, the blade flowed like water, turning into countless fine water blades that penetrated through the gaps in the worm's shell, shredding the internal organs to pieces. Fire. Fiery flames suddenly erupted from the blade, completely burning the wounds and cutting off the giant worm's self-repair capabilities. Earth. The last shout rang out, and Yang Kaishan stomped down hard, causing numerous sharp rock spikes to erupt from the ground, brutally piercing through the bodies of the 3 giant worms. The giant worms howled in pain, their enormous bodies writhing violently, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the constraints of the 5 elements' power. Yang Kaisan sneered coldly, his figure flashing as he directly leaped onto the head of one of the giant worms. He raised the starlight blade high, the blood-colored patterns on the blade surging wildly. "D!" he shouted angrily, and the blade's light cascaded down like a galaxy, cleaving down, causing the giant worm's head to explode instantly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. However, just as he absorbed the blood and flesh of the giant worm, a will far more terrifying than before suddenly descended. "Here it comes again." Yang Kaishan sneered, but this time he was already prepared. "Want to control me? No way." Without hesitation, He stabbed the starlight blade into his own heart, and his body instantly disintegrated into fragments. The next second, his figure reformed in the distance, and that terrifying will also dissipated along with it. No matter how many times you descend, as long as I commit suicide in advance, you can't do anything to me. Yang Kaishan grinned, his murderous intent growing even stronger. He glanced at the remaining 2 giant worms. Although they were still struggling, the power of the 5 elements had already slowed their movements. Bring it on, Yang Kaishan bellowed, charging towards the bugs once more. The blade light fell like raindrops, flashing coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to slay the second giant worm, a piercing, buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Yang Kaishan halted his movements and looked up, his expression instantly turning grave. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had already been covered by countless flying insects, densely packed together, forming a black cloud that blotted out the sun. And they were diving towards the ground at an astonishing speed. What was even more terrifying was that these flying insects rapidly expanded in size during their descent, as if harboring some kind of terrifying power within them. Before Yang Kaishan could react, the first flying insect suddenly pounced down, followed by thousands of expanding bodies in succession. Boom, boom, boom. A series of massive explosions erupted like thunder, shaking the entire earth, and the whole of Fukushima trembled violently. Once those flying insects touched the ground, the energy within them would explode instantly, releasing devastating shockwaves. Yang Kaishan didn't even have time to dodge before being engulfed by wave after wave of explosions, directly losing a life. However, resurrection only took a brief moment, and another wave of tens of thousands of flying insects howled down, continuing their suicide attack. The cloud of insects in the sky still swirled in an orderly fashion, as if fully aware of the situation below. As long as Yang Kaishan resurrected, new swarms of flying insects would immediately dive down to self-destruct. Meanwhile, on the ground, even more bugs were quietly undergoing changes, gradually transforming into flying insect forms, ready to join this frenzied suicide assault at any moment. However, because of this, Yang Kaishan single-handedly held back the bulk of the insect army. The Blood Sky Eagle and others who were breaking through in the distance felt the pressure lessen dramatically, making their movements much easier. At the same time, a figure quietly emerged in the sky, watching the chaotic battlefield with great interest. This person was Su Yi. When he first arrived here, what greeted his eyes was this sea of insects covering everything. Just standing at a distance to observe, Su Yi had already realized how terrifying these bugs were. First, their reproductive ability was nearly monstrous. Even if only a small remnant of their population remained, it wouldn't take long to reassemble a massive insect army. Secondly, these bugs possessed 2 extremely powerful abilities: adaptability and genetic self-repair and enhancement functions. Although the triggering probability of these 2 characteristics is extremely low, almost less than 1 in 10,000, why are they considered outrageous? The reason is simple: because they are shared. If one successfully triggers, then all Zerg will trigger successfully. Even if the probability is very small, when multiplied by hundreds of millions, it becomes no different from 100%. Chapter 85. Listen once now, and you'll have to listen countless times afterward. Su Yi thought to himself, judging by the evolution speed of these insects. It wouldn't take long before the entire blue star would be devoured. More critically, he could see with his eyes the mother insect egg buried thousands of meters underground. At a glance, he could tell that this mother insect was evolving and had not yet hatched. In other words, all the insects outside were first generation. Based on the speed at which the mother insect absorbed energy, it was likely to hatch in about half a day, which would be tonight. By then, the second generation insects would be born. Thinking of this, Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. If the first generation is already this fierce, how exaggerated would the second generation be? Although he found these insects absurd, Su Yi did not plan to intervene. After all, he himself was also quite an absurd existence. During this time, through the memories of some clones, Su Yi finally understood that his so-called ability to change the world was not just about changing his own desk, but the desks of the entire globe. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the effects were indeed astonishing, especially after refining quite a few green and blue materials recently. His total energy had at least tripled. Simply put, if he was willing to pay the price, he could completely reshape the world into what he wanted. However, Su Yi did not plan to do so. After all, if the world operated entirely according to his wishes, it would be too boring. Nonetheless, even though he couldn't completely transform the world, Su Yi still had a new idea. He planned to slightly adjust the rules of the real world before opening that world-ending critical point so that everyone could see the situation here. This way, he could maximize his prestige and also leave himself a backup plan. What if the global power exceeded expectations when opening the critical point, and even the three monarchs couldn't open it? Then he would let the clone left here descend as the strongest monarch of the Court of Calamity, the Lord of the End, to forcibly open the critical point. If that didn't work, one of the three kings, the King of Calamity, would also take action. In any case, he was determined to open that critical point. If it could be opened solely by the three major monarchs, then things would be much simpler. He could directly descend here in the guise of the Azure Dragon, one of the four symbols of the Star Association, tasked with stopping the Court of Calamity, exterminating the monsters, and conveniently saving the whole world. However, before truly opening the critical point, he had some other thoughts, like wanting to see what the mother insect looked like after evolving. After all, if it evolved too powerfully and accidentally devoured the Earth completely, that would be troublesome. Should he kill it directly now? He felt it wasn't worth it. This was a top-quality creature merged from purple materials. It might even evolve into a golden-level existence. What concerned even more was that he discovered these insects dropped energy points when killed. Although the amount was pitifully small, only a few hundredths, these energy points were not something that could be obtained casually. They would only explode into energy points after these insects had consumed the ground. If they were killed right after being born, they wouldn't drop anything. After observing, he also summarized a rule. The more ground these insects consumed, the larger they grew and the more energy points they dropped. For example, when they consumed enough ground and reached a size of 1 meter, they would drop 0.1 energy points. This discovery brightened Su's eyes. Although the energy points produced by a single insect were minimal, the sheer number was considerable. As long as every insect had consumed some ground, the accumulated energy points would be quite impressive. Thus, a bold idea emerged in Su's mind. Should he send these insects into space? After all, this mother insect had fused with a starry insect egg during the fusion process, meaning these insects could survive in space. Alternatively, he could simply throw the mother insect into the other end of the critical point, let it develop there while consuming those monsters, which would also help accumulate more energy points. This was simply a surefire deal. However, in the end, he shook his head. He decided to wait until he opened that world-ending critical point before considering these issues. After all, if these creatures really led the mother insect to the Gulf, he could then assign these people a new task to send the mother insect to the critical point. If he could manage that, it would save a lot of trouble. As for the members below, he directly notified the 12 Zodiac. However, he didn't let them take action right away. After all, people had to experience storms to grow. As long as the losses weren't too great, it would be fine. If someone died, new ones could be recruited. Moreover, the materials from the underworld were almost gathered, so they could be sent directly when someone died. Right now, the main focus was on whether that Yellow Springs projection world-ending critical point could produce some good items. If there were gains, that would be best. If not, he could only merge a half-finished product to make do. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head to look into the distance and found that the extraordinary team from the island nation was actually coming. This surprised him a bit. After all, he had been messing around in the island nation for so long, and aside from a guy named Watanabe Ichiro, he hadn't seen any decent extraordinary beings. This time, quite a few had come. Although their strength was still weak, their numbers were considerable, at least a few hundred people. These were probably most of the existing extraordinary beings in the island nation. However, their response was a bit slow, wasn't it? The insects had been developing here for so long, and they were only now sending people over. Even if they all joined in, it would still be a drop in the bucket against such a large swarm of insects. Boom! Boom! Blood Skyhawk had just killed hundreds of insects and immediately turned to Yang Kaishan, who was escorting the Star Association, and said, "All right, it's your turn to clear the path." Upon hearing this, Yang Kaishan's eyes widened immediately. What? You just attacked casually, and now it's my turn? Blood Skyhawk sneered. Either you go now, or you can roll back where you came from. Yang Kaishan was infuriated by this, and turned to look at the team members struggling to hold back the swarm. Especially now that there were some 3-meter-tall giant insects among the swarm. Their combat power was far stronger than the previous ordinary insects. Now, each team member was almost injured just to barely kill one. They couldn't do what they used to do, killing 10 and still earning revival coins. Even the stronger ones, who could kill 20 or 30 insects before, were finding it impossible now. After all, the insects back then were too weak. But now it was different. Each person could only kill one at most, or they would lose their life. At this rate, Without the escort of these few from the Court of Calamity, they would eventually be wiped out due to running out of revival coins. Yang Kaishan gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Old Yang, don't listen to them. Someone, seeing that he agreed, hurriedly spoke up. Old Yang, rather than being casually driven by them now, why don't we just fight these insects directly? After all, we still have plenty of revival coins. Plus, we can hold out a bit longer. Maybe the Zodiac Lords will be back. Yeah, Old Yang, you listen once now, and you'll have to listen countless times afterward. Chapter 86. Forget it, just charge. Shui Tuning looked at the chattering group in front of him, feeling extremely irritated. He had originally come looking for cooperation, but the premise was that the other party needed to have strength. Unfortunately, aside from this Old Yang who was somewhat capable, the remaining few hundred people were all at the fluorescent level. These people were completely useless in front of the insect army and even needed protection. If it weren't for the fact that Old Yang could still be of some use to him, saving him a lot of stamina and energy, Shui Tianning would have left them behind long ago. On the other side, Yang Kaishan listened to his teammates and felt conflicted. He knew that such compromises could go on indefinitely, but he couldn't abandon his teammates. Although they could wait for Lord Zodiac to return for rescue, he wasn't sure if new insects would appear. By then, not to mention trading one life for one insect, it might take 10 lives to exchange for one. Putting all hope on Lord Zodiac? The kind-hearted Yang Kaishan felt he couldn't do that. Let's go just one more minute. Just as he was about to take action, Yang Kaishan suddenly heard a fierce voice in his mind. It was the evil Yang Kaishan that had split off. However, the voice cut off midway. Breakthrough. Run. Before the kind-hearted Yang Kaishan could react, another voice came through. Yang Kaishan was completely confused. Why should they run? What about the members? Then, the voice sounded again. With you here, everyone will die. This left Yang Kaishan even more puzzled. What did it mean that everyone would die with him there? Despite his myriad of questions, the kind-hearted Yang Kaishan decided to trust the other side. After all, even though they were two separate entities, he understood his other side well enough that it would never speak nonsense. There must be something significant happening. Before Yang Kaishan could think more, a strong energy erupted from within him, and his realm began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from a moonlight upper level to the dawn lower level. Noticing this change, Yang Kaishan dared not think too much and took off running. However, before running, he shouted, "Hurry and leave this place." Although he didn't understand why they needed to run, his intuition told him that staying would definitely lead to problems. Moreover, the trouble in this place was likely related to him. He couldn't let others accompany him to their doom. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kaishan vanished without a trace. This time, no one was lagging behind, and he didn't have to worry about energy consumption, so he ran incredibly fast. However, once Yang Kaishan left, everyone present was dumbfounded. Shui Tuning was especially bewildered. He had indeed planned to use Yang Kaishan as a laborer, but as a condition. He would also protect his teammates, right? But then he just ran off, leaving Shui Tianning stunned. And Chan Yang and Fang Jiqiang were also looking perplexed. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and a large cloud floated over. Upon closer inspection, it was not an ordinary cloud, but a swarm of insects forming an insect cloud. The insects at the front rapidly expanded their bodies, preparing to dive, but suddenly turned and charged towards the direction Yang Kaishan had just left, followed by self-detonation. Boom! The massive explosion was deafening, and the shockwave even affected their side. Many team members were blasted several dozen meters away, and the scene was chaotic. Shui Tianning quickly flew back to avoid this sudden attack. The insect swarm in the sky seemed to sense that Yang Kaishan was still alive, and another wave of 1,000 insects dove down, self-destructing once more. What the hell did that guy do? How did he attract so many insects? Fang Jiqiang asked, his eyes wide. Should we help those people below? And Chanyang pointed at the others on the ground. Shui Tianning glanced down and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. We can't worry about them now." No sooner had he spoken than the ground suddenly shook violently. The members of the Starry Sky Association who had been blown away hadn't had time to get up before witnessing the scene. The insect swarm within a radius of several kilometers suddenly stopped moving, all turning towards the direction Yang Kaishan had fled. Something's not right, and Chanyang frowned. Looking at the insects below, no matter how much hate they attract, this is too exaggerated. At this moment, Shui Tianning was also staring intently at Yang Kaishan at the center of the explosion, then slowly spoke. "That guy has broken through again. He is now at the same realm as me." And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. "That guy can't be cheating, can he?" Fang Jiqiang swallowed hard and said quietly, "Not sure." Shui Tianning frowned. His gaze locked onto the direction where Yang Kaishan had disappeared. But no matter what, Now that he's helping us attract all the insects hate, we might as well charge straight to the depths. Otherwise, as the insects get stronger, finding the mother insect will only become more difficult. And Chanyang and Feng Jiqiang nodded in agreement. The four of them then flew towards the core area of the insect swarm at their fastest speed. Meanwhile, in a huge pit, the evil Yang Kaishan was emanating a strange blood-black mist. Any insects that charged at him were devoured by this mist. At this moment, the evil Yang Kaishan had undergone significant changes. A pair of translucent wings had grown on his back. His body was covered with armor-like shells. And even his appearance resembled that of an insect. All of this happened because of a moment when, for reasons unknown, the insects suddenly stopped moving collectively. He seized the opportunity to frantically consume their flesh and blood. After experiencing several such scenes, he finally broke through to the Dawn lower level. However, he did not stop there. At the Dawn lower level, he was already able to withstand a round of attacks from the insects without dying. So, he began to counterattack, killing all the surrounding insects and absorbing their flesh and blood without restriction. Eventually, his realm rose again, reaching the Dawn middle level. At this level, these insects no longer posed any threat. Even if the cost was that he was no longer fully human, but had transformed into a half-human, half-insect monster, even more monstrous than those in the Catastrophe Royal Court. The evil Yang Kaishan didn't care at all. He looked up at the sky. The flying insects were still circling, but dared not dive down again. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. What is wrong? Weren't you quite powerful just now? Now you don't dare? Indeed, insects are just insects. No matter how you change, the weak essence cannot be changed. His laughter echoed in the air, and the translucent wings behind him vibrated violently, producing a piercing, buzzing sound. At this moment, the evil Yang Kaishan was almost consumed by the desire for slaughter and devouring. Moreover, every time he devoured the blood and flesh of the insects, a trace of spiritual power sat atop the insects. It was just that Yang Kaishan was now oblivious to the amplified desire for slaughter and devouring. Chapter 87. Human-shaped mother bug? Celestial wolf form. The swarm of flying insects in the sky seemed to be provoked by his taunts, yet they maintained their circling posture, not daring to attack rashly. Oof. Too scared to move? The evil Yang Kaishan grinned, revealing a sinister expression. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a bizarre, twisted sphere of blood-black energy rapidly condensed in his palm. Since you are so timid, then I shall send you to your end. Boom! This sphere of energy shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly penetrating the core of the swarm, causing dozens of flying insects to turn into nothingness. However, the blood-black energy did not dissipate. Instead, it returned with the vaporized remains of the insects. But at this moment, the swarm still did not collapse. Instead, they began to adjust their formation with a rhythmic precision. The evil Yang Kaishan frowned, sensing something unusual. Without hesitation, he released his grip, tossing the remnants of the insects back into the air. Zizi. The next second, those remnants began to corrode the ground upon landing, emitting a pungent smell. Oh, this has evolved to have corrosive abilities? The evil Yang Kaishan narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his tone. It seems you have put a lot of effort into dealing with me. Before his words fell, the swarm of flying insects finally could not hold back any longer. They chose not to dive and self-destruct, but instead collectively exploded in midair. A torrent of corrosive blood rained down like a storm, making the entire scene extraordinarily terrifying. Childish. The evil Yang Kaishan snorted coldly, his hands swinging violently, causing massive earthen walls to rise up from the ground, blocking the pouring corrosive rain. Zizizizi. Nevertheless, these corrosive liquids still eroded the earthen walls, and the thick rock layers were quickly dissolved, creating countless holes. Faced with this scene, the evil Yang Kaishan was not flustered. Instead, he sneered, bringing his hands together forcefully. The earthen walls collapsed with a loud rumble, turning into countless sharp stones that shot towards the swarm of insects in the sky. Poo-poo. The stones pierced through the swarm like the Grim Reaper's scythe, causing hundreds of flying insects to fall. The remaining flying insects, seeing this, quickly distanced themselves, trying to avoid this terrifying opponent. However, the evil Yang Kaishan paid no heed. His gaze was firmly locked onto the position of the swarm. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes and mouth simultaneously erupted with dazzling light, followed by a powerful shockwave. Boom! 3 scarlet beams burst forth from his face, tearing through the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. The black cloud formed by the swarm of flying insects was forcibly split open, creating a vacuum passage, with all the insects along the way instantly evaporating into ashes due to the high temperature. Suspended in midair, the evil Yang Kaishan spread his transparent insect wings behind him, mockingly saying, "Is this all you've got? Truly disappointing. Then let me give you something more exciting." He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a powerful mental force erupted from within Yang Kaishan's body. Boom! The ground within a radius of a kilometer instantly collapsed, and countless insects were crushed into minced meat by an invisible force. The insane Yang Kaishan laughed maniacally as crimson blood mist seeped from the crushed insect corpses, swirling around his armor as if alive. Not enough. Far from enough. He roared, and the insect wings behind him suddenly expanded to 3 times their original size, with strange purple patterns appearing on the shell. Bring out your mother bug. Let me see just how powerful the so-called mother bug really is. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side was entirely different. Blood Sky Eagle and the others discovered that they could move towards the swarm without any hindrance. Huh, why aren't these insects attacking us? Fang Jiqiang asked in confusion. Not only that, but they also seemed to be rushing in one direction, completely ignoring us who were heading to their nest. And Chanyang frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "It should be that guy who has attracted all the insects' attention. I really don't know how he managed to draw their aggro so completely." Fang Jiqiang sighed. Looking at these insects, it seems they are relentless. Blood Sky Eagle also noticed this, but then waved his hand, saying, "Let's not worry about that for now. Having someone draw fire is actually a good thing for us. Our priority is to find that mother bug." Upon hearing this, Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang ceased further discussion and quickened their pace to continue forward. Soon after, the 4 of them slowly stopped beside a massive deep pit. As they stood at the edge of the pit, a bone-chilling cold surged from their feet straight to their hearts, making them shiver involuntarily. They widened their eyes and looked down, the sight before them rendering everyone stunned, their minds blank. This deep pit was not an ordinary cave, but a horrifying existence. Its surroundings were covered by a barrier made of flesh and blood, which appeared dark red, filled with blood vessels and tendons, resembling a giant living organ. More terrifyingly, these flesh barriers were slowly writhing, as if something was hidden within, ready to break free at any moment. Those things seemed to have their own will, sometimes contracting, sometimes expanding, as if they were performing a slow, breathing motion. Whenever they opened up, a new type of insect would be released. These insects varied in form. Some were as agile as spiders, some dragged long bodies like centipedes, and others buzzed annoyingly like flies. Most of the newborn insects quickly died upon leaving the flesh and blood barrier. However, amidst countless deaths, there was always a certain new insect that managed to survive. These survivors adapted quickly to their environment and reproduced at an astonishing rate. In no time, the area around the deep pit was covered densely with swarms of insects, with hardly a gap visible. At the very center of the deep pit, a massive, semi-transparent flesh lump was rhythmically pulsating, its surface covered with intertwined blood vessels and nerve fibers. Through that thin, outer membrane, a vague, human-shaped outline could be seen curled up inside. That could be the mother bug? Fang Jiqiang's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Blood Sky Eagle squinted his eyes, carefully observing for a while before speaking. "I'm not too sure. But no matter what it is, let's take it away first." And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just as Blood Sky Eagle was about to act, he suddenly felt a gentle poke at his waist. He turned around and saw Su Yun standing there, handing him a small note that had just been written. The note read, "This is not the real mother bug. The real mother bug is thousands of meters below." After reading the note, Blood Sky Eagle frowned slightly and then turned to the other 2, asking, "What do you think? If there are no objections, let's rest for half an hour to regain our strength and energy, then launch a strong attack." And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang did not voice any objections after hearing this. Thus, they rested in place for half an hour. When the time was up, and Chanyang immediately took the lead, his body began to change, entering a brand new state, celestial wolf form. With the activation of his new ability, and Chanyang's body rapidly expanded under the sunlight, silver-white fur instantly covering him, his pupils constricting into dangerous vertical lines, exuding a strong wild aura. His bones emitted a series of piercing cracking sounds that made one feel a chill run down their spine. As his back slowly arched, 2 fearsome, white bone blades suddenly pierced out from his shoulder blades. Celestial Wolf howls at the moon. Chapter 88. You are special. With a long howl, He transformed into a silver meteor, rushing straight into the deep pit. The bone blade sliced through the flesh barrier, and in that instant, countless writhing tendrils suddenly erupted. However, as soon as these tendrils touched the bone blade, they quickly withered and carbonized. Fang Jiqiang closely followed, and, as his hands pressed against the ground, jagged rock spikes suddenly rose sharply from the edge of the pit. The newly hatched type of insect NT even managed to crawl out of their nest before being pierced by the rock spikes, strung together like bloody candied hawthorns. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole was pierced through the flesh barrier, and Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang were the first to rush in, followed closely by Shui Tianying and Su Yun. This was the plan they had set beforehand, and Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang were responsible for opening the way. Shui Tianying would cover them to deal with any unexpected situations, while Su Yun was the final trump card. Along the way, the four encountered almost no resistance from the insects. After 10 minutes of navigating through, they finally reached the bottom level. At this moment, the four of them stared at the towering giant insect egg in front of them, which stood 1,000 meters high and couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this the mother insect's egg? Fang Jiqiang stared intently at the giant egg, incredulously asking, "It's too big. How are we going to take it away?" And Chanyang frowned and said, "Something doesn't feel right. We're already here, yet we haven't seen a single insect? Could it be that those insects were attracted away by that person?" Shui Tianying speculated, but then shook his head, "But there shouldn't be none left, right?" After pondering for a moment, Shui Tianying suggested, "In any case, we need to think of a way to get this egg to the bay." Upon hearing this, the other three fell into deep thought, and Chanyang was the first to speak. "This egg is so big that it's difficult for us to move it with our strength. If more insects come to disturb us, it'll be practically impossible to complete the mission." Fang Jiqiang agreed. "Shi Lang is right. This egg is really too big. Unless we can find someone stronger to help." After listening, Shui Tianying furrowed his brow even tighter. Indeed, with their strength, it was impossible to move such a large insect egg. Just then, Shui Tianying suddenly felt a poke on his back. He turned around to see it was Su Yun and asked in confusion, "Do you have a way?" Su Yun didn't answer, but silently took out the fake coin. Seeing this scene, the three instantly fell silent. This was indeed a good method, but the problem was that this thing was a bit tricky. If we don't use it, we really have no way to deal with this insect egg. If we do use it, it might cause more trouble later. The three looked at each other, momentarily falling into silence. "Should we use it?" And Chanyang asked tentatively, "But what about the consequences? This isn't a small wish." Fang Jiqiang frowned and said, "If we don't use it, we're still a loss," and Chanyang shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Fang Jiqiang was silent for a moment before finally sighing. At this moment, Shui Tianying slammed the ground and said, "Let us use it. We have no other choice. If we keep dragging this out, when the insects react, it'll only get more troublesome. Better to just use it." And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang exchanged glances and nodded heavily. So, Fang Jiqiang hesitated for a moment. Who will use it this time? As soon as he finished speaking, the other three all turned to look at him. Then, they nodded in unison, their meaning clear. "All three of us have used it, and you're the only one left, so it's your turn this time." Fang Jiqiang's mouth twitched slightly, although he was reluctant. He didn't refuse, and directly picked up the fake coin, tossing it casually. The fake coin traced an arc in the air, making a clear, jingling sound as it landed steadily in Fang Jiqiang's hand. Facing up was the kind-looking girl. Seeing this, everyone felt a slight relief. Although they weren't entirely sure about the difference between the front and back, at least the front showed a kind girl, which was much better than the evil girl in the back, right? Without hesitation, Fang Jiqiang spoke up and made a wish. "I hope to find a way to take this mother insect egg to the bay." He didn't wish to directly send the egg to the bay, but only wanted to find a method. After all, directly getting the egg to the bay seemed a bit too difficult. It would be troublesome if any accidents occurred. Simply asking for a method shouldn't be too hard, right? Fang Jiqiang wasn't very confident. The last time Shui Tianying made a wish, he just wanted to see the critical point, but ended up summoning the Sword Saint for no reason. That time seemed to be influenced by the evil girl. And this time it was the kind girl at shouldn't create something like the Sword Saint again, right? Tap tap. A sound of footsteps came, and the atmosphere on site instantly became tense. The three looked toward the direction of the sound at the same time. A graceful figure gradually emerged, and as the footsteps grew closer, the figure became clearer. She was a nearly naked woman, her body covered only by a few pieces of armor. Her long black-purple hair cascaded down to her calves like a waterfall, and her enchanting figure made it hard to look away. and Changyang and Fang Jiqiang were instantly captivated, completely ignoring other details. However, Shuadening was not seduced by her beauty. He remained vigilant and asked, "Who are you?" The woman did not answer immediately, but slowly scanned the group with her purple, crystal-like eyes. Where her gaze landed, it seemed even the air froze. "Who am I?" She gently countered, her tone as smooth as silk, yet with an unsettling chill. "Didn't you wish to take me away? How come you're asking me who I am now?" This sentence left all four of them stunned. "Aren't you a monster? How can you talk?" Suyin finally couldn't help but ask. As a manifestation of the original body, he had always thought that the fused entity had no consciousness. So a talking one naturally caught his attention. But just as he finished speaking, his mouth was immediately covered by Shui Tianying. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to fall into a brief contemplation. After a moment, her gaze locked back onto Su Yun. "You're very special," she said softly, her tone laced with curiosity. "I feel like you're particularly familiar, but I can't recall why. As for why I can talk, that is simple. I have eaten your kind and acquired your memories, so naturally, I can speak." Chapter 89, But now. It seems you don't have a choice, do you? Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle and the other two instinctively looked at Su Yun, but quickly turned their gaze back to the woman in front of them. "You're the Mother Worm?" Blood Sky Eagle asked directly, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. Although he could almost guess the answer from their previous conversation, he couldn't help but want to confirm it again, just in case the other party was lying. The woman tilted her head slightly. This gesture should have appeared quite cute, but the indifference in her eyes made it chilling. "Mother Worm?" She chuckled lightly. "If according to your human terminology, I do count as one. But more accurately, I am the consciousness of the insect race." She paused for a moment and continued, "That egg in front of you is the real Mother Worm. But in a certain sense, what's inside that egg is my true body, so it's not wrong for you to call me Mother Worm." As she said this, her voice paused again, as if she was contemplating something. "Actually, I shouldn't have appeared so early. But for some reason, my genetic sequence suddenly changed, and the experiment that was supposed to take longer was completed smoothly, which is why I manifested ahead of time." After hearing this, the group fell into silence. They speculated that this might be because the Destiny Coin understood that the entity capable of providing them with a solution was this Mother Worm consciousness before them. So it helped the other party manifest directly. But the question arose, how to open their mouths. They couldn't really ask in a friendly manner, "Excuse me, would you mind moving your body to another place?" If they said that, would the Mother Worm directly take action against them? After all, regardless of other aspects instinctively, no one felt that the being before them was weak. Even if they couldn't sense any aura of a realm, that was beyond doubt. Could it be that all of this is because of your recent wish? The Mother Worm suddenly spoke again, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity, as if it were no problem. "After all, aside from waking me up, you really shouldn't have any way to accomplish this. Your strength is too weak." Of course, she added, "The power of my current physical body is not strong, but because I am connected to the will of all insects on a mental level, my strength is probably equivalent to your human's celestial level." Of course, she emphasized again, "Since my true body hasn't awakened yet, my power can only reach this level for now." When Blood Sky Eagle and the others heard the term celestial level, they didn't show much surprise. After all, the difficulty this time was about the same as what they had encountered before, and it was even slightly easier. Now, each person had a Lord's energy ball in their hands. If an unexpected situation arose, the priority was as follows. First for Chuanxio, then for Stone Wolf, followed by Blood Ghost, and finally for Crow's Mouth. If the other side made any attacking moves, it would definitely prompt Chuanxio to use a Crimson Lord's energy ball to counter it. So now, there shouldn't be much of an issue. After considering the Mother Worm's words, Blood Sky Eagle thought for a moment and asked, "Since you're willing to talk to us now, are you considering coming with us?" The Mother Worm's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a strange smile, and a dangerous light flickered in her amethyst-like eyes. "Go." She gently shook her head, her long hair writhing like a living thing. "Hee, that's not impossible. However, you need to give me a reason to come with you. A good reason, and I'll go with you. A bad reason, and you can stay here." Although the Mother Worm's tone was relaxed, the danger in her eyes indicated that her words were definitely not a joke. Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle and the others felt a tightness in their hearts. They hadn't expected the Mother Worm to make such a demand. Fang Jiqiang quietly turned off his auto-aim and whispered, "What should we do?" He glanced at Changyang and the others, his gaze lingering on Su Yun for a moment, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. He leaned close to Su Yun and whispered, "Hey." Crow's Mouth, Didn't that mother worm say you were very strange just now? Could it be that she's interested in you? Curiosity towards a person often marks the beginning of affection. Why don't you sacrifice a bit of your charm and see if you can seduce her? Hearing this, Su-Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this moment, Blood Sky Eagle stood up and faced the mother worm directly, saying, "Our purpose is actually very simple, to find you and take you to the bay." Why go to the bay? Because there's a world-ending level critical point there, and we need to open it. Our strength alone might not be enough, so we need your help. Hee hee. The mother worm laughed upon hearing Blood Sky Eagle's words. A peal of silver, bell-like laughter suddenly echoed in the empty underground space, making it particularly eerie. Critical point? She tilted her head, her amethyst-like eyes flashing with dangerous light. On what basis do you think I would help you? As soon as her voice fell, an intense pressure erupted from the mother worm. Except for Su-Yun, the others bent slightly, almost unable to bear it. Blood Sky Eagle was a bit better off, but it wasn't easy. His passive ability could only allow him to partially resist the pressure from a strong opponent. But he couldn't completely ignore it. Even so, Blood Sky Eagle still forced himself to stand tall and said tenaciously, "Because we have a common enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. His figure rapidly elongated, and his height instantly reached 2 meters and 5. His body became even more slender, and the pair of bat wings on his back grew wildly, eventually expanding to 7 meters long. His pupils became incredibly sharp, and his lips slightly parted to reveal 2 sharp fangs gleaming coldly, making one shiver. Seeing this scene, and Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang immediately took action as well. And Chanyang's transformation was not very obvious. His hair turned whiter, and bone spurs protruded from his skin. Fang Jiqiang, on the other hand, directly grew 6 arms, his face contorting like an abyssal demon, muscles bulging, with energy ripples flowing over him, looking immensely powerful. Watching his teammates reveal their true forms, Blood Sky Eagle's mouth curled into a smile, feeling more confident. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists respectfully, and said, "You must have seen the content in human memories, right? We come from the court of catastrophe, and we are monsters ourselves." After a brief pause, he continued, "So, we are here to sincerely invite you to join us, to open the world-ending critical point together, control this world, and become the new masters." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the mother worm's amethyst-like eyes. She slowly raised her hand, her slender fingertips gently tapping her chin, revealing a playful smile. "Core catastrophe?" Her voice carried a hint of mockery. "You do have a point. However," she paused, "I remember very clearly that you have a principle of extermination against monsters. And I am a monster, while you're new humans. Why should I believe your words?" Blood Sky Eagle, upon hearing this, did not remain on one knee, but instead sighed and stood up. "That's right. I really can't prove that what I said is true." He paused, then directly took out an energy ball of the Lord of Deception. But he gestured for his teammates to take out their energy balls as well. And Chanyang and Fang Jiqiang wasted no time and took out their Crimson Lord's energy balls. Su-Yun pulled out the energy ball of the Lord of Corruption. Then, Blood Sky Eagle raised his head to look directly at the mother worm, raising his voice. "You are right. We indeed have a principle of extermination against monsters. But since you have already allowed us to enter, it seems you don't have a choice now, do you?" Chapter 90. Now that you have turned into a bug, can you resist me, the king? The mother bug was momentarily taken aback by these words, then shifted her gaze to the energy ball in Blood Sky Eagle's hand. She immediately sensed the dangerous aura emanating from that energy ball, but felt that something was off. However, when her eyes scanned the other 3 energy balls, she suddenly trembled. At that moment, she could clearly feel the lethal threat contained within those 3 energy balls. If they were activated with her newly born body, she would surely meet her demise. Moreover, if all 3 were detonated simultaneously, even her true form might not be preserved. A hint of panic flashed in the mother bug's purple eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. She slowly raised her hand, and her slender fingers suddenly sprouted sharp bone spikes. "Hee hee." Her voice remained charming, yet carried a chilling undertone. "It seems I have indeed underestimated you humans. But, do you dare to use it? If you do, you'll go down with me." Blood Sky Eagle's face showed no signs of fluctuation. He simply stared at the mother bug and coldly asked, "Then let me ask if you dare to gamble?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the energy ball tighter, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. "Ha ha!" The mother bug suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes locking onto the 4 of them again. All right. This time, I'll admit defeat. Now, let us hear your terms." Her tone softened slightly. Upon hearing this, Blood Sky Eagle finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their gamble had paid off. His strong attitude was because they had no other way to make her comply. The only way out was through threats or coercion. But this tactic was risky. If it backfired, at least 2 energy balls would have to be sacrificed to escape. After all, they were deep underground, and no one could tell how many bugs were still lurking around. What was worse? If more bugs appeared with comparable or even greater strength, it would truly be troublesome. Subsequently, Blood Sky Eagle slowly put away the energy ball in his hand, while the other 3 remained still. Our terms are simple. He pointed to the giant egg behind him. Take your true form and come with us to the bay. Once the critical point opens, any corpse that dies, there will be yours to consume. Moreover, we, the Disaster King's Court, will also protect your safety. This is a tremendous benefit for you. I believe that the flesh and blood of strong beings is far more delicious than gnawing on dirt, right? After finishing, Blood Sky Eagle smiled at the mother bug, completely shedding the seriousness from moments before. The mother bug's purple eyes narrowed slightly as she tilted her head, seemingly contemplating the proposal seriously. But seeing the energy ball tightening in Blood Sky Eagle's grip, she suddenly chuckled. Your suggestion truly leaves me with no reason to refuse. Fine, I'll go with you. The mother bug paused, then added, however, there is a general waiting for me outside. I must subdue him first. I can't refuse such a small matter, can I? Blood Sky Eagle was taken aback for a moment, then revealed an understanding smile. Of course. He thought for a moment and added, but since you need to go out, why not take us with you? Who knows, we might be able to help. A hint of cunning flashed in the mother bug's eyes as she gently stroked her long hair that fell in front of her chest, a meaningful smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Outside? It seems you're not as brave as I thought. You're quite afraid of dying. Blood Sky Eagle nodded candidly. Isn't it better to be alive? Besides, this way, it precisely removes the threat you pose to us, right? And since we are already cooperating, wouldn't it be better to talk in a different place, to open our hearts? The mother bug's laughter echoed in the cave. What an interesting human. All right, let us do it your way. She elegantly raised her hand, her slender fingertips moving slightly. Instantly, the entire underground space began to tremble, the surrounding flesh walls wriggling and secreting some transparent mucus. Before Blood Sky Eagle and the others could react, these walls quickly closed in, wrapping them up. A sense of dizziness overwhelmed them as their bodies were swept away by a powerful force, rapidly traversing through the viscous tunnel. The surrounding flesh walls pressed and squirmed, as if some creature was excreting, pushing them towards the unknown. Ugh, this feeling is worse than a roller coaster. Fang Jiqiang couldn't help but gag. He tightly hugged himself with 6 arms, trying to stabilize his form. And Chanyang's white hair was drenched in mucus, sticking to him and feeling both sticky and itchy. But turning his head, he suddenly saw Fang Jiqiang heading in his direction. And Chanyang's eyes widened, and he shouted directly, "Holy crap! Don't come this way, Fang Xiu!" Quickly change direction. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 4 of them were suddenly ejected from the tunnel, crashing heavily onto a soft mass of flesh. The giant bug egg also fell alongside them, landing nearby. The surface mucus quickly dried, forming a hard shell that wrapped around it like armor. Cough, cough. Have we finally arrived? Fang Jiqiang struggled to get up, shaking off the mucus on his body with a disgusted expression. And Chanyang saw the sun in the sky and finally sighed with relief. Only Blood Sky Eagle remained vigilant, not letting go of the energy ball for a moment. After all, he had not the slightest trust in this mother bug. The mother bug suddenly laughed, sitting atop the giant egg and teasingly looking at them. Even now, you still want to let go of the balls in your hands? It seems you still don't trust me. Blood Sky Eagle relaxed slightly, but his tone remained cautious. It's our first cooperation. One must always be careful. Whether you trust me or not, I certainly don't trust you. The mother bug smiled while covering her mouth, a hint of playfulness flashing in her purple eyes. Humph. On the human side, this is called caution, right? Indeed, it is caution. She lazily stretched, lightly jumping down from the giant egg, her bare feet landing on the moist flesh blanket, making a soft pattering sound. But now, we need to convince the first general of my bug clan. She turned her gaze towards the distance. There, a figure was laughing maniacally, wantonly slaughtering bugs while absorbing their flesh and blood. Even though those bugs had toxic corrosive abilities, to him, it was just a matter of sacrificing a few more lives. In the end, he could still eat them all. His realm had already reached the upper level of dawnlight, but his expression appeared somewhat deranged, and even his will seemed a bit unclear. The mother bug licked her lips, deep in thought. Even if he can resurrect indefinitely, there will still be some impact. After eating so many of my subjects, he should pay some price, right? You must understand that deep within the genes of all bugs lies a rule. The mother bug is supreme. You have eaten so many of my subjects and have turned into a bug yourself. As a member of the bug clan, can you still resist your king? Our bug clan has always only consumed others. We don't allow others to eat us. I hope you can continue to eat. Hee hee. Chapter 91. Activate the heart of the divine swish. Yang Kaishin's knife fell, and yet another giant worm that had just emerged from the bloody mire was sliced in half. Ha ha! He laughed heartily. Is this all you've got? Call out a mother worm, and stop sending these little minions. They are just delivering food. The flying insects clearly did not understand his provocation. They merely charged at him mechanically, only to self-detonate the moment they got close. But Yang Kaishan was unfazed, easily waving his arm to deflect the shockwave from the explosion, then absorbing the corrosive remains of the worms into his body. Once he finished absorbing, he didn't hesitate at all and chose to self-destruct, a method he was already accustomed to. Moments later, Yang Kaishan resurrected again from the bloody mire, each rebirth accompanied by increasingly manic laughter. At this point, he had completely lost his human form, his entire body almost entirely transformed into that of a worm. The only thing remaining was his ability to stand and walk like a human. Not enough. Not enough. Where is your mother worm? Hurry up and bring her out. Yang Kaishan roared, his voice filled with madness. I want to see just how powerful she really is. At this moment, Yang Kaishan had been thoroughly eroded by desire, completely indifferent to the changes happening to his body and oblivious to the chaos in his mind. Oh, are you looking for me? A voice, soft and alluring, suddenly emerged from the dense blood mist, interrupting Yang Kaishan's roar. He turned sharply, only to see the so-called mother worm lazily leaning against a giant egg 1,000 meters high, her purple eyes shimmering with a heart-stopping light. Ha ha! Finally willing to show yourself? Yang Kaishan laughed wildly, his worm-like body trembling with excitement. Let me taste the flesh and blood of the mother worm. Is it more delicious than those useless ones? The mother worm shook her head slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. Since you have already become a member of the insect race, do you still want to resist your king? However, Yang Kaishan had no interest in understanding this statement. All that remained in his mind was the desire for the mother worm's flesh and blood. He lunged forward with a grimace, his speed akin to a shadow. Just as he was about to close in on the mother worm, her purple eyes suddenly brightened, unleashing a suffocating force. Then, she gently parted her red lips and uttered 2 cold words. Kneel and welcome your king. Boom! Before her words had finished, Yang Kaishan's legs lost control as if struck by lightning, and he crashed heavily to his knees in the bloody mire. His knees sank into the viscous swamp, splattering large amounts of foul-smelling blood plasma. What's happening? Yang Kaishan's face was filled with shock and confusion, but he found that no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up. Suddenly, he fell flat on the ground, desperately trying to prop himself up, but his entire body felt as though it was out of control and could not move. This feeling was as if that power was not imposed from the outside, but rather an instinctive reaction emerging from deep within his own heart. When he looked up at the woman before him again, Yang Kaishan felt a conflict. He had just thought of her as the mother worm, but now that title seemed completely inappropriate. Instead, it was replaced by a more awe-inspiring identity, the king. He suddenly realized that his thoughts were changing, and he screamed in terror, but his voice had turned hoarse and strange, even carrying a hint of a bug-like screech. His pupils constricted violently, his eyes filled with resistance and struggle, trying to break free from this bondage. No, impossible. How could I possibly obey you? However, Yang Kaishan's body remained as stiff as stone, as if bound by invisible chains, unable to lift even a finger. The woman slowly approached, gently lifting his chin with her slender fingers. Her gaze was as cold as frost, her purple eyes exuding a suffocating pressure. Did you think there would be no cost to eating my subjects? Her tone was deep yet full of threat, like a venomous snake slowly injecting its poison into its prey. Every worm you swallow carries my will. They take root in your blood, grow in your marrow, and gradually rewrite your instincts. Yang Kaishan trembled all over, clearly feeling a strange yet familiar power invading his consciousness. Those pinprick sensations seemed to come from countless little worms crawling in his veins, gnawing at his reason. His vision began to blur, and the woman before him gradually transformed into a high and mighty existence, sacred and inviolable. No, I am young Kai-san. I am human. I. He desperately tried to shout, but his words were cut off mid-sentence, as if continuing would touch upon some deadly taboo. Look, your body is far more honest than your will. The woman chuckled lightly, her fingertips grazing his cheek, her tone gentle yet laced with danger. From the moment you first devour my subjects, you are no longer the same you. Yang Kaishin's consciousness gradually became hazy, memories fading away like a receding tide, replaced by a fervent sense of loyalty. A low moan escaped his throat, and finally, he bowed his head, his hoarse voice filled with devotion. King, I pledge my loyalty to you. The woman nodded in satisfaction, turning to look at the blood sky eagle and others not far away, a cold smile curling at her lips. All right, my first general has surrendered. We can leave now. The bay, a place that was originally peaceful and serene, was now tainted with an eerie atmosphere. The chaos of battle engulfed the entire battlefield, the air thick with tension and the scent of destruction. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, Jin's silver battle armor stood out prominently. However, it had long lost its former brilliance, now covered in a mess of deep and shallow scratches and dents. The once incredibly sturdy exterior was now riddled with holes, seemingly on the verge of complete collapse. At this critical moment, a massive ghostly hand suddenly descended from the sky, like a bloodthirsty beast, smashing down onto the steel city wall with tremendous force. The impact was so violent that it sent Jin's armor flying, crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud. However, at the moment of contact between the armor and the wall, something strange happened. The golden divine fragment embedded in the armor suddenly erupted with a blinding light, like lightning in the night sky, quickly spreading to engulf the entire armor. Incredibly, the once battered and about to fall armor began to rapidly repair itself. The gaping cracks gradually healed. The sunken parts slowly returned to smoothness, as if time had been reversed, and the armor regained its dazzling brilliance. The golden light flowed like water over every inch of the armor, erasing all signs of damage. Inside the cockpit, Jin's fingers danced rapidly over the control panel, leaving behind trails of afterimages. 7 divine fragments simultaneously burst forth with brilliant light, each radiating different energy fluctuations. Activate the heart of the divine. Jin's voice was cold and firm, showing no signs of wavering. As soon as the words fell, the 7 gems on the chest of the mech detached from the armor, hovering in midair, arranged in a perfect circle. These gems began to vibrate violently, releasing beams of colorful energy. Crimson symbolizing burning, deep blue representing freezing, emerald containing corrosion, and purple-black indicating annihilation. Various powers intertwined, forming an unprecedented might. The Lord of the Nether, witnessing this scene, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but soon revealed a playful smile. Interesting, he murmured softly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The pages of his codex flipped wildly, as if responding to some kind of summon. The yet-to-be fully formed 1,000-foot ghost suddenly roared at the sky, its voice resonating through the clouds. Its body began to devour the surrounding light, plunging the entire world into an eerie darkness. Go! Jin pressed the final activation button without hesitation, his momentum suddenly reaching its peak. Chapter 92, The Demon God Mask. 7 beams of radiant holy light intertwined, forming a magnificent flow like a rainbow. Wherever it passed, the space appeared as fragile as glass, cracking little by little. At that moment, the tome in the hand of the Lord of the Underworld suddenly burst into a ball of eerie green flames, while the enormous specter suddenly opened its black hole-like mouth. When the two forces violently collided, time seemed to freeze. Immediately after, an indescribable shockwave spread outward in a circular motion. The outer layer of the Steel City wall's protective shield shattered like thin ice, turning into countless tiny fragments that scattered. The seawater was instantly vaporized, leaving a hemispherical vacuum area with a diameter of several kilometers. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, revealing the distorted spatial cracks behind them. Inside the control room, all the screens sparked simultaneously, and the equipment was in chaos. Xiaodin was violently slammed against the wall by the sudden shockwave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Report immediately, he shouted through gritted teeth. See, Commander. The technician's voice trembled noticeably. The iron wall's defense value is down to 17. Zones 3 and 4 have been completely destroyed. Xiaodin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of determination and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Initiate Doomsday Arc Phase 2, he commanded. But Commander, This protocol requires the president's personal authorization. I am in charge now. Shout-in abruptly tore off the ID badge from his neck and inserted it into the central slot of the console. Instantly, a mechanical female voice echoed throughout the base. Doomsday Protocol confirmed and initiated. Countdown, 300 seconds. Meanwhile, the steel city wall began to undergo astonishing changes. The heavy metal plates seemed to come alive, slowly writhing. Countless turrets and defensive facilities automatically disassembled, gradually merging into the wall itself. The entire city wall was being restructured into a much larger and more complex structure. In the air above the battlefield, a golden mech hovered, and the 7 divine fragments had lost most of their brilliance. Inside the cockpit, Jean stared intently at the black figure on the screen, still as steady as a mountain. Even though it had been transformed into a mechanical body, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This guy's way too strong, right? Does this kind of power really belong to humanity? However, the Lord of the Underworld appeared somewhat disinterested at this moment. Although the opponent's strength was commendable and it was rare for someone to hold out this long, in the end, it was still not enough. Few could fight him for this long. From this perspective, this guy could definitely be considered one of the hidden trump cards of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, his strength was quite considerable. However, if this was the opponent's strongest power, then the Lord of the Underworld mused. This apocalyptic threshold seems to be something he alone can open, without needing the other two. Just as the Lord of the Underworld was lost in thought, the Steel City Wall had completed its astonishing transformation. The once towering defensive fortress had now turned into a massive metal leviathan. Its bottom spewed forth intense blue plasma streams, pushing it slowly into the air. At this moment, at the very front of this metal leviathan, countless tiny metal components rapidly restructured, forming 4 enormous cannon mouths, resembling the sharp jaws of a crocodile, directly aimed at the Lord of the Underworld. At that moment, just as the Lord of the Underworld was contemplating whether to attempt to break through the threshold before him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of impending death. His pupils constricted suddenly, and his black robe billowed without wind. From those 4 cannon mouths, an energy wave was coalescing that sent shivers down his spine. Boom! Without giving the Lord of the Underworld any time to react. For dark as ink beams shot out from the cannon mouths, collapsing the space they passed through into nothingness. In a rush, the Lord of the Underworld raised the tome in front of his chest. The 1,000-foot specter emitted a piercing wail, desperately shielding him. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. When the specter touched the dark light, it vanished without a trace, as if it had been lightly erased from existence, leaving not even a hint behind. The Lord of the Underworld's black robe suddenly erupted, revealing a robe filled with various evil ghost runes inside, which rapidly disintegrated at a visible speed. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of green glowing blood, and his entire body was sent flying, carving a long trench in the surface of the sea, ultimately crashing heavily onto a ruin on the island nation. Meanwhile, inside the command room of the Metal Ark, Shout-In stared intently at the screen, commanding, "Continue charging. Prepare to fire the second shot. Commander, the energy core has overloaded." The technician looked in horror at the numbers skyrocketing on the dashboard. Firing again will trigger a chain reaction. I said continue. Shout-In suddenly pulled out his pistol and pressed it against the technician's temple. The sea surface suddenly began to boil violently. The Lord of the Underworld slowly rose from the water. At this moment, all the evil ghost runes on his black robe had completely dissipated, and the black robe gradually transformed into a cloud of black shadows, disappearing from sight. However, his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, as if burning with flames from the 9 hells. "You all deserve to die. My stylish and cool black robe has been destroyed by you." The Lord of the Underworld was absolutely furious. After all, that cool black robe was unique. Now it was gone. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out an extremely sinister, terrifying evil ghost mask from his storage space. Demon God Mask. Once worn, you will gain the power of the Demon God. But be careful. Wearing it for too long may awaken the sleeping Demon God. This item was also a purple quality equipment, and it belonged to the type with a singular but immensely powerful effect. The Lord of the Underworld slowly placed the terrifying evil ghost mask over his face. The moment the mask touched his skin, countless black vein-like patterns rapidly spread from his neck. "Dare to destroy my favorite evil, Ghost Black Robe. Today I will let you experience the true power of a demon god." His voice suddenly became eerie and distorted, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were roaring in unison in his ears. At the same time, The sea began to churn violently and pale. Emaciated arms reached out from beneath the water, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay. The technicians inside the metal ark were thrown into chaos, all monitoring instruments blaring with ear-piercing alarms. Energy readings have surpassed the critical value. One technician nearly screamed, "That guy's energy is increasing geometrically." Xiao Din stared at the screen, his pupils constricting sharply. On the screen, the figure of the Lord of the Underworld was constantly changing, and behind him, two pairs of enormous skeletal wings made of evil ghost shadows slowly unfurled. Even more terrifying, cracks began to appear densely around him, like a fragile spider web, as if the entire world could not bear this power. "Open fire immediately. Launch now." The command was issued with utmost decisiveness. For dark as ink, beams shot out instantly. But this time, the Lord of the Underworld simply raised a finger. The black beams abruptly halted 100 meters from him, then shattered like glass into countless flickering lights. How is this possible? Xiao Din stumbled backward. In the next second, the Lord of the Underworld appeared directly above the ark, his face masked in the demon god mask, looking coldly down at the steel fortress. He extended his right hand, and a swirling black vortex appeared in his palm. With the emergence of the vortex, the entire sea surface instantly turned dark green, and countless translucent souls surged up from the water. These souls emitted piercing screams, frantically rushing towards the metallic ark. Even more horrifying was that any metal they touched would rapidly rust and decay. Next, it was my turn to lead this battle. The voice of the Lord of the Underworld was low and chilling, echoing across the entire sea. At this moment in the CAF, the Lord of Deception caught a glimpse of the Lord of the Underworld donning that ghostly mask and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, feeling that this guy was really too impatient. How did the kid from the Underworld put on a mask so quickly? He muttered softly. On the other side, the Lord of Corruption was completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, the Lord of Deception slightly tilted his head to look into the distance, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Hey, I didn't expect those guys actually tricked that motherbug to come here." Chapter 93. Become my vassal. You should be grateful. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Corruption became curious. He quickly discovered a group of insects slowly advancing towards them from afar, and noted that everything in their path had been completely devoured. If it weren't for some insects that couldn't fly, it was likely that even the soil would have been dug 3 feet deep. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that at the center of these insects, there was an enormous egg that was clearly the mother insect. How did those guys manage to pull that off? At this moment, the Lord of Deception felt that their 4 trump cards were still intact, meaning they hadn't used any of them to lure the mother insect here. The Lord of Deception gently tapped his coffee cup, squinting his eyes as a glimmer of amusement flashed in the depths of his pupils. Interesting. Those little guys actually managed to convince the mother insect to willingly relocate? He chuckled softly and turned to the Lord of Corruption, asking, "What do you think they used? It can't possibly be negotiation, right?" The Lord of Corruption glanced at the Lord of Deception and slowly replied, "It was indeed through negotiation. One of the conditions was that we would protect that mother insect. However, all of this was agreed upon by that guy himself." The Lord of Deception raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, that mother insect was so easy to talk to?" The Lord of Corruption took a sip of his coffee and replied indifferently, "Not really. The main reason is that there is a problem with the mother insect's genetic chain." The Lord of Deception became interested upon hearing this. What problem? The Lord of Corruption first glanced at an old man at the door, then slowly began to speak. Because those guys made a wish, the mother insect will awaken prematurely. But this also brought about a problem. Because it woke up too early, there was a disconnect with its true self. If not repaired, this mother insect will be unable to exert its true power for a long time. And the best way to repair it is to consume a large amount of flesh and blood, and it must be from different races, especially monsters and humans at the critical point. For the mother insect, this is something it cannot refuse. After listening to the Lord of Corruption's explanation, a glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Deception. He gently shook his coffee cup, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. "I see." The Lord of Deception chuckled softly, but his gaze turned directly to the old man at the door who had been eavesdropping. "Hey, old man, instead of standing outside in the cold wind, why don't you come in and sit down?" Upon hearing this, the old man at the door froze slightly, then slowly walked into the CAF. He was dressed in a large gray robe, almost completely covering his body, revealing only a bony chin. The old man slowly walked up to sit in front of the 2 evil gods, a hoarse laugh emanating from beneath the gray robe. "I didn't expect to be discovered. He extended a bony finger to lightly tap the table, on which was a strangely shaped ring adorned with an exceptionally dark gemstone. Clearly a fragment of a divine shard. "Let me introduce myself." The old man's voice suddenly became clear and powerful. "I am the leader of the Annihilation Organization, and everyone calls me the Annihilation Elder." He looked at the two men with a hint of probing. "May I ask who you two are?" The Lord of Deception and the Lord of Corruption exchanged glances. Annihilation Organization? They had never heard of this name. However, since the other party dared to call themselves Annihilation, and considering the celestial descent level strength displayed by this old man, the organization should be significant. Of course, they weren't too strong, as their leader was only at the celestial descent level, not even world class. The Lord of Deception smiled slightly and spoke first. One of the 9 monarchs of the Court of Calamity, the Lord of Deception. The Lord of Corruption glanced at the Annihilation Elder and casually said, "Lord of Corruption." The Annihilation Elder sensed the disdainful looks from the two men opposite him, but did not lose his temper on the spot. He could clearly feel that even just sitting there, he was under an ever-present threat of death, as if the two could easily snuff out his life with a mere thought. And these were just 2 of the 9 monarchs of the Court of Calamity. The Annihilation Elder had heard people in his organization mention the Court of Calamity. Although their philosophies differed, their goals were aligned. Both wanted to open the critical points. That was enough. The fingers beneath the gray robe trembled slightly, and the divine shard ring flickered with unstable light. He chuckled dryly a couple of times, his voice as rough as sandpaper. "So it's the 2 from the Court of Calamity. I apologize for my rudeness." The Lord of Corruption suddenly reached out to press down on his coffee cup, and the black liquid surface began to reveal countless struggling faces. "How many people does your Annihilation Organization have?" The air instantly froze. The Annihilation Elder's robe fluttered without wind, revealing half of a decaying ankle. 72 shining stars, 12 celestial descents, plus me, this useless leader. He specifically emphasized the numbers 72 and 12. The Lord of Deception suddenly clapped and laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. Our court just happens to be in need of some foot soldiers." A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Why not? Become my vassals." The Annihilation Elder's face beneath the gray robe suddenly stiffened, and the divine shard on the ring emitted a blinding red light. The temperature in the CAF dropped to freezing point, and a thick layer of frost formed on the surface of the coffee cup. "Your joke isn't very amusing." His voice carried a clear hint of murderous intent, and his bony fingers were already resting on that ring. However, the Lord of Deception seemed completely unconcerned, casually fiddling with his new ring as he said, "I'm more curious. How did you manage to gather so many people? 72 shining stars and 12 celestial descents. That's more strength than any of the 3 major nations." The Annihilation Elder's mouth beneath the gray robe twitched slightly, not paying too much attention to the other party's new ring, although it looked somewhat familiar. He slowly withdrew his hand and coughed out a couple of dry laughs. "It's quite simple. Some of us are spirit mergers, and some are intelligent evil spirits. Put together, that's how we have so many." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "After all, our Annihilation Organization was once just a step away from opening a world-ending critical point and successfully opened 12 disaster-level critical points internationally." The Lord of Deception nodded, still smiling, and casually said, "All right, let's get back to the point. Are you really planning to stay in the sewers for the rest of your life?" As he spoke, his fingers lightly tapped the table, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. The Annihilation Elder frowned under his gray robe, his tone calm, but with a hint of vigilance. "What do you mean by that?" Before the other could answer, the Lord of Corruption suddenly sneered, her voice cold and sharp. In a coffee cup in front of her, the black liquid began to boil violently, transforming into countless tiny skulls that rolled and jumped in the cup, creating a bizarre and chilling scene. "Stop playing dumb, old man. Your so-called Annihilation Organization is just a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. Now we are giving you a chance to become my vassals. This is a tremendous grace, and you should be grateful."